try to get it under 50. Quinones has the basketball with 3 seconds. He's not going to shoot. That'll do it. And so the Boston Celtics, from the midpoint of the first quarter on, it was tied at 21, and then they put their foot on the gas with 3 Jaylen Brown threes, ending the first quarter on a 23-1 run, leading by 44 at the half, leading by as many as 56, and winning by 52.
Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, and yesterday was not pretty for the Golden State Warriors. That was the largest halftime lead the Boston Celtics have ever had in franchise history. Oh, they were up 44 at the half, and you know what? It was an ugly game. You're watching away. The Warriors lose by 52. And oh, baby, good morning to everybody out there getting up their graveyard shift, man. We are back on a Monday. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open to First NorCal. First NorCal, first-class money market today. Comcast Business Text line as well. But let's not bury the lead. Forget about the Golden State Warriors. Got the Eminem. Guess who's back? Back in town. Or is it, guess who's back? Back again. I don't know what it is, but the Butcher's back. Air horns, drums, confetti. Woo! What's up, buddy?
What's up, bro? Do you never seen, Justice League? Batman versus Superman?
Yeah.
I feel like Superman who's been resurrected, and now I'm ready to go fight Doomsday. Let's do this.
You're fighting, why we fight Doomsday?
You're Batman, and because you got the Batmobile, and that makes me Superman. Let's do it.
What'd you say, Spinone?
I said pay the under for the comic book reference earlier.
Yeah, that's very under.
Speaking of which, can we start off right here? I want to start all over the place. I got a million things. I got notes for days. Are you in or out on Dune? I got in a huge fight over the break with one of my cousins regarding Dune. Did you see Dune 1?
No, I did not see Dune 1.
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely not.
Did anyone see Dune? Did you see Dune?
I've seen like the original one, and I know like this new one, the sci-fi movie. You've probably seen like trailers for it, Bonte. Like Zendaya did this whole like weird like wardrobe thing.
Oh yeah.
Saw that.
She's got the eyes like
Timothy Chalamet's in it.
Right.
It's like sci-fi. I'm not into it.
Okay, well, again, it's visually stunning in terms of how it looks. It is so boring. And so Dune 2's out now, and it's going crazy, going on that sci-fi tip. I don't get it. I tried watching it again. I fell asleep 5 different times trying to watch it again.
I did not expect to start the show with Dune.
I know. Well, that's why I'm me. You know what I mean? This is why I'm Superman.
No, dude, it's Superman, a superhero of the past. Like, Superman costumes, just Halloween. Are Superman costumes still a thing? I feel like there's more Spider-Mans, more Batmans, more Thanoses, more Avengers.
I thought it was Superman pajamas.
Superman, I don't even know Superman pajamas. I mean, Kyle Kelly said, you can't spoil this one, Shasky. Dude, whatever it was. Her Dude was fire. I'd never even heard of Dude. I heard of Sand Dudes.
Yeah.
I heard of Doom with the M, not
that was a great video game.
Right.
Great video game.
Remember that?
I do.
But Dude?
Dune was as boring as that Warrior-Celtic game yesterday. Because I'll tell you this, I mean, when you come up with a strategy, literally as you're leaving the tunnel, I mean, there's no wonder it didn't work. I cannot believe Draymond Green is just the gift that keeps giving. And I know you and him are best friends now. But, I'm saying, like, this guy comes out and says, yeah, we were thinking about not guarding Jaylen Brown.
Do we have that soundbite right away?
It's absolutely hilarious. Could you imagine Steve Spagnuolo? We were thinking as we were coming out of the tunnel, we're just not going to guard George Kittle today. We're not going to guard CMC. It's okay.
Here's Steve Kerr on the game plan. If you could go ahead and fire it off, Spinoni.
You try different things. You have to pick your matchups. We wanted Draymond to be able to help on drives and make sure that we weren't giving up easy stuff in the paint. The killer was the transition from the beginning all the way till the end. They got 42 transition points, so you're not winning a game, with that kind of defensive or lack of defensive awareness.
42-12 fast break points. 42-12. They outscored the Warriors 61-17 after the game was knotted up at 21 points apiece. And the game plan was, hey, Jaylen Brown, go ahead and shoot it. Well, he shot it. He shot it well, especially in the first quarter. 19 points, 25 in all in the first half. And look, he's a 35% three-point shooter. that game meant a lot to the Boston Celtics.
Oh,
Let's
you
be
think?
real. They acted like they won the 2022 NBA Finals with that win yesterday. Overall, Warriors are playing great basketball. 13-4 in their last 17. You go 3-1 on a road trip. Sure, it was a sour taste in your mouth, but you had a free roll yesterday.
Oh, no.
That game will not mean anything whatsoever. But, the game played to leave Jaylen Brown open. Made a lot of us scratch our heads there, and he made them. He made them pay.
So, you said that game meant a lot to Boston. I could feel that it meant a lot to Boston. And, look,
they were
I'm
all
not mad
about
at the NBA. I want
Right.
to get into this because this is something I was thinking about yesterday. When you were out, I know we haven't been together, it feels like in weeks. And so when you were out, I was coming off of the NBA All-Star game. And
Right.
I legitimately was like, hey, look, I think the NBA, they've got an issue here. And I'm not sure what the answer is. I think everyone wants to scream and yell and
Right.
cry and go crazy about all these different things. But sometimes there's not a solution.
Yep.
So here's an example. All right, B. Yesterday, you're like, hey, from a league perspective, we want to have the Boston Celtics and the Golden State Warriors on a Sunday marquee matchup where there is no football or anything. This is going to kind of set the tone for the last couple of weeks leading into the playoffs. We really want to set the tone, and it makes a lot of sense. But then you look at it and you're like, well, the Warriors are at the end of a road trip. And you're not going to start the road trip in Boston.
Right.
And you're not going to start a road trip on the weekend. So, they're really in a tough spot. And then you wonder why the Warriors, being the Warriors, they're an older team.
Right.
They win those first 3 games of the road trip. And, they're playing with house money. Steph's got a banged up knee.
Right.
I'm not mad at anyone involved. I just think when I look at a zoom out from an NBA perspective, I say, what are they supposed to do with these television matchups? Where would they have put the singular Warriors in Boston moment, on the schedule? They tried to put it in a spot to highlight it where football's out of the way, and then even then you get a dud. And I feel like everyone wants Adam Silver, and I'm not saying Adam Silver's the greatest, but the schedule makers, Adam Silver. What are they supposed to do?
The schedule makers didn't even prop up in my head. Look, the Warriors had a difficult time getting to Toronto. After New York City, they were stuck on a tarmac all night long. You know what I'm saying? They didn't get to bed till 8 in the morning. And for them to win that basketball game, Towns scored at Raptors 59-41 in the second half of that basketball game, and win that basketball game, you overcome it. Now you get some rest. You go to Boston. I had no problem with the way that we want those games.
Yes.
At 12:30 on a Sunday. We want those games maybe at 3:30 on a Sunday. In a road trip, you play with the free roll. It is what it is. We've seen that game on a Saturday night when it's the Warriors and the Celtics. It just happened the way it did. If anybody's complaining about the schedule, no. The Warriors have had plenty of rest. They've had a couple, they had the All-Star break. They had the IST break. They had the unfortunate break after Decky unfortunately left this world in Salt Lake City. And so they had to postpone some games and they had a week off there. Look, I don't think rest, it's the end of the road trip. Boston got crazy hot. They were into that game. Boston clearly wanted to send a message, and they're playing well at home. They're the best home team in the league by far.
30-3.
I mean, it is really unreal what they're doing. It is insane, and they've won 11 games in a row. 11 games in a row. Actually, 29-3. They were 28-3 going into it. I saw 30-3, but
I wrote 30-3 down.
But yesterday on the show, I had 28-3. Now I'm looking at the standings now that says 29-3. Well, no matter what. They've only lost 3 home games all season long and 11 in a row, so they're rolling right now. If anybody's complaining about the schedule or anything like that, that had nothing to do with it.
No.
Boston got crazy hot. They were not going to lose that basketball game. They wanted that game, and you know what? They set the physical tone. They had a playoff intensity about themselves, and you give them credit. The season series is split in 1 game apiece. They needed that win more so than the Warriors did.
Here's the big key. Is when Derek White and Steph Curry collided, I'm like, oh my gosh, please don't get hurt, right? That was really all I want. Just come home in one piece. You got 3 games this week during the weekdays, and so they need to be ready to go here. I mean, they got a nice push. How many games left in the season, Bonte?
So we have, if I do my math correctly here, we have 22 games left in the season. They're 32-28. They've won 13 of their last 17 games. They were 3-1 on that road trip. So you're right in a good spot here going into March here. Look, the standings are right there.
Yeah, I was looking at them.
Column. You look at the loss column here. You're a game and a half back. You're a game behind the Mavericks in the loss column. You're 2 games behind the Suns in the loss column. You're 3 games behind the Kings and the Pelicans in the loss column. That stuff will be sorted out over the next month and a half. You're 1 game up on the Lakers in the loss column. You have 3 games left against the Mavericks this year. You got 2 against the Lakers. Those are 5 games that are going to be imperative for the Golden State Warriors to win. You want to go at least 3-2, split with the Lakers, win 2 of 3 against the Mavericks. You got another game against the Pelicans at Chase Center, which could be huge for tie-breaking purposes. Their season series right now is tied up in 1 game apiece. You beat the Pelicans later in the year, you win that season series. So you get that tiebreaker. So, look, you're in a position where you could still potentially get a top 6 spot. But at the very worst, being in that 7-8 bracket is imperative for the Golden State Warriors, so you don't play that 9-10, and it's 1 loss and you're done. If you're 7-8, you lose a game, you have something to play with there, and you can still win going into the playoffs and being that A seed. Yeah,
and I think yesterday, and I want to talk big picture about the Warriors because there's been like a lot of really good basketball's been played. I know yesterday maybe left a sour taste in some people's mouth, not for me. When you get CP3 and GP2 back, like, to me, that makes you one of the better off-the-bench teams in the league. I'm not saying they're the best, but like that elongates all of these different lineups. And I do believe, like, and I've heard Steve Kerr talk about connectivity between first and second units and, carrying things over and whatnot. It is nice to have CP3 out there. I thought CP3 was not good yesterday, but in general nobody has been good since coming back.
Look, nobody was good yesterday.
No, I
Steph,
agree.
Clay, Draymond combined to score 16 points. That's the fewest points they've scored together since they've all started together in a lineup. They're all with that.
Steph couldn't hit the right side of the barn.
I mean, Steph, third game where he doesn't hit a 3. Kuminga had his worst game in weeks.
Yes.
In weeks. So nobody played well yesterday. They struggled. They only scored 88 points. I thought Moody had some pop early, going to the basket, hitting a couple threes.
Scrappy for some rebounds.
No doubt. But the team laid it done. It's all good. And when I say Boston needed that game more than the Warriors, psychologically, they've been discussed. Jaylen Brown at halftime was like, we haven't lost. We've been reminded that they beat us in the NBA Finals. We haven't forgotten that. That was 2 seasons ago.
I know.
They're still thinking about it in Boston, where the Warriors are like, we know if we get into a series with Boston, they're very guardable. When a team tells you they want to get 53-point attempts up, they want to shoot the 3-ball heavy, I'll take that all day long. They ignored it, Peyton Boston. So I think if they ever met in the NBA Finals this season, I think the Warriors will have something for their asses. I really do.
Let's get to the playoffs.
No, I'm just saying. I said it.
I hear you. I
said it.
So this brings me to something, and allow me to lay this out. And I'm just going to go through my perspective. And anyone else, you want to flame me for my opinion? Fine. Everyone has their own settings on life and their own.
By the way,
yes. What's the by the way?
Some breaking news here from Adam Schefter.
What is it?
Mike Evans, Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver, just reached agreement on a 2-year, $52 million deal that includes $35 million guaranteed. So,
oh my God,
Jason
Mike
Light
Evans,
putting in work again. The
Mike
GM
Evans will remain with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
So I guess we can call cap on him saying I'm only trying to compete for championships.
Yeah, I guess that's
okay. I don't blame him. He's a South Florida legend. It brings me to Andrew Wiggins, and again, I'm giving it through my prism, right? And people can feel however they feel, and I'm not saying that you have to do anything. I'm telling you what I've done, all right? Had a very difficult couple of months with my family and things that have been going on. And there are certain parts of it that I felt obligated to tell my teammates, you guys, what's going on behind the scenes. And I also, because of our little tiny bit of us being public, I felt an obligation on some level to explain a little why I was in and out of the lineup over a long period of time. And it was very difficult, like very, very difficult. And everyone has their own settings and what they can do during harsh times in terms of grieving and getting through the pain. I'm not saying there is one way, a catch-all for everyone. I'm telling you what I did. I tried to oscillate between balancing the family stuff that was going on, the real serious family stuff, and like coming in and using this as a place to like get my mind off of all the real life problems that I had behind the scenes, right? There's also the obligation of like my employer and me feeling like I kind of owe it to them to come in and work. And yes, there's a point where like, hey, my father passed away, for example, and like I needed a little bit of time. And I told you guys like I need a little bit of time. And I felt, again, an obligation, not just to my teammates, but also to the audience. Like I will be back and I'll be back as soon as I can. And I needed, my week plus off or whatever. And I'm looking at the Andrew Wiggins situation and I'm just asking myself out loud, I don't don't know what people are owed. I don't know. I don't know what people are owed. But I do know this. I'm talking about me. I felt like I was letting you down, B, by being in and out mentally and physically of the lineup so much over the last couple of weeks. And I felt very unreliable, and it felt unfair because, yes, I had this real life thing that was going on, but also I have this like job and I have a way of making ends meet for my family. And I'm trying to balance all of these things, all of these plates simultaneously. And this is where I do believe there are certain people in the media. You can't talk about the Wiggins thing. The hell you can. The hell you can. I was going through it and I was doing the best I could to balance it. And every single person that I run into, I'm praying for you and your family, and it becomes a lot. Like it's a lot. I guess where I'm going at with all this is like on some level, yes, family first. I guess the other part of this is like, well, how long is he going to be out? Like, is this indefinite? What exactly is going on? We don't know. People are speculating. I don't know how much he wants to divulge. That's up to him. I don't know how much the audience is entitled to. I think they're in a really tricky spot with Wiggins again this year. And I don't know what the answer is.
Everybody's different, right? And I mentioned this on the air last week.
Sorry, I was all over the place there.
When you're out and I just said, look, whether or not you told me what was going on, it was none of my business. Whether or not you're going to come back today, next week, 2 weeks from now, was none of my business. And so that's how I feel about it. It's none of my business. What you were going through is none of my business. You chose to share that information. Yeah. I think a lot of people appreciated that information, but you didn't owe anybody an explanation on what you were going through. And it's the same thing with Andrew Wiggins. The team knows, and that's what's important. The team knows. The organization knows. And we don't know what the hell's going on. Mm-hmm. We don't know how people can handle certain things. I'm not even going to speculate on what's going on. I have no idea. No idea. But it ain't none of my business right now to know what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. And when he gets back, he gets back. Now, the organization obviously gave him the green light to go handle what he needs to go handle. Mm-hmm. I'm sure if the organization was saying, hey, Andrew, we need you back right now, we can't, it's unfair. So I don't care to know what's going on with him. I just hope he's okay, because family first, mental's first. I don't want him around if he can't produce at a high level because of what's going on. If his mind is not 100% on basketball, then he doesn't need to play. If whatever's going on there with him personally, handle that. We'll see you when you get back, and we hope that everything's okay. We'll welcome you with open arms, but I personally don't feel right to speculate what's going on. And as long as the organization knows what's going on, and the organization has said, hey, man, go take as much time as you want, then go do that. Because I do think the team is, if you want to just talk basketball, they are better equipped to handle the absence of Andrew Wiggins.
This year than last year?
Absolutely. Okay. Because of the ascension of Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah. Because of Moses Moody staying ready in his third year. Because of the fact that you have Chris Paul coming off the bench and Brandon Pajitsky playing at a high level. And you have Curry still playing at a high level. Draymond still playing very well. Okay. Klay Thompson now coming off the bench slotted. So you're better equipped to handle a loss without Andrew Wiggins or handle his absence now. Do you need him back? He's one of the better two-way players on your team. There's no doubt about that. But family first, man. That's where I'm at when it comes to Andrew Wiggins. There
is an element of, like we're talking about on the court, like when you place a team like the Boston Celtics and the wing players that they have and the athleticism they have, like
you need them.
You think? Absolutely you need them. It's just, it comes back to like, the way these teams, everything is so delicate. To win at the highest level in pro sports, right, everything needs to click. And when you're missing a guy making the amount of money that he's making in a salary cap league, which prohibits you from building, to building a team with, endless money being thrown at it, and someone's out, whether it's injury, family, whatever it is, it makes it really, really difficult for them. And then to not know, any idea of if and when he's coming back when it comes to the fans, there's an anxiety that is attached to all of that. And it's like you have it multiple years in a row. You start questioning things. I mean, that's just what people do. In their head, they're just going to why is someone out? What's going on?
But you know what, Chas? Yeah, I don't fault people for that, but we got to realize, too, we got to recognize the NBA is not the real world. So they live in a different world. Like we keep comparing our everyday lives to NBA players. They don't live a normal life.
That I agree with.
They can't just walk into a Starbucks like us and go get a cup of coffee.
No,
they can't just walk into a Target without getting mobbed. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you mean by that?
So what I mean by that is I keep hearing like, oh, well, I had to go do my job. And then we live in different worlds.
That I
the
agree.
NBA lives in a different world by a different set of rules. These are players who are the 1%ers and the 1%ers, for crying out loud. What they go through on a daily basis is something that we go through on a daily basis. How we navigate our lives on a daily basis isn't the same way that they do. So
if Bonte and Joe don't show up to work,
I don't.
We're in trouble financially.
I don't subscribe to that whole. It kind of rubs me the wrong way when we say, man, if I do this, but our work is not the same. They live in a different world, man. They can't do things that a normal citizen like you and I can do. Mm-hmm. You know, we can just walk down the street and get on a beauty bus. We can walk down the street and go get a slice of pizza. Can Steph Curry do that?
No.
Can Andrew Wiggins do that?
No.
Can Draymond Green or Klay Thompson do that?
No.
Absolutely not. So I get a little, I'm not going to say irritated, but it kind of makes me take a step back to say, wait a minute. They live in a completely different stratosphere.
You're talking about just the comparisons between
absolutely. Just because I hear a lot of like, well, if I miss work, damn right. If you miss work, you go miss out on some money. They're in a different ball. They're in a different league.
I think the part, again, watching from afar, the part that makes me uneasy is seeing people like, hey, his wife is posting this on Instagram. It's like, all right. Now we're going a little too far. Everybody relax. Let's like take a deep breath. Stop searching and scouring the internet on who's following who's posting what, and trying to extrapolate things. Social media is not an indication of what's going on in real life.
No doubt. We got Buck Martinez coming up at 6:50. Matt Chapman signed with the San Francisco Giants over the weekend. We'll get to that. We got Eric Crocker to talk about the new hire for the San Francisco 49ers. Two new hires. Sorensen is now to D.C., and Brandon Staley is now on the staff. We'll get to that. We got more Warrior stuff. They are rolling, but last night they lay it down. They lose 140-88. The game was over after the first quarter. Boston went on a 61-17 sprint after they were all tied up at 21 points apiece. Scored 82 in the first half, man. That was nasty. Anyway, Buck Martinez, Eric Crocker, your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Shasky's back, folks. Shasky's back. And it's brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Shocked you talking to me. Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, don't forget you can get some 95.7 The Game gear right now at breakit.com/957. We have all sorts of cool apparel for you to wear whenever you want, win or lose, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakit.com/957. The Warriors lose last night in Boston. It wasn't even pretty. Boston has won the last 6 games they've won. It's the highest point differential in the 6-game span in NBA history. They've beaten their opponents by 179 points. That's a plus-minus. That's a differential, point differential in Boston's last 6 games as they won 11 in a row. They improved to 29-3 at home. It's the least amount of points when Draymond, Steph, and Clay start together. 16 points they score total. But the team, it was a dud. They laid a dud, but overall, I think 3-1 on the road trip, in a 4-game road trip, and then you go 13-4 in your last 17. You're right back where you need to be. You're a couple games out of that 6th spot. So they're playing better basketball. I don't want last night's game to deter a lot of fans or a lot of people say, oh, man, the Warriors stink. They got exposed, whatnot. I'm sure it was a measuring stick game. But to me, they're playing really good basketball. I know I'm not going to let what happened yesterday. That's an anomaly. It happens in the NBA.
Well, I looked at the Knicks game, and I thought that was a big win. That was a big-time win. The Raptor win was very nice. And then, on that Friday night, I'm sitting there, and I'm just sitting back, trying to take a bigger zoom-out view, and I'm saying to myself, it sure feels like I feel as good about the team as I have in multiple seasons, going back to the 2022 championship. And no one is saying they're as good as that championship team because, you got to get into the playoffs first. But in terms of cohesion, in terms of style of play, seeing a variety of guys playing good ball together in terms of the chemistry, ball movement, defensive assignments, switching, helping. Right. It does feel like they are playing some of the best basketball they've played in multiple seasons.
No, they have. This is the best stretch since the championship season. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. So they're going to be fine. They'll play Milwaukee on Wednesday. You got Chicago Thursday. You got Wemby, who's playing a lot better. Wemby is going to be a special talent. He comes to town on Saturday. They have 2 straight games against the Spurs, one here at Chase Center Saturday, and then one down in San Antonio next Monday. Then next week, you have to go to Dallas and the Lakers. You have to win those games. Those games are a lot more important to the game yesterday. And again, psychologically, it just felt like Boston needed that game for their own souls, even though they were rolling, even though they're 48-12. They had lost to the Warriors at Chase Center. Tatum played poorly in that game, losing it overtime when he went 5 of 17 from the floor, 2 of 9 for the 3-point line. It just felt like Boston psychologically wanted that game a lot more and needed that game a lot more. But overall, you could say the Warriors lost to the Clippers and the Nuggets and the Celtics, and they're losing to these good teams. You don't have CP3 against the Nuggets. That series was close. I know you didn't win the game, and moral victories don't matter around these parts, but they are playing. It's how the form is. How are you playing? How are you playing heading to the playoffs?
I'm sorry, but the 4-0 against the Nuggets, Jokic hit one of the most incredible shots.
40-foot bank shot.
I mean, come on.
You lost on Christmas Day at the buzzer, basically, so they'll be fine. Now, Denver's tough, no doubt about that.
Oh, no, they're a great team.
I mean, when you get into a close game in half court, late in the game, you got Jokic, you got Jamal Murray. Ask the Lakers Saturday night. They can't beat the Nuggets either.
That made you happy?
No, I mean, Nuggets are tough, man. Jamal Murray's so cold.
How about $40K for our king? Huh?
The Lakers stink!
Huh?
Hey, 40,000 points.
Potential Warrior?
40,000 points for LeBron James is pretty impressive.
That's impressive. That's incredible.
That is
for a pass first guy.
That is unbelievable. A guy dropped 40,000, and he's not slowing down. Where's he going to get to? 42, 43, 44, 45?
Not 5, not 6.
I love how all these milestones are coming in losses too. It's great.
Well, I mean, he's coming straight to the Dubs next year. You know that's coming. And Chris Paul's going to take a sweetheart deal, and Clay's going to take a little off top, and we're going to bring back all the Avengers. It's going to be the Expendables, all old guys. It's going to be amazing. And Kuminga. No, but honestly, I'm looking at where the Warriors are at right now, and I say to myself, clearly Steph is still Steph, even though the knee injury it's not alarming because that's too deep of a stretch. It's just something to monitor, right?
Yeah.
They need him. I think Clay's playing a good brand of basketball as of late, and that has me excited. And I like seeing TJD kind of jump up in the rotation over Looney and over Saric. Like, Saric has not been good, but I'm crediting Steve Kerr for, realizing, all right, something's not working. Let's switch this thing up. Right. And then obviously Moses Mooney's been given opportunities this last week that he hasn't seen prior to that. And I feel like he's showing a little something. I still don't know where I'm at with Moody, just like big picture, but like he's showing me a little something.
Defensively, I think he's showing me a lot. Individually, what he did to Jalen Brunson the other night in New York City, that was nice. I think he's hitting the 3-ball. Dude, Moody's playing very good basketball right now. That's a good sign. Again, they're able to withstand the absence of Andrew Wiggins, and hopefully he comes back sooner rather than later as he deals with personal issues. But their form is playing well. And I want them hubbing playing their best basketball going into the playoffs. Here's the deal with the Celtics. And you could be the best team right now. But in Boston, nobody cares about that. You got to win a ring if you're the Celtics.
Oh, I thought you were thinking they're going, Red Sox baseball.
No, not yet. Not yet. Not Hard Knocks.
Rafael Devers.
Hard Knocks Red Sox? I mean, this is the least appealing Red Sox team in ages.
You tipped me up now that you're bringing up Boston and we're going Northeast. Patriot Dynasty on Apple Plus
is legit.
Oh, it's amazing. Legit.
It's legit.
The only problem that I have with this documentary, and those that haven't seen it, please check it out. It's still going on. I believe they're at episode 6 or something like that. I didn't realize how big of an egomaniac Bob Kraft's kid is. Bob Kraft's kid is trying to rewrite history like he was on his dad's hip the entire time. Am I the only one that's tripping off that?
Probably. No, probably somebody else. I wasn't really tripping off of that, but
Dynasty's sick.
I want to finish it first before I get into it. I don't want to spoil it. Ty Law, one of the most underrated corners in NFL history. Ty Law,
Lawyer Malloy.
They changed the bumper run rules because of Ty Law, what he did to Marvin Harrison in that AFC title game in the mud at Foxborough Stadium.
Well, he did assault those guys.
No, he didn't assault. That's physical football, man. Come on now. Assault.
And then the Drew Bledsoe aspect at the beginning. For those that haven't seen it, I would highly recommend, if you like sports docs, seeing that documentary. And now as I tie it to the Warriors, there are things that happen during a 10 to 20 year run when you have the wild success that those two organizations have had in terms of leadership, power struggle dynamics, all of the crazy, like right now, Wiggins is out for the Warriors. At some point down the line, I'm sure people will find out what's going on. Things that happened with the Patriots that they kept under wraps that have now kind of gotten out, like Drew Bledsoe not being happy at all the entire time about that.
That is crazy.
Right?
People forget he won the Pittsburgh game. Brady got hurt in the AFC Championship game against Pittsburgh.
I thought Brady blew his knee out on that play.
People forget. And then Belichick had the gall to go back to Brady for the Super Bowl when Bledsoe was like, wait, what? I just helped you win and get to the Super Bowl. And next thing you know, the greatest of all time, or one of the greatest of all time, is basically birthed there for the Patriots. And they win their first Super Bowl. It's really incredible. Real quick, before we hit the break.
Sorry, I'm all over the
place. Buck Martinez, of course, color analyst, longtime color analyst for the Blue Jays. He's been at ESPN back in the day. I love Buck. Matt Chapman, who was rumored to be a Giant all offseason, is officially a Giant. He signed a deal with a slew of opt-outs. There's an opt-out after every year. Matt Chapman did 17 home runs last year. He batted .240, but he does have 4 Gold Gloves. And the funny thing is, J.D. Davis comes out and says, I don't really know what the game plan is.
Here's the game plan, J.D. You're probably not going to play much.
You're probably going to get traded at some point.
I mean, come on, read the room.
That is that. So, Matt Chapman, your thoughts, Shasky?
I love it. Why not? Why wouldn't you like it? 1-year deal. Let's take it. Couple player options. To me, it's an upgrade. And I just look at the totality of the offseason, and I say to myself, and I said this a week ago before they even had Chapman, they're a better baseball team today than they were last year. You got rid of Stripling. You got rid of DeSclafani.
Right.
You added Robbie Ray, who will be better in the second half, right? Obviously down in the second half. I still have pitching concerns. There's no doubt about it. I think the bullpen is a year better. And having Camilo Duvall go through what he did last year, I think he's better for it. Patrick Bailey is better than your opening day catcher last year. I don't know where Luciano is. That's a question mark, but I'm an excited question mark. Jorge Soler is better than what you had last year.
Oh, the middle of the lineup looks so much better. Solaire, Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman.
Love it.
Just on paper, it looks better.
It looks way better. And then I say to myself, like, okay, Conforto, I know what I kind of get there, and I like it. I love, obviously, Tyro Estrada. I thought he had a really nice season last year, even though he broke the wrist. And I just look at this team, and I say, that's a formidable lineup that I believe can actually score some runs. And then I look at their defense. When you have a guy like Logan Webb, who's a sinker baller, and you have a lot of guys who get a lot of ground outs, I think a 48% ground out rate for the San Francisco Giants pitching staff as a whole, why not add one of the best defensive players in the game at third base at a position where, if we're being honest and you watch the game last year, JD was good defensively, but when Wilmer was forced to play third base, how many errors did Wilmer Flores make at third? The poor guy, we love him, but he's not a third baseman.
No, this is a very good defensive move for the Giants. It's guaranteed. They finalized a 3-year, $54 million contract. The deal includes opt-outs after the first and second year of the agreement. Chapman gets a $2 million signing bonus and a $16 million salary this year under this deal. And this agreement includes a $17 million player option for 2025 with a $2 million buyout. If Chapman exercises that option, he has an $18 million player option for 2026 with a $3 million buyout. The deal includes a $20 million mutual option for 2027 with a $1 million buyout. As a result, he could earn $20 for 1 year, $38 million for 2 years, $54 for 3, or $73 million for 4 years. It's very similar to the structure of Cody Bellinger, who just re-signed with the Chicago Cubs last year. So my question to Buck is, why were the numbers offensively down for Matt Chapman when you consider the lineup that he played in with the Blue Jays? 17 homers, 54 RBI, just 240 batting average. What went wrong at the plate for Matt Chapman? And can he revive himself offensively? Because this is a guy who's hit 20-plus home runs in multiple seasons. 27, yeah, 24. He's had a couple clunkers here, but you want to back around that 27, 28 homer range for the Giants.
And that Toronto lineup has 2 potential top 10 fantasy draft picks in it, in Vlad Gruner and Bo Bichette, right? And then you look at Springer. Like, that is a lineup, Toronto's, where you would think the offensive output would be higher for someone like Chapman, cleaning up a lot of those guys on base. So that's definitely something that we need to ask this Blue Jay announcer about.
Buck Martinez, you know Buck.
Yeah.
You know Buck for a long time. Played for the Royals, Brewers, Blue Jays. He was a manager at the Blue Jays, so you know Buck.
Yes.
Buck.
The biggest loser of free agency, Scott Boras, back-to-back years. Basically getting pillow contracts for Carlos Correa, for Cody Bellinger, and now, again, for Chapman. He's just...
Is it him or is it the organizations?
No, it's everyone colluding against Scott Boras because we're sick of giving out $200 million deals to players that don't deserve it.
Well, very interesting. Let's go to Buck here in a second. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Something bad has happened to Mom.
Streaming March 14th on Peacock.
Joy Delaney, mother of 4, has gone missing.
From the author of Big Little Lies and 9 Perfect Strangers.
who lifts a fly ball to right center. He's hit this one well. It is gone. Matt Chapman takes Brusdar Graterol out to right center, and the Blue Jays have taken the lead.
For Chapman, his second career home run here at Dodger Center, and it's a timely one in the 8th inning to give the Blue Jays the lead.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Little Dan Showman, Blue Jays Radio Network, little Booker T and the MG, some green onions here on the Morning Roast on a Monday morning. That's right, this segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We'll get back into the Warriors in just a little bit. We'll get into the 49ers as well at some point during the show. We're going to talk to Buck Martinez next, longtime color analyst for the Blue Jays on Sportsnet up there in Canada. Play for the Royals, Brewers, and Blue Jays during a 17-year playing career. Also was a manager of the Blue Jays, and he knows what type of player Matt Chapman is. He's seen him up there in the last couple seasons here as Matt Chapman just signed with the Giants, a 3-year, $54 million deal. Could turn into a 4-year, $73 million deal for the 4-time Gold Glove Award winner, 2-time Platinum Glove Award winner. Let's bring in Buck on to the Morning Roast. Buck, good morning, man. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Thanks so much for joining us here. And I guess let's start with this. Matt Chapman, we know about the glove, and we'll get to the way he picks it at third base. But what happened offensively last season for him as his numbers were down all across the board? 240 batting average, 17 jacks, and 54 RBIs. What happened at the plate with Chapman last year with the Toronto Blue Jays?
Well, that was a big question because he had a tremendous month of April. He was the player of the month in April in the American League, and it looked like he was just going to have a career season. But then a combination of things, obviously, he drew a lot of attention to himself at that great month, and then pitchers started to work on him a little bit more, and then he had a finger injury in the middle of the season. He smashed his finger in the weight room, and it lingered for a long time. He missed some playing time, and then when he did come back, it wasn't 100%. So I think that really bothered him for a long time. But, it's in there. I mean, the Bay Area fans saw him perform for the A's over the years and understand that it's in there. And hopefully the fact that, he's late getting to spring training won't cause him to have a slow start, but he's a hard worker. I'm sure he was ready to go whenever he was going to get a contract. And I was kind of surprised it took the Giants as long as it did, given that Bob Melvin and Matt Williams are both there. And, of course, they were with Chapman in Oakland. So I thought it might happen a little bit sooner than it did.
So, Giants fans, I guess, would ask themselves out loud, why wouldn't Toronto want this player? Why wouldn't anyone else around baseball be coveting Matt Chapman's services? And what would your answer to that be?
Well, they did make an offer to him, and, he felt like he was going to pursue the free agent market, and they gave him a qualifying offer as well, which I think is up over $20 million. So, he played well for them for 2 years. He certainly had a very good season his first year, and there's no way, maybe Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals is in his class, but he can really play third base. And, everybody in the Bay Area has seen that before, and you mentioned his gold gloves and platinum gloves, but, I think the Blue Jays made an offer to him. He felt like he wanted to pursue free agency, and then the market didn't play out the way he expected it to.
So the Giants on paper, Buck, look a lot better in the middle of that lineup. What's best suited for Matt Chapman? What's this natural in an order here? Because we know about the glove. We'll get to a glove and the way he picks it. He's still the lead on the hot corner. The Giants definitely need his defense. They're one of the lousiest defensive teams last year in all of baseball here. But what do you see him as in a lineup with the Giants? When you look from afar here at their lineup with Jorge Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee, is he a 5-hitter, Chapman, that is? Is he more slotted for the bottom of the order here? What's ideally his best spot in the lineup, Buck?
Yeah, I think it's down in the middle of the order, probably 5, 6, or 7 in that regard. I mean, he's never been a guy that has been able to really hit consistently, but, he's got the power, and he's had some big power numbers in the past in a very difficult ballpark there in Oakland. But you know what, I just think that if he can get going here in spring training, get some at-bats and catch up, it's very difficult for these players over the history of the game that don't sign until March to get off to a good start. And sometimes it takes them another full year. I mean, we saw it with Kikuchi here last 2 years ago, and then last year, Alejandro Kirk, our catcher, he didn't report because his wife was having a baby in spring training, and I think that caused him problems all spring long and into the season. So, spring training is there for a reason, and guys need at-bats, they need repetition, and hopefully Matt will be able to get enough at-bats to start the season on a good note.
when you watch a guy every single day, you learn an appreciation for some subtleties of their game that maybe you didn't realize that they had in them. Are there anything? Is there anything that Matt Chapman does on a daily basis that surprised you?
Well, no. I mean, I saw him play a lot, and seeing him play for 2 years with the Blue Jays, he's out there every single day. He works hard. He's a guy that can set the standard for working out and getting ready to play and your game preparation. He was always there, part of the Blue Jays infield. But he frees up the shortstop, and I know shortstop is a question mark still for the Giants, but certainly with his range, you don't need a rangy shortstop as you might otherwise need if Chapman wasn't your third baseman. So I think he gives you some of that. But certainly Bob Melvin and Matt Williams, as I mentioned, they know him well, and they know how to best utilize him. So I'm sure he'll be put in a good spot there with the Giants.
Get you out of here with this, Buck, because we are intrigued with the Toronto Blue Jays. We're big fantasy baseball guys. We love the sport. And that lineup over there, the AL East, I mean, you got the Orioles, you got the Red Sox, obviously the Yankees, and you got the Rays. Where are the Blue Jays at this season here with all that talent, all that young talent led by Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? Where do you see the Blue Jays sliding out this year in the American League?
Well, you know what? It is a tough division, and with Soto coming to the Yankees, he's off to a great start. He's hit 3 home runs already in the spring. The Red Sox have been down now for a couple of years. The Rays are always going to be there. Baltimore, they just keep bringing these young kids up, and probably going to see Jackson Holiday play second base this year. And they won 100 games last year, so it's a tough division. I think the Blue Jays, they had their sights set high on improving the offense, and they haven't really done that outside of bringing in Justin Turner. And Giants fans will know how good he's been over the years, first and foremost with the Dodgers, and then last year he had a career season with the Red Sox. So hopefully he'll provide some stability and some RBI production in that lineup to help improve this offense a bit.
Buck, so good to hear your voice, man. We heard it for so many years at ESPN, now on the Blue Jays television network there, Sportsnet up there in Canada. You've done it for a long, long time. We appreciate the time, Buck. Thanks so much for the insight on Matt Chapman.
You betcha. I grew up in Sacramento, always rooting for the Giants, so they still have a soft spot in my heart for the San Francisco Giants for sure.
No doubt about that. Buck Martinez here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with the Elk Grove High School, same as J.D. Davis. And J.D. Davis came out and was basically, basically said, I don't know what the game plan is. It's a little odd to me. I don't know what the game plan is. Now, can J.D. Davis play first? Because he did have a good bat. A lot of people like J.D. Davis last year with the Giants. What is the game plan with the Giants? Because Casey Schmidt is a guy I wanted to see get reps. How many reps does he get this season with the Giants? What, Shasky, how you feeling about this move, man?
Well, where would you like me to start with?
Chapman.
All right. Chapman is a nice move. I like it. Obviously, when you sign someone in free agency, you want to know that they're going to be there for multiple years, right? That's one of my big bugaboos when it comes to just how they've operated in free agency. Because they're not a destination, they don't get the premier guys, so they have to go to like that second and third tier of players. And because of that, a lot of guys won't consider them because they don't want to be here long term. They're using it as a pillow. So a 1-year deal with some opt-outs. Conforto is a great example. Hey, I'll take a 1-year deal, and if I play well, I'll bounce. If I don't, I'll opt in. He was kind of like right on the fence of performing and not performing last year. So I look at the Chapman deal and I ask myself, what the heck happened here? If you said premium defender at a position that I believe to be an important position, third base, the hot corner, and when you have a pitching staff that does get as many ground balls as the Giants do, that is an area of need. And J.D. Davis had a solid season last year. Matt Chapman's a better baseball player. He just is. How much better? I don't know. I think that his baseball card looks a hell of a lot better. JD had the 1 year in 2019. Chapman's been a solid player for 5-6 years now. He's had some good years, a couple down years by his standards, so we'll see what he ends up being. But Matt Chapman is elite defensively. And then I look at what he does in the lineup. Like last year, JD Davis struck out a lot. Chapman strikes out a lot.
Yeah, I mean, J.D. Davis had better offensive numbers than Matt Chapman last year.
Well, just because of the one season he played a lot.
Right, and he did. But he had a better offensive year last year. My whole thing was in that lineup with the Blue Jays and all those guys getting on base left and right, how did Chapman drop to 240? How did he drop down to those numbers here? Now, offensively, we'll see how he looks in his division behind Soler, behind Jung Hoo Lee. But Matt Chapman will be asked to do a lot more offensively in this lineup. He will be. Like, he can't come out here and produce 17 homers and 54 RBIs, or the Giants are not going to make the playoffs. They need him to be productive offensively, so the hope is Matt Williams can help him out, Bob Melvin can help him out, but J.D. Davis is sitting there saying, well, what about me? What about me? What about me? Maybe they trade J.D. Davis for another pitcher since pitching is a little beat up right now, Shasky. I don't know, but also Casey Schmidt gets the short end of the stick, and we don't know what Casey Schmidt is. Hell, he struggled last year mightily after his first month in the bigs. I don't know. Like, Chapman, I'm intrigued with the move. This is a move they talked about for a long, long time. And I do like the opt-outs. I do. If he balls out, he's probably going to opt out and get a new deal. That's fine. You're not married to him long term. I think I'm okay with that with a player like Matt Chapman, Shasky.
So you bring up J.D. Davis, and you're like, oh, he had a better year. He did not have a better year last year than Matt. His second half was horrific. He was really good in the first half. And then people kind of found out who he was. J.D. Davis had a nice year by his standards. Just Matt Chapman's a better baseball player than him. How much better? We're going to find out. We're absolutely going to find out how much better. But I look at what he did in the second half last year. J.D. Davis, I believe, bat barely over 200. Yeah. He was mediocre at best. And then defensively, he started to leak a little bit of oil. Now, I would argue if you were making the full-bodied picture, hey, they lost one of their top guys in the second baseman, Tyro Estrada, who was a table setter for JD in front of him. Yaz was in and out of the lineup. They didn't have a whole lot. JD was pretty much it when it comes to their power hitter. Now I look at their team this year, and now I think we're going to get a good look at what Chapman is. When you have Jorge Soler batting in a lineup in front of you, when you have a guy who can get on base like Jung-Hoo Lee, now we're talking about a legitimate lineup, and a guy like Tyro Estrada who's going to put the ball in play, who's going to be on base a lot. I like the shape of this roster much better than last year.
I do too, but I'm looking at Matt Chapman splits, right? Buck Martinez mentioned April, March, how he was player of the month. He batted 384, hit 5 jacks, 21 RBIs. May, he batted 202. All right, May, he goes all the way down to 202. June, he bats 200. July, he bats 247. August, he bats 197. In September and October, he bats 167. So these numbers, these splits with Chapman, just the second half of the season, 5 homers, 15 RBIs, 205 batting average. I know the Giants paid mostly for his defense to be a better defensive team with all these pitchers who are ground ball pitchers. But those numbers offensively, if he's doing that in a lineup like the Blue Jays.
But you heard Buck. Buck said he had a broken finger.
Yeah,
doesn't that matter?
It does. But boy, that's 5 months of just a struggle.
Well, no, no one is saying that the guy is Nolan Arenado with the bat. We're saying that he's Nolan Arenado with the glove, and that's why you're bringing him in here. They booted the ball more than any team in the league last year. And then I look at shortstop. Everyone's losing their mind about Crawford. Did you watch Brandon Crawford last year, people?
He lost his range.
He wasn't the same player. I love Brandon Crawford. He was not the same. He booted routine balls last year. There was a game against the Cincinnati Reds. 2 balls in a row right at him. Routine plays that he makes with his eyes closed. He just kicked it into center field. So I do
defensively,
think that
he's legit.
They needed upgrades defensively. Right now, I'm looking at, if you were asking me right now, Jung-Hoo Lee and Jorge Soler's bats are more important for this lineup than Matt Chapman's. Now, do I need his bat to be good? Of course, I want a well-rounded player. But I look at Conforto and him and Soler. These are big league bats.
So
this is a major league roster.
So I'll push back here a little bit because I do like the move. Am I jumping up for joy?
No, it's
move?
not.
But listen,
he's not Brooks Robinson.
But there's a lot of fans who go to the art to see jacks, to see good offensive players. There's a lot of people who don't. You may go to the game because of defense. It's like, oh man, I love to see the way a guy picks a grounder. I love to see Chapman take infield and pick up routine grounders. There's a lot of people like that. But there's also the casuals who say, I want to go to the game to see offense. I want to see some lightning in a bottle at the plate. I want to see some thump. What if Chapman doesn't bring that thump? What if he does it and he produces the same offensive numbers that he did a season ago in a lineup that's not as sexy, that's not as deep as the Blue Jays lineup?
No,
it's going to be a little disappointing.
Again, to me, he's not the anchor of the lineup, right? To me,
so is that all on Soler?
Well, I'm looking at Soler. Conforto needs to be better this year. No one's talked about Conforto needs to be better this year. Yastrzemski, if you're going to roll him out as much as they're going to roll him out, he needs to be better this year. Can Lamont Wade put together a full season?
Yeah.
These are other question marks that I have. Like they batted Lamont Wade Jr. at leadoff all year last year. And then, I love Giants analysis, but people are like, he's a lead. No, he's not. He's not a leadoff hitter. Like he's not. Lamont Wade was a nice story, but to me, he's more of a platoon. So if you can get Wilmer Flores was your best offensive player last year.
Right.
I repeat, Wilmer Flores. That's not good enough. When you bring in Jung-Hoo Lee, now I got a guy who's going to get on base. You hope he's a 300 hitter. So now I've got a table setter. My number 2 hitter, I'm hoping is going to be Thairo Estrada. Thairo Estrada, if you watched him day in and day out, even after the wrist injury, the guy gets on base.
What do you do with Casey Schmidt?
See, now that's it. Now let's zoom in. To me, when you sign Matt Chapman, you're kind of telling me you don't believe in Casey Schmidt, which is sad because it's a second-round pick from a couple years ago, and he looked good last year in the small period of time.
Or is there internal pressure that, hey, the Giants need to win. We need to try to win now, and we need to bring in some big boys.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's both of those. Right. But, Schmidt's I think he's 24 already, going to turn 25 this year. That's not, if you thought he was going to be a player, you're probably not signing Matt Chapman. Would you agree?
Yeah, he's 25 years old.
Yeah.
Just turned 25 March 1st.
There you go. See, I knew it was coming up. If they thought he was a player now, could he play some shortstop and some second base? Sure. I don't know where he fits in if you keep J.D. Davis. Right. I don't know where he fits in if you're going to have Wilmer Flores as well. I don't know if Wilmer's going to try a little second base again this year. They did it during the 2021 season. I don't know if they're going to do that again. He was not a good second baseman. So, I don't know. I look at what they are. Up the middle, they're strong right now in terms of Bailey is great defensively. Chapman at third base is nice. And then Jung-Hoo Lee is a very good defender in center field. The question mark is shortstop.
Yeah.
What is Marco Luciano? Is he good? Is he not good? Is he a brick with the glove? Can the guy make some plays? Is his back going to outweigh the glove? I don't have answers to that. I still think pitching's a big problem.
Back to Chapman for a second, though. The one thing is he is available. You look at his game logs here, 24 years old. He comes up with the A's, plays 86 games. Next year, 145. 156. Then he has a shoulder injury, which limits him to 37 games. Then he plays 151, 155, and 140. So he will be available day in and day out for the Giants here. Let's go to Ron and Hayward. Ron, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's up, Ron? Big truck driver, Ron. That's who this
Jackie
is.
Robinson, Dodger Booth. That's right. You know who this is.
Yeah, I know who it is.
I ain't talked to you guys in a long time.
Hey, 1 second. I'll let you finish. Dodgers suck. All right, I got it in.
Hey, you telling jokes this morning too.
Typically waiters and waitresses.
Hey, look here, man. I ain't talked to you guys in a good while, man. You got dethroned. The Miners got dethroned. You've been crowning them all year. and I asked your screener, why would Melvin come to pack booty, leave San Diego with all that talent down there to come to pack booty with no talent? I didn't understand that.
I don't know.
Well, he wants to be back home, man. This is home for him.
I've never heard Pack Booty Park.
That's Ron's thing. He said Pack Booty Park last night. He said it before.
I must
Pack
not
Booty
have paid
Park. We just
attention.
you don't listen to Big Ron. What else you got, man? What about your Lakers? What about your Lakers? What about your Lakers lose Saturday night?
Well, we'll be there. We lost.
Oh.
But we're still gonna be there strong. Hey, as long as we get there and knock the Warriors out like we did last year, that's all that matters. We're still going for the 18th ring. Don't forget about that now. We're still going for the 18th ring. And back to my Dodgers. Look here, you guys wanted Yamamoto and you wanted Shohei. You guys wasn't going to compete for that.
Hang up on this.
Hey, Ron, Ron, I love you, man. They are loaded, though.
They are, and I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to talk. But
why don't you want to talk about them?
Because I hate the Dodgers. All right, so I look at it this way.
They're all right.
If they gave Chapman a 5-year deal for, let's say, $200 million, right? I'd be like, what are we doing, right? They gave this guy $18 million a year. It's a 1-year deal. They gave Jock Peterson $20 million last year, and Jock couldn't sniff the production you're going to get. Because look, I know the bats, and the bats are very important. I'm not denying he's got to hit a little better. Like B, that is absolutely true. Strike out less, get on base more, hit for some more pop. There's no doubt about it. But in terms of like who this guy is as a player for helping your team win, you need to be a well-rounded team. And they booted the ball way too much last year. He's already got the second highest WAR. If you just go last year, which wasn't a great year by his standards, he's the second best WAR player on the team this year. Right. If you carry it over.
So let me ask you this.
So like this guy's a win for the Giants at a reasonable price point.
So let me ask you this then. What are the realistic expectations for the San Francisco Giants this season? Is it a playoff berth? Is it a wild card berth? Is it 85 wins? How are we looking on paper with the Giants? Because this has to be. Look, the fans want to be excited this year. I'm intrigued about the team, not necessarily excited. I'm intrigued. I want to see what Luciano's all about. I want to see Tyrone Strada again. I wanted to see Casey Schmidt.
Jung Hoo Lee?
Jung Hoo Lee. What's up with him? I want to see what's up with Kyle Harrison and Wizen Hunt. So, what is...
Let's go!
Yeah, we don't need to play the whole song. It's spring, though. Let's not wear it out. Let's not wear it out yet.
So what's your expectation? I'll give you mine. What's yours?
I don't know what mine. I'm taking it day by day. But you're locked into the team day in and day out with the minor league system and everything.
I'll tell you what.
I'm taking a zoom out, saying I want to be open minded. I want to give Farhan this. Let's see it. Let's see what your baby looks like this season with Bob Melvin and everybody and Matt Chapman. I don't know what my expectation is. I want to see it play out. But what is your expectation now that Chapman signed and there's rumors about Blake Snell? What is the expectations for the Giants?
Bare minimum. You should be in that 7th playoff spot.
All right.
Bare minimum, right? I mean, like, you can't spend $180 million and then tell me, like, oh, it's a developmental year. No, like, I want to see Luciano get some of these postseason at-bats. I want to see Patrick Bailey in a pennant race down the stretch. I want to see Jung Hoo Lee get this team to the playoffs. Like, that's what I want to see. I want playoff games. Like, that's what I want. Now, if they didn't spend as much money as they did the last, like, I don't know, month or so on Soler and Jung Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman, my expectations will be recalibrated and I trickle it down. But when you spend that kind of money, to me, like, let's get in the playoffs. Let's do this. Why not? Because once you get in the playoffs in baseball, anything can happen. Nobody had Arizona going to the World Series.
No doubt.
Except me beating the Dodgers. I predicted that.
Oh, so you get credit for that?
I did predict that.
Oh. Or did you get gold medal for that?
But here's the problem with the Giants right now.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Here's the problem with that. The Giants have not enough pitching. Like, I can already see it. They don't have enough starting pitching. Then that has been, outside of 2021, one of the biggest holes of the Farhan, run here. Is they run out of pitching every year.
So playoffs is the minimum for the Giants.
Is that reasonable? Am I unreasonable?
No, I'm just asking.
Because there's 7 playoff spots.
There are 7 playoff spots.
I mean, come on, you can't be better than half the league.
There's 6 playoff spots.
What?
6 playoff spots.
No, there's 7, right?
I thought there was a 7, the play-in.
No, there's the wild card round where the 3 seed plays the 6 seed and the 4 seed plays the 5 seed and the top 2 seeds have a bye.
Oh,
for some reason I thought it was 7.
You might be getting confused with the NFL playoffs.
Oh yeah. You are. So 6 playoff teams. So I'm looking at
I might be going COVID year.
So I'm looking here with the Giants. So last year was the Braves, Phillies, the Marlins,
Diamondbacks,
the Brewers, the Diamondbacks, and the Dodgers. 6 playoff teams. So the Giants better than the Diamondbacks, Dodgers, the Cubs, who I think are going to be a lot better, Phillies, Braves, and then there's going to be a couple wild cards. The Marlins are going to have some say. I'm not sure about the Mets. The Reds may be better. The Brewers are always pesky. The Cardinals, you got to think they're going to bounce back at some point.
Don't know what to make of the Cardinals.
I don't know what to make. So bare minimum playoffs for the Giants. What about you, Ludwig? Real quick. Playoffs, Giants?
Oh, I absolutely think that 6 seed should. I agree with Shasky. The 6 seed should be the minimum. But we got to get to breaks. We can get on it later.
All right, that's what's coming up. Oh, we're getting back to the Warriors.
I love how he's on.
888-957-9570. Are you disturbed by the loss yesterday, or overall, are you taking a long distance view, saying, you know what? Warriors are playing their best basketball of the season. It's an anomaly. It's an outlier. How you feeling, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570 is a number, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Prize Picks.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Cash in on basketball. back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh man, here we back. Shasky's back, man. It's good to have Shasky back in the building. Feels like everything is right. Spinoni's back.
Justice League.
Lumpman's back, but Lumpman's still the same. Justice League is back.
Yep.
We are back as Avengers.
Superman, Batman.
Yeah.
That makes you Aquaman, Joe.
No, nobody wants to be Aquaman. Come on,
At least
dude.
give me like the Flash or something.
Well, the Flash got canceled. Not sure if you know this.
Why did the Flash get canceled?
The guy, the character, the actor.
Oh, Ezra Miller, yeah.
What did he do? What happened?
He's just not a good person.
Really?
Yeah.
Did some things?
Yeah.
What did he do?
I don't want to get into it.
Allegedly runs like a cult.
Oh my God.
It's not good.
Yeah, I don't want to know.
Yeah. What does that make
Allegedly.
Sam? What do you think Sam is?
He might be part of the Suicide Squad. One of those characters. Deadshot, maybe.
Oh my gosh. I don't even.
The cyborg?
I don't even want to. 888-957-9570. Warriors get blown out last night in Boston. Should we play the final call? Did you just play the final call? Let's play the final call. I'll play the final call right here. This is what happened last night in Boston.
Let's see if the Warriors shoot here. Try to get it under 50. Quinones has the basketball with 3 seconds. He's not going to shoot. That'll do it. And so the Boston Celtics, from the midpoint of the first quarter on, it was tied at 21, and then they put their foot on the gas with 3 Jaylen Brown threes, ending the first quarter on a 23-1 run, leading by 44 at the half, leading by as many as 56, and winning by 52. 140-88, the Celtics trounce the Warriors as the Warriors wrap up the 4-game road trip 3-1. So they do their job on the road, but they got it handed to them today by Boston.
Kevin Dent on the call right here at 95-7 the game. The 44-point lead at the half, or 42-point lead at the half.
Gucci!
44-point lead at the half. They were down 82-38. That's the largest lead the Celtics have ever had at halftime in their franchise's history.
Who were the 2 big white guys? The one guy was on the team a couple years ago. I didn't recognize the other guy, number 40.
Hauser and Cornette.
Okay, Cornette. He's humongous. How tall is Cornette?
He's tall.
He towers over TJD.
2 points. Sam Hauser, 12 points.
Oh, he had the block on Kuminga, the block on TJD.
Yeah, he had 12 points.
Hauser was hitting everything.
Yeah, he was 4-9 from the 3-point line. Derek White, he was hitting 4 or 5 from the 3-point line. Tatum was 4 or 5 from the 3-point line. Brown was 5 and 10 for the 3-point line. He scored 25 points in the first half, and that was a big talking point after the game. The strategy of the Golden State Warriors defending Jaylen Brown. Now, here's what Kerr said about sagging off of Brown.
You try different things. You have to pick your matchups. We wanted Draymond to be able to help on drives and make sure that we weren't giving up easy stuff in the paint. The killer was the transition from the beginning all the way till the end. They got 42 transition points, so you're not winning a game, with that kind of defensive or lack of defensive awareness.
42-12 when it came to fast break points yesterday in Boston. 42-12 advantage Celtics.
Okay, now maybe I am over exaggerating this, and I'm not trying to. This is kind of a game like I'd like to see what Pods looks like against that kind of team.
Right.
Where like his hustle and his rebounding and his ball movement and stuff. I thought they looked very congested offensively in the half court. It felt like Curry was getting blitzed and they were going full court with him. That they were switching up different guys on him. It was Jaylen Brown, then it was Derek White, and they were really making him work. And Curry just looked off. He was off.
He was off. They all looked off. They were all off yesterday. And it happens in the game. Look, season low for points in the half. The Warriors scored 38 points in the first half. That's the season low. They scored 42 twice. This is the third largest halftime deficit in NBA history. There's just so many numbers where it's just like, record here. But back to the strategy for a second.
Okay.
Because I do want to play this Draymond Green sound. And Draymond Green talked about the strategy they implemented against Jaylen Brown. Here's Draymond Green.
I don't think we really played a full defensive strategy to kind of dive into that. We didn't implement it. We implemented our strategy like 15 minutes before we left the locker room. So I don't necessarily think we put together a full defensive strategy debate on what they're doing with their offense and how to stop it. But hey, it ain't work. Oh well, we move on. Hey, it ain't work. Oh well, we move on.
I kind of like that.
I thought it was fun to try. I was actually all for it. Like, let's try it and see if it works. If it don't, oh well. If it does, we found something. All right, it ain't work, so we move on.
So we move on. Now, here's Jaylen Brown, who lit him up. And here's what Jaylen Brown had to say about the strategy. He felt a bit disrespected.
What goes through your head when a team does that to you? First time it's ever happened to me. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. Took a little bit of adjusting, but I think we just took advantage of whatever that attempt was and just made the best of it. For the most part, my job is to get to the paint. We got enough three-point shooters on our team, so I don't take a lot of threes, or for the most part throughout the season, because we got enough of that. I get to the paint and I usually open it up for everybody else. But if you want to dare me to shoot, we can do that too. You know what I mean? I thought it was a little disrespectful, but we took advantage of it and we didn't look back.
It's not we just throw words around now in society flippantly. Disrespectful is like spitting on someone. You know what I mean? Like allowing a guy to shoot because you're laying off of him because he's a 30% three-point shooter is not disrespectful. It's just, come on, man. You're playing basketball. Like it's not disrespectful. I know he didn't mean it like that, but it's like, come on, give me a break. And nor do I think like sadistically, the Warriors aren't prepared to play basketball because they're coming up with strategies 15 minutes before. I'm sure that they try a lot of things out at the last second or are thinking of things, and we don't know what goes into the preparation of these games on road trips and whatnot. So I don't know. I'm not losing my mind one way or the other. Warriors looked like they were at the end of a road trip. They were tired. They had their superstar walking around with what looked like a bum knee a little bit. And they needed a little jolt. And I think coming back home, they'll get their jolt. But I will say this. Boston clearly wanted that game.
Boston wanted that game a lot more than the Golden State Warriors. A lot more. Jaylen Brown mentioned it at halftime. Yeah, it's not lost in the back of our minds that they beat us in the NBA Finals a couple seasons ago. He brought it up in the All-Star game, saying, man, mentally, we're now ready. So, look, they disrespected Jaylen Brown, let him wide open. They dared him to shoot it. He made him. The game plan would be different if these teams meet later on down the road. Draymond Green, it was funny, though. The game plan, hey, man, we implemented this game plan 15 minutes before game time. Maybe they watched Jaylen Brown warm up, and he was clanking everything. It was like, you know what? Let's leave him wide open. I don't know what goes into a game plan. When you come in with a game plan, did you work on it? Obviously, there's not going to be a lot of shoot-arounds because of travel day on Saturday, especially after what happened going from New York to Toronto. So, look, man, the Warriors are playing with the free roll. They won the first 3 games of this road trip. You had a successful road trip, 3-1 overall. Now, the cynic will say, well, you beat the Wizards and you beat a short-handed Knicks team. You know what? Don't apologize for wins. It is what it is. You beat the teams in front of you, you handle them in front of you, and you move on. The Warriors, beggars can't be choosers. You got to stack wins, and that's what the Warriors did on this road trip. They stack wins.
What are they, 3-17, 3-15 against teams with a winning record or whatever?
Something like that. It's not pretty. It's not pretty.
So are they more the team that beats up on the weak teams, or are they more of that other team?
What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah.
I think that it's very difficult to call, like, anything from the first 2 months of the year. I almost want to not throw it out, but it feels so different. They're a much different team today than they were in December. Like, I look at Podziemski is a better player today than he was in December.
Right.
Jonathan Kuminga is a totally different player.
Right.
Totally different player. Like, totally different player. I think Klay Thompson's a different player right now. Ever since he put the leggings on, I confuse him and Lester Quinones so much. Am I the only one?
Compression socks or whatever it is.
Well, I'm not used to seeing him with the compression things. Yeah, the leggings.
No, look, they're
different.
Completely different.
Yeah.
They're completely different. They haven't been at full strength playing the Denver Nuggets. They missed a couple guys against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Steph didn't play in that second game against Minnesota. Draymond and Klay got ejected a minute and a half into the basketball game. So you throw out some of that stuff. I'm not going to look at the record over 500. I'm going to look at the form of basketball they're playing, the brand of basketball they're playing. My eyes tell me the Warriors are playing a lot better basketball right now. So, yeah, would you like to see some of these wins? You're going to have a chance against Dallas and the Lakers 5 times over the final 22 games of the season.
Teams that you're going to be vying for.
The Pelicans.
Spots. Yeah.
Spots. So you played the T-Wolves, the Pelicans, You play the Mavericks, and you play the Lakers a grand total of 7 times.
Would you meet me here then? They're a different team. I still believe them to be, as of right now, this Warrior team that I'm seeing the last, I'm going to say month and a half, 2 months. Let's just throw that out there. I think they're a good team, not a great team. To me, they are a click below the elite teams in the league. Let's put Denver up to top, right? Denver is in a category all to themselves. Can they play a 7-game series against OKC and knock them off? Sure, I think they can. I do think the Warriors can.
Too.
But here's where I think that the Warriors do fall in trouble against these elite teams. Not having a clearly defined, legitimate number 2 who's established, I think it really hurts them in those fourth quarters against those good teams. The great teams, I guess. Let's just put it that way. And I look at a team like OKC. They're so young. If they were like 4 years into their little run, I'd probably view them differently. And I would probably give them more of the benefit of the doubt. But there are times when I watch the Warriors in the fourth quarter and I'm like, they feel very Steph reliant, and you need that second guy to emerge and come through. And that's why the Kuminga ascension has been so important to their jump the last 2 months.
I agree. Kuminga, and Draymond said it a couple weeks ago, he's our bona fide number 2 option. And I like the fact when they just dump the ball off to him and he doesn't settle for the 3-point shot. I thought on the road trip, look, he attempted 2 threes yesterday, 5 total threes he attempted on his 4-game road trip. To me, his shot selection is so much better. And those fadeaways yesterday, they're going to drop for him. He's been hitting that shot all season long. The little 10-foot fadeaway, 10-foot rise above everybody, leaping ability that he's showing off there. Kuminga's going to be fine. So can he be that number 2 option? Is that a guy you can get the ball to in the fourth quarter and at least draw you a foul and get to the free throw line? We shall see. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Welcome back, Joe.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem, man. So I think it is disrespectful. I hear you, Joe, but I remember you saying, when they were doing that to Draymond, especially when Nurk was doing it, how disrespectful it was. I mean, Jaylen Brown's a 2-time, or not 2-time, but he's an all-star, and he's not a scrub. We let him give up, drop 19 points in the first quarter. That's just crazy to me, but I agree with you as far as like a number 2 scorer. I don't see us having that, and I just don't see a path for us to get out the play-in, man. I'm trying to really reach and search for some kind of hope, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys really see us getting out of the play-in or out of the first round?
Well, I look at a team like I look at the Phoenix Suns, and they're right now they're in the 6th seed, right? How can you have a definitive opinion on the Phoenix Suns?
They're 7th right now, tied with Sacramento. And Phoenix tied. But tie-breaking purposes, Sacramento's in that 6th spot. But Phoenix needs a point guard. Watching them last night, I mean, they haven't had Bill and Booker and Durant together for a long time. And they just look discombobulated.
They look like they haven't played a lot of basketball together.
They don't look like they're clicking on all cylinders. And OKC took it to them. OKC took it to them last night in Phoenix. It wasn't even... that game wasn't even close. I damn near fell asleep on it.
But I guess my bigger point is, I look at around the West, it's like Denver is in a class all to their own.
Right. Denver's number 1.
Right? And then, who doesn't like Oklahoma City? They're fun. They're a lot of fun. They play with a specific style, and the ball's hopping, and they got a lot of swagger and confidence, and they have a lot of players.
Right.
They have a lot of really...
Gordon Hayward has actually been not a bad move for them. Veteran presence, not bad.
When you look at their bench and guys are coming in, even Isaiah Joe can have a night where he goes for 15 to 25. You know what I mean? They've got a lot of really nice players. Okay, so I look at OKC, I'm like, all right, they're good. Dallas, I'm watching Luka yesterday. I have him as my top 2. I have 2 guys right now in sports who I know are tremendously talented, and I just can't stand them. It's him and Patrick Mahomes, even though he's not as good as Patrick Mahomes in his particular sport. But I can't watch him. I can't watch him.
Luka's been doing?
Yeah, he's amazing. He's amazing.
This guy.
And he was wearing a jersey for the Mavericks that I didn't even recognize. And there's so many jerseys in the NBA. We've gone jersey crazy. It's just nuts. They're wearing some black jersey I've never seen before.
Luka Doncic is averaging 34.5 points, 9 rebounds, and damn near 10 assists.
Absolutely
look at these stat lines. I'm just going to read these stat lines. I'm going to read these stat lines from the All-Star break.
Yeah, give it to me.
41-11-9 against Phoenix, 33-6-6 against Indiana, 45-14-9 against Cleveland, 30-16-11 against Toronto, against Boston last Friday, 37-11-12, and then yesterday, 11, and 10. Like, the guy is a walking triple-double. And look, I know Dallas is right now in the play-in, but he's a problem. When you get into a series, he can take it over.
He's amazing.
This guy's unbelievable.
But what separates him from James Harden? When James Harden was doing similar, I'm not saying the same, but similar things.
I think his game is a little more diversified than James Harden. He will hit the step-back three. There's no doubt about that. He'll pull up the step-back three. He gets to the line like Harden. He's physical.
Dribbles like Harden.
But, man, he's 6'7", and he's just a problem.
Yeah, but I feel like we've rejected him as a society.
Who, Harden?
No, Luka Doncic. Like, we've already seen this play out with James Harden, and I feel like America's like, nah.
But you know why? You know what the difference is between Luka and James Harden? I think we've seen in the playoffs that Harden's teams have just crumbled when it's time to crumble. Like, Luka, we see Luka go to a Game 7 in Phoenix and beat the Suns by 30. Okay. We seen him give the Warriors hell in that 5-game series, although Wiggins did his thing and slowing him down in that Western Conference Finals. We've seen him in playoff series in the bubble go at it with the Clippers saying, I ain't no punk. You ain't finna punk me out here. I'm going to talk that talk. It just feels like Luka has been a little more mentally tougher than Harden in those playoff games than Harden. But you're right. It's very similar when you see a lot of numbers in a regular season and you got to see it in the playoffs or whatnot. The ball pounding, the dribble. But he's just, I don't know.
I find him unlikable.
Yeah?
I do. And in the All-Star game, you weren't here. Him and Jokic, if they're going to take over the league in terms of like them be the guys to carry the torch, can you care like an ounce? Can you care an ounce? I'm watching the two of them, and they're not even chuckling. They're just like miserable out there, and it's like, come on, guys. If you just lean into it a little, just like smile, just a little bit.
All-Star game needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of work. 888-957-9570. Do you like where the Warriors are at right now? Or are you a little disturbed by the loss yesterday? I'm not even tripping off that loss. It's a clunker. Teams get blown out in the NBA. You're playing with house money. I look at 13-4 in the last 17 saying, okay, my eyeballs tell me the Warriors are playing a lot better. And when it comes to fearing other teams in the Western Conference in their playoff series, now, they may not make it out to play in. Those are facts. They may not make it out to play in. But they also, would you honestly be surprised if the Warriors did get in and made a run in the West?
Yeah, making a run is different than winning 3 consecutive series to qualify for the finals.
So a run, getting to the second round and saying going 7
games. So did they go on a run last year? Was that what that would you, by your definition? I'm curious.
They did go 8-2 in the last 10 games.
No, I'm saying like when they got to that was going on a run.
That was going. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, they could do what they did last year.
Last year.
Then
yes, see that.
I could see that. Yes,
you could see a Western Conference Finals appearance.
That's much blurrier. That if this were Back to the Future, you'd be disappearing as the post-game host for a Western Conference Finals if I had a Polaroid of you, Mully, and Festus up there. It would not be very visible.
Oh, man.
As I go Back to the Future on you.
Here's Steve Kerr on the game yesterday.
So this you flush it down the toilet. We had a great road trip, 3-1. We've had a million games. So Boston was amazing. We weren't beating them today. So we head home and get ready for Wednesday.
Now here's some good news here about Brandon Pajewski.
He'll be ready. He'll be good Wednesday. Yeah. If this was a playoff game, he would have played. Given where he is in his rookie year, getting the extra 3 days before the next game, I think he needed it. He's played a lot of minutes for us. He's already played more games this year than he did in college last year. It's great for him to get the extra few days, but he'll be ready to go Wednesday.
He'll be ready to go Wednesday.
I'm very surprised how important Brandon Pajewski has emerged as he is one of the more integral pieces if they want to go on a run, as you're saying. Like, he's got to continue to play at the level he's been playing at. And what's great about his particular game, similar to GP2, even if shots aren't falling, he does so many little things to help a team out just because of the way he plays, the hustle, the passing, the IQ. Defensively, he never gives up. Like, they need pods.
No, they need pods.
He's important.
Well, he's important. Chris Paul's important. This entire roster, 1 through 10, is important. How do you get Sarge back rolling? Sarge has been struggling here over the last month and a half. You want to get him going off that bench a little bit. TJD as well. He's been playing some good minutes. But getting Sarge and that shot rolling again is going to be important. He's having Bielitsa. Remember Bielitsa was struggling midway through the year, then he had a couple moments in the playoffs. Sharks kind of fallen off, and I wonder if the minutes that he played so early on has caught up to him in the legs.
You think?
I don't know. He just looks a little sluggish at times. He looks a little sluggish.
Well, I'm with you on the he will have a say at some point down the line, but I think that things ebb and flow throughout an NBA season. We see this every year, right? Like guys play themselves, especially the role players, in and out of rotation. Think of Otto Porter Jr. Like everyone's got great memories.
Right.
You always bring it up. He went through how many months of bad play?
He was 5 of 32 for 3 over a 3. It was bad.
It was bad, right?
Bad. But he showed, it happens.
But then he showed up when they needed him to, right? And so I look at someone like Saric, it's if they can get away with him not playing well right now, at some point they'll need him. I don't know about Looney. Looney feels really far down the depth chart. I don't know if he's salvageable for this year, but I'm sure there's going to be a big man matchup.
Right.
Well, they'll need him to be better than what he's been. But I'm looking at it now, it's okay, important guys off the bench, CP3, GP2. I don't know what's going to happen with Clay because he's kind of oscillated from starting. And
Clay will be back with that second unit with Chris Paul. Yeah,
Okay.
Pods will come back. He'll start because that start lineup's really, really good. Now, the question is when Wiggins does come back.
Yeah,
what do you do with Wiggins and Moses Moody here? Do you stick with Moses Moody? Do you go back to Andrew Wiggins? Because they did miss Andrew Wiggins at the point of attack yesterday when it comes defensively. Him against Tatum, him against Jaylen Brown. Wiggins has been defending his ass off. And before he went away due to personal reasons, Andrew Wiggins easily played the best basketball of his season. And you were seeing him be aggressive both offensively and defensively. So that's going to be a question mark here over the next month and a half as the Warriors make this playoff push. When Wiggins does come back, what does it look like for Moses Moody? Has Moses Moody done enough to earn minutes in this rotation? I believe Moses Moody has done enough because he stayed ready there. And he's stayed ready, locked and loaded on the three-point line. And his individual defense has been really good.
It's been really good. I mean, he hustled. I mean, there was a couple plays yesterday. Kuminga got blocked on a little fadeaway in the first quarter, and there's Moody scrapping for rebounds. One thing that I do want to ask you about, you followed this team as closely as anybody I know. It does feel very weird in terms of, in the last 2 months, the culture shift has been dramatic.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure people have really taken time to reflect on it. A year ago today, it's Wiseman's fault, it's Kuminga's fault, it's Moody's fault. These guys aren't holding up their end of the bargain, and the veterans are suffering, and the product is suffering because of the rookies. And a year later, if they don't get Pods and they don't get Kuminga playing well, they're nowhere near what they are this year.
Well, Draymond Green said it. His suspension was a blessing in disguise in this sense that we were able to see Kuminga get extra minutes and him able to take that lead.
Yeah.
And now we're not going back. Kuminga's here to stay.
Yes.
Kuminga's going to be here for a long time. He's just scratching the surface. He's got star written all over him. The stuff we seen from the first day we went to go see him in the California Classic to what we see now, Kuminga, he's proven us right. He's proven that, that guy's talented. He could be a difference maker for this basketball team.
I think he's a finalist for most improved player.
I can see that.
When I look at, I know Tyrese Maxey, I was kind of going back and forth with Jason Dumas from Cron, who also does stuff here at 95.7, and he's like, well, Maxey averaged 35 minutes a game last year.
Yep.
And was scoring 20 points a game. I had him in fantasy. He was excellent last year. Now he's taking a leap again this year. He's averaging 26, playing about the same amount of minutes. Kuminga has doubled his minutes and doubled his points per game. And I think if things continue to trend the way they are, it'll actually be higher than that when we get to the end of the year, because the first 2 months was very inconsistent.
But you talk about the culture of where they're at now. Steve Kerr has an extension.
Yes.
So now everybody knows Steve Kerr's going to be here for the next 2 years. Curry's going to be here.
Yes.
Draymond's going to be here. Kuminga's going to be here. We don't know about Andrew Wiggins. The offseason comes around. I have no idea what moves they may make. Chris Paul has the team option.
I feel like he's coming back.
I bet you a lot of people would love to have Chris Paul come back.
Why not?
Chris Paul's been dynamic for this team.
The price has got to be right, Bob Barker.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Chris Paul's been important for this team. And, even before he got hurt with the left hand fracture, the previous 14 games for him, he was shooting 40% from three.
Yeah.
And he's carried that over. He's picked up where he's left off. Klay Thompson, what's going to happen there? So there's a lot of question marks in terms of what this roster may look like next season, but in terms of the vibe and the culture right now, they are vibing. This team seems as together as they've been since hell before they went off to Japan last year.
I told you a calendar year ago, a 19-year-old out of Santa Clara and a 21-year-old out of the G League who's been with the team a couple years were going to be two of the top 6 or 7 most important players for 2 straight months and getting them back on track, most people will be like, yeah, I died. That what team are you talking about? Not the Warriors.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
And then to see Klay Thompson accept his role, and I've seen a lot of think pieces written, some really good articles, whether it's Marcus Thompson or Anthony Slater. I've seen a lot of people writing about Klay Thompson, and to see him be comfortable, relative, because he even said like it's not easy.
Right,
what he's going
he told
through.
us that on the post-game set. Yeah,
that was a beautiful, by the way, interview on. Much different than other ones, but that was a very beautiful interview.
Chris Paul Friday was good, huh?
I was tuning in, and
shocked you talking to me.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a big part of me. I was like, who is getting this microphone?
It's always fun game,
you know. But no, Klay Thompson,
terrible, man.
Like seeing him embrace the role that he's in and have some success. This is all a really, really good thing for the Warriors long term. Like we all want him to finish a Warrior and stay here, and we just want the team to be good, right? We all want these guys to end on a good note. So
is that what the whole household wanted? They wanted to see who. I had somebody in NBC. It was like, we hope Draymond drops 35 and 5 tonight, so he can be the post game interview.
Ponte, if you don't think all of the Bay Area was waiting to see who was getting that microphone in post game Friday night, like I was, I sat down at my couch and Michelle's like, "You think Bonte and Draymond are going to get the interview here?" And I was like,
"It's always fun game."
I hope.
Oh my God. Draymond did nothing wrong with that interview. I said that Friday, man. He did nothing wrong there. If I'm allowed to have an opinion and say some things, then a player should be able to call me out and question that opinion. It's all good. I didn't take it personal what happened there, and hopefully when I see Draymond Green, we'll all be good, and we can laugh about that. Hopefully in a couple of weeks. So.
This is when I know Bonte is truly in a stratosphere that I never intended him to be in, nor did he see himself in. You open up barstool.com and there's Bonte Hill plastered all over it.
That's not something.
Yeah, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
What?
Hey, listen, man. I am
How
not
many
proud
menchies?
of that.
How many menchies?
I don't know. I'm not proud of it, man. It's not a
No
moment
one
I'm
said you're proud
of
it. I'm just curious.
Mentions? I don't know, man. The phone's still buzzing. Who knows? My cousin Antoinette hit me yesterday during the pregame show. My cousin Antoinette goes, "Hey, cuz, hope all is well. Looking at the pregame show, I thought about your exchange with Draymond, laughing emojis. Like, it's all good, man. It's all good.
And, let's take things
Maybe I
behind
needed to be checked because I had a lot of reflection. I maybe needed to be checked.
Well,
it's all good.
That happens in life.
Right.
That day that we had that day, and to take things behind the curtains, because everybody's like a real human being. It's an emotional day for your boy here.
Very emotional.
And we had a long day. That was my dad's funeral, and I know Bonte showed up and was paraded around by my friends were all over him, like,
I
giving
didn't
them
get
all
no
their
sleep before that pregame. That was a rough 2-day stretch for you, boy, just in terms of sleep.
Yeah, well, I
didn't feel right until like Sunday morning.
I ordered some burgers for the family. We were all eating burgers, and we're sitting down, and I'm watching, but I'm like, oh boy, this is gonna have a life of its own. And I screen capped it and sent it to the roast chat, and little did I know.
Little did you know.
Then I opened up YouTube the next day, and there were like 1,000 people waiting at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, I gotta get back. I gotta get back.
It's always fun game.
And FP was like, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything today.
You're my shower, Bonte.
No.
What was that?
No.
You're my shower, Bonte.
Okay, yeah, that's.
You missed a lot when you were
Hashtag pause.
Hashtag pause.
Hashtag pause. Listen, man. Listen, there was a lot of thoughts about what happened Thursday night between Draymond and I. And look, again, I blame myself for it because I brought him to a place to where he had to come at me like that. So obviously something I said triggered him. And, I apologize for that and whatnot because we all, on this show, I'm not going to speak for any other show, but on this show, we try to keep it sports related, not try to take personal attacks. That's not cool. When people are, when you always say, hey, this guy, I'm like, hey, these guys are humans, they have kids or whatnot. I try to treat everybody professionally. And that's something that, I look back from now, it's going to be a learning moment for me. But a lot of people were talking. And, a lot of people said, hey, Bonte, man, way to be a pro, blah, 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 blah. And one of those people were Mark Willard. And Mark Willard did send a great text and a great tweet or whatnot. But then I listened to the show on Friday. And one thing that I got to push back on, and maybe I'll see Willard later today. One thing I got to push back on, he said that you and I have been the hardest on Draymond Green at this station. Now, we may be the more emotional host at this station. We may be the loudest host at this station. But I can guarantee you we were not the hardest on Draymond Green. And the dialogue there on Friday, I'm going to push back on that one. And then when I see Mark, I'm check his temperature on that one because I didn't like that. I didn't like the fact that we were the hardest. We were just speaking our mind about the suspension. And at the end of the day, what were we talking about? We were ticked off that he was suspended because it was hurting the team. And we knew how important this season was to Draymond Green, or is to Draymond Green, and how important it is for the Warriors. And knowing that if he's missing, they can't play at their best. They need him. There's no doubt about it. They need him to play at a high level and compete for a title. So that's what that was. And I just disagree with that when I was listening to it. That's all.
I mean, dude, this is what I do. We talk sports. Sometimes I'm trading people away. Sometimes I walk it back. Sometimes I brick. Sometimes, the defense lays off me like Draymond did to Jaylen Brown yesterday, and I'm swishing threes. That's sports talk radio. We're goofing around a little. It ain't that serious.
It's not that serious.
I mean, so, this is what I would say. Some people just need to come up with their own content. Stop ripping ours. Stop piggybacking and drafting off what we're doing. I mean, just because I got an entire notebook full of notes doesn't mean you need to walk around listening to the roast to do prep show for your show.
Oh, man.
#new media.
#new media. #new media. Let's go to
It's always a fun game.
Let's go to Oscar and Stockton.
That sounds like me. My baseball team, we were in the rain, like hail, literal hail on turf all day on Saturday. We went 0 for 3. We lost all 3 games, okay? And that's me responding to Coach Jim afterwards, like, oh, what a great day today.
It's the Russell Westbrook meme. Win, lose, or draw. Have fun.
Have fun, yeah, right.
It's always a fun game.
It's not fun. It's not fun.
No. Yesterday was a fun game. Yesterday was a fun game on the parquet floor because 15 minutes before the game, they came up with a strategy to leave Jaylen Brown open.
I don't think we really played a full defensive strategy to kind of dive into that. We didn't implement. We implemented our strategy like 15 minutes before we left the locker room. So I don't necessarily think we put together a full defensive strategy to debate on what they're doing with their offense and how to stop it. But it's okay. Shocked you talking to me.
How much, I don't know the answer to this. Regular season, how much strategy, like in terms of like prepping for the opponent, how much, do we even know how much they're actually
they're strategizing.
No, I'm saying we act like they're hours upon hours. Like it's not like the NFL.
Not playoff. It's not playoff levels, game-to-game basis, but there is like, you kind of recap the first game and you kind of take clips from the Dallas game and you know kind of the personnel that, hey, we're going to do this today. And maybe the coaches at night, they're coming up with it and the players are just chilling. Then you kind of show it to the players the morning of, or maybe that, but I don't know how they got the game plan for Boston because of the way the travel went after New York City and Toronto. It's a great question. They probably stayed back in Toronto from Friday to Saturday.
Yeah, because
you probably met up in the morning, getting ready for Boston, maybe show some clips, or, hey, this is the scouting report with Boston. Hey, we want to take away the threes, want to limit the threes, want to limit transition. Then you fly to Boston, you get another plan, and then maybe Steve Kerr say, hey, we're going to do this. So I'm not 100% sure how they come up with it, but they do come up with plans and scouting reports and whatnot on a game-to-game basis. It's just not as intense as it will be for the playoffs.
And let's think about who they had out there at the beginning of that first quarter. It was Moody, correct? Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond, and Kuminga. I mean, that's not your best defensive lineup.
No.
When you don't have pods, out there. I don't know. I think it's easy to lose your mind over that particular flippant comment, but I'm not making too much of it. I find it funny,
right?
But I'm not making.
Yeah, I'm not going to make too much of it either. Let's go to Oscar.
I do love
the way the league is going. If they would have won yesterday, would have moved up because everybody is losing. That's what we got to look at. The schedules of every other team, they got to play other people too. Right. So as long as the Warriors keep playing like they have been playing, and Steve Kerr has been coaching like the coach of the year, don't forget the first half of the season didn't look like the Warriors. Now, since Steve Kerr are coaching and integrating the young legs that we need, don't give up on the Warriors taking the 7th seed. I'm not giving up on the Warriors because I'm watching the way the league is going. Right. Of course, Denver is at the top, but I don't trust Minnesota and I don't trust Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I'm kind of there.
Note,
yep. I'm there with you, Oscar. I'm there with you. Real quick, I'm going to get to Mr. D in the city before the injury report. Mr. D, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Mr. D.
Yeah, listen, I'm not worried about that game yesterday, but what I wanted them to do is get that call with Kuminga's first dunk Friday night on Jakob Poeltl. Man, that radio call was off the chain. And if y'all can get that, I'd like to see that.
Well, how about the Kuminga outlet pass against New York? That was sick.
That was sick.
I have never seen him do that.
That was sick. But y'all got to hear that call Friday night in the first half. That Kuminga dunk on Jakob Poeltl. I didn't think he was going to get out of Canada. I didn't think he was going to get out of Canada.
All right, Mr. D. Mr. D, that's it? You faded him down? All right, let's get to the injury report.
What were Toronto's jerseys?
Yeah, I don't know. Alex on YouTube. Positive Warriors talk. # new media. Hey, man, they're 13-4 in their last 17. I'm not going to let a 52-point blowout deter me from how the basketball team is playing.
Think about how bad it was 2 months ago.
Right.
Now think about how good it's been.
I mean, are we going to remember this regular season game 6 weeks from now?
Only because the Celtics will say that it's the most points they've scored in the first half.
And largest halftime lead.
Whatever it was,
You know, Jaylen Brown's going to feel disrespected, and they're still thinking about Earth to the Boston Celtics. The 2022 NBA Finals are over, and you lost in 6. You're not getting that back. You're not. All right, injury report. Farhan Zaidi met with the media to discuss the signing of Matt Chapman, but also provided an update on starting pitcher Alex Cobb. The expectation is Cobb, who underwent hip surgery last October to remove multiple bone chips, could be back relatively soon into the year. This is a welcome news sight for the Giants, who initially believed Cobb would miss at minimum the first 2 months of the season, possibly even longer. So hopefully they get some guys back because Robbie Ray's not coming back to the second half. Tristan Beck is hurt, and now Alex Cobb as well. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls and Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Shasky,
no team loves Zoom press conferences more than the San Francisco Giants.
They do love Zoom.
I couldn't believe I got zooming again.
Zoom,
and then it's so like not buttoned up. I see all the people who are on the call, Bob Nightingale, black screen, and all the different reporters, and I'm like, oh my God, Giants, get it together.
All right. 888-957-9570. Are you disturbed by the loss yesterday, or are you feeling good about the Golden State Warriors? Because I'm feeling good. They're 13-4 in their last 17. Dub Nation. How are you feeling about the Dubs right now after that road trip? 3-1 on a 4-game road trip. How are you feeling about the Dubs and the current state of the basketball team? We'll take your calls on that. Plus, get to the 49ers' new hire as defensive coordinator. They hired a couple coaches over the weekend. We'll get to that as well. That's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Warriors 6 of 10 from the field. Oh! Jonathan Kuminga just murdered Jakob Poeltl!
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is...
is happening? What is happening here on a Monday morning? My favorite day of the week. That's right. It's true. It is my favorite day of the week because it sets the tone for the rest of the week. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Comcast Business Text Line. Look, man, we're all having fun. The Warriors are having fun, even though they lost by 52 last night. They're 13-4 in their last 17. A 3-1 road trip. Come on, man. 3-1 road trip. Let's go. Warriors are back in the race here. Back in the race, as we say good morning to everybody out there. Get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers, all the firefighters, students, cops, parents taking their kids to school. Hopefully you had a good weekend here, a short weekend, and hopefully you stay dry. We got Spadoni back, and we got my main man, Joe Shasky, the Butcher, back after going through a tough time, man. We all pull for you. We all going to pick you up. And it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you smiling. It's good to hear you talk sports. It's good to hear you ramble and cut me off left and right, man. I forgot how that felt.
Quiet. What are you talking about?
I'm kidding.
What are you talking about?
I didn't throw a jab.
Batman ain't Batman, and we're not the Avengers without Superman. Even though that's not the Avengers, it's Justice League. But you get what I'm saying.
It's good to have you back, man.
Hell yeah.
It's good to have you back, man. It's FP was great. By the way, shout out FP Sanchangelo, who held it down. He's a hoot, man. That guy is something else. He's bougie, just like me.
Oh.
He loves the finer things in life.
Oh.
He's something else, man. You talk about a easy day for him. He woke up Friday morning and was like, oh, lines are going to be lit up. He was blown away. He was like, look at the YouTube numbers. I ain't heard of people on YouTube. I said, dude, welcome to the roast, man. That's what we do.
Come on.
That's what we do. There's no shock. I'm shocked there wasn't more.
Unlimited possibilities.
Did you see whose birthday it is today?
I did see whose birthday it is. Did you see?
Any guesses? Draymond Green.
Draymond Green, happy birthday. Just turned 34 years old today.
It's always fun game.
34 years old. March 4th, 1990. Draymond Green was born. Mary Babers Green, shout out to her.
Happy birthday, Draymond.
Happy birthday to Draymond Green. Turned 34 years old today. 34
Absolutely
years old.
incredible.
So the birthday boy, he'll be chilling today. What do you do when you have everything for a birthday? I wouldn't know, but what do you do? You've got millions of dollars. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do when you have everything?
We know he went to LeBron's party when he turned 39. Remember that?
Oh, that's right.
When he was suspended too.
Okay, so just me. I'm gonna be. I can't speak for others, and I've never been rich, so I don't know. I know this. On my birthday, if it's not one of the big ones, 30, 40, whatever, like I just kind of want to be alone.
Right.
Or I want to like go golfing or do my own thing and like that's all. And just be left alone somewhat, you know, and then I sadly think about how old I am and how unaccomplished I am.
Yeah.
And I'm being real.
How pathetic my life is.
Exactly.
How depressing it is. Alex in Atlanta on YouTube. Bonte, the Warriors are 13-25 against teams above 500. They aren't anything better than average. All right, well, let's see it. They're 4 games above 500. We do still know that a lot of these players have championship pedigree, but are they better than Denver? Should you fear any team in the Western Conference? Let's take some calls here, Shatsky. John, Highway 4. John, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys, and happy birthday to Draymond. Draymond, if you're listening, which you might be since you're keeping close tabs on Bonte, sincerely, happy birthday. Yeah, I'm not worried about the loss against the Celtics. That was a long road trip with a lot of games close together. Not to make excuses for them, but not too worried about it. They're clearly on the upswing, and this might be a hot take, but I think Klay Thompson could be pivotal in this final run. I love it for him in the sunset days of his career, coming off the bench. I'd love to see him sharpshoot, hit a little more threes, and then I forget what game it was, but there was one game where he really sort of he was coming inside a lot and just hitting jumpers at the top of the key. And I think that could be great and just sort of supporting our scoring when we got an 18-point lead so that we don't blow them anymore.
You know, good call, John. And Shasky, Mully brought this up on the show Friday, and he's been bringing this up a lot lately. In the starting lineup, you have 2 Hall of Fame anchors. It's Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And you got Kuminga playing around him. And hopefully Wiggins comes back and he's playing around him and Brendan Pajewski. Then off that bench, you got 2 Hall of Fame anchors and Chris Paul and Klay Thompson. And Klay Thompson, in those 6 games off the bench, he shot 46% from the floor and 44% from 3. He's giving you 19 points a game, and that rapport that he already has with Chris Paul coming off that bench, leading the second unit. I am with John. He is very pivotal to where the Warriors want to go in the Western Conference playoffs. And the gravity that he has, even the other day against Toronto, he cuts to the basket, 2 defenders go with him. Chris Paul's wide open on the 3-point line. It's just Klay Thompson still attracts that and demands that attention from opposing defenses. And now Chris Paul, the gravity that he has, is going to create a lot more open shots for Klay Thompson. So I do like where he's at coming off that bench. I want him to get wholesome here. Obviously, you want Andrew Wiggins to come back so you don't mess with the starting lineup and Pods as well. But you got 2 Hall of Fame makers in that starting unit. You got 2 Hall of Fame makers with the second unit. And that's a good thing here with Klay CP3 moving forward.
Hypothetically, if Wiggins returns, Pods goes to the bench?
I think Moody does, right?
Yeah, I would think Moody as well. But so it would be Steph, Kuminga, Draymond,
Wiggins and Pods.
Okay, I was just curious what you thought. You wouldn't stick with Moody? I think Pods is right now. I think Pods is a little more. He's trusted by Kerr more than Moody. Is the way I would phrase it.
It feels like that, right? But also, if you bring Pods off the bench, what role is he playing? Now are you going super small with Pods and CP3? Yeah. So now you come off the bench, you got Pods, CP3, and Klay, and you go with a combination of TJD, Looney, Sharge, and who are you playing at that 4 spot? Is Kuminga playing some extra minutes with the second unit? Is Wiggins playing extra minutes with the second unit? It's
delicate.
A good issue, but this is the problem when you are so deep on the basketball team and you don't have a lot of separation from, say, 2 to 11 or whatnot. Like when it comes to the closing lineup, right? Because that's one thing I've been paying attention to in these close games.
What has been?
Well, we know Steph and Dre are going to be in the closing lineup no matter what. Defensively, Draymond Green is your quarterback. He's going to be communicating late game situations, and Steph is Steph. But who's those other 3 players playing alongside with them? And I think there's 5 guys who could, or 4 guys. CP3, Klay, Wiggins, or actually 5, my bad. 5 guys for 3 spots.
5, okay.
CP3, Klay, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Pods.
Not GP2.
Hell, it could be 6 guys in.
Okay, no, CP2, I don't want to complicate it.
No, GP2's good because of his defensive prowess and him being able to pick up full court late game situations. GP2 may be finishing.
That's what I'm saying.
So what does it look like here down the stretch is something that I have my eyes on now. They've been blowing away teams and creating separation, so we haven't seen it as much as I want to see it personally. The closing lineup here, who's going to sit, who's going to play, but that is something Steve Kerr has to juggle with every single game. The feel of the game. As Chris Paul said, look, Kerr told him he's going to mess up at times. You may play the wrong combination. We've seen that before. But that is an issue for the Warriors, a good issue to where you get in crunch time situations. Who's going to be your 5 on any given game?
Well, so back to Pajemski briefly here. I think that they've been missing that Iguodala element for a long time. And I look at what Pajemski brings to the table, very different stylistically than Iguodala. But if you strip it all away, hustle plays, smart IQ in the half court, willing passer, can knock down a big shot. Now, I think his shot's better than Iguodala's ever was, but Iggy hit big shots for this team.
You know what? I think Moody deserves to be in this conversation in terms of being that Iguodala as well. Okay. Maybe not the ball handler that Iguodala was, or
but Pods the elements, you know
but the elements, the hustle. What about the play against Washington last Tuesday? Diving out of bounds to open the second half, leads to an alley-oop play, right, to Jonathan Kuminga. Moody does have attributes like Iguodala. He knows where to be defensively. Yeah. He's moving his feet well. He's getting deflections. He's hitting down the open 3. So I think to a lesser extent, he has those same elements as Iguodala as well. Okay. I get your point on Pods being that ball handler and everything like that.
It's when you say that, people are like, what are you talking about? But like, look at what he's bringing to the table. Like he brings a lot of really high IQ plays to the table, a lot of energy. He brings a lot of great defense. I think he's very versatile defensively because he can guard a variety of guys. And then I just think that we kind of underrated the rebounding from Iguodala. He'd always get those long rebounds that they needed to just kind of end a possession and keep it going. Pods does so many little things for this team. I think you're right, though. I slept on Moody.
Nah, Moody. That's a good point. So Steve Kerr's going to have to juggle with this. He's going to have to juggle with it. And here's what he said last weekend. Well, I think this was with Let me look at my sound sheet. Could have been with Willard and Dibs. Oh, no, this is post-game sound. Post-game sound from Friday night.
Yeah.
Against Toronto. Very intriguing soundbite from Steve Kerr on the way he's coached his team and what he leaned on here. Here's Steve Kerr after Friday's game against Toronto.
I've liked this team all year. We had some struggles early on, but it was really more about things just coming together. And the chemistry's been great right from the beginning of camp. The guys are all committed to each other. They care about each other. They care about winning. We've just gotten healthy and found a good groove. And I think it took us a while, frankly, just to figure out our team. We were leaning on what we were 2 years ago when we won the championship early in the season, and that wasn't working. And I gave that a good long look. And we eventually changed things up between that and getting Draymond back and our young guys really taking a leap forward. Guys like Loon and Moses, who are so professional, just, hanging in there during difficult times, setting a great tone for the rest of the group. We've got a good bit of momentum going, and we're just going to try to keep it going.
Leaned on the 2022 season a little too much for this team. Obviously, you're a couple seasons removed from that championship run, and now making these in-season adjustments. We just hope that it's not too late to make those adjustments. But a very good soundbite from Steve Kerr, kind of admitting that, hey, we've had to adjust here. Obviously, one of the biggest adjustments is Clay being removed from the starting lineup. He's still getting 28, 30 minutes a game, but now he's coming in off the bench with Chris Paul. Andrew Wiggins, hey, is he playing? And then, obviously, the insertion of Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pajewski in the starting five. We would have seen this last year. Now the third-year player and the rookie's playing really well alongside Steph, Dre, and Andrew Wiggins.
The more and more I watch this team, especially with Wiggins not playing right now, not that they couldn't use him. They could use him, but I look at that hole that he has, that position, as a very redundant one. When I look at their roster, like Kuminga, Moody, GP2 can all give me elements of what Wiggins gives me. Now, he might be a better all-around player than a lot of those guys, but, man, they lack that versatile defensive big that can hit a bucket in the paint consistently, who's more of a veteran than TJD.
Right.
And they've got a lot of guards and they got a lot of wings and perimeters. I just wish they had that big man. Because right now I'm looking at this team and it's like, what really separates them from the contenders and everybody else, like, who's guarding Chet Holmgren? Right. Who's guarding Jokic? Now, not that Chet and Holmgren on the same level, but who's guarding, Anthony Davis? Who's guarding some of these bigger dudes? Kevin Durant.
Right. Now, Draymond Green is the hope for Anthony Davis, right? And I thought he did a good job on him in that game coming out of the All-Star break. Can Draymond guard Chet? Can you put a smaller guy on Chet? Because he does play like a guard at times, although he gets around that rim and it's an automatic bucket.
Yeah, he's a lot nastier than I think people.
He's nasty.
Yeah, for a skinny guy, he's much nastier.
Chet's a problem. And he's going to be a problem for a long, long time.
I underrated how good he is.
But now, and you got Wemby coming to town. So a guy like that, who's going to guard Wemby? I don't know if anybody could guard Wemby.
Can I ask you about Wemby? Just a brief aside. Does he, he's an intriguing player. I'm not sure he does it for the casual fan in terms of, I thought the intrigue would be higher for Wemby. I don't see the fervor like I thought was going to be there for Wemby.
I don't know. I don't know how to gauge that because me personally, I've kind of taken a step back from social media for the last 5 months. It's 5-6 months. I'm just I got to tone it down. I have to tone it down a little bit.
Because I don't see young kids gravitating toward him.
Well, they should. I mean, just watch the matchup he had with Chet Holmgren last week. This guy dominated. He became the first player in NBA history. What was the stat that he had? Man, it's evading me here. It was evading. He became the first NBA player to make 5 made threes, 5 block shots, 2 or more rebounds, 20-plus points in a game.
No, he's doing unbelievable things. I'm just asking, is it resonating with the audience?
I don't know if it's resonating with the audience.
Because there was so much hype coming into the year, and he's had a really good year. And every night I watch, and it's he's doing things that I've never seen.
Right.
Physically never seen someone jump from the spots that he jumps from. And I guess my point is I'm not sure if the audience is, if he's captivating that audience.
I'm not sure if he is yet, but all I know is Friday gets Chet. Thursday against Chet, he dominated. 28 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 block shots, 5 made threes. He was the first NBA player to have a line like that in history. And then you look at what he did against Indiana yesterday. 31-12, 6 assists, 6 block shots, 3 made threes. 3 or 4 from the three-point line. So as he gets exposed more and more to the American audience, I do think people will be like, holy smokes, this guy is special. This is the 8th wonder in the world.
I mean, no one looks like him. I can't think of a player who looks like the way he plays and how he looks on the floor.
If he played New York City, we wouldn't hear the end of it.
I mean, Julius Randle's a quote unquote star, and he plays for New York. So yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, this guy, we're going to see him Saturday at Chase. It's going to be the first time I see him in person.
I'm really pumped for that.
I'm really pumped for that game, too. Because this guy, these numbers, man. Look at his last, 10 games. Look at the stats he's had. I'm just going to read off blocked shots.
Yeah.
Blocked shots here. 10, 3, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 6. That's Hakeem Olajuwon, block numbers. Olajuwon was averaging 4 blocks a season.
What's he,
4 blocks a game for a couple years. This guy, he's 18, 19 years old. What is he? He's 20 years old.
20. I didn't even know he was 20.
20 years old.
And I think the hype train's going to get a lot more because there's going to be a lot of crucial games in the West. You see all those bunched up teams, the Kings, Suns. He's got to play the Suns a couple more times. He's got the Nuggets on the schedule. He's got the Mavericks. He's got the Warriors in the East. He's got the Sixers and stuff like that. Hell, Joel Embiid might be back by April 7th. That could be a fun matchup there.
Spadoni.
He's got another game against Chet.
Spadoni, you're an and so's Bonte. You're NBA fans. Do you get what I'm saying though? I feel like it's LeBron and what he's done this year has been remarkable, and that's been a big storyline. There are other stories. Boston's been a storyline this year. It feels like the Wemby thing, not that it's not being talked about, it's almost under the radar of the season. I thought it would be a bigger hype.
It's just because the Spurs have been so bad.
Right.
That's really what it comes down to. Even with LeBron, I'm sure and you guys can speak more to this because I was so young at the time, 9 or 10. That first season for LeBron, were they any good?
They didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, right? So I don't think the hype was probably like that. So probably next year when the team gets better.
But SportsCenter was so big back then, you did tune into SportsCenter to see the LeBron highlights.
And now SportsCenter's not the same as it was 20 years ago.
It's TikTok and Instagram and all that. But I'm just not seeing the reels like I thought I would.
Yeah, I guess it depends where you look at, because every time I look up, I see a Wemby highlight, it's like, oh, this guy's an alien. Oh my God,
he
this
is an
guy's
alien.
sick.
That's the way
he pulled the God Sham God.
That's a good way to
describe. He pulled the God Sham God. He had a move over Kyle Anderson a couple weeks ago in Minnesota where he looked at Kyle Anderson to step back three on him. And Kyle Anderson pointed out, I was like, dude, that's legit. Wemby's he's the real deal. He is the real freaking deal.
So he's compared to LeBron, Bonte, not to cut you off real quick. Wemby and LeBron, first 55 games. Points per games for Wembanyama, 20.9. LeBron, 20.4. Rebounds per game. Obviously, Wemby's clearing them there by 5, 10.2 to 5.7. Blocks per game, 3.4 to 0.7. Field goal percentage, 47% to 40. 3-point percentage, 33 to 27. And then it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable what this guy's doing.
And it's unprecedented.
Right, the guy's averaging as a 20-year-old, 21 points, 10 rebounds a game. He's averaging double-double as a rookie. He's only going to get better and better and better. This is scary. He's playing 28. He's only playing 29 minutes a game, Shasky. 29 minutes a game, and he's averaging 21, 10, and 3.5 block shots.
If I had said, if you had gave me all those same numbers and it's Zion, everyone's like, oh my God, Zion.
Right.
I just feel like there is I don't know, maybe it's because Zion's American and he played at Duke and we had a little more familiarity.
Yeah,
maybe it's the way he looks in terms of the power and all that stuff. I'm just looking at Wemby's having a monster year, and it feels like no one, at least that I'm seeing, it's not getting the resonation I thought it would get.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go to Jimmy in the city. Jimmy, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, Bonte?
What's up, Jimmy?
Man, good to have you back on the radio, bro. You feel me? It's your boy from the E-Mob, you feel me?
What's up, man?
Back in here. Hey, just chilling, man. Just want to welcome you back, man. Glad, hope everything went well, as good as it could be, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Bonte, you handled that thing with Draymond Green like a class man. What they was talking with, you did that real smooth cruise, bro. So, kudos to you for that, man. And I just want to say what's up to y'all, man. That's pretty much what it is and what it was.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, man. It's good to have somebody just call in and just say what's up.
That.
Just say what's up.
I like that line. That was a smooth cruise.
Smooth cruise.
It is and what it was.
Well, I don't know what I could have done in that situation. I
think smiling was the best thing to do.
I had no choice.
Exactly what you
did.
Because
I'll reiterate this. Draymond Green was not in the wrong. For something I said on these airways, we take a risk of saying something And this is why Lubman brought this up Friday. Shasky always like, do the players listen? Do the players listen? I've been working with Shasky for 7 years, and I've been telling him, dude, players listen or people are tapped in around their families. Like, I know families that are just listening. Hey, man, you know what this guy said about you? So something I said definitely did not sit well with him, and he was well within his right to come at me the way he did. And I don't even think it was malicious. Just said, hey, I'm shocked you want to talk to me with all the stuff you was talking on the airwaves. That's fair. I got no problem with that. I got thick skin.
It is interesting to me as your buddy here. You know, you've done an unbelievable job. What have you been doing? 4 seasons now? This is your fourth season. Yeah. 4 seasons. And that's the one thing that gets aggregated.
Yeah. I mean, we've had some instances. We've had some things, I think. A lot of things have been aggravated.
Well, I mean, after you stole my panic meter.
Actually, I didn't steal that.
Well, I'm the one who's panicking.
No, well, I didn't steal it again. I didn't steal it. Just repackaged it. It made it pop. It made it pop.
You made it a hotline. I
was just going to say that. I was just going to say that. So Dre did nothing, and you know what? To Draymond's credit, he answered the question. It's always fun to play at MSG. We got the answer. It's always fun playing at Madison Square Garden. And we moved on. That's it. That's all. You know, now some other people got to move on here. But you know what? We move on.
Yeah, you know, stuff happens. And
stuff happens.
You know, it's just you keep it moving.
Just like yesterday, stuff happens in Boston. You're going to lose a game by 40 here and there. It happens. It happens.
I'm not going to lie to you. Every time I watch a game that's at that TD Garden, I think about Game 4.
Oh, how could you not?
I mean, it's just it's etched into my brain forever. Forever. And every time I see Derek White, I'm like, Game 1. That's all you had.
Game 1.
Al Horford, too.
Well, I think about Game 1 and the doom and gloom and the panic we had on the show after Game 1. We sounded like maniacs.
Oh, no, that's how I was feeling.
And then after Game 3, we sounded like maniacs. Steph Curry's telling Boston, I hope you enjoy your last win of the season. And we're on the airways talking about, yeah, that might be a little too fast for us, too young.
I
talking to me.
Cannot stand the New England fan, just in general.
Oh,
they're the worst.
Let's get we got time for we'll get Phil Mike on the other side.
Did you see Joe Lacob? He was sitting courtside, but under the basket.
Under the baseline. Yeah. Just like the Knicks game. Yeah. Just like Madison Square Garden. You had Stephen A sitting courtside. Madison Square Garden.
Get Stephen A off the television on these basketball games.
By the way, we got Bob Myers sound coming up from NBA Countdown yesterday. Bob Myers said a lot of good things. We'll play some of the sound from that. Plus,
he's already sick of Stephen A.
Plus, we'll switch gears. Phil Mike has a very interesting story. We'll switch gears to the 49ers as the Warriors are back. They'll be back home. They get a couple days off. Milwaukee, Chicago, San Antonio for this 3-game homestand. But overall, the Warriors are playing some really good basketball. Best stretch of the season, 13-4 in their last 17, 3-1 road trip. They had an 8-game road winning streak. Remember last year they couldn't get a road win. They only won 11 games on the road last season. They've been much better away from home. Now they have to get better at home as we get ready for this playoff push. Warriors are playing some good ball. We'll continue to talk about them, plus switch gears to the 49ers. And that's coming up, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay?
year. Aldi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Yes. I don't know if you know this. Gunnar Henderson plays shortstop for the Orioles.
Yes.
Jackson Holiday also plays shortstop. They're going to move him to second base.
Yep.
That might be the best middle infield in the last 20 years in terms of offense and defensive combinations. And I know that sounds crazy. It reminds me of like when the Splash Brothers got together and Mark Jackson said something as slanderous as, "This is the greatest shooting backcourt ever." And everyone thought it was crazy. I'm dead serious when I say this.
No.
Jackson Holiday is going to be special.
Yes.
And Gunnar already is special.
Yes, the Orioles are, and they got new ownership.
Yes.
So now they're going to invest more money into the organization. The Orioles are here, folks. That's a fun team to watch, including my boy Audi. Allie made a play. Allie Roosman, he made a play the last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby. Audi.
Yes.
Audi. Let's go to Philbo Mike. Philbo Mike in the city. What up, Philbo?
Hey, what's up with it, man? I remember we used to say, man, I'm Audi 3000. But anyway, hey, that was an ugly win. That was an ugly loss yesterday. And in honor of the ugly loss, I got the all ugly team.
Okay.
Hear me out. I got Tyrone Hill. I got Alden Polynice, Popeye Jones, Sheldon Williams, Andre Kirilenko. Off the bench, George Murasan and Sam Cassell.
Oh, my God.
Come on, baby. The all ugly team, baby. I need your list, Shasky. Bonte, I need your list. Let me know.
I love how you slipped the one white guy, George Murasan, in there to balance things out.
Kirilenko?
Kirilenko.
You said Kirilenko too?
Yeah,
you're
he
right.
said Kirilenko.
I was thinking about Kirilenko's wife and the he was allowed a special day.
I can't speak on other guys when I'm hideous myself. I'm not going to do that. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'm not going to. What was it? Slam?
All ugly team.
You know,
I will write down a list because I want to be PC and not get canceled, and I will submit one later this week.
I'm not doing that.
I got to mix it up.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I think it was Slam Magazine. I think it was Slam Magazine that had, back in the day, the all ugly team. They had something like that.
Oh.
Tyrone Hill was part of that list. I think they had Sean Kemp on there. I swear to God, I read this since a kid. I was like,
the
damn,
Rain Man?
I was like, damn,
Spawn?
All ugly team, dude. I mean, they're still like Tyrone Hill.
All ugly team.
I would still not feel comfortable with my girl Tyrone Hill walked into a bar. They got NBA money, man. They compete with anybody. You know, but I'm not here to sit here and judge somebody on how they look, man. I'm not doing that. That's over. That's crossing the line, man. We got faces for radio. You know what I'm saying?
Speak for yourself. I'm beautiful.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland, man. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You never know what can happen on this show. Gene.
Hey, morning, fellas. Welcome back, Joe. Great to have you.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we're whole again. So I wanted to say something about the game yesterday. I don't have a lot of trouble with them losing big. They were tired. I mean, they weren't they weren't playing defense. You could see it coming. I mean, I wish they hadn't lost by 50 plus, but the thing I had a real problem with was Boston's behavior, particularly the coach and the stands, of course, as usual. They had a 44-point lead at the half, and yet they still played their starters in the third, I believe, for about half the period. That was uncalled for, all right? I Googled on what was the biggest comeback in the history of the NBA, and it was 1997. Utah came back from 36 points down against Denver, and they started their comeback in the middle of the second. That game was over by about the early part of the second, but fine. Play the starters to the end of the half and then sit them. But they didn't do that. They wanted to run up the score. They wanted to totally humiliate us. And I think they were playing to the jackals and the fans in the stands that are still pissed off that they spent their kids' college fund, to go to the finals 2 years ago only to see us beat them in the 6th game.
So, Gene,
and humiliate them.
Gene,
So,
let me make sure I'm boiling this down. You're mad that the Warriors waved the white flag too early?
No, wrong.
I'm
no, he's mad that Boston played their starters in the third quarter.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm mad that they kept rubbing it in. Huh?
No, you know what, Uncle James? I'm going to disagree with that. They got to do what they got to do.
Yeah, exactly.
The Boston Celtics.
Exactly.
That's their team. They're trying to get a rhythm. They're trying to get in the gear for the playoffs or whatnot. They're on fire right now. They played them for half a quarter. Half a quarter. I have no issue with that. They didn't know that Steve Kerr was going to wave the white flag with Steph, Clay, and Draymond and say, hey, you know what? You guys don't even need to play. Hell, they didn't even come out the locker room till like the fourth quarter and sat on the bench. So I have no problem with the Celtics did. They did what they had to do. They were playing well. They got to play to their form.
Now,
they can't fall into bad habits because the Warriors are getting blown out. No, Mazzulla did what he had to do.
No. It's the NBA. They're all professionals. They're all getting paid. I will say this. If you're in youth sports,
right?
Okay, this happened to me. I'm not going to say when. I'm not going to say who. But if you're in youth sports and you're up 30 and there's less than a minute to go and I've yanked all my best players and you clearly could see that we can barely dribble the ball up the court and you're calling a timeout with 40 seconds to go so that your fans can give a standing ovation to a 7th grader,
right?
Dog, you've got problems. I yelled at my team, stay on the floor, stay on the floor. The referee looked over at me and was like, yeah, what are we doing? Get back out on the floor. You're up 30. What are you doing?
Man.
Standing ovations for 7th graders? Give me a break. What are we doing? What are we doing?
What are we doing? I'm hearing that the parents are getting worse and worse in AAU and high
You're
school.
hearing it?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, wait, shout out to Reardon. You're going to play Salesian.
Huge wins.
You're going to play Salesian. When's that game against Salesian?
It's this week at some point.
Is that Saturday?
And it's at Contra Costa.
Contra Costa College?
Yeah, I believe.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is it Friday?
Yeah. And
I can't do it Friday.
They're loaded. Absolutely loaded. Shout out Joey Curtin and the Reardon Crusaders. I'm seeing the highlights all over the internet. Yeah. They've done a great job.
Dwayne Fontana spoke to the team.
What's that?
Dwayne Fontana spoke to the team.
I did see that.
Yeah,
that's really awesome.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is
Dwayne, great guy.
Great guy. He's all right. Dwayne's all right.
All right, so, we've gone this far today, and we haven't brought up the San Francisco 49ers.
Yes, we haven't brought up the 49ers, and there's a lot to get into with the 49ers. We got the Brandon Ayuk situation that they're watching all the wide receiver 40 times. Would you rather just draft another wide receiver instead of paying Brandon Ayuk? What's the move here for the 49ers? What's the line that 49er fans will draw in the sand when it comes to Ayuk and his money?
Interesting.
What is appropriate? Now, we don't dictate. I'm not trying to pocket watch here with Brandon Ayuk. I want the guy to be a 49er for a long, long time, man. I really do. I think he's that good. But these wide receivers coming out are also good. Now, obviously, they're not proven at the next level, so that you got to deal with that. But also the new coordinator, Sorensen. And you got Brandon Staley here. What's your thoughts on that, Shasky? Brandon Staley's down the building.
Put Ayuk to the side. Let's start with the DC. They hired a guy from within. I have no idea what he's like in the building. I have no idea what he's gonna, how he's gonna be as a play caller. I will say this: the last 2 times they hired from within, essentially, Robert Saleh and
D'Amico Ryans,
they were excellent hires, and he's done a really good job replenishing his staff. Kyle Shanahan, that is, just in general. They brought in Brandon Staley, and we'll get to him in a minute, but Sorensen, I guess if the players like him and he has familiarity with what they like to run, and I'm willing to see what it looks like.
Right.
I do think there's risk. He's never done the job before. We've all met people that are really good at sales and then become the manager, and those skills that were really good for being in sales don't necessarily translate. So you're a great position coach, or you're really good in the secondary.
Right.
Does that mean you know how to sequence plays and mix things up? I don't know. We'll see. Some people make the jump, some people don't. I was more surprised with the Brandon Staley thing. And the reason why I was surprised with the Brandon Staley thing is it was like, what exactly is he going to do?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Pocket dial.
What exactly is Brandon Staley going to do? I know Anthony Lynn was with the team. He was an assistant head coach, and I'm not sure what he did.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's start with Sorensen. Nick Sorensen, he was the team's defensive pass game specialist, a nickel quarterback coach, and now he's going to be the defense coordinator. Obviously, after Steve Wilkes got fired back on February 14th. Brandon Staley will be hired as an assistant head coach, kind of like Anthony Lynn, right? Coming from the Chargers. So I'm not sure what Brandon Staley's role going to be. Is he going to be in-game adjustments? Is it going to be game planning? I have no idea. No idea. But what about Nick Sorensen? He's a DB coach just like Steve Wilkes. Obviously, he's been in the system here for a couple years. He's a first-year coordinator. I hear everything you're saying about Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans. We had no idea what we were going to get from him. Is he the emotional guy? Is he fired up like Saleh and DeMeco? Which seems to be a point of emphasis for a Niners defense coordinator. A lot of people say, well, you need the rah-rah guy to put these guys up, blah, blah. I don't believe in that stuff, but maybe they need that. So where is Sorensen when it comes to that? Is he an energetic guy? I know nothing about him.
That's what I'm
saying. Nothing whatsoever. Eric Crocker's going to join us at 9:20, and maybe he knows something about him, but he spent the 2021 season before his arrival in San Francisco, Nick Sorensen, as a Jacksonville Jaguars special teams coach. Before that, he was an assistant special teams coach, and he was an assistant DB coach and secondary coach in Seattle for 8 years, from 2013 to 2020. So he has a history of working with Pete Carroll's system, which the Niners trying to implement here, although they don't do a lot of 3 high. They do a lot of 2 high with the 2 safeties playing both hash marks, cover 2 man defense. Originally with Saleh and DeMeco, they were playing that cover 3 that Seattle loved to play. So he has a history with that, Nick Sorensen. So maybe they get back to that type of defense here with Nick Sorensen. But I really am clueless about the guy. I didn't hear much about him all season long up until they fired Steve Wilkes.
I don't know how anyone can have an educated opinion on him, really, like in terms of like, is he qualified for the job? I think it's easy to be like, Belichick is more qualified than him. Well, yeah, he's Bill Belichick. He's one of the greatest coaches ever. But do you know that Belichick was even interested?
Right.
Did he even want to be a DC? No, probably not. Like, Pete Carroll is more qualified than Sorensen. Yeah, but does Pete want to work for Kyle? You know, like, these are all questions that you have to ask yourself as you're going through like this whole breakdown of where it stands. What are you looking for in a DC?
Yeah. I'm just looking for a guy who can stay ahead of the game. Can you be ahead of the offenses here? Can you keep an offense out of the end zone? Can you stop the run? How's your defense flying to the ball? Like, that's what I want. Just, can you make the right calls? Are you running cover 0 blitzes right before halftime? You know what I'm saying? We don't want that, right?
I mean, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for somebody who can help figure out what's going to happen with this third cornerback spot. If I was asked, like, the number one thing, it's not about defensive line and fill in the Dre Greenlaw's absence for however long he's out. Like, to me, the slot corner, they got really lucky with K'Wan Williams, and they had a couple of good years with him. They got really lucky with or I guess they get credit for it, with Jimmy Ward playing the slot last year. This year, they got really good production when De'Amon Lenore went inside.
Right.
But then that third cornerback was kind of up in the air. So are they going to go Demo again inside? Are they going to draft a guy to play inside and put De'Amon Lenore back on the outside?
Yeah.
To me, like that third cornerback spot. Now, I'm getting real deep here.
Well, no,
I want to know what he's got planned for that.
Yeah, I mean, they probably got a draft. I want to see, how can you get this pass rush and get the most out of this pass rush? How does your scheme get the most out of Nick Bosa and whoever else is playing defensive line? Javon Hargrave. I don't know if they're going to move on from Eric Armstead. I don't know if they're going to move on from Javon Kinlaw. I don't know if they're going to move on from Chase Young and Randy Gregory. I know what I don't know. And I don't know a lot about the Niners' plans in the offseason. I don't pretend to know about that. But can you get the most out of your most expensive player on that defense, which is Nick Bosa? Can you put him in a position to shine and thrive and play like that DPOY he was a season ago?
So
that's number one for me.
Okay, and I'm glad you bring that up. You can break this down however you want. There's dead cap money, there's cap hit, there's cash, there's salary. Like, there's many ways to do this exercise. I'm just going to give you the cap hit for the Niners this year on a couple of players. Third most expensive player this year is Eric Armstead.
Yep.
$28.3 million. Then you got Fred Warner making $24.4. Then I got Charvarius Ward making $18. Hargrave making $15,
right.
Bosa with $14, even though he's getting $76 million this year. That's a lot of money to some premier players. Right. That's a lot of money. Like, the Armstead, $28.3. How the heck can they get their money back? Like, in terms of production, how can they get the most out of him? Because he's had basically a year and a half of lost seasons.
Yeah, I mean, this year was a lost season with him. You hear about the knee injury he had to play through, the foot injury he had to play through. But when he's right, the Niners are one of the better run defenses in all of football.
Yeah, but he's paid for like a pass rusher. That's the part that sucks.
Well, that does suck.
It's not Sorensen's fault.
Yeah.
That's not his fault.
That's not, and you know what? That's not on Armstead either. The agent was able to broker a deal with Parag Marante and John Lynch and get that money. That's the 49ers' fault for paying him as a pass rusher when he's not a pass rush specialist. He's a run stuffer. You know what I'm saying? First and second down, he's legit. Third down, can he push the pocket and maybe do that at times? He does when he's right. But we don't see enough of it consistently.
Just Eric Armstead for a second here. Like, if you cut him, right, you have a $26 million dead cap. Like, most teams aren't going to take that big of a hit. He's making 10% of the cap. That's a bad deal. Like,
it's not the greatest deal in the world.
It's just a bad deal.
It's not the greatest deal in the world, but I also don't like giving up good players.
No, I'm with you.
Armstead's a good player.
I'm with you.
I'm just not willing to just cut a good player and then you take a risk with drafting a rookie who may not understand the wide nine scheme and may not be able to play with that leverage that Armstead plays at. When Armstead is healthy, he does make this defensive line better. Now, we don't see it in the stat sheet. You could compare it, say, to a Draymond Green or Podge, right? If you just looked at the box score every day with those two players, Draymond or Podge, they're going to say, oh, these guys aren't any good, man. Look at the box score, blah, 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 blah. Watch the game.
Yeah, but
he's one of those, Armstead's one of those watch the game type of players.
Yeah, but I would also say to you, when it comes to value and you're building a team out, defensive tackles, unless they sack the quarterback, don't get $28 million a year. Like, that's bad value when we talk about value, because you're paid via production. Like, tight end is a depressed salary in contrast to wide receiver, right? And so you get good value when you sign a tight end to a long-term deal because they're only making like 14, 15 million at the high end of the market. Almost $30 million from a non-sack happy defensive tackle is just bad money.
Right. Now, if you could get him to take a pay cut, perfect.
I don't know how.
Perfect. But, that's on them. I hear you on the sack production and whatnot, but that's what Bosa gets paid for.
No doubt.
As long as Armstead's pushing that pocket in the middle and making quarterbacks retreat or whatnot. So Nick Sorensen, I guess he was the ball coach, right? He was in team meetings and he was the guy who really put an emphasis on creating turnovers. If you could get back to creating turnovers, which is hard in this league, when you think about all these good quarterbacks, he's done a good job this year.
Yeah.
Can you get back to that with all the quarterbacks that are on the schedule next year for the 49ers and the teams that are on the schedule here? So, Nick Sorensen, we're going to get to know him at some point, but back to Ayuk, because Rob in the city wants to talk about Brandon Ayuk, and then we'll go to a rap sheet cut. Yeah, Rob can point out Brandon Ayuk. Rob in the city, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, Joey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
Right on. Hey, there's so many question marks on the Niners. I mean, Sammy Womack runs a 4.38. Did we give up on him? Can Jalen Gray and Robert Beal, D. Winters, can they step in for Greenlaw? And I'm telling you right now, fellas, the last two Super Bowls that we lost, our quarterback needed another second and a half. And we rebuild the right side of that line. Hey, not that the McKivitz isn't bad, but he isn't good enough. And, and same with Burford. And I don't know, I'm worried about that. But, hey, listen, the Niners knew they were going to sign Bosa. They knew they were going to sign Debo. As far as I'm concerned, it's not really trying to ruin their career. But if you don't sign them and they don't get the reps, you could. All the time guys get hurt when they don't go to training camp. They had better sign Ayuk before camp. They have to do it, and they know they're going to do it. Don't fool around. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, I'll see you.
Good call. I'm with you on Brandon Ayuk. They have to find a way to keep him. Yes, conceivably, you could move off him, trade, get a pick back, draft a guy, roll the dice. Like, I hear all that, but this is a very, very productive player who fits perfectly in what you want to do, has been extremely efficient, and I just, B, I'm looking at right now. If I asked you, where do you think he ranks in terms of importance on the Niner team? Where would you rank
Brandon
him?
Ayuk?
Yeah.
Let me just look at the offense.
Okay.
McCaffrey's your most important player. Quarterback obviously has to be important.
Okay.
Offensive line is very important. I put that very hard. But in terms of skill positions, he's second behind Christian McCaffrey. He's your best route runner. He's your best pure white receiver. Felt like that for a very long time.
Do they value him that way?
You better. Because if, say, hypothetically, Ayuk moves on, who do you throw the ball to?
I mean, they've had a hard enough time finding Debo and Ayuk. I mean, it really is like.
And we saw that Super Bowl, Debo cannot gain separation on these Kansas City Chiefs TVs.
Just a different player.
Just a different player.
Yeah.
Ayuk is the guy. Ayuk is the guy, so he has to be resigned. When you receive, think about this offense. It's a run-first offense. Shanahan's helping not getting to the 30 carries, which means that, hey, we're controlling the football game. Ayuk still had over 1,300 yards receiving. And look at the target share. It's like 30th in targets when it came to premium wide receivers this year. I mean, it's really fascinating. So I need Brandon Ayuk. I'm not like we think about wide receivers and how long it takes them to acclimate to the NFL game. Now you get your Justin Jeffersons, you get your Jamar Chases, you get your T. Higgins, you get your CeeDee Lambs. But Ayuk, it took a while. So if you take that chance with Ayuk moving on and you trade him and you draft another young wide receiver, they always say, what do they say about Shanahan's system? It's sophisticated. It takes a while to learn. Receivers got to block. A young rookie playing in this offense after coming from a spread offense or being in college seeing one-on-one, all of a sudden you got to run block left and right, and you got to run routes and Shanahan's hard on wide receiver. I don't want to go through that again. I'm sure Brock Purdy doesn't want to go through that again. It's probably his most trusted downfield target on this football team. If John Lynch is saying we want to build around Brock Purdy, why would you get rid of your best wide receiver?
So I'm glad you bring up T. Higgins because I have him listed here. He's 4 years in, like Ayuk. You don't have the fifth-year option on T. Higgins like you do Brandon Ayuk.
He's a second-round pick, right?
Yes. And if you just look, raw data, okay? Ayuk's played in more games. He's had more catches, more yards, and more touchdowns.
Brandon Ayuk has.
With less targets.
Wow.
So, and I think T. Higgins is an excellent player. I would want a T. Higgins on my team. This is not me ripping T. Higgins. I'm just saying, he's played in more games. He's been more efficient and more productive.
Wow.
Right? And I think the world of Ayuk. If you look at Spotrac, they do different, breakdowns on the salaries and whatnot. $24 million is kind of the range, 4-year deal for Ayuk. To me, that's the cost of doing business for a high-end wide receiver. That's what it costs. Amari Cooper's making $20 million. I'd rather have Ayuk.
Good. And I'm with you. Look at this. Number 2 in yards per catch, Brandon Ayuk. Now, George Pickens, number 1, 18.1. Brandon Ayuk, 17.9 yards per catch.
On a run-first team.
Where
he's not the clear-cut number 1 option.
1,342 yards receiving. Brandon Ayuk. That was 7th in the league. 7th in the entire NFL in terms of yards, right? And then you look down at targets. Brandon Ayuk, in terms of targets, I have to scroll all the way down here to number 36. He was 36th in targets. He had 105 targets. That's number 36 on this list, Shasky, in terms of all eligible wide receivers. So to get that type of production on that few opportunities, on those type of opportunities, which is fewer than 35 other wide receivers, I got to keep the guy.
So let's play I think we both agree.
Right.
Keep him, right? You both. Right. Let me play the other side of the coin here, and let's break this down. If you were to trade him, they did this with Javon Kinlaw, and it did not work out, right? They drafted Javon Kinlaw after trading away DeForest Buckner, and it was a miss. Right. We can all agree, right? A miss. Now, most people are going to point to the Minnesota Vikings situation. You trade Stephon Diggs, you draft Justin Jefferson, and you hit, pay dirt. That's really hard.
It is.
That's really hard. This is last year, okay? Puka Nacua had monster year for rookies, right? Rashee Rice was a second-round pick. Tank Dell, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. Monster year from a lot of those guys. There's about 15 other wide receivers that were taken in the first 3 rounds that didn't do squat.
Yep.
All right? I'll go to the year before that, all right? In 2022, Garrett Wilson, Olave, and Drake London, all top 12 picks. All right? Had pretty good years. George Pickens, not bad. There's a ton of other guys that gave you Jamison Williams-like production who barely played and did nothing. There's a lot more guys like Sky Moore that you draft who are marginal players, and that's with a great quarterback. So I think it's a lot easier in terms of trade Ayuk and draft his replacement. In your head, it's easier than actually going through and nailing the pick, the guy being physical, healthy, and productive enough to replace where Ayuk is right now. We all agree. This is a Super Bowl now team. Well, if you trade Brandon Ayuk, you're taking a step back at one of the wide receiver spots.
No doubt.
Even if you draft a guy who has a great year like Garrett Wilson did his rookie year, you're taking a step back.
No, I'm with you 100%. I'm on the team. Keep Brandon Ayuk. I'm on team keep Ayuk here. Here's what Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, said about Ayuk's extension.
Frenzy also means trade frenzy, also means contract extension frenzy, which is not quite as catchy, but still something important to the guys who are likely going to get deals, including Brandon Ayuk, the star receiver for the San Francisco 49ers. He kind of raised some eyebrows, I would say, a little bit at the end of the season, leaving his future open with the team. My understanding is, obviously, there are teams who would like to trade for the very, very talented young receiver. The 49ers firmly believe he is in their plans. I would expect them to get to work on a new deal for him probably after free agency.
I'm cool with that. Just get the deal done.
Yes.
I'm not one. I'm never a believer of, hey, let's give up a good player to try to draft his replay. Like the whole DeForest Buckner deal. I think a lot of people look at Arik Armstead as a byproduct of that deal in terms of, gosh, you really gave up Buckner and then you drafted his replacement right away. It doesn't look good. It kind of put Javon Kinlaw in a bad spot. You gave him his jersey number right away. It's like, oh, you're trying to make us feel good about DeForest Buckner. Kinlaw, look, injuries have hurt him. You can't do anything about injuries, man. That's a killer. There's no doubt about that. Now, we saw some of his potential this past season. I don't think Kinlaw had the worst season as a D tackle, but when you move on from Buckner, who was a fan favorite and a favorite in the community, and he was more productive than Armstead, then you flip him, draft his replacement, and then give the money to Armstead. That's why people look at Armstead a little like, oh, man, you're not getting the same. Two different players. But Ayuk, you do that, and now you got to groom another wide receiver in this offense. You do take a short-term step back.
Well, and here's the other element that I haven't heard anybody bring up. Like, if Brock's going to be healthy this offseason, I want Ayuk locked up long-term so that they can work together all offseason. If they did this together with zero offseason, what could they do 1 year together in the offseason working on their timing? Right? Couldn't the relationship get better?
Right. You would think so.
So to me, I understand wanting to play the stock market in terms of the draft and, hey, get a cheaper player and blah, blah, blah. Dude, when you draft a guy in the first round and he plays as well as Ayuk has played, you should want to extend that guy. That's good business. He's been a good player for you. I want to keep him. And then the other thing that I keep seeing is like, well, trade Kittle, trade Debo. Okay, you trade Kittle, it's $18 million in dead cap.
Right.
You trade Debo, it's $26 million in dead cap. This is a Super Bowl team. I don't need $26 million or $18 million of wasted money. I want all my weapons. I want all my players. You know what I want? A second tight end drafted. A good one. That's what I want to go alongside of George Kittle.
But want that for a long time.
Right?
A long time.
I just don't understand this whole shed this guy, shed that guy.
I'm not trying to trade anybody, but Ayuk's not a guy I would trade, nor would I explore a trade. If there's anybody who, like the Niners may have to make some moves here, because we heard from Michael Silver in the San Francisco Chronicle, hey, the Niners are going to be aggressive this offseason. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean trading players off your roster? Does that mean moving up in the draft? I don't know what aggressive means in terms of that standpoint. What are they going to do here? Are they going to tinker with the offense here? I don't know. I wouldn't do anything. The offense just averaged damn near 30 points a game. The offense is fine. You need to work on the defense and get some more pass rush.
And you need to bolster the offensive line.
Yep.
Like you finally have draft picks this year. Use those draft picks to bolster the offensive line.
Yep.
To me, if there were quote unquote cap casualties or guys that you might move off, it would be someone off the defense, not off the offense.
Right.
I would tinker with the defense before I started messing around with the offense. That's just me.
Yep. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, welcome back, Shasky.
Thank you.
Bonte, you said something after the Super Bowl that it's going to be hard to muster up the energy to get excited about anything with the 49ers. I'm kind of there with you, bro. Like the draft, free agency. I'm just like, I can't get with it right now because it's like we had everything this past season. We had good health. We had the All Pros. We had the Pro Bowl. So I'm not sure what can change now until next season or during the season to get that excitement back.
Well, Dave, let me cut you off for a second here. Don't listen to anything we said after the Super Bowl. We're in a very emotional state. We're in a very dark place. Trust me, when football comes around, we will be jacked up about training camp. We'll get jacked up about the draft and free agency. I get it. A couple of weeks after the Super Bowl, we're like, we got to do this again. But you know what? We've done it before. We'll do it again. We will bounce back, and we will be excited about 49ers football once again. Trust me on that, Dave. We'll get there.
Yeah, I want to get there with you, but I'll say this real quickly. What I think needs to change more so than like personnel, I think philosophy. I think we need to switch it up. I think it's time that we as an organization, Shanahan, we need to be able to adapt. We need to think outside the box a little bit more. Shasky brought up the offensive line. That's a hot item right now, and I agree. I think Shanahan needs to look at it because, look, I don't think we've ever really drafted an offensive line and developed
Aaron
our
Banks.
best offensive lineman. We traded. He's okay, but our best offensive lineman that we had since him is Trent Williams and Alex Mack, and those are both acquired. So I think, he needs to say, hey, I need to stop worrying about my system kind of alignment and draft us a really good one. And we've been drafting defensive line since we got here, first, second round. A lot of resources that went to the defensive line, and we still have questions. Like some of these things that need to be cleaned up. We do have a Super Bowl roster. We can get back, and hopefully we can stay healthy again. But it's going to be rough. But I just think they need to just tinker a little bit with the philosophy and think outside the box and be able to adapt more and be able to, like Shanahan, he's the one coach right now who's a de facto GM. If you look around the league, last one was Bill Belichick. He's the last one. Look around there. Ask what other coach can you say makes all the decisions?
Well, I don't know how much. I don't know how much is delegated towards Shanahan. Who makes what decision on the draft pick? Was it Adam Peters? Was it John Lynch? Was it Kyle? We're going to find out here.
Can I play devil's advocate on him too for just a second? I actually do think that they've invested in the offensive line. They've just missed a couple picks.
Right, Mike McGlinchey
was a 10th overall pick. He just wasn't good enough.
Yep.
Right, and then like Aaron Banks was a high second-round pick.
Yep.
He's been good.
He's worked out.
He's been really good.
And you know what? They've developed. When they've had injuries, whether it was Justin School, Jake Brindle, McKivitz, they were able to stabilize the offensive line. So Spencer Burford, Feliciano.
Fourth-round pick.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I'm with you. I think there's a misnomer because of the way it went down at the end. We're looking at, oh, my God, the offensive line. Look, the right side was a problem, okay? They didn't have a first-round draft pick last year. They didn't have a second-round draft pick last year, right? So you miss out on that. And they took a safety with their first overall pick. Well, safety was also a need. You're not going to be able to shore up every need. Did you watch the Chiefs? It's not like they were blowing you away with their wide receivers, right? Like every team has a hole.
No doubt, no doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. The Knight of Numbers, the unofficial statistician of the Morning Roast. What up, Alex?
Hi, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Good, man. Good.
All right, so I wanted to touch on this Brandon Ayuk thing a bit, and specifically looking at the Niners draft picks for this year. I mean, they have 11 picks this year. That's the most Kyle Shanahan's had during his tenure. That's the first time they've had double-digit draft picks since 2017. And, when you look at Kyle Shanahan's draft history, he's drafted 9 wide receivers since he's been the head coach of the 49ers. Now, you can argue that at least 2 of those have been hits. Deebo Samuel, I think we can all agree, has been a hit. Brandon Ayuk has been a hit. And you can maybe make a case for Jawan Jennings being a hit as well. And he and Ayuk were in the same draft class. But when you look at how they've drafted offensive line historically, they haven't done a great job. I mean, they've drafted as many offensive tackles as they have tight ends during Shanahan's tenure here.
Wow.
So they've always tried to build the offensive line either through free agency, patchworking it with veterans. And I think it came back to bite them last year. I mean, they were 20th in the league in pass protection win rate. The right side of that line was pretty abysmal all year. And so that's an area of focus for me. And I don't think you have to trade Brandon Ayuk to try to get upgrades there through the draft because you have 11 picks to work with. I'm not saying you can move up from 31 to, let's say, like 10, but you could certainly make a case that the Niners could move up from 31 to 20 or to 18 with the picks they have available for trade and get a significant upgraded offensive line on the right side and try to develop a player there. I think it's a lot easier schematically to develop an offensive lineman than it is to develop a wide receiver, especially in a Kyle Shanahan system. So I would say, keep Brandon Ayuk. leverage the picks you have. If you have to trade off some of them to move up to get an offensive lineman you want, do so. But that's, to me, the number one priority for them this offseason is to improve their pass blocking specifically.
I'm glad you bring that up, and I 100% agree with you. To me, the two biggest holes on the team right now, I would say the right side of that offensive line, and then that third cornerback spot.
Yeah.
Like those are, and yes, I do need another pass rusher.
I need an edge rusher.
Like I'm with, but that's kind of always a need.
It's always a need, but it was on display. I mean, they told you that it's a problem by trading for Chase Young and Randy Gregory.
But moving Brandon Ayuk only adds
to your holes.
To the amount of
I'm not trying to create another hole.
Exactly.
I actually, what's funny with the whole Ayuk situation, I want to add to the wide receiver room. I need somebody. One thing that was apparent in that a burner? Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl, you didn't have a burner who could take the top off the defense.
Or a catch radius guy.
You drafted Danny Gray to be that guy. He's not even – but to Alex's point, you draft off these wide receivers. It just proves you it's tough to hit on these wide receivers. So why would I trade a guy I've helped develop and groomed and basically molded into my system, who could play in my system, who could play any spot on the field in my system? I'm not going to move off of that. I want to add to that. I want to add to that, especially if Jawan Jennings, who is a restricted free agent, what if you don't bring him back? Now I got another hole at wide receiver, and he was your third down wide receiver.
No, he was very important.
So you may lose. I'm not into losing my number one receiver and my number three receiver. I'm not into that.
No, me neither. Now, the other side of the argument is like, well, last year, rookie wide receivers and tight ends had, since 2006, the most snaps, targets, receptions, touchdowns, meaning like the rookie production for wide receiver and tight ends was at an all-time high the last 2 years. It's just never been more. But that doesn't mean it's easy to find a replacement. Right? Like, you have a Jordan Addison and a Zay Flowers. Like, those guys are awesome. And I'm not denying. But, like, also look at where they are on the pecking order for those particular teams. I don't think Jordan Addison has the breakout without Justin Jefferson missing 7 weeks.
I agree. Yep.
I had Justin Jefferson. He missed a ton of time. Zay Flowers was the clear number one, and then they lost Mark Andrews, right? Like, so Puka Nacua had a monster. I think he's a great player regardless, but Cooper Kupp didn't play for a long time.
Right.
And that's a pass-happy system, right? So just because a lot of other teams had monster years and they did a great job finding guys, I don't know if that works here. Like, the Niners are very detail specific when it comes to wide receiver.
Exactly.
And getting a guy up to speed it's easier in your mind than it is actually happening.
And if you just look at how tough it is for wide receivers to adjust to the league, there's a lot of wide receivers who don't adjust. Think about, you look at Jerry Jeudy. We thought he was a can't miss, surefire, first round pick. He hasn't adjusted well. Chase Claypool had the monster rookie season. We haven't heard from him since. Jalen Waddle's going to deal with injuries with his small frame. He's dealt with injuries before.
Do you remember when A.J. Brown got dealt to Philly?
Oh, absolutely.
Tennessee took a wide receiver at the first round pick.
Yep.
Can anyone name him?
Treylon Burks.
Yeah.
And
Brandon
he struggled.
Brandon Ayuk in every season has had more yards than he's had in his first 2 seasons.
Right. He's not good.
And you could argue quarterback play and all that, but like, that's a downgrade from A.J. Brown.
Yep.
Come on, guys.
I agree. Let's go to Dacre in the city. Dacre, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. Before I say anything, Joe, beautiful speech. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much, Danny.
Beautiful eulogy.
On Friday, yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I think this is the thing. The chessboard hasn't really moved right now, but the things we do know, Brock and Ayuk's production, we know that a lot of McCaffrey's run were on the left side. So I think the key really is fortifying the right side, because then you fortify probably better numbers for Brock, Christian, better health. That's huge, right? And I think the center of the line on the other side, the D-line, needs to show up. And I'll tell you one theory I've had with Armstead is I think we can restructure, because his wife is a really successful doctor here apparently, and I don't think she'd want to move her practice. So I think that's leverage for the 49ers. Just a thought. But
I'm not going to get to teams using personal and getting into the family stuff and using that as an advantage. I don't know about all that. I'm not going to touch that. But hey, we'll see what happens. I'm not down with just cutting Kyle Juszczyk. Did people there's a Juszczyk question, and people always say, what's Juszczyk's value, right? I think we saw that on display in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was
and
awesome.
I think Juszczyk could be used more in this system. So I'm not down with cutting the best fullback in football.
If you could solve one issue on this team, like one spot that you think is the biggest concern for you, what is it?
One position?
Position.
That opposite edge rusher, man. It all, like, I could go linebacker. I could go third corner. I could go free safety. Man, wouldn't it be nice to have a great free safety?
Well, can Hufanga and
Jair Brown play together?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're both strong safeties. Are they hybrids? Do you go two safeties? I don't know. But give me another edge rusher, please, for the love of God.
See, I would, if you gave me either a stud right guard or a right tackle, I think I might take that.
Yeah.
Because I want to see what this offense would look like with the ability to run to both sides of the line.
Right.
Without trickery.
Yep. I'm with you there. All right, let's break. We got Eric Crocker coming up. Croc time here on the roast. We'll get into who this DC is. Nick Sorensen and the Brandon Staley hire. All that coming up on the roast here on 95.7 A Game. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Freeman's Appliance annual Red Tag sale is March 22nd through the 24th. Their once yearly clearance sale offers one-of-a-kind opportunities.
In the game.
All right. I'm back. We're going to have Eric Crocker join us in a couple of minutes here. We're going to talk about the 49ers, the offseason, Brandon Ayuk, Nick Sorensen, the new defensive coordinator, Brandon Staley. The Brandon Staley thing,
Are you outraged about it?
No, I couldn't quantify what Anthony Lynn did. Like I would go to practices and see him, and like he was kind of messing with the offense, like in terms of the players, like messing around with them and talking and stuff. But I don't know what his influence is in terms of like what exactly is he doing. So I have no idea what Brandon Staley will be doing. I don't know really what goes into that. Look, we don't see the behind the scenes meetings.
Are you outraged by the?
I just think Brandon Staley is a fraud as just like a person. Like he got a lot of
Christ.
No, I think he has a lot of Gabe Kapler tendencies where he says these cliche things.
You like Gabe Kapler? Come on,
no,
you did like Gabe Kapler.
No,
you're a Kapler guy.
Like for example, the analytics tell me in this situation we're gonna pitch, Tyler Rogers. It's like what?
Is that on Gabe or is that on Farhan?
No, but it's like they say these things that are to me are cliche that when you dig a little deeper, like they make no sense.
I don't know what Staley brings to the table, but I'm not outraged over it higher. Like, here's how I look at it. So he's been fired by the Chargers.
He's only been in the NFL like 8 years.
Yeah, but hold on, let me finish. Before you cut me off. He was a head coach for 3 years. He's a defensive coordinator with the Rams.
1 year.
They had a top defense with the Rams, right? Did they not? They had a top defense. Yeah. He does, no matter what you say, there's no substitute for experience. There is look, believe it or not, Belichick got a second chance. The first go around in Cleveland didn't go well, right? Mm-hmm. Because the Patriots head coach years later, it turned around for him, right?
Yeah, I'm willing to bet.
Pete Carroll, Pete Carroll, the first time around with the Jets and the Patriots, was not a good NFL head coach to the point where he had to go to college and redeem himself and rejuvenate himself. And then he got back into the NFL about a decade. Now, I'm not saying Brandon Staley's going to become those guys.
Yeah.
But there is no substitute for head coaching experience. So at least he's been in that foxhole, and maybe he can learn from his mistakes. I'm willing to be open-minded in this situation.
Right. No, I hear you.
Everybody's crushing it. Everybody's crushing it.
Well, no, I would just say that like he reminds me more of Mike Nolan than he does of Pete Carroll Belichick, because Mike Nolan was a guy who was a position coach for a couple years, and then Marvin Lewis got hired as the head coach of Cincinnati, takes over the Baltimore defense for a year, and then gets a head coaching job. And just because you're the hot candidate for a year, to me, doesn't mean that you're now ready and equipped and qualified to be a head coach. I think the guy interviews really well. I do. I think he interviews really well. But I just don't know. I don't know what he's going to do.
I don't even know if he interviews really well. I've never been in those interviews.
Well, but, clearly people like him. That's what I was.
But here's what Lynch said at the Combine last week about Brandon Staley. He's a really bright dude. We have an open mind, but we do know there are certain core principles that we're going to always be on the defensive side. I wouldn't rule him out because of that. Now, again, they hired Nick Sorensen as a defensive coordinator. Brandon Staley will come on board as an assistant head coach. What does that mean? I'm open-minded to it. I know everybody wants to crush the hire, but he's not the head coach. He's not calling the defense. But he does have chops as being a head coach. No matter how bad it went in San Diego, or L.A., I should say. They didn't make the playoffs, I get it, 2 of the 3 years. They blow a wild card lead, the biggest lead in wild card game history outside of the Buffalo Bills.
He went for it on fourth down.
He went for it on fourth down. He does have experience. There's no substitute for that.
Well, I know
it's an extra mind, and that can help out a Kyle Shanahan.
I hear you. Again, I don't know. I'm not saying it's the worst hire. I'm just saying, like, what I would like to know more information. What exactly is he doing?
Yeah, all right. Let's bring in Crocky here. Eric Crocker. It is Croc time here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. 49ers Lockdown podcast, of course, Brian Peacock, man. He's all over it. We'll talk some Combine with him. Crocky, good morning, man. See you still repping the Niners, man, after that Super Bowl, man. You're all smiles. We still haven't quite smiled yet since Las Vegas, but we'll get past it at some point here. Let's start with Nick Sorensen. Hired in-house as a new defensive coordinator. What do you know about him other than being a DB coach? What is he bringing to the table here? Trying to figure out who Sorensen is.
So I'm not one of those people that oftentimes do a deep dive into the 49ers coaching staff and guys that they have. So prior to this whole coaching search, I did not know Sorensen was on the 49ers staff. But once I heard his name, I said, wait, the former NFL safety? So I knew exactly who he was. I remember him more for his playing days as opposed to him being a coach. Now, once we started kind of diving into his background, different positions that he's coached, different areas he's coached in, I said, you know what, this might be a guy who's just smart and understanding. I think a big part of coaching at any level is just having a really good understanding. And then how well do you know, how good of a teacher are you? How well can you connect with the players? How well do the players buy into the teachings that you're giving? So like a guy like Wilkes, I'm pretty sure Wilkes is smart, probably had a good scheme that he wanted to run. But, man, if the guys aren't really buying in, you're not going to get quite the results that you would like. And maybe Sorensen has a different connection with the guys, a different vibe. Obviously, he has the mental side of things because if he didn't, guys like Kyle Shanahan wouldn't hire him. So, you know, with his background, maybe being able to relate to a lot of the players, I think it might be something that's good.
What do you think they were looking for in a defensive coordinator? Like, what were the skills or the attributes or the tangible or intangible things they were looking for?
If you go off of kind of what they've liked in the past, and even with guys like Robert Saleh, right? Like, I've listened in on how they went about hiring Saleh. And they weren't really interested in bringing him in as a defensive coordinator. They liked him as like a linebacker coach and an analyst and things like that. But he said, man, just let me interview. And once they listened to him and they interviewed him, they're like, oh, wait, they liked what they heard. So I bet with Sorensen, he's been around for a couple years now. And the way he was able to speak football to Kyle, I think that's probably what turned him on to the fact that, you know what, maybe this will be the right guy for a coordinator, because there were other guys who have been around longer. Yeah. But maybe they don't speak the same language as Sorensen is when it comes to talking football with Kyle Shanahan.
Crocky, is it wrong for me to be open-minded about Brandon Staley? I know he's getting crushed. We know how he was discussed as a Chargers coach. It didn't work out. We all knew it was a matter of time before he got fired. But there is no substitute for head coaching experience. And the Niners aren't bringing him in as a DC or an OC or a head coach. He's going to be, I don't know, assistant coach, kind of helping out with all things here. Is it wrong for me to be a bit open-minded about that hire? Because I just see him getting crushed all over Twitter, all over social media. I'm actually a little more open-minded about Brandon Staley than others.
I hear a lot of that, man. And I think a lot of the responses are people that just haven't been around football organizations, around football coaches. This is not a bad guy. He just might be a bad head coach. Right. Well, fortunately for the 49ers, they have a head coach. 49ers now have a new defensive coordinator. None of those guys' names is Brandon Staley. So if you're bringing him in because you think he's someone that can help and maybe help you see things from a different side, a different perspective, and now, hey, he is a good football mind. Like, this dude has a big background in football. Yep. He's coached all over. He played football. He actually played on the offensive side of the ball. He was a quarterback in college for multiple years. All right, then worked his way over to the defensive side of things. He's well-versed from that and just has a good understanding of how things work. Did it work out in Los Angeles with the Chargers? Absolutely not. Would I want him to be the 49ers head coach if they had an opening? Absolutely not. But if you're talking about someone, again, a football guy that understands these things and he can help to some extent in your organization and he's not the main decision maker, I see nothing wrong with hiring a guy like Brandon Staley.
Well, what does educate those that are out there? What, like, Anthony Lynn was just the assistant head coach, and I had no idea what he was doing. Like, I mean, I'm not ripping him. I'm just saying, like, the common fan doesn't really understand what they're doing. I go to practice. He's kind of just standing around. He's talking with some of the players and stuff. What does the assistant head coach do?
I think that's something that Kyle Shanahan probably, hey, let's put these things on this guy so I can focus on these different things. It's probably a very important position, not just for Kyle, but, you know, Kyle, he's a play caller as well. Mm-hmm. So what other things around the program does he have to be in charge of that he can't really get to on a day-to-day basis? Maybe meeting times, getting certain messages to all groups of the team. I'm not exactly sure what he does. You know, and I was around Anthony Lynn when he was with the Jets and when I was on the Jets. He was a running backs coach. Really good guy. I think maybe it's somebody that's personable, that can relate to some of the players when Kyle Shanahan can't speak to those guys one-on-one. I think of the times where, we got I coach at Edison High School in Stockton.
Right.
Our head coach technically is Booker Guyton. Our assistant head coach is Lavelle Hawkins. And Lavelle, he played a bunch of years in the NFL. Yeah. He played at Cal, and but usually people address Lavelle. There's certain things that happen during the game. The refs, they have to talk to Lavelle Hawkins. Or, when certain things need to go out and people need to know where to be, Lavelle handles a lot of that. So that's a situation that I see right now. But I think all programs and organizations do it a little different as it pertains to the assistant head coach.
Yeah, shout out for Lavelle Hawkins, the former member of the City College San Francisco Rams, man, football team. Lavelle's been all around the block, man. It's a good coach over there. Real quick, Crocky, before we let you go, Brandon Ayuk. I'm in a camp of I want to re-sign him because drafting and grooming another wide receiver in this system, it's already been proven to be difficult. Shanahan has drafted 9 wide receivers. Daryl's only been basically Debo, Jawan Jennings, and Ayuk that has popped. I don't trust a rookie to come into the NFL. Like, you may get a rookie here and there that does pop right away, but the chances are slim, right? I wanted to re-sign Ayuk. He's my number 1. Target share, he was 36. In yards per catch, he was number 2. In yardage, he was number 7. I'm not willing to give up premium players. Where do you stand when it comes to Brandon Ayuk and his next contract here?
I think if I'm the 49ers, this is what Eric Crocker would do, all right? I would prioritize taking a receiver in the first or second round this year. Maybe not first again. I know everybody probably in the comments right now like, we need offensive line, we need defensive line. I get it. But I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if on your big board, your best offensive lineman and best defensive lineman are gone and the next best higher rated player is a receiver, I would not be opposed to taking a receiver there and kind of utilizing this season as not a red shirt, but an opportunity for a guy that is extremely talented to be able to get up to speed with everything at his own pace.
Right.
And I think for guys like Brandon Ayuk, he kind of had that in that COVID year. A lot of guys hurt, and he had the opportunity to kind of come along, even though it still wasn't as fast as Kyle would like. Kyle is on record as saying, if guys weren't hurt, I would not have played Brandon Ayuk as a rookie, which I think is wild. But Debo Samuel, you saw him come on as that season went on as well. I think kind of keeping Ayuk and Debo around at least for this year, you get to figure that out with a younger guy. And then if you're taking the steps in the right direction, next year you could decide, because again, you got Ayuk on a 50-year option. I would love him. I would keep him. But you also have Debo Samuel. Can't do anything with him this year. Maybe next year, from a financial standpoint, it makes a little bit more sense. Then you can make a decision on Ayuk or Debo Samuel if the young guy is taking their steps in the right direction. So that's probably the way I would go about it. 49ers, if I had to guess, they'd be like, all right, yeah, we really like what Brandon Ayuk brings to this team. At the very minimum, he's playing on the 5th-year option. Yeah. I'd be surprised if they traded him or did anything like that, or week 1 comes and Brandon Ayuk isn't a 49er.
Is there a guy on this team right now that you don't think will be with them at the start of the year? You know, I'm just looking at the highest priced guys on the team: Trent, Debo, Armstead, Fred, Kittle, Ward, Hargrave, Bosa, McCaffrey, Ayuk. If you were to pick one, which one would it be?
Oh, this is tough because this guy, I feel like he means so much to the 49ers. They call him the blueprint, but maybe Eric Armstead.
Oh.
And I think he does so much. I think he does so much in the run game. I think even with his versatility, being able to be a guy that can be a big end as well as a 3-tech rusher. But, man, I'd say when we're talking about big contracts and maybe areas where you can fill his void with multiple guys, he would be the one guy. Now, would I get rid of him? Absolutely not. I love Eric Armstead and everything he brings to the 49ers, and it seems like he brings a lot of leadership as well as who he is off of the field. But I feel like he's the one guy that you may be able to be like, hey, you can either take a pay cut or we can kind of part ways and you can find a better situation for you moving forward.
Interesting. What did you make of some of the Niners, like Nick Bosa, saying that they weren't prepared for some of the plays that Kansas City ran because Steve Wilkes got, in my opinion, got scapegoated for a lot of wrong. I thought he was the better coach on Super Bowl Sunday. You hold Mahomes and them, the 19 points of regulation, and all of a sudden said, we lost because of Wilkes. So I'm like, well, that's a little ridiculous here. What did you make of everything that happened with Steve Wilkes before we let you go, Croc?
I think it was a little bit unfortunate for him. I think it's clear that the 49ers defense took a step backwards. Now, when you're at the top, you can kind of only go backwards. Right. I don't think that the defense was bad to any extent, but I also don't think that he was fired because of the Super Bowl. I think it was just the season, just the vibes, the connection with the players, the coaches, and it seemed like maybe it just wasn't quite a good fit. Yep. Now, my biggest pushback on anything, well, first, hold on, let's talk about both of his comments. I think a lot of it was on the read option or zone read or whatever that was with Patrick Mahomes keeping that ball late in the game and picking up that 4th-and-1 run. That was something they hadn't done all year. So I don't know how you could be prepared for that. All right. But as far as Wilkes, I listened to the defensive back coach from the Chiefs, and he's kind of going in on, the 49ers staff a little bit and talking about how, well, Kittle's your all-pro guy. He had 1 or 2 catches. Ayuk, he's more focused on fighting and stuff. Your offense goes 3 of 13 on third downs.
Right.
Like, your defense coordinator is not the reason you lost this game. To me, it sounds like more frustrations for the black coaches and kind of some of the raw deals that they've been given. It's extremely difficult for black coaches to get jobs across the National Football League. You don't see a whole lot of them get promoted right away, and a lot of times you look at Wilkes 1 year with the Arizona Cardinals, fired right after that. 1 year as 49ers defensive coordinator, where they weren't bad, fired after that, or mutually parted ways. And they continue to try to put incentives in place for people to hire minority coaches. You get third-round picks if you promote this guy, then he gets into a job somewhere else. You got the Rooney Rule in place where you have to interview a minority coach, and then you see a guy like that who may be a good guy and a good coach get acts like that. I think you might have heard some of the frustrations from the DB coach of the Chiefs, and probably frustrations in my voice too, because I hear behind the scenes how difficult it is for minority coaches to get jobs and keep jobs. So it's a little unfortunate what happened with him, but I think ultimately it just wasn't a great fit for the 49ers and Wilkes.
Yeah, I think we both agreed. Eric Crocker, man, you good what you do, man. Locked On 49ers podcast. We love your analysis on all things 49ers and all things National Football League. By the way, we didn't get to the combine. These boys were flying this weekend. I don't think I've ever seen times like this. Now we're 4.22s, not a new normal. I remember we used to get jacked up over 4.4s and 4.45s. These guys are running 4.22s and 4.3s. The hell is going on out there at the combine?
4.21 for Xavier Worthy out of Fresno. And he played a tournament or two with my guys at Elevate. I coach at Elevate 707. And my guy Derek Graves, head coach at Chavez High School out here in Stockton, he talked about coaching Xavier Worthy in those tournaments and said the best receiver he's ever been around in his life. So a lot of praise for Xavier Worthy. He went out there, ran a 4.21. He's not just a speed guy, has speed, obviously. A lot of comments to, like, you hear John Ross and things like that. What about D-Jack, man? Can he be a Deshaun Jackson type guy who was under 170 pounds but still was super productive at the NFL level?
Damn, this boy was flying, man. These receivers are going to get paid here. Eric Crocker, man, thanks for always spending some time with us, man. We'll catch up with you soon, brother.
All right, man. You guys have a good one.
Anytime. Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast here on The Roast, man. Love the way he breaks down the 49ers and the coaching and the insights there on Bosa and practicing for the zone read. You can't see that he run it all year, so of course they're not going to be prepared for it. But just everything with Sorensen, he remembers him as a player. I don't remember him as a player. So it's interesting. I don't freak out about the whole, hey, man, he has no experience. We just went through that with Saleh and D'Amico Ryans. Both those guys are head coaches. You know what I'm saying? One thing I forgot to ask Crocker was what type of guy Sorensen is. Is he a rah-rah guy? Is he getting your face? Is he pumping fists? Is he getting on the sideline like Saleh showing all his veins in his neck?
I think it is obvious that the players didn't vibe with Wilkes.
Right, no doubt.
Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'm just reading the tea leaves.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a good fit. Right? I'm not disagreeing with the mutual party whatsoever when it comes to Wilkes. It was obvious midway through the year this was going to happen if the Niners did fall. Hell, they could have won a Super Bowl. They may have moved on from Steve Wilkes.
I'm kind of with you on that. Now, but that's why again, put Sorensen to the side. That's why the Brandon Staley thing is kind of funny to me, because clearly the San Diego, the LA Chargers, didn't like Brandon Staley either. And I know Bosa's brother's in that locker room, and I know he didn't like the way he was utilized.
Did he? Has he said anything,
well,
Joey Bosa?
He does not like to be a stand-up 3-4.
Oh, boy. Okay.
He made it very clear. So, again, all I'm saying here is that, like, the players have a lot of input on this team, and I get it. They've earned a lot of equity, very similar to like the Warriors, just without the championship.
Right.
Where they're a lot like Fred Warner likes to play a certain way,
right?
And Bosa likes to play a certain way, and so I think that the Sorensen hire is as much like with their heads nodding, like, "Yep, we're in on that,"
Keep it in-house.
as it is. Maybe they think he's the right fit. No,
right.
Maybe he checks every box. I don't know.
Right.
We're gonna find out. But I do believe on some level the players had some input on this.
I can already hear it now. Shanahan going for it on 4th and 2 and doesn't get it from like his own 45. Brandon Staley, why'd you bring him on the staff, man? Brandon Staley. It's the Brandon Staley effect.
I mean, he lost to the Raiders 62-2.
I mean, they were done by that time, man. They had nobody playing. Look at the roster. They gave up. They were done. It should be a nice bounce back spot for him. Hey, look, he gets to come back with Shanahan and the reigning NFC champions here.
Apparently they have the same representation in terms of agent.
Yeah, so, hey, hooked him up. McVay.
Sure.
Whatever. I'm not going to get outraged.
What was
about
Anthony
Brandon
Lynn's
Staley. Associate head coach or something like that?
No, well, now he's with the Commanders.
He's with the Commanders
So
now.
he took the same role, but with the Commanders?
Took the same role with the Commanders. Maybe he has a little more juice. I don't know.
I don't know.
The Warriors. I want to get back into the Warriors before we end the show
He's
here.
the run game coordinator and running backs coach for Washington.
Run game coordinator, running backs coach. So not associate head coach. Just going to coach RBs.
The first person I ever heard with a passing game coordinator and a run game coordinator was Harbaugh. When he had David Shaw and he had Greg Roman splitting duties.
Well, I remember when Andy Reid.
Stanford.
I remember when Andy Reid hired Brad Childress, the former Vikings coach.
Oh, yeah.
And Brad Childress' title with the Chiefs was spread game analyst. So you're analyzing all the spread offenses? Like, I don't know about the titles, man. I like, sure.
Senior consultants are my favorite. Like, what are you doing there? Just hanging out.
Like, Jeff Van Gundy's a consultant with the Boston Celtics.
Jeff. The Queen of Hearts? If you look at him, he looks like the Queen of Hearts. I'm serious. Pull up his picture and pull up the Queen of Hearts, and you can't tell me they don't look exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, boy. Speed at the combine here. We'll get to that in just a second, but I want to play this Bob Myers cut on the Golden State Warriors. A lot of people may feel a little put off by the loss yesterday. What?
Well, no, you were talking about speed. Did you hear about the funniest thing said at the funeral on Thursday? I have to put this into the air. Lucas Alexander claimed that he could throw over 80 miles per hour right now.
What does that have to do with it?
You're talking about speed. We need a speed gun. And I told Lucas that I have $1,000, even though we're not supposed to be betting, just sitting out there. There's no way in hell he could throw as many pitches as he wants. He is not, from 60 feet, 6 inches, he's not throwing 80.
I thought you were going to bring up the fact that you snitched on your old brother in a eulogy. Snitchashasky loomed during a final eulogy.
Please don't bring that up. He was not happy.
So I will bring it up because Snitchashasky is always resonating within his heart.
B, I can't argue with you.
Even at his father's funeral, Snitchashasky found a way to throw Deli Point under the bus about how he got a job at the airport. I can't believe you did that.
Best part about the Lucas story is my buddy Sean Joyce turns to him and goes, "Show me how you throw." And Lucas goes, "Okay," and does like a throwing motion. And Joyce goes, "No way, no way, no way." It's the most ridiculous interaction I've ever seen in my life.
I watched Lucas play basketball at the 303 Warriors World half-court competition. I doubt Lucas could throw 50 miles an hour.
No, he could. I bet he's like upper 60s.
55 miles per hour tops. He's
going to go to the boardwalk and get it checked out at one of those games where
we'll go to San Francisco Baseball Academy. They have a gun there. I have a gun at the house. My boy Jimbo's like, I have the speed gun. We'll go to the park. I'll give him a bucket of balls. He can even work out for 6 months.
Are you serious?
No, Lucas Alexander. I thought you were going to bring up the eulogy.
I don't know, Joe.
You threw your whole number. When you rolled out your eulogy, you knew you were going to do that. You knew you were going to throw him under the bus.
No, that was an impromptu.
Impromptu? You just couldn't help yourself? You just drive by?
Honestly, with the eulogy, I had pages of stuff. I didn't even get to all of it.
When you said
that, like a 20-minute.
When you said that, I said to Anna right away, I was like, damn, Snitchashasky at his own father's funeral. Damn, he did it with a fellow. It was a great eulogy, though. It was a great, but Deli Boy was like, he was rattled. Like,
I'm sorry, Pat.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, Pat. And you tried hard by cheating. But you know what? Nobody's looking back now. The checks are cashing. Bob Myers was on ESPN yesterday, NBA Countdown. Huh?
You don't believe Lucas at all?
No, I don't even care. I don't even know why you brought that up. Are we struggling for content?
Well, no, you were going to Speed Gun Combine.
Yeah,
and to me, it was a combine question.
How about Lucas get quicker at sending emails or schedules or whatnot?
Yeah.
How about you be speedy in that aspect? Speedy? Lucas? You ever watch Lucas Alexander walk down the street? There's nothing quick or speedy about him. Maybe the only quick.
I'm trying to think
There's a joke there. There's a joke there. Let's not touch it.
I'm thinking if I were to have...
That's probably the only thing quick about Lucas Alexander.
Well, he's listening to the show right now.
Stop it.
So that he could get the script ready for Willard and Dibs later on this afternoon.
What's Missy Elliott's song, Minute Man?
That's not fair.
Bob Myers.
Stop asking that question. You
Bob
don't have to
Myers.
ask
They
that
call him UMass.
They call them the Fighting John Calipari's, the Lou Rose, the Marcus Camby's.
Edgar Padilla.
Yes. Chavioso, the guard of Puerto Rican backcourt.
Marcus Camby. That team was sick,
Lou
though.
Rose. Yeah, they
That team was sick.
They were sick.
You had to be there. It was the 90s.
You had
This is
to
when
be
college
there.
basketball was awesome.
It was awesome. Calipari and John Chaney, rest in peace on this Godzilla fight. Here's Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors, on if the Warriors could compete in the Western Conference.
But are the Warriors more dangerous? Are they better, Bob, than their record indicates in the chances they have against those top teams?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they still have a top 5, whatever you want to call Curry in the league player.
Yep.
And they're playing the best they've played all season long. They're healthy. Wiggins is now out, so he's got to get back. I know he's dealing with some personal stuff, and they're going to need him to make a stretch run because that wing defender, and we saw what he did in 22 in the playoffs. But this is the thing about the West, Malika. Let's say the Warriors get up to the 6th seed, which I think is the goal for all these teams, is to get out of that play-in, that 7 through 10 dangerous 1-game, 2-game situation. But then you're playing Denver, who's the 3 seed right now. So I'm looking, if you're in the West, there's no easy way around it. I mean, it's all matchup dependent because there's certain teams the Warriors, I think, specifically would want to avoid. And then there's certain teams that they match up better against. So I think they're dangerous. I don't think anybody doesn't think they're dangerous. Now, if you're talking about Boston, I do think in the NBA right now, there's 2 teams that have separated themselves a little bit. And Denver, you're going to respect them because they're the defending champs. We saw them last night. And the Celtics. Those 2 teams, I think, are in a little bit of a different tier. Mm-hmm. If you look at the West, I don't know that any of us can say with confidence the Warriors cannot beat the Minnesota Timberwolves or Oklahoma City Thunder or Clippers. I don't think anybody can say that.
I feel the same way. I thought it was eloquently put. I'm in total agreement with them. It is Denver and Boston. I don't even consider the East because they're just on the other side of the bracket.
We see Boston. Like, what if they see Miami again?
Well, I don't look at the Eastern Conference teams and care. Right. Because I'm just kind of looking at the West.
Right, I'm looking at the West.
I'm just looking
Boston's
at the West,
Boston,
but I hear you.
Yeah, we'll see if Boston is a changed team in the playoffs, in the finals. They're by far and away the best team in the Eastern Conference. But what happens if they match up with Denver? What happens if they match up with Minnesota? If the Warriors match up with Minnesota and OKC, that championship grid is still there. Now, can you get into a series and beat one of these teams? We shall see. By the way, the Niners have hired former Seahawks linebacker KJ Wright as an assistant linebackers defensive quality control coach.
No way.
With the team.
No way.
Defensive quality control, whatever that is. You're controlling the quality of the defense.
I love how we've become the 2013 Seahawks. We brought in Richard Sherman. We brought in Malcolm Smith. Here comes KJ Wright.
Carroll will be a senior consultant soon.
I would be all in on Carroll.
Yeah, I'm all in. Give me all.
I like Carroll.
I wanted Belichick. I'm glad they reached out to Belichick or Vrabel. What's Mike Vrabel going to do this year? Anyway, the Warriors.
Oh, Mike Vrabel in the Dynasty doc
is amazing.
Oh,
yeah.
Episode 2. Sorry, keep going.
13-4 in the last 17. They got blown out yesterday, but they were 3-1 on this 4-game road trip. So before we sign out, Steiny and Guru are going to talk some Warriors here. Are they more the team that got blown out yesterday? Or are they the team that went 13-4 in the last 17 games? Because they are playing their best basketball. Well, now yesterday, you allowed Jaylen Brown to get wide open. Here's Draymond Green on the defensive game plan yesterday against the Boston Celtics.
I don't think we really played a full defensive strategy to kind of dive into that. We didn't implement. We implemented our strategy like 15 minutes before we left the locker room. So I don't necessarily think we put together a full defensive strategy to debate on what they're doing with their offense and how to stop it. But it's okay. Hey, it ain't work. Oh, well, we move on. It's okay. I thought it was fun to try. I was actually all for it. Let's try it and see if it works. If it don't, oh well. If it does, we found something. All right, it ain't work. So we move on.
We move on, and Steve Kerr's moving on as well.
So this is you flush it down the toilet. We had a great road trip, 3-1. We've had a million games. So Boston was amazing. We weren't beating them today. So we head home and get ready for Wednesday.
Steve Kerr asked about the game plan of Saginaw and Jaylen Brown.
You try different things. You have to pick your matchups. We wanted Draymond to be able to help on drives and make sure that we weren't giving up easy stuff in the paint. The killer was the transition from the beginning all the way till the end. They got 42 transition points, so you're not winning a game, with that kind of defensive or lack of defensive awareness.
They got out and ran, Chesky. They got out and ran, and Jaylen Brown, he felt disrespected.
What goes through your head when a team does that to you? First time it's ever happened to me. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. Took a little bit of adjusting, but I think we just took advantage of whatever that attempt was and just made the best of it. For the most part, my job is to get to the paint. We got enough three-point shooters on our team, so I don't take a lot of threes for the most part throughout the season because we got enough of that. I get to the paint and I usually open it up for everybody else, but if you want to dare me to shoot, we can do that too. You know what I mean? I thought it was a little disrespectful, but, we took advantage of it and we didn't look back.
Jaylen Brown is a very, very good player. I actually like him more as a person than I do as a player.
Great person.
Like, just what he stands for and I've seen a lot of things behind the scenes.
I didn't know my guy was going to get a NASA internship. It's qualified for a NASA internship.
I mean, you don't just get into Cal.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Dude's accidentally. Yeah, he's great off the floor, man. He's great on and off the floor.
But it is interesting because I'm looking at his three-point shooting just as a whole, and everyone's like, the last 2 months he's shooting under 30%. And I understand it. The guy hit all the shots, and then once those shots started to knock down, I mean, they steamrolled the Warriors yesterday. Warriors look slow. They look slow, congested, very predictable on offense, especially in that first half. And those things happen. I also think that, Boston clearly wanted that game bad, very bad. And you could see the way that they, intensified the situation once they got a little bit of a run underneath them. And then, with Curry not even hitting the right side of a barn, it just got worse and worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, they got boat raced, and it was a free roll yesterday for the Golden State Warriors. Could have got greedy and went 4-0 on the road trip. It was 21-21, and then Boston outscored them 61-17 the rest of the first half. It was just an avalanche. And once they got behind by 10, 15, 20, you had a feeling, okay, are we going to hit a home run? Are we going to get back into this game? Let's say they make the run in the second quarter. The game got out of hand. You do what Steve Kerr did, which is bench your stars to start the second half. You chill out, and you live to see another day. It was a successful road trip. It's been a successful 17-game stretch. Now you sack up. You take the day off today. You take on the Bucks Wednesday, the Bulls Thursday, the Spurs on Saturday. See if you go 3-0 on this homestand.
You may not have been as keen to it as I was, but Ryan Ruocco and Richard Jefferson, not bad. Growing on me. Not bad.
No, we had the broadcast up because it was a national game.
Yeah, it was growing on me. I actually, Ryan Ruocco is not bad. And I think Richard Jefferson, I've slowly started to come around on him. I actually like him as an in-game commentator. Yeah. He does a really good job. I think that he is clearly informed. I think he does his homework. I think he gives good insights. I didn't love him as a player, but that doesn't mean that I can't acknowledge that he's good on the broadcast. I think he's good on the broadcast.
Right. No, he's solid. But I'm looking at the Bay Area as a whole real quick before we sign off. Shaskin, it's good to have you back here on the Morning Roast. The Bay Area is on fire right now. Again, our sporting scene just does not stop.
Matt Chapman
going to the Giants. You may get Blake Snell. The Warriors 13-4 their last 17, 3-1 road trip. It's the best we felt about them in a long, long time. And you got the 49ers with a new defensive coordinator and Brandon Staley aboard ahead of an NFL draft and a free agency period in which they're going to try to be aggressive. Life's good in the Bay from a content standpoint. Sporting news, we're on a roll right now. The Chapman signing was very, very interesting on a Friday. Very interesting. Now, J.D. Davis, what he said was very interesting as well, as he doesn't know what the game plan is.
I didn't get your opinions on Brandon Crawford being frustrated.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think about that? Because it's I watched Brandon Crawford last year. It wasn't good.
It wasn't pretty.
And when he got hurt toward the end of the year, you and I do this for a living. And if I said 888-957-9570, do you care about Brandon Crawford's final at bat as a Giant? We would get no phone calls, no texts, no nothing.
I think we did get
But the second that guy puts on a Cardinal jersey, Twitter's losing their minds. I'm like, that's a disproportionate reaction to the reality. He was at the end.
he did not look like a Major League Baseball player last season with the bat in his hands and in the field. He didn't have the same range that he was accustomed to having as a Gold Glove shortstop.
Agreed.
I understand what he tried to. I understand him feeling disrespected to an organization he gave his blood, sweat, and tears for, the team that he grew up watching. And they meet with Farhan, and Farhan tell him, yeah, you could be here and compete for the last spot on the roster. And Crawford's willing to say, hey, I will tutor Luciano. I will tutor Casey Schmidt. He actually agreed to move positions last year when they signed Carlos Correa for a week. He did that. But I'm not outraged about him being upset about it. I would be upset too. Farhan had to do what he had to do. And now he signs Matt Chapman, who could therefore mentor guys like Luciano and Casey Schmidt or whoever else wants to play shortstop or third base. So I'm not too outraged. I understand how Crawford felt. I understand why he will feel disrespected, but at the same time, I understand why Farhan moved off of him.
Yeah, and I think Farhan did the right thing. We'll go fast five, and I'll give you my analogy.
It's always fun game.
Similar to Frank Gore, like you couldn't have Frank Gore be a backup with this team at that time. You just needed to move on because otherwise you would always feel the strong desire to revert back to him when the guy in front of him struggled because of the legendary memories. And I look at Crawford and it's like it was time. It was time. Of all the things to be mad at Farhan at, moving off Craw at that moment in that time is not one of them. To me, it was the right decision. If Luciano goes 1 for 40, you don't want to have like, oh, well, now we got to play Crawford for 2 weeks.
Right.
I need to know coming out of this year, is Luciano a big leaguer or not? One way or the other. I want to know.
Yep. And it's funny because we wanted to know whether or not Kuminga could be a player, and we found out Kuminga's a player, Pajimski's a player, and I think Moody still is a factor here with the Golden State Warriors moving forward. So I'm with you there. My final thought. What is my final thought? All right, you go,
you miss me?
Yeah, a little bit. Go ahead, Lubin. You first.
No, my final thought is just looking at the Giants right now. I feel like just get me a real starting pitcher. I like Jordan Montgomery. I'm all in for Blake Snell at this point. Get me one of those two guys, and let's go play ball.
Spadoni's back.
I know. It's been a couple weeks, guys, and I can't let this slide under the rug. Jimmy Garoppolo got popped for steroids?
Unbelievable.
What? Whatever company that is needs a massive refund or needs to get shut down because that guy was so bad, so awful. Whatever he is taking, please stop it.
Stop performance enhancing.
Not performance. Yeah, it should be an NPED, whatever it is. And he gets the Raiders off the hook for his guaranteed money next year.
There it is. Look, my final thought is this. Rewatching The Sopranos on second watch.
It's better.
Because Anna's watching it for the first time and she's hooked. I'll say this. I don't know if The Sopranos is the best show. I still lean towards The Wire or Breaking Bad. Okay. But I will say Tony Soprano is the greatest character in television history. I will go that far.
Thank you.
Tony Soprano, I got a lot of qualities like him, which is not good. It's not good at all. It's not.
You remind me more of Johnny Sack.
No, I'm not Johnny Sack. He's a sucker. Come on. I'm not no Johnny Sack. Don't disrespect me.
Johnny Sack was loyal to the misses, though. I'll say that.
Carmine, you're more little Carmine. I'm down in Florida.
I'm not Carmine either. I know who you are.
Ralphie?
No, the guy who got popped on the boat. I can't say his name on here.
Oh, dude, don't. Come on, dog. I'm not him.
Sal? Yeah. Sal.
You come around when you want to. You disappear and then come around. You're wearing a wire.
Puerto Rico?
Oh, yeah, my back.
Your back.
My back. I hurt my back.
You wanted to go to Giant spring training?
Who's the Paulie Walnuts of this station?
Might be Goo.
Nahegan.
Oh, I can see Goo being that guy. Oh, we got to. Oh, he's writing bye-bye. Lubin, you're writing bye-bye? Okay, we got to go bye-bye. Shasky, good to have you back. Warriors back on the court Wednesday. A lot going on with the Giants. They finally won a spring training game. But up next, Steiny and Guru announce Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
3 career farts in my 12 years on air.
When you eat, sleep,
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Starr, the Guru Johnson. I'll tell you what, I think we may have, right off the bat, a friendly difference of opinion.
Shocker.
Here's how I'm going to start the show. Great trip for the Warriors. A great road trip for the Warriors. They go 3-1.
Stop.
They lose to Boston yesterday. They're 3-1. They have momentum. They got beat yesterday, obviously. Worst thing about yesterday, it's just a loss. That's it. They lost. They lost. It's a loss in the on the right side of the standings. And they go 3-1, and now they get a couple days off, and Milwaukee comes in here, and there's no reason they can't continue this stretch of good basketball. What is it now, Ev? I'm like a pro athlete myself. I don't. It's 12 of 16, or it's 11 of 14.
13-4 in their last 17.
13-4. 13-4.
14-6 in their last 20.
Terrific.
Can I give you the 6 losses?
Terrific.
I've been in the lab.
Yeah.
Sacramento.
Oh, I'm going to do
LA
you one
Clippers,
better, but go ahead. Yeah.
Denver, Lakers, Boston, and Atlanta.
Right.
And I will not, my friend, I missed you. I will not argue the 3-1. But I'll tell you, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you what's scaring the hell out of me. It's not where's Wiggins.
Okay.
I'm dealing with that. This knee. Bursitis with the step.
Bursitis. Come on.
Dude,
my grandmother got over bursitis in 6 days.
Oh, my
And she was 87.
Dude, he was. I didn't like how he was moving yesterday. He should have sat out. And we've been saying this since I have. New York, Toronto, maybe even D.C. But Steiny, I have not watched the Warriors under Steve Kerr. You met Lawler last week. Irish Pat Lawler and Roberto Duran, no Moss, is what the Warriors did at half on national TV. I'm not cool with it.
What do you mean?
You lost to Denver last Sunday on national TV. So you, Evan, and I, and Spadoni and the Hegan can beat Washington. We can beat what's left of the Knicks, and we can beat Toronto. So if you want to do the 3-1, that was prime time yesterday to let everybody know, and we couldn't even make it to halftime. But I'm not upset. No, I'm this knee with
I've
Curry.
said it before.
This scaring me, man.
Say it again.
Give it to me.
Sometimes quitting gets a bad name.
I ain't heard that.
What in the hell? So come out and start that second half with Curry and let's try to make a run?
No, don't get down and guard Jaylen Brown. What the hell is that? What, 15, not 10, not 12, but 15 minutes before. But, Steiny, that was just a beat down. And like you said, Rome wasn't built, I'm saying, Rome wasn't built in one day, but damn, that was pathetic. They have never, ever 140 to
Who cares
88.
if you lose by 30, 40, or 92?
I'm going, who was that
Seriously.
Lakers Celtics Memorial Day?
Yeah, and you know who won that series? The Lakers.
But who was on the losing end of that?
The Lakers.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, 85.
Yeah.
Celtics 148. Lakers 114. It was called the either the Mother's Day Massacre or the Memorial Day Massacre.
It was
one of those two.
Yeah.
And the
But
Lakers won
Curry's
the
knee is all
series.
this.
Then the Lakers won the
Curry's
series.
knee concerns me, pal. That's all.
It's gotta be
This
something.
team can't win without him,
Well-
especially now. That's just it. Curry is so great. He has to be great if this team's going to make noise.
Well, and
just it.
As long as you brought that up, I mean, as great as Curry is, I did some numbers crunching of my own.
No.
What
you got?
Well, we can talk about Steph and his greatness and Clay, and if the season were to end today, it would be by far combined their worst shooting year ever in their careers.
That I did not know.
Yeah, I mean, if right now, Clay's at 37.8 and Curry's at 40.7. If the season ended today, that would be Klay Thompson's worst shooting season of his career, both 2s and 3s.
Wow.
And Curry right now is having the second worst shooting season of his career. Remember a couple years ago, he shot only 38% from 3.
It doesn't feel like it, but here lately, Steiner, we know he's been kind of, if you want to call it a slump, off, but
Dude, I was watching him run yesterday, man, and I'm just saying he is everything to this team. I just can't believe this 4-game trip, they couldn't find one game to rest him. And I was telling Kenny Wardell, our sales guy out there, Steiny, had Curry not been in that game, I'd feel a whole lot better about the 3-1 trip. Now you got Giannis coming.
He played 15 minutes. You ran him out there, you say, I get it. It's a national television game against the Celtics.
I lost.
You didn't want to rest him because you know how the NBA's feeling about all that right now, and they're discouraging it. And if Curry sits, then they're really going to look. He plays 15 minutes. We got no shot. Get him out.
But I guess what I don't like, real quick, partner,
to me,
what I don't like is Curry's not acknowledging he's hurt.
Okay, and that's because he's a pro.
And then he said he wasn't tired, but bursitis is real. Yeah. He shot 2 air balls, and this wasn't the first game we saw some air balls by the chef. I'm just concerned about Curry. I'll leave it there. Wiggins, come back. We need you, but man.
The big issue, the one thing that I do take out of that game yesterday is, look, we know who this team is. We know exactly who this team is. I was watching the game yesterday, and then I watched ATG with Larry Beal, Donald Foyle, and Kerry Keating.
Oh, I missed
after the game.
Did you? I missed
Kerry Keating was wearing a wonderful tie. And I texted him. I said, "Great tie, Kerry." And he goes, "Well, I had to get some Celtic green in there. They deserved it today." And then I said, look,
Coach,
the Warriors are what? 10th, 12th best team in the league. That's who they are. Not the 10th, 12th best team in the league. Here's their record against every team. These are the 8 teams ahead of them in the West, and then the best 3 teams in the East. Denver, 0-4. Oklahoma City, 1-3. Phoenix, 1-3. Clippers, 1-3. They're 0-1 against Dallas. They're 0-2 against Minnesota. They're 1-1 against the Pelicans. They're 1-1 against the Celtics. They're 0-1 against Milwaukee. They're 0-2 against Cleveland. And thank goodness for the Sacramento Kings, they're 2-2 against the Kings. So against every team above them in the Western Conference standings and the top 3 teams in the Eastern Conference, they have either a 500 or a losing record against all those teams for a combined 7. They're 7-23 against those teams.
That's wow.
I mean,
that's staggering. Yeah, I hear you.
I mean,
but they got some momentum.
Right, not against good teams.
And you know
what?
That's
the point. They have not
come hug you right now, and I guess that's what I'm having a problem dealing with.
Okay, well.
But I know you're not a doctor, Steiny. You're all black today, dressed in all black, Johnny Cash. Can you talk to me? Maybe Evan knows he was a college athlete. What is bursitis?
We had Dr. Pande. I saw Pande dropped something on Twitter.
I'm really nervous for Curry.
Yeah, don't be.
What if I told you I don't think he plays Wednesday?
Okay. That's Milwaukee. They're not going to win anyway.
Yeah. Wiggins be back?
7. I don't know.
I love you.
We'll see. They went 3-1. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. You want to jump into the conversation, we'd love to have you. Listen.
Talk to me, man.
They went on a 4-game road trip with momentum, and as far as I'm concerned, they still have a chance to maintain that momentum if you can go beat Milwaukee and keep this bigger stretch alive. Look, I mean, there are games you will not win. I went to a game on Saturday with my guy Evan.
Yeah, tell us where and who.
St. Mary's. We went to see St. Mary's Gonzaga.
Had I known you were there in real time, I would have been looking for you guys. But go ahead on the TV because I watched all.
I lay low with those kind of games.
Well, you wore a yellow bright sun shirt to front row of the Warriors.
Well,
we
that's
all
because
saw
that
you.
was a surprise, and I didn't know I was going to the game.
Yeah.
But the reality of the situation is to just listen. So we go to this game, and it's senior night. First of all, that's an intangible.
Emotional.
Secondly, St. Mary's is 15-0 in the conference. They've clinched it. They've won the conference. They've won the WCC. Gonzaga has had a quote-unquote down year. Not having a great year. They still got a shot at the tourney, though. That game on Saturday meant so much more to Gonzaga than St. Mary's. What happened? Gonzaga 70, St. Mary's 57. You can't create urgency if it's not there. It's really hard.
But when you're the 9th, 10th seed, Steiny, you don't get that pass.
They went. So what are they supposed to?
Scrubs.
They're playing the best team in basketball.
Right.
That was a scheduled loss in any league.
All right.
I mean, come on, go.
No, you just backed me up when you said their record against good teams.
Right.
Every team you just mentioned is not Celtics.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't. Well, the Warriors won their first 3 road games. Then they play the Celtics, and it's like they're probably not going to win that game. The other then you face a Celtics team that is hot. You face a Celtics team that is motivated because it is a national championship, a national televised game. And then you get the Warriors who are already 3-0 on a road trip. They played Friday. Like they knew they played Friday.
Why not rest Steph then?
I mean, they did. I said they did rest him.
Yeah,
he just got to. You know what?
But there was an element of humiliation that they got. That came at a cost.
That's all right.
82-38.
Maybe humiliation can work to motivate him.
Yeah.
I mean, I give that trip an A. Believe it or not, A-. I guess I got to give it because you can't give an A if they don't go undefeated. But 888-957-9570. I mean, I feel better about the Warriors today than I felt about the Warriors when they left for the trip. It sounds like because of Curry and Wiggins, you don't feel as good about the Warriors after that trip as I do. Like, to me, I get it. They got beat by 50. Who cares? They lost 140-110, 140-120, 140-40. Who cares? They lost.
140-88.
Cares?
Yeah.
The score doesn't matter.
Shout
I
out
don't think these guys really care about the score. So anyway, I'm just saying, I see no reason. Now, Milwaukee's going to be a tough game, but I see no reason. The Warriors right now have momentum. They're 13-4. Is that what you said? Over the last 17?
I don't understand how momentum against scrub teams, they got momentum.
Well, I mean, in fairness,
you helped me out when you were.
The Knicks were hurt, but they beat the Knicks.
Yeah, Toronto is Toronto.
Okay.
And Washington, me, Bonte, and Evan could take them. So I get it. The margin of error and nitpicking, Stoney, they lost that when Draymond got suspended. I tuned in yesterday for them. I don't care about Boston. They won 11 in a row. They were number 1 seed. Nobody thought they were going to be down 56 points, and your starters sit at halftime on national TV. That ain't cool. Don't miss me with momentum. I'm talking to everybody. That was embarrassing. And then Curry says, we used to do that to people, so don't say he's okay with losing like that. That was embarrassing. I want them to send a message, and you go get beat down 56. Oh, they were 3-1. When the Knicks are nobody. They had nobody. Toronto's nothing. Washington, stop. And you go get down 56. We don't know where Wiggins is, and Curry's knee is hurt. But everybody's happy. I'm not.
They'd won 8 in a row on the road.
I'm good now.
They'd come into that game having won 8 in a row on the road, one of the longest streaks in the NBA this year. They got beat. They were tired at the end of a road trip. They got like why won't you give them the benefit of the doubt that a lot of people are giving them, which is they won the first 3 games. Let me tell you something. Yeah, I get they beat Toronto. I don't think a lot of teams would have beaten Toronto that night after what they'd gone through.
Well, they were down at half.
Right, but and they got into Toronto at 7 a.m. They had plane issues. They got the Toronto game. I mean, seriously, would you have felt better if Curry would have played 35 minutes and gone 7 for 23 from the floor and they lost 120-104?
I would have felt better, and I've been asking, so you're my partner, if Curry would have sat one of these games.
Well, let's say, so if he would have sat yesterday.
Then I have nothing, no doubt about it. I'm very concerned about this bursitis and whatever. He
played 15 minutes and then they got him out of there.
But it was a bad 15 minutes, Stoney. He didn't look like himself.
So, he didn't look good. They got him out of there.
I've been screaming for him to sit down. We didn't know if it was fatigue. Now it's knee bursitis.
Here's what I'd like to do. Can you do this? Can you? Theater of the mind. You ready?
Yep.
Just pretend he sat out yesterday. He basically did.
I watched it again.
He just basically did. He basically, you know what? Steph sat yesterday. Essentially.
All right, I'm good.
Essentially. But, like, this is the thing. I mean, the only way you can get this upset with this team is if you think they can make a serious run.
I thought and I'm not saying that's not off the table, but
you got to beat somebody good at some point.
And there it is.
Well, I've been saying that, but I don't know. It's falling on deaf ears. I'm looking at the big picture. They're up to 9. You know what? Again, I didn't think they could get up to 7 or 6, but Dallas with a loss.
Now you play Dallas. You got Dallas. You got the Lakers.
Who else lost? Phoenix got beat. Yeah. 888-957-9570. Where are you at with the Warriors? You more like me and saying, you know what? All things like that. The way I look at yesterday's game is nothing. I swear to God, nothing more than that's just a loss. That's all it is. There's nothing to me. You can disagree with me. There's nothing to read into it other than, they haven't beaten good teams all year. Okay, for the most part.
And that's what I was really like, just be competitive, Steiny. But, to run Curry out there, and I know you say Goo was only a couple minutes. Man, if you would have just sat him, and again, he might be dealing with this the rest of the year. But what came into the clarity I got from yesterday is, shocker, as Steph Curry goes, especially without Wiggins, this team goes, Steiny. And if somehow physically before the ball is tipped, something's going on, then this is not what I envision.
How many games has Curry played this year? He's been healthy for the most part of the season at 36.
Yeah, and you kept saying, Goo, the only thing that could throw this thing really off if he got, if something was going on with him.
I mean, the one thing we've got to acknowledge that's going on with him is he is getting a little bit up there. I mean, he is. Maybe he's tired. And you know what? If he's tired, like Steve Kerr says, then he's tired, and doesn't mean he's tired for the rest of the year. Just means he's going through a stretch now where he's tired.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, how do you look at this trip? Do you look at the trip as solid trip, 3-1? Yeah, we got kicked to the curb by the Celtics, but it happens in the NBA. Or do you look at yesterday's game and just say, this team's not going anywhere? They can't beat any good team. Humiliated on national TV. I'm not there yet.
They were down 2 starters. If you let me introduce that to the jury.
I'll say 1. I'm just going to say 1.
Pods.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I thought you were going to say Wiggins.
Well, we got no news on him this weekend, clearly. So we'll see about Wednesday when the Warriors play the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, it's been 4 games.
Yep, missed 4 games. Team's 3-1 in games Wiggins has missed. I don't know. I thought it was a really good trip for the Warriors. I know you go, Washington, they'll be Washington, Toronto. That's 2 wins, but it's harder than that. And I think all things considered, and to me, I listened to Dr. Pande.
I missed
on
him.
Twitter
Tell me
talking about bursitis. It's temporary.
Is it like tendonitis, Donnie?
There's a sack. Involves a sack.
Shout out to Kings.
But the one thing he said is there's 3 kinds. The first kind usually suffered or spurred from a fall. That's what he thinks that happened. The second way is just chronic, which could be part of it. Steph's been playing basketball for 27 years, 30 years, 35 years. But it gets better with rest and ice and rehab, and it's not anything that's going to be doesn't sound like anything that's going to debilitate him for weeks. Yay!
So right, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
But if he misses 6 days, it might be 3 games. I mean, it could be the difference between the 10 seed
so
and the 6 seed.
They play Milwaukee Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Then they play
Houston Thursday. I'm going.
Oh, that's the game I missed.
They got the Rockets.
So they got
Thursday.
A home back-to-back against Milwaukee.
Excuse me, Chicago. They got the Bulls Thursday.
And then Wemby on Saturday.
Well,
which would tell the people what you told Evan and I about the Spurs.
Those Spurs games are looking a little bit more difficult than they looked 2-3 months ago. Especially when you play a team back-to-back. Like they play them Saturday and then I think they play them Monday.
Yeah, in San Antonio.
It's not easy to beat a team twice in a row like that. 888-957-9570. Where are you with the Warriors right now? I think it was a great trip. I think they've still got plenty of momentum. I mean, that they lost by 52 means zero to me. It could have been 42, could have been 82, could have been 22. 140 to 88. Okay. It happens. Celtics have done that like 3 or 4 times. They were wound up. Celtics were wound up. They smelled blood. They knew the Warriors didn't have a lot of energy, and sometimes that happens in the NBA. That's where I'm at. Guru, a lot more. Guru,
I got it out.
Yeah, why don't you you explain your side. I don't want to do it for you.
Going into that game, Boston, they were already made. They had won 11 in a row. Everybody knows they're good. I do understand the 2022 loss that the Warriors handed to them in the finals. But I do remember Steph hitting a game-winning shot, I believe January or December here at Oracle to beat the Celtics. But Stoney, I operate in a world where that was a national televised game. The Warriors do have momentum or had it going in there. I think about how hot the Warriors were, and then Denver came in last Sunday and went on a couple 14-0 runs. And I was like, you know what? That's just Denver. But it's okay. But Boston did that to you the whole game. So what scares me is what you just went over, and you talked about the Warriors' record. And I know there's some extenuating circumstances with Draymond being out, but their record against quality teams. Now, I look at the schedule. You're going to play Dallas a few times. You control your own destiny. But, partner, I'm sitting here thinking if Wiggins remains out and Curry is hampered or compromised, then you got no chance to me. And again, Curry might be like, "Goo, I'm
going to
cool,
go with what everybody always says when I say something like that. Well, if Dallas loses Doncic and he's not healthy, and if Jokic isn't himself come playoff, I mean, that you could say about anybody.
But now we're dealing with something with this bursitis, though. Now, you know what I mean? Something's on the
doctors
X-ray.
out there who can calm Goo down with bursitis, please. 888-957-957. Yeah, internet doctors are telling you
beard
that.
on a YouTube channel.
Come on. Give me a real doctor out there. Get my guy Seidman on the phone.
Pangea, he helped me.
By the way.
Yeah. I called him.
I may, you call everybody.
Hey.
Even if they don't want.
What you got?
I may try to golf next weekend.
Look at my guy.
Let's see if I can get a spot with my group. I've kind of been frozen out a little bit. Could you imagine if you hurt yourself? I won't.
See, why am I thinking like that?
Well, it's the same thing I say when I say go. You say you're going to play pickup, and I'm like, well, don't tear your ACL.
You Willard Dibs. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they got thumped yesterday. By the way, when you said they did it to him for a game, no, they didn't. They did it for him half. They did it to Lester Quinones and the guys for the whole game.
Stoney, the fight was over in the second round.
I think it might have been earlier than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was
Tyson. When it went from 21 to 21 to 33-21, I was like, this game's over.
I was like, here, Moody.
I think I looked up and it was like 33-21. I was like, there's still 6 minutes left in the first quarter.
Clay hit a corner three, I think, to
you
put
thought they were going to win?
No, I was
you think they were going to win?
Black uniforms, here we go.
Which Jaylen Brown 3 was the game over?
What was that about? Why are you so, we'll get into that. Not that that's, like you could say defensively that messed him up. Offensively is what scares me.
All right.
They were getting back. Kuminga, you ain't going to just get an easy track to the basket.
You know.
Good defenses are different, right? Everybody don't have it.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see Jose and Brittany. I see Myron. We'll get to your calls on the other side. And the Golden State Warriors, I don't care what Guru says, great trip. 3-1. 3-1. They punted that game yesterday, and that sometimes happens in the NBA. They have not played well against really good teams. That has not changed. It's something, if they want to make a run, they're going to have to address that. They're going to have to start beating some better teams, and they get a crack at it on Wednesday against the Milwaukee Bucks, a team that's already beaten them once early this year. But yeah, is it troubling? They're 7-23 against the teams that are above them in the West and the top 3 teams in the East. Yes, it is. But that's something that's been a constant all year long. They still have 20 games to try to get that right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Plus, it's all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. They are the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, with Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. No sharks or competitive leagues. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player projections and watch the winnings roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with pro basketball, hockey, and college basketball entries today. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball to hockey to the League of Legends and everything in between with the same entry. Prize Picks is the best way to go. Action in sports, more than 30 states across the country, including California, Texas, and Georgia. They even offer injury insurance so that your entries stay in play, even if one of your players gets injured. For basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and does not return in the second, they have your back, and they can count that as a loss. Prize Picks is really simple to play. I can make my picks and submit my entry in less than 60 seconds. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and enormous selection of players and stat types are what make this exciting. I had Steph Curry more than 3.5 3-pointers last week, and bang, he hit. Download the app today and use promo code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Download the Prize Picks app. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Something bad has happened to Mom.
Streaming March.
Rebound lands in the lap of Mikhailuk. He'll take it across half. V dribbles into a three and makes it from the right wing. That gives the Celtics a $140 in this game, and they're up 52.
Warriors could have used the real KD yesterday. That was Kevin Dan on the call.
Cha-ching!
95.7 the game. Not true. I don't do this, 415 from the Comcast business side. Steiny pulling reverse psychology with a switcheroo on the Warrior fans.
Oh, boy.
Becomes it all positive after a full thrashing.
Dude.
Warrior fans don't know how to... Come on. Do you guys...
I hadn't even thought of it,
You guys
Steiny.
ever watch the NBA for more than a week at a time? Come on.
I was one out your boy wanted.
They're
They're
like, to
ninth.
me,
I left you they were 10th until tonight, Lakers Thunder.
We know who they are. Right now they're 9. They're playing pretty well. They still have trouble and haven't proven they can beat good teams consistently. That's why they're 9, but they can't get any higher more quickly. They're going to have to do this from probably a play-in position.
Wow.
These are all things we kind of knew. And yesterday they did what most teams do more of than the Warriors over the course of a season. That's punt a game. They punted. No chance at that game yesterday. Just the brutalness of the NBA. I come in here, like, I guess you know what? I guess I could have come in here today and said, this team's not going anywhere. They stink against good teams. Well, that didn't become news yesterday.
Well, the bursitis issue to me did.
Can we get a doctor, please, on the phone?
That's all I'm worried about.
To calm Guru down about
Wiggins.
bursitis?
We need them back. Take care of what you got to take care of, but they're missing them.
Look,
but the chef needs to be running on high octane.
Google it. It'll be fine for Milwaukee.
They say stay off of that thing. It'll kill you. I got a pimple. You're dying. Stay off of it.
All right. Let's start us off with, I'm not starting with Austin in San Jose.
That's our guy.
I know, but it says embarrassing effort.
I see. Real ones know.
Real ones know what?
That when you put Curry in that starting lineup, that's a game they wanted to win. So it was
They don't win
embarrassing.
every game just because Steph.
I understand.
Steph can be guarded,
but
Steph's been guarded more this year than ever before.
Steiny, it was 82-38.
So you made note of their biggest deficit. Well done.
Nothing on offense, nothing on defense.
I could have sworn it was like 111.
And then they didn't run the starters out in the second half.
Why would they?
We didn't see that
funny?
against Toronto nor New Orleans.
I have to tell you something from the bottom of my heart.
I'm going to be real.
I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart.
Give it to me.
Had the starters played in the second half, you would have complained about that. I really think you would have.
I thought that should have been a penalty. Their asses should have been
Curry's
out there.
Banged up. He plays 60. So Curry's not. You're not talking about Curry.
No, I'm talking about all of them. If he's good enough to play, you don't just get let's run the second unit out. No,
why not?
You got to mire in what you created.
That's what a second unit's for. The starters were getting their ass kicked.
Everybody was getting their ass
They're at the end of a trip. Boston is wound up playing like it's a playoff game. You got no shot at it. Let Quinones play. You're not winning anyway. All right. I'll start with Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, I know you don't want to start off with me because I want to tell the truth, man. That Guru, you and I agree, man. That performance yesterday before live TV, the Warriors. Listen, I don't care if they were 5-1, 6-1 going into that, to put on that kind of performance in front of the national TV audience. And Joe Lacob was sitting there in the first. Do you think for a second, and all these fans are calling up, and Bonte this morning saying everything's fine, do you think for a second, and Fanny, you're always telling us how much of a killer Joe is. Would a killer be satisfied with that kind of performance? I mean, come on, man. That was bad for the brand. And listen, another thing, the backups, look at what you saw yesterday. Just look. Don't listen to the sound. Those guys look like G-leaguers out there playing against the Celtics yesterday. The whole back end of the bench, everybody's excited about all these guys coming off the bench. These guys are average players. I would rebuild the whole back end of the bench next year. So no, that was an embarrassing performance, Steiny. And I'm not being sold on any kind of, hey, it doesn't matter. It does matter. But this is the Warriors.
Well, here's how
and stop living on what happened 2 years ago. They won the title 2 years ago. A lot of these guys on the team didn't have anything to do with that. So let's stop this. We can afford to let a game go. We can't afford to do anything, man. That's what I got.
Appreciate it, Austin. You didn't say that.
If this was embarrassing, what was their last embarrassing stretch? I'll tell you what it was. It was when they lost to Toronto and then New Orleans. Okay, that was embarrassing. They got booed. How did they respond to that? They started winning. You cannot go through a whole, unless you're the 73-9 Warriors, you're not going through a whole year without getting blown out a few times. And that's a blowout. I'm not saying they didn't get blown out. That's embarrassing. Okay, it was embarrassing. We play Milwaukee on Wednesday. The score is going to be 0-0 at tip-off. Lacob, I'm sure, was painful for him in Boston. But again, I want somebody out there right now to tell me something we learned yesterday about this team that we didn't know. And my answer is nothing. We learned nothing yesterday about this team that we didn't know because we knew coming into the game they have a lot of trouble beating really good teams. And another really good team spanked them, just like Denver has done this year, just like Oklahoma City has done this year, just like Phoenix has done and the Clippers have done.
Well, I'll say
they got to start beating better teams before I think they can make a run. Now, all you out there that think they can make a run, as is right now, that's fine. I would just say they're going to have to start beating some better teams at some point before anybody can realistically think they're going to make a run.
All right. I'll tell you, I hear you. I'll tell you two things I learned. That was game 4, missed for Andrew Wiggins. We don't know when he's coming back. And then Steph Curry is hampered by this knee issue. And I know we're looking for a doctor, but that's just what it is. He looked hampered. I thought it was tired or him being fatigued. He said against his coach's will. His coach said he was tired. He heard that. He said he wasn't tired. Okay, nothing to see here. We trust the chef. He's not perfect. He's not a computer. Bastani, I watched him play and run up and down. There is something going on with the chef's knee. Now, maybe these 2 days before they play, he'll be right back. Bastani, if this continues and he's hampered, they got no shot.
Well, no kidding. And I don't worry about that. I don't worry about, you can't worry about Wiggins. He's either going to come back or he's not. Doncic got hurt yesterday. Brunson fell in the middle of the floor and clutched his knee. Right. I mean, it's bursitis. It's bursitis. All right? I heard Pande give his explanation.
I can't wait to go look at that, too. I missed it.
So, to me, it's not hard to say if Steph Curry is hurt and they got to play without him they're done. I think we all know that. If Jason Tatum gets hurt for Boston, they ain't winning it. If Jokic gets hurt for Denver, they ain't, I cannot, I can't worry about that part of the Warriors. Because the reality is, what if my answer would be, he's 36. I'm surprised he hasn't been banged up before this game. How many games has Curry played this year? It's been spectacular. If I can find it. Let's go to Brittany in East Palo Alto. What's up, Brittany? How you doing?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey.
I was gonna say, I agree. I don't think we should panic on the what if that's out. We all know everything's over. So let's move on from that. I think last night was a terrible loss. The starters lost that game in the first quarter when the Celtics went on a freaking, I think, 28-2 run or something crazy. That game was over. You sit Steph down, you let him rest. These guys are old. They pulled off that Raptors win off of 6 hours of sleep. Stuff just caught up to them. So I think there's no need to panic off of that Celtics loss yet. And also, the Warriors have been beat bad like this before. Let's be real. And they always bounce back. So I believe in these guys. And I just think if they make it to the playoffs, no matter where they end up, I'm rooting for the Warriors. If they end up in the playoffs with Steph, with maybe not Wiggins, but with Steph and the rest of the team, I believe in these guys.
There you go.
That's just what I wanted to say.
Well, you need to take a little sliver from her, Brittany.
Probably about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
Let me give you, and this is what I do, especially with my main man, Goo.
What you got?
Let me give you a little perspective. Curry's played 57 of 60 games this year. He's already played more games this year than last year.
Incredible.
He only played 56 games last year. Okay. Hey, deal with a little knee bursitis. Uh-oh. Well, he's already ahead of schedule in games.
Yeah, I got you. But when you say a little
what do you
bursitis, like, again, we don't, the worst could be.
Did you think Curry was going to play 78 games this year? No. And if he did, that would be remarkable. You know what? This is the same. You know what? If you're not feeling good, rest him for a week. Just one game against Milwaukee. You might be able to beat Chicago without him.
You almost beat Milwaukee when I went to North Carolina at Milwaukee without Steph. Just remember that. I'm saying, Steiny, you're trying to win the war, not the battle. And if this thing, him forcing it or trying to be John Wayne, I get it, but it what cost? I mean, 2 air balls were shot yesterday. Okay, everybody shoots air balls.
We've seen more and more air balls from Steph, not just yesterday.
And now I do go back and wonder if that's why we had seen a couple more. But again, Steiny, you got 2 days to rest, and the thing you just did, the exercise, whatever, I saw Booker get hurt. I understand that, but when you bring up those guys, now we got something that we know is going on bursitis. It may be nothing. He may be ready to go Wednesday, but they could ill afford to lose him for 3 to 4 games.
This is where I got to go to the old Seinfeld. You said bursitis 15 times there. You don't even know what bursitis is.
It's something in the knee.
Where?
Like tendonitis.
What part of the knee?
I'm not Pangea. No, it's hampering the chef. That's all I'm saying.
For how long? Do you think it's been all year? Because he's not shooting the ball as well as he ever. No. This is the worst shooting year he's had since 2 years ago. So maybe it's been all year.
But you're comparing him to himself, which is the greatest shooter of all time.
Well, he's not. Right now, he's not.
I'm talking about just watching him run yesterday. I was like, oh,
forget the Celtics game. Like if you wipe the Celtics game,
I can
erase it from your. They still can't beat a good team. Like that's still the biggest issue.
And now they're without. They're
not without
Andrew
anybody.
Wiggins.
Okay,
they're without Andrew Wiggins.
They just went 3-1 without him.
Okay, but it was 3 dump truck of teams.
Steiny, do you know what bursitis is?
No.
So why are you not worried about it?
Because I heard Pande describe what's going on with it, and he said it can be treated with rest, with ice, with some rehab. It's not something that's going to keep him out for a month.
Typically caused by repetitive minor impact on the area.
Or a blow to the area.
That I did hear on the
more serious injury.
He's bumped knees a couple times.
All right, good. We got our built-in excuse. Warriors got their built-in excuse now. Steph Curry, who's not been shooting well all season long, now has bursitis. And so it's over.
He's having a hell of a year. Compared to
what? Not compared to his own.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Well, you can't be super duper 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 all the time.
This is the funniest thing.
Come on now.
So if you're the greatest player in the game, right? But you're the greatest shooter in the game, but now you're not shooting as well as you shot for the majority of your career. I get you're still a great shooter, but you're not the shooter you were.
Well, I just go to Tiger Woods. He's won different golf
right, but he hasn't won anything
and
lately.
Some he's been better, but he still was good enough to win.
Right, in the past. Like, we've got to start looking at Steph Curry as he's not a 45% three-point shooter anymore. Maybe he's a 40% shooter. Well, Steiny, that's still great. Oh, it's spectacular.
All right.
But it's not as spectacular. And that means if Steph shoots 45% and you win 60 games, it stands to reason that if he drops to 40 and Clay's now under 40, you're not going to win as many games. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
They're getting older. Steph is not the player he was 5 years ago. No surprise. Clay's not the player he was 5 years ago. No surprise. So we've got to stop expecting them to be the players they were 5 years ago over a long period of time, months and a whole season.
Let me read this super chat to you.
I don't even want to do it because people are going to think I'm trolling.
You're not trolling. Let me read this super chat.
Hold on to it. Steph hasn't lost a step. Come on, people.
But who's really saying that? I mean, it's natural.
That's the point.
Okay.
If you say it, you get tarred and feathered.
Oh.
But the numbers are the numbers. I'm just saying, 2 out of the last 3 years would be the 2 of the worst shooting years of his career from three-point range. That's not me. Those are just raw numbers.
Yeah, and 2 of the last 3, they've won a chip.
Right, they won a chip.
With him carrying the team on the back.
And you know what? And here's where I'm with Austin. Keep bringing up 2 years ago. Go ahead, keep bringing it up like it's relevant in any way.
He was talking about the bench.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is the fact that the Warriors won it 2 years ago, does that have any relevance right now? I don't think it does. I don't think it means anything. I don't think you can use it as a template. I don't think you can use it for any kind of information moving forward.
All right. I can't get inside the guys that were on the team that are still on the team, their heads. But, Stoney, I believe that's something that they can go to, and that's what I thought was formulating. It still may be throw out yesterday, but the fact that they did it shocked the world 2 years ago. And Steve Kerr said that's how he was coaching, trying to, duplicate what they did in 2022. But we got a super chat, $4.99 from Sabo.
You got it?
I am not mad at the loss, but they are an unserious team, really a game plan 15 minutes before kickoff. Who did they think they are? This isn't 2019. Now, the game plan, I have no problem.
They punted. Guess what? And I hate to say, when you're as old as the Warriors, sometimes you got to punt a game.
Well,
you have to.
Well, that would have been sitting Curry. That would have been a punt.
I'm not going to quibble over 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Played 15 minutes.
Yeah, you were down 30, though, Stoney.
Right, so get him out.
Yeah.
I don't know. My question to Warrior fans is the same. What did you learn yesterday that you didn't already know?
That they need Andrew Wiggins.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. But again, I would go back and say, what do they need Andrew? Let me ask you this. I'm just pressing. What do they need him for?
To be the secondary scorer or the second best player.
To be what kind of team? To be what kind of team?
A threat in the playoffs. Maybe win a round or two.
Yeah, see, I don't.
Or get to the Western Conference Finals. All of it.
Well, that to me is like.
Do you think that's gone? That ship has sailed?
Well,
I don't.
They have 20 games left.
22.
Through 60 games. They have not exhibited they are any kind of threat to get to the Western Conference Finals. Those are just facts. They cannot beat a good team consistently. They are 7-23 versus all the teams in the West better than them and the top 3 teams in the East. 7-23. So that's why I say they got their ass kicked by Boston on the end of a trip. I didn't learn anything new about the Warriors yesterday.
But let me give this to you.
Saying.
With the 7-23, shouldn't that be enough to fire up the Warriors to say, you know what, let's go add 1 to the 7 column and get 8? That was a measuring stick to me. Okay, Boston didn't win the finals last year. That was, Stoney, when you're 7-23 against good teams, I don't think you could punt against, I wouldn't, against a good team, and that's why I give credit to Curry for trying to play. They came out trying to win that game, so we cannot bring that 7-23 to the table.
Let me ask you a question.
And it's okay to lose, just not like that.
I'm sitting with Evan on Friday.
Yeah.
Toronto game's kind of coming on. We're talking about the trip, and I'm like, hey, boy, I got it, but this would be a nice game to get. And even Evan said to me, yeah, because I tell you what, I think Evan said something like, Sunday, they may get absolutely boat raced. Now, why would Evan have said that on a Friday?
Because the team was 7-22 against good teams. Maybe Evan was going on the fact that Boston had won 11 in a row coming into this game. The fact that the Warriors hadn't, up until that point, your conversation Friday, beat a good team.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm blown away, not just you two, that a lot of people are putting in stock against the dump truck of teams they just beat.
Curry's a little nicked up.
I got standards for the Warriors. Hey, and we need every win. No, he's more than a little nicked up.
Okay.
He's more than a little nicked up. That's what became apparent yesterday.
So you expected to go in to Boston with Curry more than nicked up without Wiggins and what? Beat him or stay close all night?
I'm going to tell you something. Okay. I was in denial about how nicked up he was. Now I'm Mr. Bursitis.
Maybe the fact that they defend him like they defend him is one of the reasons he looked more nicked up.
Hey.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they lose to the Celtics. Are you focused on that and their 50-point loss or whatever it was? Or are you focused more on, hey, they got 3 wins that they had to get. They get some time off. Get Curry a couple days off. Here comes Milwaukee. Let me tell you something. Milwaukee comes in here Wednesday, and the Warriors beat Milwaukee. We're going to cut your riff today.
No,
and then
Milwaukee I told you, I'm not impressed with Milwaukee.
They're the second best team in the East.
That's the numbers.
So the Warriors can't even beat Milwaukee, and it won't do anything for you.
No, it'll be a win. Every win is a win. But when you get embarrassed against what I thought was going to be a good game yesterday and a good barometer, I got a problem with it. Especially when you lose in the fashion they did.
So you expect
Milwaukee is not good enough to me to where they can just come in here and kick the Warriors' ass.
You expected the Warriors to go 2-0 against Boston and Milwaukee when you were looking at the schedule.
It ain't about expectation. It's about you're a paid professional, Steiny.
Okay.
The game is not decided before the game. And for you to, or people to say it was house money, you ain't got house money when you're 9th or 10th seed.
Please.
Which game was more?
You can't expect a 9th or 10th seed to rip through 4 games on a road trip, finish up in Boston, beat Boston by 7, come home. Now we're going to beat the Butler. You're a 9th seed.
Okay. Well, when you're sitting with Steph Curry,
looking at this
I think
as a
you
9th
should be
seed.
better than 7-23 in 30 games against good teams.
You know what? Blame Draymond, but you won't. Because you'll say, boy, he's been great since he's been back.
I mean, come on. We've made an album of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Of the games, like I would consider both of the last Sunday games to be gravy games, whether they're unacceptable or not. But which loss was more concerning for you, the one versus Denver or the 52-point blowout against Boston?
Evan, before I answer, can you just elaborate on gravy?
Denver.
Like,
well,
what's
you also,
gravy?
I mean, you were 3-1 each of the last 2 weeks, right? Or I guess it was 2-1 because you beat the Lakers in Charlotte, but.
And maybe that's where
you
I'm
had
going
wins
wrong.
coming in.
Yesterday bothers me because I feel like Curry is hurt now. They're like, this is a thing. But Evan,
the game
I look at Denver
most
and
concerned
Boston
about
like,
was Atlanta.
Well,
that's the game that would concern me as a Warrior fan.
But that's
losing
the
to that
one where you guys could tell me,
team.
you know what, Goo, they weren't ready or blah, blah, blah. It's Atlanta. But Denver and Boston are top-tier teams.
Well, guess what? You can't compete with them. Right now, you can't compete with them. They're better. They're more tight. They got better rotations. They know what they're doing. Their players are younger and more athletic. Let's go to CJ in Oakland. What's up, CJ? How you doing, buddy?
All right. How you doing today, gentlemen?
Hey, what's up, CJ?
Yeah, man. Me and my brother was saying it earlier this year. Their biggest problem this year is their unwillingness to sign a big man. And I don't know what the issue is with that. But they don't seem to understand the league has gotten big, and there is a place for big men in the league. If they don't know how to use one, they're going to have a difficult time. Forget this year, next year as well.
Well, let me tell you, guy. Let me tell you, a big man.
Who you
they
got?
shouldn't go after. What's his first name?
Luke Cornett?
No, the guy from St. Mary's.
Oh,
Saxon.
Mitchell Saxon. The Anglo-Saxon.
I watched him all. Me and the wife watched the game together. They were 15-0.
He struggled. Now, you want to talk about
my guy.
You want to talk about Ike? Maybe Ike could help the Warriors from Gonzaga. How big is he? About 6'10", 6'11"?
Ike?
Yeah.
Like 7'1". He's
really?
He's bigger than Saxon.
You know what's funny is those guys.
Did you see Chris Paul trying to his credit, to stop Tatum or Brown in the post? It was just Moody. I love you, Moody. Yeah, that ain't his assignment.
Do not throw shade at Moody.
No, I'm not. He's been playing great. But Steiny, I'm just telling you, he can't be your starting three, and you're going to cause ruckus in the playoffs in the West.
Oh,
yeah. That's just no. Ain't no I'm
That's
the
new
one
information.
You're the one that told me get rid of Moody wasn't this or that, and I've been fighting for him. But I'm a realist.
No, he's a good role player, Moody.
Yeah.
Exactly. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Go on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was brought to you by the downtown Los Altos St. Patty's Day Beer Stroll. Mm-hmm.
If I were Kamudi...
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain.
I want them to send a message.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How the hell is a team that's 7-22 against the best teams in the NBA going to send a message to the Boston Celtics?
That's on me. Just win the game on Sunday at 12:30, man, with Doris Burke in the house. I'm like Lou Ferrigno. You and I and Evan, we talk, we get ready. I didn't know that was going to come out of me, Steiny. It's just, man.
Dude, you want to take it back?
No, hell no.
No, you can.
No.
Here's what it sounds like to me. I look at the Warriors and say, that's a damn good trip. Yeah, they got shellacked yesterday. It's okay, it happens. It went 3-1. It does feel to me like you feel like, don't let me put words in my mouth, but like yesterday kind of erased the 3 wins.
You know what? I'm hugging you over here because those 3 wins, you need them, but the most important metric that we all really are honed in on is it didn't add to that 7-win team. It didn't those 3 wins didn't qualify. Well, I guess the Knicks are, if you want to go there, Knicks are without a bunch of. I mean,
we can do the Knicks any way we want. If you were to say they're terrible, they were that night. That team
they
was
were shorthanded,
so that's I'll agree with you there. They beat 3 pretty lousy teams.
Moore Lester asking on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, and you iterated this earlier. No news on Wiggins.
No. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get walloped yesterday, and I'm asking Warrior fans what that means to you, yesterday's loss. You guys know I'm not a Warrior fan. I'm more of an observer. I just am not putting any stock into it. I just am not. It was. They have 82 games, and there's like 6-8 games like this every year where you're just like, it ain't happening. It just ain't. And I get it. The other side is, well, that can't happen if you're going to do this, and you want to make noise, and you got to start with. I get all that, but they got us another shot. Now here's the part we can go with.
Give it to them.
It sounds to me like if the Warriors beat Milwaukee on Wednesday, you'll be like, nah, Milwaukee's not really that. I mean, they're still one of the best teams in the league.
Now. But Steiny, I just love hard. I'm not going to forget this one. I'm not going to forget the collapse at the end of 2 quarters against Denver. But you're right. We're moving towards them qualifying for the play-in or the playoffs. Hopefully it would be the playoffs. But my thing is, when we get to that juncture, then I'll be able to just compartmentalize and throw all that out. But this meant something to me, and you tell me if I'm doing too much. When Steph said, we used to do that to teams, that stuck with me. And he's telling the truth, but I guess Steph is the dinner is not done. The 2023 season is not done. So you can't taste the soup yet, Steph. So I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, is Steph, if you guys get hot or remain with the traction you got, maybe you can do that to teams. Or is he saying, we don't have that?
Well, they can't do it to good teams. I mean, come on. The Warriors can't.
I guess that's what I'm having trouble doing.
Kerr's worried. I mean, not Kerr. Guru's worried about Curry. Hey, Kerr, what's going on?
I mean, yeah, at least, he played 15, 16 minutes, I think. So at least there wasn't a lot of wear. But it's different. When you give a guy a day off, he gets a day off. It's mentally refreshing as well. So this was not a day off for Steph, although he probably could have used one. He's played so well and for so long this year. But hopefully the next few days will get him recharged. And, hopefully he'll go out and play golf or something, get away from it, and come back Wednesday night ready.
No golf! What are we doing?
Oh, yeah, that's serious. This is serious.
Netflix and chill.
Oh, man.
He's about to be a new daddy again.
Okay.
They're expecting their
So there
fourth.
it is. Now, acknowledge. I had never heard that.
Kerr's not a doctor, and
He's
I think
playing
he misspoke.
golf.
Yeah, no.
Steiny.
If we see video of him,
bursitis. We got trouble. He's playing golf now.
Yeah, he's not walking it, Steiny. He's in a car.
There you go. That's Spadoni back, baby. Yeah.
Thank you. Steve Kerr with the mic drop.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
He'll get out there and play some golf.
That's negligence with bursitis. You better just chill, Steph, please.
No. No, he's not going to chill. He's going to go play golf.
If there was video that he was golfing,
he's golfing.
I'll resign.
There's no video, though, where he plays golf. They're private clubs.
Come on now. Just rest that bad boy.
There you go.
Steiny.
That is an absolutely
He
positively
said play golf.
Confrontation sensation. I'm worried about Curry. I'm worried about Curry. He's playing golf.
I'll tell you what about Curry, too. I'll tell you what. Those 17 minutes, he was jacking. 0 for 9
You know why?
He was letting them go.
Because he had a tea time today at the San Francisco club.
2 of 13.
Yes, sir. You know what? Good for you, Steph. You deserve it. Go play 36.
Stop.
Well, I'm worried.
Milwaukee's
Sonny, I'm worried. I'm worried.
He didn't say he is. He thought about it.
He's playing golf. I think that tells you all you need to know about the bursitis. Steph Curry's playing golf.
Well, I'll tell you what about
today and tomorrow.
Well, explain the 0 for 9 from deep.
It's called defense. Believe it or not, it works on players.
He got some shots he could have made.
Yeah, well, he's not making as many this year because they're defending him. Yes, but welcome back, buddy.
Where is he playing, though? If it's local,
San Francisco club.
Okay, he's not going down to Pebble or anything like that. Then it's like,
he's got a driver.
I hope you guys.
He's got that leg stretched out. He's playing in the bed.
Yes,
actually, I don't know if he's
not
playing.
It's becoming Iguodala one day at a time.
Boy, oh boy. You guys taking this lightly, man.
No, Steph's taking it lightly. Steph's taking it lightly.
I would just tell he didn't ask Steph 2 of 13, 0 of 9 from deep. Just get in the gym. Just get
okay.
golf later.
That's how you'd coach Steph Curry? That's how you'd coach. Hey, Steph, get in the gym.
Yeah, no.
You get the most out of him.
Not a mandate, but just like if you're going to do anything,
you know what? You're the kind of guy that would actually be Steph Curry's coach, and you'd think you'd need to motivate him. Like that would be your job. I'm going to kick this guy in the butt. I'm going to challenge him.
No, not
and you
at
know
all.
what? About 2 months later, he'd go to Lakem and be like, I want out.
Dude, I would just remind him, you might want to put some shots up.
Oh, and so Steph doesn't get enough shots up.
No, I'm just
What
saying,
are you saying?
He's struggling right now. Let's get used to shooting with the bursitis.
Let me tell you
and
something.
leave the golf alone.
I know you're going to think that I'm just saying this, but I swear to God, and anybody who's played basketball knows this at any level. You play a lot of basketball day after day after day after day. After at some points you reach a point where you're just a little stale. You need a break. You just need a little break. Go do something else. Yeah. Come back, get a fresh look at it in 3 or 4 days. You can get stale when you play every day for a whole season. Just a little stale.
All right.
I think he's stale and a little bit tired, and you ain't beating that team yesterday anyway.
If we see him starting before the season's over, hey Curry, pay off this bet we got. After the Boston game, did you golf? He would tell you.
I've liked this team all year. You know, we had some struggles.
Hold on.
I mean, yeah, at least, you know, he played 15, 16 minutes, I think. So at least there wasn't a lot of wear. But it's different. You know, when you give a guy a day off, he gets a day off. It's mentally refreshing as well. So this was not a day off for Steph, although he probably could have used one. He's played so well and for so long this year. But hopefully the next few days will get him recharged. And, you know, hopefully he'll go out and play golf or something, get away from it and come back Wednesday night ready.
You know what? He's stale right now, Curry. That's all it is. That's why I bet you Kerr's like, go play some golf. Just get away from, you know what it's like? It's like my buddy Harry said. You want to have a serious conversation? Get out of the house.
So the hell with
Get out of the house to have that conversation. You know what, Steph? Take a little break. You didn't get one All-Star weekend. You were running around having to do all that crap. You know what? Play 15 minutes against Boston. Play some golf. No practice today. We'll go light tomorrow. Kerr, that's why Kerr got his big money, because he can coach.
17-5.
888-957-510. There's people out there that troll more than me. Curry looked great launching threes against joke teams.
But so you just played the Kerr cut after the game. They lost by 52. You remember the game 3 years ago? They lost to the Raptors by 53 points.
I don't.
That was in Toronto, right?
It was in Toronto.
Yeah,
in the NBA Finals?
No.
Oh, hell no.
No. But they punted on that game. Okay. Like, Curry and Draymond didn't play in that game that I'm talking about. You want to hear what Steve Kerr said after that game?
Yes.
This is great.
Who's just a 5-0 start for Boston.
Oh, no. Sorry.
It's all right. You want me to ad-lib here a little bit, or?
Yeah, my bad.
You want me to ad-lib?
You said
all
yeah.
Right. Yeah, let me ad-lib.
Start.
Matt Chapman to the Giants.
Why do I feel like they got two? I told Evan this, J.D. Davis. Like, I feel like they're the same guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know Chapman can field it better, but 18, 17 home runs from each.
We
got it. All right.
I mean, you saw it. We just got destroyed. Not a whole lot to be said.
I mean, as delicately as possible, what is it like experiencing a game where your guys trail by as much as 61?
Humiliating for everybody involved.
Very different tone.
Evan, you're the man for that boy. Yeah. See,
What's the difference?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you the difference. Evan, you said they punted, so there was no Curry. I'm more worried about Curry than the final score.
Why?
that was an opportunity.
Why are you worried about Curry?
His knee.
He's playing golf this week.
No, you don't know that. Kerr mentioned it. You don't know that for sure. But
I know
after the fact. The bottom line is, if we came in here today and they lost and got down 100 yesterday with no Steph, I would feel better that Steph's getting rest. I've been telling you inconsistent, and anybody that would listen, maybe New York's the game, even Toronto. But now here we are. It was just fatigue. Now we got a name.
So
knee bursitis. I don't know exactly what that is, but my point is, Coach Kerr, if you read between the tea leaves there, he said they missed the opportunity to rest him.
I'm going to say it. And this could be delicate. This is the form of homerism that I can't stand.
You're defying science.
The head coach is telling you Steph Curry's going to be playing golf today or tomorrow. But you are going to say you're more worried than Steve Kerr about Steph's whatever he's got going.
No doubt.
Okay. Well, then if Steve Kerr was truly worried, do you think he'd be like, Steph, you probably shouldn't play golf today?
My point is, he said that yesterday. Okay. I told you before game one of this trip in D.C. that Steph should sit. So I was there. The bat signal for me went off way before yesterday after Coach Kerr watched him go 2 of 13 from the field, 0-9.
And he's had more and more games like that this year. Not recently, or not just this recent game. Curry's had some stinkers this year. I bet he's had more really bad shooting 3 nights than he's had at any point in his career.
Well, he went through a spell when Dre was out, and then then he went with 24. His last 32 was just like video game stuff. But my biggest thing to you, partner, and I mean this, I don't know I ain't shot like Curry. I'm no pro athlete. So I don't know how to get out of whatever it is. My point and theme was rest this guy. He is everything. Rest this guy one of the 4 games. They didn't. They pulled him yesterday. And I got bad residue from yesterday because he was in there and he was awful. They were awful.
So what pisses you off more than anything else is that instead of playing 0 minutes, Curry played 16.
And you got your ass kicked in those 17 minutes.
I just don't. Yeah. I don't see the...
Boston they sent the message. Remember, you were like, they were trying to send it. They sent it. Curry was on the floor, and it was so ugly. The starters, for the first time under Steve Kerr, Curry, Dre, and Clay, no Moss. I've never seen that. That was a colossal mistake to me, just from the Curry component, that they didn't even run him back out there because the game got so ugly in 24 minutes.
What did you learn yesterday? What did we learn yesterday?
That there's a gap between Denver, Boston, and the Warriors, but I didn't know it was that big.
Okay. We got Pande coming on in 3 minutes.
Oh, God. I got to thank him, too.
For what? You don't listen to him.
He called me about my issue, which I'm back. Look at him. You saw me. I sent the picture walking into Kaiser in the rain.
Hey, man, you got your excuse.
I put it on the vine.
Congrats. You got your excuse for Curry. There you go. That's clearly what we're talking about here. Bursitis is going to set him back for the next 6 weeks. No. You know what? Watch Pande just say everybody's got a form of bursitis. It's just sometimes it's inflamed. Let me tell you what Pande won't do.
Tell me.
He will not give you a timetable. Because I listened to the whole thing and he said,
that's scary.
He could be back soon.
All right. Chef is it, Stoney. This is, if we're going to make some noise, and I'm saying we, Spadoni, his new thing, we. But yeah, I'm saying we. Steph's got to be, he's got to be right.
So does Doncic for Dallas. Like, I'm sorry. Every time I say, the Warriors, they're one injury. Well, so is Dallas. So is that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do what everybody does to me.
Because normally that's what I do to you.
Steph Curry is 36. He's played 57 of 60 games. What are we doing? He's been as healthy as any superstar in the league.
But this
year.
Injury could have come from a blow. He's knocked knees.
It did come from a blow. That's according to Pande. We'll get more insight from the good doctor. But I'll tell you what. Somebody tell Pande to downplay this thing. Otherwise, Guru is going to have a heart attack. I got it out in the first
segment. No, I'm good. We'll ask him about golfing. Would you advise Steph to golf with bursitis? Would you put that on the prescription? Like, that to me is, he told me to stay off of what I was doing.
Oh, my God.
Physical therapy.
This is unbelievable.
You're making it out more. I know. You're so good at it. You're making me seem worried more like, I told you I wanted him out one game on this trip. Okay. And if it were two, I would have been fine. But when you see
then you would have gone 2-2. Then you would have gone 2-2.
We don't know that.
Oh, now, but he's so important.
Yeah.
Like, is he so important or is he not important?
Well, I think he could have beat what's left of the Knicks without him.
I don't know about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dr. Pande joining us momentarily. He's going to get into bursitis. I can't believe it. The guy has missed 3 games this year. He played yesterday. All indications are he'll play Wednesday. But let's go to somebody who knows more than I do about medicine, Dr. Narv Pande. Hey, Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Hanging in there, Doc.
So can you calm Goo down, Doc? Can you calm him down? Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. So it sounds bad, but simply all this is we've got this little bursa in front of our knee, and when that gets impacted, whether it's a fall or someone running into you when you're shooting a three-pointer, that area will get inflamed. The fact that he was able to play means that there probably was pretty minimal swelling. Usually for most of these cases, it takes a couple days. It's not a big issue unless you're repetitively falling on it. So I think he's going to be fine.
Doc, let me ask you this. We played some sound from Coach Kerr alluding to the possibility that, during these off days, Curry may golf. Does that strike you as, hey, no, stay off of it, or is that just par for the course?
I think it's par for the course. I mean, I think in general, this is going to get irritated if you're doing really high impact things. You're exploding, you're jumping, you're running. The key is you want to do some sort of physical activity so you don't get stiff. You're not really impacting it. So golf is actually the perfect thing that'll keep you nice and loose without having contact to it. So I think that's a great idea.
Look at the Doc.
Is there anything that, it sounds to me like the only, I don't want to say danger, but the only issue could be if he hits it hard again in the same spot?
Yeah, that's typically where it'll be an issue. So you either get it, you either keep hitting it multiple times, or you hit it in the same spot, and then it just swells up. Very rarely do these become chronic, where then you need like injections and drainage and steroids. Like, this is something that should, barring some sort of big impact or him going crazy in terms of working out, should not be a long-term issue.
Doc, during the telecast, they had mentioned Klay Thompson went to the locker room dealing with a little hamstring tightness. Anything to see there? Obviously, they got a game Wednesday. We'll be able to see how he's feeling, huh?
Yeah, I think if he's back out Wednesday, they're probably more cautious with him. Obviously with him, with all his injuries, his age, something that may keep, a 21, 22-year-old player where you just let him play, they're being a little bit more cautious. The key thing with a hamstring for NBA players is that just like when he tore his ACL, if a hamstring issue is there, you can be more susceptible to something else. So if they're keeping him out, it's probably more caution given everything he's been through than something that's serious. Doesn't seem like, based on what they showed in the game, this is like a major issue. Probably just more caution than anything else.
And then real quick, how about Pods, Brandon Pajemski?
Yeah, I think that more cautionary than anything else. I think Kerr said that he's going to play on Wednesday. So when these young players get to this time of the year, game 50, game 60, their bodies are going to start feeling these kind of things because they didn't have that long a season. So it's not unexpected for a guy like TJD or Pod to start having these little things creep up because they're hitting longer than they did before in their prior season. So once again, I think they're being safe. Rick Celebrini is very cautious with these players. So hopefully we'll see him back on Wednesday, as Steve Kerr was saying.
Do you have anything else to ask Dr. Pande to try to alarm Warrior fans for no reason?
The doc is so real. The Johnsons, my wife, everybody wants to thank you for taking time out your busy day to call and talk to me about what I was going through. It went a long way, Doc. I appreciate it.
Oh, anytime. Anytime for anyone on the station, guys. You're family. You're family.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate the call in. That's Dr. Narv Pande. Don't forget, cleared to play tomorrow at 4 o'clock with Willard and Dibs. Dr. Narv Pande. Cleared to play tomorrow with Willard and Dibs.
They won't get mad. We had them.
Now this is where I don't know.
Talk to him. Do
you feel a little bit like you overreacted?
Oh no, we gotta watch. We got games to play and the season to finish. We'll watch and we'll judge accordingly. I'm hoping I'm wrong. And when we see Steph, I'm gonna tell him after the Boston game, Steph, I was worried about the bursitis.
Well, no, right.
But it ended up being nothing.
Warriors are essentially healthy right now.
Clay's hammy.
Warriors are essentially healthy. They're probably one of the healthiest teams in the league. And as Dr. Pande said, and I'm sure the entire Bay Area said, golf might be the perfect thing to do.
I did hear that. I heard it.
All right, so
what about for guys with no hips or one?
You should have asked. Evan would have failed. We missed.
I love Pande. It's not really his area of expertise, the hip. Actually, I don't know if it is or not.
Well, I'm telling you.
I have my own personal physician. Okay. I don't rely on a guy that isn't even my primary care physician to call me by doing me a favor. I wouldn't put a guy out like that who's a real doctor, but not mine.
I'm a little worried. YouTube
what now?
Willard and Dibs. That's their guy. He did us a solid. We're family.
He's paid by Odyssey or the sponsorship or whatever it is.
I got you. They come in here at 145. I can see Dibs and Willard. Willard will be fine. Dibs, I can.
Just don't do a live remote from UCSF.
Spadona's back.
All right.
Well, Sonny looked at me like he kind of wanted to.
Well, that okay. Now what? Now what?
Your rest.
Steph's healthy. Now what?
We just try to improve that record again.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? Everything works itself out. You got Dallas. You got the Lakers. They are going to control their fate. And that's all you can ask, Donnie. I do hate that record, and I know it's kind of skewed because Draymond was out for blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is, it wasn't just the strategy against Jaylen Brown. Obviously, that didn't work. What didn't sit well with me is offensively they couldn't do. They were getting guarded.
Right. That's right.
And I know every team is not Boston, and I get that, but we said that when Denver, the 34th said, every team's not Denver.
Right.
So when does that kind of...
They can't beat good teams consistently. This year, they have beaten poor teams. They cannot beat good teams consistently. Man. That's where we're at. That's why they are not a threat right now to make a run. They have to beat some good teams at some point from this point to the end of the season before anybody in here could realistically think, well, we'll still play Denver or Oklahoma City or Minnesota in the first round. And even though they swept this, we're going to... No, that's not how it works. And even if you do pull some kind of upset, you're not going to win in the second round. Like, you're not going to beat Denver, who you're 0-4 against, then maybe you have to play the Clippers, who you're 1-3. Like, you're not going to win two series like that. Go beat Milwaukee, then beat the good teams.
You got Chicago, got a back-to-back.
Well, maybe, I don't know who they have left. I think they have a Clippers once. No, they don't have a Clippers once.
Dallas a couple times.
They got Dallas a couple times.
Lakers.
They got Minnesota. They got the Pelicans. They got Milwaukee.
Lakers.
You know what? Beat those teams. Go 5-2 against those teams on the way in.
Gotta go.
Ay. All right, on the other side, Guru's going to make up something else to be fake worried about.
Now, see, that
on
was
95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Fine.
I could keep going.
He just parred number 3 at Olympic.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
If you guys want to talk about 2 years ago and compare, I mean, we can do that. I'll have to ask somebody to get the numbers, but I got to believe that 2 years ago, the year the Warriors shocked the world, I don't think they were 7-23 at this point of the season against the teams that were better than them record-wise in the NBA.
Well, especially when you start out 18-2 that year.
Exactly. That matters.
You told me they were
18-2. You know what 18-2 does? It gives you a lot of wiggle room. Gives you room for error. When Draymond gets suspended, like he did this year, and you get 5 games under 500, you don't have as much room for error. I'm really curious about this because I watched yesterday's game, and to me, it was one of those games. Happens a handful of times in the NBA. I felt like if you think I'm making excuses for the Warriors, well, that would probably be the first time I've ever done it. They're on the end of a trip. They'd won 3 games. They're playing a team that has won 11 in a row that's better than them. They have the best record in the league, don't they? Celtics? Celtics have the best record in the league? They got to have the best record in the league. All right, they cleaned your clock at the end of a trip. To me, the 3 wins are more important than that game yesterday. The Warriors have struggled against good teams this year. They struggled again yesterday against a really good team, but they handled 3 teams that they were better than on this trip. It's disappointing to get your ass kicked, but it's one game, and I still give the trip, I'll give it A-, B+. I think I said last week, I'll tell you what, can you go, this was before I realized New York wasn't going to play anybody. I was like, I think I'd take 2-2. How to keep the momentum going. Where are Warrior fans at right now after last night's game? Look, Guru thinks the Warriors missed an opportunity. Not really missed an opportunity like they coughed up a game, but just more disappointing. He thinks, I'm going to let him speak for himself. I thought they had a hell of a trip. They got their ass kicked yesterday, and they play Milwaukee on Wednesday, and that's where we're at.
I'm looking at the standings. Steiny, anybody would take 3-1. And you did mention, Goo 2-2 possibly. I'm not stupid enough to not know 3-1. That's better than 4. Obviously better than 2-2. My thing is, this is just me and how I look at sports. That 7-22 was a thing, and we just saw it last weekend here, where they were up 16 against Denver. I know it's the NBA. They let that one get away fine, but at some point, this was more of a measuring stick for the Warriors than it was for a Boston team that was hot as fish grease. And I thought it was just another opportunity that went by the wayside. And we talk about, if you want to nitpick and see who the Warriors have beaten in this stretch, that would have been almost Exhibit A to beat Boston and add that, but they didn't. And then in the fashion that they lost it in, it was embarrassing. Not to the play, they'll get over it. It was just one game. But Steiny, nobody, I don't believe, tuned into that game thinking that was going to be over at halftime or the first quarter. That and Kevin Dana, who's great, in the last call of the game, I think we may have it. Just Quinones going to shoot so they can get it under 50. Like there's no win in that, KD. Even if they lose by 49, it still was an embarrassment. So you come back to the Bay. Steph still hasn't got rest. So now I'm thinking, okay, Steiny, if he golfs and that knee is barking with the bursitis, maybe you sit him. Will Wiggins come back? I don't know. But I'm looking at this team, and yesterday was a glaring example that, forget Steph Curry for a moment, Steiny. Who's their second most efficient offensive player? And to me, without Wiggins, it's Kuminga. And he didn't have, a day yesterday. Nobody did.
Ready for this?
Go ahead.
With Wiggins, it's Kuminga.
Now, what if I told you he can fluctuate with Wiggins? And I'm not saying if they had Wiggins yesterday, that game doesn't get out of hand. I know Wiggins can do some things.
I can count on Kuminga now more than Wiggins.
I can't.
He's got a more reliable game. That doesn't mean he's not going to have some bad games.
But I have nothing for you.
But he's
with what's going on
Kuminga
right now.
has become a more reliable player.
Yeah.
Is Wiggins at his best, better all around? Yes. But the word's reliable. Kuminga's become reliable.
Yeah. And I'm going to give
I know he didn't play.
Steiny, I'm going to give Pods. We had mentioned him. I'm going to give him some credit. Well, you did.
Did he play yesterday?
No, he did. He was out.
He missed Toronto too, right? Has he missed the last 2 games?
Yeah.
He missed the last 2 games. I mean, to me, I'm going back to January 30th. It's over a month. The Warriors have lost 1 game to me. Well, they've had 1 bad loss.
The Clippers.
No. The Hawks. The Atlanta Hawks loss was their worst loss to me. They beat Philly. They beat the Grizzlies. They lost to the Hawks. They should not have lost that game.
But they had a 14-point lead at home against the Clippers.
Clippers are good. They can't beat good teams. That's my point. They lost to Boston. They lost to the Nuggets. They lost to the Clippers. And their other loss in that group was the Hawks. Which team doesn't belong? It's the Hawks. They have handled everybody they should beat except the Hawks. The Celtics and the Clippers, their record since the start of the season, they're maybe the best team in the West.
39-20 right now.
Like, you can't
beat Minnesota yesterday.
Exactly. By the way, look at the score of that game.
89-88.
Teams are defending. 888-957-9570 is the number. I did want to play something. Oh, okay, I'll play. Where's the one? Here. Okay, here.
Give it to us.
Guru's starting to calm down, so we know when that happens, we got to try to wind him up. And maybe Draymond Green can do it.
I don't think we really played a full defensive strategy to kind of dive into that. We didn't implement. We implemented our strategy like 15 minutes before we left the locker room. So I don't necessarily think we put together a full defensive strategy to debate on what they're doing with their offense and how to stop it. But it
was a Reggie Roby game.
Why did he have to add 15 minutes? That to me, I'm not even really. That was odd and peculiar.
What was the game plan before 15 minutes before the game?
The questions I have.
All right, can I?
Coach, what are we doing on Jaylen Brown tonight?
Okay. Can I take you through a timetable?
Yeah, talk to us.
Can I please take you through a realistic timetable for somebody who once traveled like a basketball player, at least behind them? They played Thursday in New York.
Gotcha.
They fly to Toronto, and they don't get there till 7:30 in the morning.
Facts.
Kerr says, just go to sleep. They sleep till the mid-afternoon, 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
They get up. They go beat Toronto. They beat Toronto. They leave Toronto. They got to go back through customs and get to Boston. They get to Boston at 3 a.m. on Saturday morning. You think they practiced Saturday?
I'm going to say no.
Of course they didn't. Yeah. They were coming off back-to-backs with a bad travel scene. So they don't practice Saturday. Now they're playing the Celtics. Oh, but it's an afternoon game. I'm not surprised by any of this. The other reason I'm not surprised is it's Boston. It's not a Western Conference team that you see 4 times a year.
But it's what Evan said. What was I get all that, but what was the game plan for Jaylen Brown, who you beat in 2022, and you beat him just last time they came to visit you this year?
Well, how do you want to guard Jaylen Brown?
The way you've been guard.
Right,
no,
you want to bump up on him on the perimeter?
Who are you right now? You are defending like Homer.
Wasn't a big loss.
Past that. I don't know who you are right now.
Wasn't a big deal.
No, we're not talking about how they got there in the miles. We're talking about 15 minutes before a game, somebody saying to Draymond Green and the war, let's just sag like that. That not odd to you?
Not
that has
really.
Nothing to do with how long you've been in the air or on a bus.
What are the other ways to implement a defensive strategy against Jaylen Brown? What are your other options?
Do just what you did when you beat him last time they showed up. Do what you did last time you beat him in the 22 finals, because the last I checked, he's not Larry Bird.
He's a better player now.
Okay, well...
he's shooting 34% from three-point
yesterday. 19 first quarter points. He embarrassed you.
Some players are so great, you have to give something up.
Jaylen Brown's not one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jalen. Oh, really? Yes.
It's the highest paid player in the league, I think.
You're going Bonte with the really. But yeah, oh, really?
Wait, Bastani, you would even agree. There's a difference between sagging off and treating him like Tony Allen or Timofey Mozgov.
Of course there is, but
that's how they treated him yesterday.
Okay, he's a great player.
That's what I'm saying.
One of the reasons they may have sagged off was because they were at the end of a trip and they had no energy.
Well, that's what I think it points to, is like, to your point, they did punt.
Exactly. That's why I'm not really worried about any of this stuff.
Well, they shanked the punt. Because if you were going to punt, Curry's ass should have been on the bench with Pods.
Man, you guys think every team should, like, if you're a really good team, you should go 80-2.
Well, nobody's saying
they're not a really good team. They're 3 games over 500. But everybody thinks they're going to go into Boston at the end of a trip.
No, we're asking to compete. Just compete.
They were out of gas.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe because they're old.
Right.
Like, why don't you look at some practical reasons?
No, I'm not going to sit here. It's wins or losses.
Okay.
It's not losses with extenuating circumstances. Because Steiny said you got into Toronto or Canada. It was a national TV game. Let's ball. We haven't beat good teams.
That easy?
Let's send a message or at least try. Let's get past halftime.
You think it's that
and you're
easy?
up in here 3-1 because they beat 3 dump truck teams.
Yeah. You think it's so easy for a guy 36 years old, Steph Curry, and it's so easy for Klay Thompson coming off 2 serious injuries at 34, and it's so easy for Draymond Green,
well, you know
who's getting older to play coach, 3 out of 4 games.
Even showed up. They should have called the NBA
Then yell at Kerr.
and got a violin and said, you know what, we're F because we're old. And Steiny feels sorry for us. Yeah, you got in there. Nobody cares about that. Ball out. You're getting paid millions of dollars.
There's your strategy.
You never played in the league either, just as much as me.
I know what the travel's like.
Competition looks like, and yesterday was an embarrassment by everybody.
It didn't matter.
And they need to be called out.
Scheduled loss. No,
when you
no
up here throwing parades in Mardi Gras for beating Toronto in New York, in Washington, and I told you before that game, Curry should have been resting, and I'm not even a doctor, and I stand on that.
Right.
And now how we look.
He's golfing today.
Yeah.
Steph's golfing today. That's how seriously he's hurt. I mean,
golfing ain't going to let us know if you're hurt. When you run up and down against Milwaukee is when we find out if you're hurt.
Instead of lamenting the loss, why don't we think about why it happened? You think you think it's an excuse. They're old. They're an older team. You must take that into consideration. It was an afternoon game. Like, I know we are so freaking spoiled. It is ridiculous. We think Steph Curry's going to play his 3rd game in 4 nights. It's an afternoon game against the best team in basketball, and we think he's 27 and could just go out there and score 44 without thinking about it. This is the best team in basketball they played. They got their ass kicked. The Celtics have beaten like 3 or 4 teams by 50. It's like, I'm just saying it's not the end of the world.
But they got their ass kicked in 10 minutes, Steiny. And I got to say this. I'm not saying you don't have a point about their age, but, bro, the way that you're painting that picture of their age, they got nothing coming.
Well, exactly.
See, I don't feel that.
Okay, why not?
Because they just got hot and showed us they could play.
It's February, Goo. It's February. And they're beating, like, we saw a team get their ass kicked yesterday. But it's the same team that can't beat anybody good and hasn't consistently all year.
That's where I'm having a problem with.
Let's go to Hunter in San Francisco. Right. What's up, Hunter? How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, man. How are you guys?
Hey. Hanging in.
Hey, listen, I agree it was a missed opportunity to rest Steph. Injury or not, I think he could have used the rest and come back strong.
I'll meet you halfway there. That's fine.
The other thing is, I wonder if it was a missed opportunity to put Moody up against Jaylen Brown. Moody doesn't do good against the small, quick guards, but it would have been an opportunity to test him against more like a Jalen Brunson, a bulkier guard. And so I thought, rather than dropping off, they could have tested Moody there.
I think Brown's too quick for Moody. I think the reason Moody I could see why Moody would have more success against a guy like Brunson.
Well, it couldn't have got any worse for what they tried to do.
Can make Brown try to go left.
You know what? Let me tell you something.
There was nothing. Go ahead.
He's Andrew Wiggins. He's the same. He's exactly. He's the exact same.
I don't think the book's out on him like that, though. Steiny with his left.
I do.
They exposed him in the finals.
Just because, it's just because you know a guy's going right, you can't stop him from going right all the time, because the minute you overcome, like Wiggins can, as Mike Montgomery once said, he's not a paraplegic. He can get something done with his left. If you overplay him too much to the right, then he can get that right shoulder underneath you, and then he's at the basket. Let's see what else. Let's go to some Kerr stuff. The game plan didn't work, Draymond Green.
Hey, it ain't work. Oh, well, we move on. Hey, it ain't work. Oh, well, we move on. So I thought it was fun to try. I was actually all for it. Like, let's try it and see if it works. If it don't, oh, well. If it does, we found something. All right, it ain't work. So we move on.
You know what? Who's our last caller? Remember his name?
Hunter.
I'll tell you what, I'll meet you halfway there, just to meet you. Just because I'm trying to be conciliatory.
But not me. It's Hunter,
no, you. No, you.
Yeah.
Because this is essentially what you were saying. Yeah, they missed an opportunity to get Steph 16 less minutes. Sure, I'll buy you there. I will absolutely. I'll buy that. They probably should have rested him yesterday.
And I'll say this about the Joe Montana minutes stuff.
But he didn't play 40 minutes.
The impact of those 16 minutes on the Bursitis issue. That could be more than 16 minutes.
Guru, please, you can't do
that there.
No, Goo.
Yeah, I get you with
we had
numbers.
Dr. Pande on, and he's like, this is not a big deal. But you're going to tell me 16 minutes could be the difference. I'm going to go with.
Well, I'm not telling you to go with me. I'm just telling you moving forward. I mean, this is hopefully it's not a big deal.
If Curry gets hurt this week, it's going to be because of Sunday.
Can I ask you a question?
That's what I'm going to brace for.
Yeah, because I'm good here. And I said, was there any part of you that watched that game and just thought, man, they could have used Wiggins?
No. Yeah. Was there any part of you?
Oh, every minute of the game. Every game they
was that the game he was going to get 53?
Dude, I think he's better than you give him credit for on a good day. That's why
on a good day.
Yeah.
But that's why I'll take Kuminga over. And Kuminga's become more consistent than Wiggins.
But
anybody want to fight me on that?
Speaking of absence, what about the Celtics? Celtics really missed Kristaps.
Oh my God! Now my head's gonna explode. He didn't play. That was Evan.
Look, this is it. The Warriors are like a boxer. Yeah, look, they can beat the tomato cans. They can. And there's nothing wrong with that. They have not proven.
But they can change that. If they're going to do something these last 22, they got to change it.
Season's 75% over.
Yeah, they got to change it.
They have not beaten good teams.
You got Dallas here, there. You got Lakers. You got Clippers. So that will be
let me ask you this.
That's the defining theme of the Warriors season. It will play itself out, but partner, they got to go through it to get to it.
So when the Warriors were winning but not beating great teams, and their record against good teams was still really bad, why were people thinking they could make a run, even though they have had no track record yet this year of beating, let's just say, the top 5, 6 teams in their conference?
I love you for that. I'm going Horseshack, ooh, and welcome back, Carter. Steiny, it was because they were so low that without Draymond Green and just the way everything looked, and I'm second guessing everything, this is the best cracker I ever had. And anytime they beat a team, I don't care what their record was, my stomach was full. It was like, oh, we won. And that's why I was just like, okay, yeah, they're gaining momentum. And I understand you can't beat Denver and Boston every time. But I was starting to show me it's real. And they didn't do that. And I guess I'm emotional because on top of Denver and those two, it's the NBA game. You told us that. Those 2 14-0 runs to close out the quarters or what have you. Yesterday, you ran your team out there without Wiggins because that's your reality right now. And you're telling me you couldn't last a quarter? That was Bob Cousy, Larry Bird, McHale, Bill Russell. This was the biggest lead the Celtics have ever had at halftime in their history.
Yeah.
I'll lay that there.
Yeah, I don't care. Once you punted the game, you must live with the circumstances.
You didn't punt. You fumbled.
You fumbled. You want to blame somebody? I'll tell you who to blame, and I'm dead serious. Blame the NBA. You can't sit Steph Curry for a nationally televised game against the Boston Celtics. They got all those rules in place now. They got all that crap that you got to prove the guy's really hurt. I guarantee you that Steve Kerr said, first of all, if you're going to miss a game, we'll miss Wednesday's game. It's a pain in the ass for Steph Curry to try to miss a game that's an ABC game on a Sunday. The league has put up mechanisms to make that more difficult for a team to do.
We've had that. You're right. And that's why I think it's worse that the 3 games prior to lesser teams than you, one, he didn't get a rest. That's all. Oh. And you can back me up on that. I've been consistent.
And you know who you blame on that? Draymond Green. Because Draymond Green put him in a hole where they had to win those 3 games, and they're not good enough to assume they can beat anybody without Curry. Anthony's in Richmond. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, almost afternoon, fellas.
What's up, baby?
So, what's up, Guru, man? How you doing, brother?
You know I'm hurting.
So, I know you are, man, and that's why I'm calling, because, like, I hear you on the Wiggins thing. I just think that game was a scheduled loss, man. Like the Celtics yesterday, that showed you where the Celtics are and where the Warriors are not. And I think it's pretty much just simple as that. I mean, maybe Steph could have had a better game, but you also look at the fact that besides him being hampered, they had a pretty defined game plan with him, which was double him whenever they could and really put bigger, longer athletic, guys on him. But I just don't see that Wiggins would have made that much of a difference, considering that, like, he hasn't shown as much this season, and he hasn't really been as aggressive as we would like. So maybe he would have made a slight difference, but that ass-kissing, it was going to happen regardless. But I did kind of notice that if Curry's not on, the Warriors just don't have another offensive answer. And I think that is the biggest problem that I noticed yesterday. Like, when they doubled Curry, he couldn't go to anybody else that could truly create their own shot or even be a threat. And then I guess I got to maybe give Steiny a little credit, because I've seen yesterday where one would say that Kuminga isn't ready to contribute at a winning level, because yesterday he seemed a little lost. And you've seen the difference between where Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are 8 or 9 years in the league versus where he is now. Like, athleticism can only get you so far, but then after that, it's what's happening between your eyes. But no, I don't think Wiggins would have made a difference, man. I think that just was a bad loss.
Appreciate the phone call, and Steiny, he gave you credit, but I'm going to just echo those sentiments. I'm not down on Kuminga. I'm just telling you the reality is every team you play night in, night out is not Denver. They're not as talented as the Boston Celtics. But as far as Kuminga, they had trees yesterday. They had dudes that could turn him or steer him the other way. He was not able to just come downhill. And when Curry's not on without Andrew Wiggins, I do get concerned. Where's the help coming from? Now, that could be Clay, but he hasn't been super Mr. Consistent. But maybe what he just brought up, Anthony, explains why against good teams, they got better defenders. Maybe that's why that record is what it is in regard to playing upper echelon teams.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's one thing I will not do today. Kuminga's been their second best player. I'm not going to hit him for one bad game against Boston when nobody was any good. When nobody was any good. Kuminga's become the Warriors' second most consistent player.
He played the whole game.
Let's see. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. Catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
56! We don't know where Wiggins is, but everybody's happy. I'm not.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource.
FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
That was embarrassing.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You like these guys?
Red Hot Chili Peppers, Licky Goo, Blondie's Pizza in Berkeley.
Nirvana.
Oh, why'd you act like I got it right? Hey, cool.
I like to give you a little life.
Dude, I got a new fave right now in the industry, on TV.
Have I ever? Oh, hold on. Oh, Danny Green.
No, Bob Myers. The Bob Myers, I text him. Stephen, he worked all day yesterday.
Leave the poor guy alone.
Stephen A. left early. Bob Myers is great, man. He got some takes.
He's probably still in bed right now.
He might be.
Dude, he's where Stephen A.'s desk is empty. Finish the shift. That's our guys.
925 on the Comcast Business text line. Jonathan Kuminga needs to bulk up and get stronger now. Oh, my gosh.
I wouldn't say. I think he's got enough bulk.
I think he could get stronger. But I don't want to get him too strong. I don't think he's built to be Karl Malone.
Remember that year Kobe put on muscle? He still was good.
I don't remember. No, I don't.
I
don't.
Now, I get it.
I'm serious.
I believe you're just.
I don't remember.
Yeah, he put on some muscle, said it messed up his shooting rhythm.
I never followed one player as if I were following an entire team.
Well, that's the new generation.
To me, the team is more important.
So you do believe there are Curry fans that are not more than Warrior fans?
Absolutely. There are absolutely some fans out there who are more fans of Steph Curry than the team.
Well, they're Michael Jackson fans more than the Jackson 5.
See, that works. Let's put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo.
This is something that I do a lot of my own research here. This is what should worry Warrior fans. Steph Curry has not made more than 50% of his shots from the field in the last 11 games. He's not had one shooting game.
Did you come up with that?
Yeah. I was just like, Curry hasn't been shooting it well. And 2 for 13, 9 for 22, 11 for 26, 6 for 21, 6 for 19, 5 for 14, 12 for 24. That's 50%. I said above, 4 for 14, 15 for 31, 9 for 19, 10 for 22. So he has not made more than half his shots in any of the last 11 games.
I'll tell you what, partner,
they're lucky to be
some help.
8-3.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Bob Myers from yesterday. He was on whatever show that is that's before
Countdown.
Before and
NBA
after.
Countdown, ESPN.
Blowout losses.
But are the Warriors more dangerous? Are they better, Bob, than their record indicates in the chances they have against those top teams?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they still have a top 5, whatever you want to call Curry in the league, player.
Yep.
And they're playing the best they've played all season long. They're healthy. Wiggins is now out, so he's got to get back. I know he's dealing with some personal stuff, and they're going to need him to make a stretch run because that wing defender, and we saw what he did in 22 in the playoffs. But this is the thing about the West, Malika. Let's say the Warriors get up to the 6th seed, which I think is the goal for all these teams, is to get out of that play-in, that 7 through 10 dangerous 1-game, 2-game situation. But then you're playing Denver, who's the 3 seed right now. So I'm looking, if you're in the West, there's no easy way around it. I mean, it's all matchup dependent because there's certain teams the Warriors, I think, specifically would want to avoid. And then there's certain teams that they match up better against. So I think they're dangerous. I don't think anybody doesn't think they're dangerous. Now, if you're talking about Boston, I do think in the NBA right now, there's 2 teams that have separated themselves a little bit. And Denver, you're going to respect them because they're the defending champs. We saw them last night. And the Celtics. Those 2 teams, I think, are in a little bit of a different tier. Mm-hmm. If you look at the West, I don't know that any of us can say with confidence the Warriors cannot beat the Minnesota Timberwolves or Oklahoma City Thunder or Clippers. I don't think anybody can say that.
They haven't yet.
That's our guy. Can I just add something to that?
Yeah.
I watched OKC, Steiny, SGA, and that team is for real.
Thank you.
They are young and athletic enough to give the Warriors problems just from the DNA standpoint. I'm not saying the Warriors couldn't give them all that and some, but Steiny, I'm telling you, man, I'm nervous as hell, and it's not going to be easy. And right now, you got to play your ass off just to get into that series or that path.
And I don't really want to get into this, but this is the danger to me of, not danger, but we throw these things around and everybody just nods yes. Do you think Steph Curry's a top five player in the NBA right now? I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm being
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is better than him right now. He's a better player. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Doncic right now doesn't mean Steph couldn't finish with a great 20. It doesn't mean Steph can't outplay. Jokic is better. Doncic is better.
I got something for you.
Giannis is better.
I got something for you.
Do the Clippers have anybody better? I mean, it's not the end of the world, people.
But in the playoffs, which he hasn't struggled in this year, Steiny, I would say he's a top 5 player if the Warriors can qualify going into playoffs only because experience, and he's done it. Okay. That would be my last presentation to the jury is I'm betting on him, no bursitis, him in a zone, or him just saying, you know what, we got a series. Fair. I can be better than Ant-Man in his, in the debut or whatnot.
And I'll agree with you there. Then what about their next best player?
And that's where...
But nothing's changed.
No, they've
not had
an option for their second best player may not even be around. So that's changed. Wiggins.
We're talking about a guy who this year, because that's all that matters, is averaging 12 a game. He's averaging 12 and a half a game, Wiggins.
But it's what he does. I know you're going to scoff at this. It's the threat aspect of it, and it's also the attention. Steiny, people do pay attention defensively to Wiggins, man.
I think it's.
And I'm in fairy tale land of the playoffs, game 1, everything's up, pointed up, Steiny. But I'm sorry. The fluctuation when he's on the team, Wiggins, between him and Kuminga, and now Kuminga playing better defenses scares the hell. Like Steph in these double teams yesterday, nobody's talking about what Boston was sending double teams that were like Picasso. Like you would make God give the ball up. To who though?
And I just don't understand why yesterday was such a red flag. I don't understand it.
Because I thought they were playing their best ball, Matt.
Well, but it's the end of a road trip. They're an older team. That's why, you know what? Some of the stuff you said, I'll go with you. You know what? In the playoffs, you don't play back-to-backs. You don't play 3 and 4 nights. That the Warriors have, that's what's going for them. And the other thing is, Steph wore down last year. He did in the playoffs. He wore down.
Well, he had to get 50 to get you to the second round.
Well, there are signs that he's starting to wear down. Question is it temporary? Is it not temporary? I think this is the part where I guess I get really frustrated. They're in 9th place. They've been in 10th place or 11th place for half the season. They've just made a little run where they beat all the teams they should beat to get up to 9. What? People are going to yell and scream. If you think this is a championship type of team, I don't know what to tell you. Now, they've played 60 games. They got 22 left.
Yep.
Depending on how they play the last 22 games, maybe they go into the playoffs and I'll look at it differently. Hey, guess what? They knocked off. They finished 15-7.
Hello?
22, 15. Right. But they have not done that yet. So do you just expect them to do that? They're just gonna start knocking off Dallas.
I'm hoping them do that, and I think they're capable of knocking off Dallas. And what I saw yesterday, and I like Dallas.
So
I don't think
the track record doesn't matter.
No, it's got to change at some point. Now, it's just like their road record last year. I took that L because I went down thinking this will be it, and it never happened. And that's why I'm so passionate this morning, and my voice is gone. Is because they were playing great ball, and then to me, you want to test the great ball against Denver. Okay, that was an outlier. Then we got Boston. You can't get past the first
quarter. That's the thing.
Well,
it's not an outlier.
A Warrior fan would tell you, Matt.
Good teams.
I'll tell you this. We got 22 more to go.
Right.
So I can make an argument that these are the most important 22 because they're your last, where this is your last chance.
Then just acknowledge you're wishing. The track record.
Give me a splash of hope.
No. There's no splash of hope until they show me.
Give you, Matt.
Well, then acknowledge they're not a good team and quit trying to think they're going to get to the Western Conference Finals. They can't. They can't do it.
Well, they can.
Right, but they ain't doing it unless they start beating good teams from this point out.
And it starts Wednesday.
But when have they shown they're even capable of doing that consistently?
I have nothing for you. And
right, so,
here we go.
So
Wiggins
until they do it, don't think they can.
Yeah, well, again,
they
now
can.
I'm hoping they can.
Well, that's great, but there's no track record of doing it.
No doubt about it.
They just have no track record of beating good teams.
So you think
you're being unfair?
No, I'm being real.
You guys are being unfair to this team.
I'm not even
quit talking about them like they can win a championship.
Let's put it right on the table.
It's a joke. You're gonna
if
you're
Boston
gonna be pissed off
let's
all
say
year.
yesterday didn't happen, and Boston was coming to check the Warriors were playing that game Wednesday in Boston.
All right,
who wins that game? Do you think
the Celtics? And I'm going on the fact that the Warriors are 7-22 against good teams. And you know what? If they beat Milwaukee, they're 8-23.
No,
and then they'll play Dallas at some point. Can they have no...
Stoney, I just felt like there was a parade amongst Warrior fans, and I didn't say it, not you.
Come on, dude.
That when they won the 14 out of 20 or 13 out of 20, that, we're back. And I was happy for the wins. It's about stacking dubs. I heard Bonte. I'm still not for him. Stacking wins. But then when you look at the quality of it, and some could say, if you don't have a job, how are you going to turn down minimum wage? You need to go take that job until you find something better. So as excited as I got with them playing better, when you do look at it through the lens of quality, there's a lot to be desired. And yesterday was just, I know it was the last game of a trip, but damn, you can't make it to halftime. That was sobering for me.
Memphis. This is who they beat. I mean,
I can tell you.
That's the other thing. If you bring up the quality of opponents, then nobody wants to hear it when they're doing it. Memphis. They beat Memphis. Then they beat Atlanta. Lost to Sac. Lost to the Lakers. Beat Philly with no Embiid. They beat Memphis. They lost to Atlanta. Then they beat Brooklyn. Philly, no Embiid. Indiana, that's probably been their best win. They won against Indiana at Indiana. Then they came home and beat Phoenix.
That's
Utah. Played the Clippers. Couldn't play 48 minutes. Why? Clippers are good. Then they beat Utah. Then they beat the Lakers. 10th seed. Beat Charlotte. Oh, here comes Denver. Walloped. Washington, New York, Toronto. Wins. Boston. Walloped. You're not going to just beat good teams from here on out without something changed.
Well, if you want your goal, you got to earn it now. And know what? The teams in front of you are in your way that are above you. Lakers win tonight, they would be ninth. But, Steiny, it's go time. And that's why I'm concerned about the health. And I know Wiggins to you is not health, don't qualify. He's not here. That's just, you know what I mean? That's firepower for whatever reason, weaponry. He's not here. You can't afford to be without him. But it is what it is. And hopefully he's not gone. But the more I think about what Dan Dibley said last week, that he may have played his last game this year in a Warrior uniform, that's not off the table for me.
Well, I mean,
I know you can't worry about it, but Steiny is hurting the team. They can go, we're going to give it our best shot. It's hurting the team. That nobody would argue.
I don't know. You know what? I'm just going to play devil's advocate. I don't know that. He's missed 4 games. They won 3 of them. They won 3 of 4 without him.
All right, well, it'll keep going.
What will?
The tally of, you're going to play better teams, but
maybe he'll play Wednesday. I have no idea.
That would be ideal.
Joe's in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing, buddy? By the way, coming up at 1 o'clock, Sam Gordon. He's the new San Francisco Chronicle Warrior beat writer, and he'll join us at 1 o'clock. We'll get to know Sam Gordon. 1 o'clock.
I'm excited. Wonder how he's feeling.
More excited about him than the Warriors.
Sam, thoughts on bursitis? First question.
Oh, God. That was bad, Goo. Joe in San Jose.
Hey, cool.
What's going on?
Hey,
What's
Joe.
going on?
Talk to us, baby.
Hey, Mr. Steinmetz, you have a good point. What they're going to do is they're going to burn themselves out to get to the playoffs, and they're going to get smoked by somebody. They're not big enough, and they're not athletic enough. They have 1, 2, maybe 3 guys that can produce. There's teams out there that all 5 can produce. So they're going to run into a brick wall, and they're not going to be able to climb it. That's just the bottom line.
Wow. Appreciate the call. First of all, I didn't say that. I didn't say they were going to play well and get whooped. But when he said, here's something you said, and I was like, ooh, you said, Steiny, it's go time. I think one of the problems is, I would say, dude, it was go time at 19 and 24. That's when Steph started picking up his play. Because I think he knew if they let it get too much below that, they were done.
Yeah.
So what did Curry do? This is the way I view it. What did Curry do at 19 and 24? He started doing more and more and more. And he got him to 500. He got him over 500. But there's a price to pay for that when you're 36 years old. And I think he's paid it individually over the last 11 games. Nevertheless, they still won 8 of them.
Oh, I hope you're
because
wrong.
Their schedule's been favorable. But I'm also not here saying
help though, Steiny. I hear what you're saying.
They don't look what they don't have enough around him. Like we can.
That might be the rat on the table.
If Wiggins is your second best player, or Clay's your second best player, or Kuminga's your second best player, you ain't winning anything. Can we put rats on tables?
No, that's too. Oh boy.
I mean, it's not that hard. You think they're underachieving?
Well,
I don't.
Well, no. I'm telling you, I was off some liquid yesterday thinking, and it's my prerogative. I can do it. It's my thought, my brain. To answer your question, what would their record have been with Draymond not suspended 15 games?
I don't know.
That can do nothing for what they are now, but Steiny, I think we'd be talking about a team that might be 5th or 4th in the West.
That's irrelevant. I'm sorry. It just is. Okay. What's the Warriors' record against good teams with Draymond Green? It might not be 7 and 23, but it's going to be 4 and 15. Kerr.
I've liked this team all year. We had some struggles early on, but it was really more about things just coming together. And the chemistry's been great right from the beginning of camp. The guys are all committed to each other. They care about each other. They care about winning. We've just gotten healthy and found a good groove. And I think it took us a while, frankly, just to figure out our team. We were leaning on what we were 2 years ago when we won the championship early in the season, and that wasn't working. And I gave that a good long look. And we eventually changed things up between that and getting Draymond back and our young guys really taking a leap forward. Guys like Loon and Moses, who are so professional, just hanging in there during difficult times, setting a great tone for the rest of the group. We've got a good bit of momentum going, and we're just going to try to keep it going.
All right.
I think we can all put to bed any kind of comparison between this team and 2 years ago. That's what Steph.
There's
Steve
no
Kerr
Otto Porter
said.
Jr.
Oh my God! You act like he was their second best player.
No, he was just. There's no Bielitsa.
14-minute rotation.
No, my
guy.
thing is size. Now I'm going Bob Fitzgerald.
Well, he was small, but he played big. I'll give you that. They took a good long look at that squad from 2 years ago.
That's a hell of a.
They went with that as long as they could. Translation: we're going to keep Kuminga to limited minutes. We're going to give Wiggins. We're going to give Clay. We're going to give Looney. They stayed with that unit as long as they could. Why? Out of respect for what they did 2 years ago. He said he went as long as he could with the guys that were the big tractor pullers on that team. Didn't work. He said didn't work. Now they go to Kuminga. Now Pod starts getting more time. Looney gets less time.
God, I'm thinking of Looney. He missed a layup yesterday, Stoney. I think the ball got stuck in the. Like, man, you on the break, Loon? And then failed. It almost failed. I was like, oh, boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we will jump into it with Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle. When you say new, Evan, off the top of your head, did he start last week, or is this his first year on the beat?
This is his first season on the beat. He took over at the beginning of the season.
Nice.
That's dope. I'm
He's
excited.
from the Twin Cities.
He's in Minneapolis? He worked with Finchie?
I don't know if he covered the Timberwolves, but he's from Minneapolis.
Oh, but he's familiar with Finchie?
They were up 18 on the Clippers.
Here we go.
No, I'm just...
Undercover.
Here we go.
I don't want to talk about... But...
Yeah, they stink, the Timberwolves.
It was a close game.
If you rule
and
out...
I watched Minnesota and the great Ant-Man, Steiny, and you could tell what lemon booty But like there was 7 seconds left. They're down 3. And Edwards, you can't go take 2 because there'll be 1.5 seconds when that ball comes through the net. You have to shoot a 3. My point to you and Evan is and it was one.
If you criticize the Warriors as much as you criticize the teams at the top of the Western Conference, we probably couldn't have a show.
They're done.
No, they are done.
No, guys,
of course they're done. They lost the game in March.
I'm going job interview. I'm just telling you the experience element of what the Warriors have. They got to handle their business to be able to utilize it. Might win them a game or 2 or maybe an early series.
And their age might lose them a game or 2.
And I didn't fight you on that at all.
Okay.
You scared the hell out of me just a second ago with
Curry?
Yeah.
No, but he's not. He's the same player he's always been.
I know what it is, but I just hate that we're not, well, you did, honing in on the help. He got us here. Now we need some help. He can't, you know what I'm saying?
He's not as good
yesterday.
He's not as good as he was.
I love you. He would tell you he was bad.
He's not as good as he was, and the players around him aren't as good as they were. That's where the Warriors are at right now.
Like Durant has Devin Booker to throw the ball to or Bradley Beal. Curry doesn't have that luxury. Kawhi can throw it to PG, you know?
Goo's starting to calm down a little. Let's talk about what Jaylen Brown had to say.
I'm good now.
What goes through your head when a team does that to you? First time it's ever happened to me. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. Took a little bit of adjusting, but, you know, I think we just took advantage of whatever that attempt was and just made the best of it. For the most part, my job is to get to the paint. We got enough three-point shooters on our team. So, you know, I don't take a lot of threes for the most part throughout the season because we got enough of that. I get to the paint, and I usually open it up for everybody else. But if you want to dare me to shoot, we can do that too. You know what I mean? I thought it was a little disrespectful, but, you know, we took advantage of it, and we didn't look back.
How do you give a guy $17.5 million a year for the next 2 years, and he hands his team the defensive game plan 15 minutes before tip-off, Goo? How does that happen? Yeah, I mean, come on, rip Curry.
No, I can't.
Rip him.
Because I got to tell you guys something. That was like 8th on my list of 10 items I had. It wasn't just Brown. Okay, let's just say he cooked you for 19 first-quarter points, made all 5 of his threes. You couldn't do diddly squat offensively. Hauser, bang, bang. I mean, everybody had it. And Tatum took 2 shots in the first quarter. Oh, he posted up CP3. CP3 didn't have the best game. Nobody did. But Steiny, to me, that was, okay, that's what you chose to do, but offensively was discouraging to me.
So this you flush it down the toilet. We had a great road trip, 3-1.
Thank you.
We've had 1 million games. So Boston was amazing. We weren't beating them today. So we head home and get ready for Wednesday.
Well, you flush it down the toilet until you got to use the restroom again. Because if you do that again, then you're going to have to flush something else. You know.
Well, they haven't been doing it. That's the first time they've done that.
Well, Toronto
That's 2 months ago.
But it still happened. They were
right. So now they've had, how many games have they had like this?
Under Kerr, I'm gonna say like yesterday, never. Well, they.
What are you talking? You just said they had Toronto. 2.
Yeah. That would the Toronto and New Orleans that wasn't that yesterday to me.
Why don't you allow for a team to do this one here and there over an 82-game season? It happens to every single team. Like, this is where people say, Stein, you're such a hater. This happens. I didn't come in here today thinking, oh, you know what? I'll make everything. They won 3 out of 4 on a road trip. They're 9th. They're 4 games over 500. They're not going to end the season 19-3. They're not good enough. No, you know what? No team's going to end up 19-3. No, man.
Uncle Looney said the Dubs would destroy the Finchies. I think that was...
That's an easy thing to say right now, but it means nothing. Material. Austin, it means nothing. 0.
Uncle Looney.
Fine. Minnesota's kicked their ass twice this year. They're
Draymond got suspended.
Okay. Yeah, Warriors don't have a size problem against Minnesota. No, they don't. I mean,
who would they play to where they don't have a size problem?
Listen, and that's the other thing with this team.
Sacramento.
Keep saying, oh, we'll beat Minnesota and we'll beat OKC. You need to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't want any part of OKC.
It's like the way, I just really think this. The way we assess this Warriors team is so unfair.
To who?
To the Warriors. You said they aren't underachieving. This is kind of who they are, but you expect them to beat good teams consistently. If they beat good teams consistently, they would be 35-23 right now and fourth. But they don't, and they haven't this year. And they play Minnesota again. Maybe I'll feel differently if they can beat Dallas once or twice. They beat Minnesota one more time. They beat the Pelicans. But they haven't beaten good teams. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in a half hour, Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle. Guru, feeling some type of way about this game? I'm feeling some type of way about this game. How are you feeling about this game against the Celtics yesterday on 95.7 The Game?
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 22nd through March 24th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their Red Tag clearance sale March 22nd through March 24th for the best time to save on big new appliances for your home.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Do you have a child who doesn't listen or tunes you out? Is a teacher telling you that your child may need extra support? Tune in every Saturday morning at 7:30 for Parenting with Vanessa Colon. 20 years of expertise empowering parents with the tools they need on 95.7 The Game.
Let's Save Lives. An Introduction to Suicide Prevention is an education program designed by and for the Black community. To learn more, go to afsp.org/chapters. AFSP is an I'm Listening partner. Learn more at imlistening.org and on the Odyssey app.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients. If you're ready to regain your independence,
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you, 95.7 The Game. Coming up in a half hour, Sam Gordon covers the Golden State Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle, and he's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Warriors 3-1 on the road trip. They had won 8 consecutive road games. Who cares if they lost by 50 or lost by 20? That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
I came in today, and I'm actually a little bit surprised, but maybe I shouldn't be. And what I mean by that is they got walloped yesterday. I think there were circumstances that make that more explainable. Doesn't mean they weren't embarrassed, humiliated, all those things. But I don't take one thing out of that game that changed my mind about the way I thought of the Warriors before that game. The Warriors have handled the teams that you would think they should be able to handle this year. When they play good teams, they have not won consistently from day one until yesterday. So to me, I feel the same way today after the Denver game. They're not in Denver's league right now. They're not in Boston's league right now. They're not in any of these teams' leagues right now that are at the top of the standings. Can they get there? It's possible, but they've got to start beating some good teams. 888-957-9570.
No, I'll tell you what, you talk about this rest, Donnie. This is going to be the biggest rest they have for the rest of the season. They got 17 games in 30 days. Like, they're coming fast. So we'll see how this goes, man. But, you talk about age and Andrew Wiggins, if he might reappear. But, I mean, this will be the biggest break they have for the rest of the season with these 22 games. So they're coming.
I'm interested to know, because, you've brought this up a lot. And it's Andrew Wiggins. You really think he's the difference between this team being where they're at now?
With all my heart, my friend.
Okay, well,
and I got to just add this caveat.
Why would you assume that from a guy who's never been that, but for 6 months in his entire life?
I give you that, but it seemed like the light was coming on the last 12 games that he played. Even with that, Steiny, I could just see a scenario to where he'll never be 2022. But give me 75% of that or 82.
It's not enough. Well, it's not even going to win him a series.
But with him being a zero,
they're 3-1.
They're
3-1 without him. Like, here it is. And again, I'm separating why Wiggins is out from him not playing. But
just to wrap, this
is where I'd be like, stop trying to insult me, Goo.
You just did that with me. No, you did it to all of Dub Nation when you said 3-1. They could have beat all three of those teams without Curry and Wiggins, I believe. Come on, man.
Dude, the Knicks had made it a 5-point game.
No, it's not about that. It's just about the fact the Knicks had nothing, and they did do that with Curry. But you can't tell me they couldn't have won without Steph.
Well, then why were you so high on them when they were beating horse crap teams before this season?
Because I couldn't. Road trip. I was excited, and when I put my foot in the water, which was the temperature that Boston presented, it was cold. I did it against Denver, and I said, you know what? Nothing to see here. It's Denver. And yesterday was just a harsh reality that number 22 is needed.
You expect the Warriors to beat San Antonio, the 3 straight? They played San Antonio 3 times.
I'm being honest with you.
Right.
Because I still got PTSD from the visit from Wemby in the preseason. But I do expect them. With the stakes where they're at, I do expect them to win that Saturday and Monday back-to-back. Milwaukee, I know you're going to be like, oh, it didn't sound like it the first segment, Goo. I expect them to beat Milwaukee.
All right, so what about Chicago?
4 games.
Right, so they got to win their next 4 games. Yeah. What if they win 3 out of 4?
They'll probably be a game and a half or maybe 2 up on the Lakers, who I think are going to lose tonight, and the Warriors will be 9th. Then it's can they get to 8th?
And I guess that's where, like, I just think there's a disconnect between who they are and what we expect. Like the Warriors, what's their record? I don't even know what it is. 32 and 28? 32 and 28. They played 60 games. I mean, why would you expect them to win 4 in a row?
Now that's interesting.
I don't understand.
You know what?
It'd be nice. It's possible, but you know who goes 4-0 and just can say, you know what, we should win it, right?
Okay, tell us this.
We're treating
Had
this
they won
team
that
like
game
Denver.
yesterday, Steiny, would something have changed? No, I'm just asking.
I mean, yes, a little bit would have changed.
And I think that's being fair.
But Steve Kerr said we were not going to win this game. He said we were not going to win this
Which
game.
gets me more furious about not resting Curry. If you really thought that.
So the LA Lakers came in here last year, played the Golden State Warriors. We got to acknowledge some stuff about the NBA. The LA Lakers last year played in the second round against the Warriors. The Warriors and the Lakers had a closeout game in the first round on a Friday night. Who'd the Lakers beat in the first round last year? Memphis. So the Lakers play on a Friday night, and they win. And they close out that series.
We lost to Sac. You and
on
I did
a Friday
that.
night.
Messing you and me.
It means the Warriors had to play Sunday.
Yep.
Curry gets 50, saves your ass.
Team meeting Saturday.
What happened on game 1 against the Lakers? The Lakers came into the game and beat the Warriors in Golden State to take a 1-0 lead, even though they were not the higher seed. Yeah. They did not have home court. Why did they win that game? To me, it was because they had 4 days rest, and the Warriors were in a grueling Game 7 against the Sacramento Kings. LeBron James and Anthony Davis knew damn well their best and maybe their only shot to win a game in San Francisco was Game 1 with the Warriors having played a 7-game series with only 1 day off, as opposed to they who played a 6-game series with 3 days or 3 or 4 days off. LeBron James then put all the eggs in that basket. That was like the most important game of the series. Look what happened in Game 2. The Lakers lost by 30. Yeah. Why? Because they won Game 1. They knew they weren't going to take 2. Then what happened? Okay, we punted on Game 2, the Lakers, essentially. I'm not saying we're... And they were like, now these next 2 games, we must protect home court. They blew the Warriors out by 30 in Game 3.
And a miracle.
And then, wasn't a miracle.
Lonnie Walker.
That's not a miracle. That's a young guy taking advantage of an old team, and the Warriors not have anybody who could guard him. And yeah, guy got hot. He's an NBA player. The point is it makes sense. The Game 4 is going to be the tight one. That's going to be the tight one. And the Lakers got it. And the minute they got Game 4, the series was over. Because sometimes it's tougher to play when you don't have a lot of rest. Like, that's the way I look at the Lakers series. People can look at it differently. But I'll just say that series was lost when they lost that Friday game at home. 888-957-9570 is the number. What about Pods?
He'll be ready. He'll be good Wednesday. Yeah. If this was a playoff game, he would have played. Given where he is in his rookie year, getting the extra 3 days before the next game, I think he needed it. He's played a lot of minutes for us. He's already played more games this year than he did in college last year. It's great for him to get the extra few days, but he'll be ready to go Wednesday.
Here's the worst. This is from a new Comcast YouTube. Steiny's in heaven today. The Warriors are losing. No, they're not. They're not losing. They're 13-4 over their last 17 games. They're not losing. They're still playing the best basketball they've played this season. They got thumped in a game yesterday against a good team, which is a kind of team they always have struggled with this year. They're not losing. I'm not the guy throwing them under the bus today. I'm a guy saying they still very much have momentum, depending on what happens Wednesday and Thursday.
Well, they don't have momentum against good teams.
Well, they didn't going into Boston. And if they'd beaten Boston, they all of a sudden wouldn't have momentum because they won 1 game. They've got to start winning some games against good teams like a little bit more consistently before I start thinking this team can make a run.
Well, and I thought they were ready for it. That's why I was, unlike you, I was watching that game differently in regard to the opportunity.
But wouldn't, seriously, the Warriors, we looked at that road trip. It was like, you don't have to be.
There was three gimmies to me.
Okay, but you don't have to be an expert to say, Jesus, Sunday's game's going to be really hard. Why, Steiny? Well, it's the end of a road trip. It'll be 3 games in 4 nights. It's an afternoon game. Celtics are playing their best basketball of the year. And they just swamped the Warriors.
Well, I get it with just people act like they didn't sleep, they didn't eat, they didn't shower. I mean, it's a basketball game. It's the Warriors testing their own mettle. Okay, yeah, you're right. Nobody can ignore that they've gotten hot and you thought maybe there was some type of turning of the corner. You beat Boston before. Nobody saw them getting beat by 58 because of the miles.
Why would you think they've turned the corner when they still hadn't beaten any good teams on a consistent basis?
Because they don't control the schedule. The 3 games that they won, you said it, they won it. That's all they can do. So this was an opportunity.
Okay,
and now the schedule's going to get more. Yeah, you're going to see more teams that you got to win.
Nothing's changed. They still can't beat good teams. It's still the same team that came into yesterday going 13-3.
Well, one thing's changed. You're without Andrew Wiggins.
Is that a change or is that the status quo? I've been watching this guy for 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm sick of that.
You just can't say it's not, and I'm not saying you're not saying it's not a big deal, regardless of what you think of him.
I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm sick of it.
We all are, but it's a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, then this team can't.
Quit thinking that Andrew Wiggins is this guy that puts him over the top. That's a joke.
If they're going to get over the top, he's got to help.
Did you hear Steve Kerr talk about quit thinking it's 2 years ago? Wiggins ain't that player.
Right.
I got news for you. Steph ain't either.
But I'll tell you, okay, you've done the biggest 180, Stoney. And
no, I haven't.
No, I'm going to tell you why. You ain't even heard it. Hear me out.
You think this team's going places because they beat terrible teams.
You and I have argued 15 rounds. We went 15 rounds on just what Moses Moody is. And I love Moody. But if you're telling me Wiggins is gone for whatever he's dealing with, insert Moody, and you've said this, they're going to be okay if you get good Moody compared to bad Wiggins, that's a 180, man. That is a big ass loss, and I'm a guy that likes Moody. But you can't tell me Moody can just go be Wiggins, especially after the 12 games where he was active.
Let me tell you who's doing the 180. You're doing the 180 now on Moody. You thought he was great. I was like, he's a nice player. What did I say? Listen to what I said. I said, if Moody plays his best, he can help them more than Wiggins has helped them this year because Wiggins has not been good this year. I don't give a rat's ass about 11 games.
And I don't buy that. I'm going Mutombo.
Okay. Well, you know who isn't going Mutombo? Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr.
I've liked this team all year. We had some struggles early on, but it was really more about things just coming together. And the chemistry's been great right from the beginning of camp. The guys are all committed to each other. They care about each other. They care about winning. We've just gotten healthy and found a good groove. And I think it took us a while, frankly, just to figure out our team. We were leaning on what we were 2 years ago when we won the championship early in the season, and that wasn't working. And I gave that a good long look. And we eventually changed things up between that and getting Draymond back and our young guys really taking a leap forward. Guys like Loon and Moses who are so professional, just, hanging in there during difficult times, setting a great tone for the rest of the group. We've got a good bit of momentum going and we're just going to try to keep it going.
Now, forget me. You're not arguing with me. You pretend you're talking to Steve Kerr. We were leaning on what we were 2 years ago. It wasn't working. We took a good long look at it. We changed things up, and we started playing better.
I don't even know what the hell that means. You got the same damn team. Whose fault is that? What does that mean? That means you're the coach. You look worse for. I went off about I went off about Kuminga being in jail, and then all of a sudden now he has this breakout season. He should have been playing, and you can do the same for Moses Moody. But don't dare blame your rotations or lack of rotations and guys taking forever to pop because like you didn't have nothing to do with it, and don't you dare blame it all on Wiggins.
What Kerr's saying is that.
We don't know where Wiggins is.
What does
that mean to you? They tried. That's all you got. This is the team you got.
It's plain as day.
I'm listening.
Well, are you? I'm telling you that early in the year, the first 2 months, what did they go to? They went to the unit or the players that won them a title 2 years ago.
And why would you not do that, Steiny? You told me Moody or just guys. You said Kuminga's not ready. Why would you not do that?
Because he went with the team that won him a title. That means that's why he stuck with Wiggins, who stunk. And until Wiggins stunk so much that I don't understand like Steve Kerr, what he's saying is, we went to that lineup everybody thinks we can just turn this on and be the team we were 2 years ago. That's what we tried to do for the first half of the season. What do you mean? We played Steph. We started Clay. We had Wiggins, our second best player. Kuminga was on the bench, just like he was 2 years ago. Draymond was playing. Looney was playing. He went to the unit that won him a title 2 years ago. He did that for half a season, and he's like, this isn't working. Like, we can't recreate it. It's too far in the past. All right, let's talk about Kuminga, playing Kuminga more. Now we got a little something clicking. Here comes Moody. Let's put Pods in there, move Clay to the bench. So he tried something new. They've had results. Whether you want to say it's because they played bad teams or not, they started to win. So now what do? Like when Wiggins comes back, you just put him back in the starting lineup and then push Kuminga to the bench and see if Looney can come back and try to recreate 2 years ago. Like that to me would be insanity.
Right.
That's just me.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, you're missing the Draymond suspension.
First of all, it's not me. It's Kerr. You're arguing with Kerr, not me.
I'm just telling you how it played out. Kuminga had to raise hell and go public about his playing time, but the Draymond suspension helped Kuminga. They had no other option but to play Kuminga. Kuminga basically freed himself.
All right.
Okay, here comes
and
Pods
he's still playing
with awesome contributions. But when I hear that soundbite, you still are what you are, Kerr, against good teams with this newfound, if we're not, and I'm not saying blaming Wiggins or whatnot, they're not better, Steiny, and we're going to find out if Andrew doesn't come back, this team is not going to not miss him.
He doesn't matter anymore.
All right.
I don't think he matters anymore.
I do.
I don't. Yeah. I think it's water under the bridge.
I think you're selling him short too, man.
I'm not selling him short. He's selling himself short. It has nothing to do with him missing 4 games. The guy, don't you get it? Guy's going to break your heart, even if he comes back. I am not going to sit here and say if they get Wiggins back, all of a sudden they can start beating really good teams and we got action and we can head to the Western Conference
Finals. It would give you a better
Finals.
chance, Matt. I'm not saying that.
I don't know that anymore. He has not had a good year.
But I just can't believe you're not just like middle finger in his last 12 games before he missed. He was shooting better. 50%, over 54% from the field, 40% from 3. Everything was coming back. And don't dare sleep on his defense. If you're about to play, okay, hold on.
Come on.
If you're about to go into a series against an OKC, let's say, without Wiggins' defense, you see, they went at Moody yesterday, man.
He's not
and
the
I'm
same
not even
player.
mad at Moody. You're not ready for that to guard the Tatums and Brown. Yeah. And that's probably went into why they implemented whatever they did with Brown. Just respect Wiggins on a good day.
On a good day. So Wiggins playing well 1 out of 3 games is going to help you. And by the way, let's really take a look at how great he's been the last 10, 12 games. 5 for 10, 5 for 8, 8 for 14, 7 for 12, 4 for 10, 5 for 13, 5 for 10. Like, rebounds, He had 10. Oh,
give it to me.
Give it to Philly. He was 21-10.
Okay.
Great.
Let's go.
4, 5, 2, 6, 7, 3, 2, 4. Okay, so he still doesn't rebound.
How about the 3?
The 3.
He had been hitting them.
He'd never. 2 for 3, 1 for. I mean, I'm not. Okay, great. He shot 40% from 3.
No, my whole point, Stoney, is he was a part of your team. I know it's not anybody's fault right now that he's gone, but he is and what he's dealing with. But I just,
all right, well,
he's not a zero, man. And I don't know, you know what? You're not telling me, Goo, I think they can make a run. I get that.
So you're
but
telling
I thought
me
they can make a run with Andrew Wiggins.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Would you put Wiggins back in the lineup if it took 1 minute away from Kuminga right now? I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Well, if you're saying it 1 minute, I would.
I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I mean, this team and its present and its future, Kuminga is significantly more important to it than Andrew Wiggins.
And I wouldn't argue
Andrew Wiggins is below Kuminga on my pecking order. That's
different than how far can you go. It's more than just one player.
No doubt.
He can help you, Steiny. Wiggins can.
Oh, my God. I mean,
who's a better defender, Wiggins or Kuminga?
I want you to love me like you love Andrew Wiggins.
Who's better defender? I know the answer.
This year?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. This year, it doesn't matter. Neither of them have been good.
Kills my question. Well, but we know who
Wiggins is. Wiggins was a good defender 4 months.
It's Wiggins, Donnie.
When he's at his best.
Yeah, no doubt.
But when you're not at your best, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I would rather see if you're at your best than not to be.
So you're going to give Wiggins a shot every single game, but you won't give another guy a shot.
No,
that's not fair.
No, my point is,
especially for a guy who ain't been around,
felt of him being gone. About him being what Wiggins would get, I'd rather deal with that all day, every day, than knowing that he's just a zero because he's handling family business.
All right, okay, so
that's my point.
So the Warriors looked worse the last 4 games without Wiggins.
It has nothing to. Nope.
I'm just saying they're 3.
They played. It's hard.
And they played horse crap teams when he had his great 11-game stretch.
But I saw what yesterday looked like.
Oh, what did Denver look like with him?
Yeah. They were up 16. The game wasn't over at halftime.
Oh my God.
Got nothing for that.
You're right. Because only you think of 16-point lead in the second quarter means game over.
Well, it's better
against
than
the best
yesterday.
team.
It's better than they didn't even make it to the second.
Maybe they were only up 16 because they were playing at home. Right. I mean, oh my God. So you're gonna like Andrew Wiggins
is welcome until this thing gets past 10 games, 12 games.
You put him right back in the starting lineup
if he could physically go.
Okay. Right.
And to be honest, that's what they did last year.
Does it matter at all what his teammates
It didn't matter last year, right? He missed 25 damn games, sat one, and started. So to answer your question, they were okay with it. Well, I don't know why that wouldn't happen again.
Because
you're trying to win.
I'll tell you why. Because this year they've got younger players who are helping them and who are there day in and day out.
Can you name them?
Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and Pajemski.
They're all better when they play.
I'm not saying they're better.
No,
but
I'm saying they're better if they could be on the court with Wiggins too.
Relied upon.
Okay.
He cannot be relied upon. And if he comes back, I don't think he can be relied upon. Here's my thing. Don't tell me that Wiggins is this big difference maker between a team that can't beat good teams and a team that's going to beat a good team 3 out of 4 times.
Well, I'm telling you, you're a better team with him than without.
And I'm telling you, I don't know that anymore. I really don't. I don't. Warrior fans could chime in on that. Oh, the Warriors are, like I'm not going to be a jerk.
Right.
The Warriors are a better team with Wiggins.
We got our
when
guy coming
he's
up too.
Playing well. Or when he gives a rat's ass.
Well, how many other players does that apply to?
Those other guys come and play every day. Kuminga plays hard. Pods plays hard. Moody plays hard. I don't think Wiggins plays hard every game.
We'll Sam Gordon.
We got to go to Sam Gordon on the other side. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. Catch all 4 hours. Steiny Guru. Free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Sam Gordon, San Francisco Chronicle beat writer for the Golden State Warriors, on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
When it comes to your business, time
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, some 20 years ago, there was a buzz and a hype surrounding LeBron James' first game.
The King.
Against the Sacramento Kings. It's palpable. My man Dan Dibley coming through. Earlier this year, Victor Wembanyama making his debut, and you could feel the buzz. Well, we got a guy making his debut right now, Sam Gordon. On 95.7 The Game, he covers the Golden State Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. First time on the program. Thanks, Sam, for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
Happy Monday, fellas. Really appreciate you guys having me. How's everything going?
What's up, Sam?
We're going pretty well, but
we're arguing.
Guru and I have a little difference of opinion. I look at the Warriors and say they've struggled against good teams. It was the end of a trip. Yeah, they lost by 50, got embarrassed, humiliated, but no big deal, really. Goo thinks it's a bigger deal than me. Let's just put it that way. Where do you put yesterday's loss in the grand scheme of things?
I'm with you, right? I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think a couple things were pretty clear coming into the game. One, as you mentioned, right, the end of a pretty tumultuous 4-game trip that involved some travel issues. A long night in New York City, an early morning in Toronto, and obviously capped with a game against the Boston Celtics, who, as we know, are profiling through this point of the regular season as one of the best regular season teams in NBA history. So those confluence of factors, I think, ultimately are why the outcome is what it was. Like, the Warriors were definitely fatigued and tired, and there was that element. And after a certain point, I think you obviously the result kind of spoke for itself. But we know that they're not in Boston's class, right? Boston is 48-12 now, a top 5 net rating in NBA history. Everybody out there for them profiles as a two-way player. The home crowd was absolutely 110% revved up and ready to go. So that game felt like it meant a lot more for the Celtics, all things considered, than it did the Warriors. And in the locker room afterwards, it was a relaxed atmosphere. I think you heard Steve Kerr's comments. Flush it down the toilet. That's what the entire team did. So, not that they, didn't necessarily want to win the game per se, but you saw the experimental defensive strategy. Like, this wasn't a playoff game planning or anything like that. Certainly not from the Warriors' perspective. They take 3 or 4 on the road, dealing with some changes to the lineup. Right, guys in and out of the lineup and whatnot, having to kind of figure that out on the fly. So, all things considered, right, not how you want to end the trip. But not the margin of victory. It was a perfect storm in a lot of ways for the Celtics, and overall, I think still a successful trip for the Warriors.
Sam, a lot of good stuff from you, and I was telling my partners and all the listeners, last week there was a game after Steve Kerr said Curry looked gassed. Curry said he wasn't tired, and I told my partner on the same station, same time, it's some juncture, Sam, during the 4-game trip. Rest Curry. You might not need him. I know you don't against the Wizards, the Knicks, and the Raptors. They didn't decide to do that. And then yesterday happened, and I just feel like, Sam, I'm more, I don't want to say basketball upset that got so ugly, but you could have just rested Steph, and maybe the fans or I would feel better about punting on that game.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you can make a case for that and whatnot, and there was a legit reasons, right? Curry was on the injury report with right knee bursitis. He said he banged it up a little bit in that Toronto game, diving for a loose ball in a play that ultimately resulted in a dunk from Jonathan Kuminga. But there's an element. I mean, he's talked about it multiple times this year, at least since I've been on the beat, about how if he's healthy enough to play, he wants to play and be available. And I think a marquee game like that. Against Boston, a place where he obviously has some history, where the Warriors have history. He wanted to be out there. Respect to him, a tip of the cap, and definitely the right call for Steve Kerr to pull the plug at halftime. And as you said, from a big picture standpoint, there was all the merit in the world for sitting him that game, and there was a legitimate, rationale for it. But this, to me, speaks more about Curry's mentality and the urgency that he's operating with, even though the result was what it was. The fact that he's out there, that he's diving on the floor for loose balls on a Friday night after the team didn't get in till 8 o'clock in the morning or 7 in the morning or whatever in Toronto, that's setting a tone when he's doing that at almost 36 years of age. So I think that's definitely a part of it. And he said afterwards, never a doubt he was going to play, especially once the swelling didn't get worse. So Yeah, there would seem to be some fatigue, regardless of what Curry says or not. You take a look at the last the 7 games coming out of the All-Star break. Shooting around 35-36% from the floor, 30-31% from three, compared to the previous 13 games going into the break. He was 31 a game, 50% from the floor, 47% from three on high volume. So it's been definitely a slump for him, a stretch that I think is fatigue induced. So we'll see how he looks. Coming out of it with this 3-game homestand. But you're absolutely right. There was some merit to resting him, but don't totally understand why he wanted to play in a big showcase game on ABC against a team they played in the finals 2 years ago.
Sam Gordon joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Golden State Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. Wiggins is obviously a delicate type of situation. He's missed 4 games now because of a personal family matter. We don't know about Wednesday. I'm going to take the Warriors at their word that they're not sure when he's going to come back, but they hope that he'll return at some point. How do you think Steve Kerr is thinking about Wiggins and his possible return? Do you think he's not thinking about it at all?
Yeah, I mean, my sense is he's not thinking about it at all, at least right now, and just kind of rolling with the guys that he has. And you see what Moses Moody's been able to do. Stepping in, I think he was a leader in plus minus in back-to-back games. He's making 40% of his threes. He's defending with energy and with vigor. And again, this is overall a successful trip, and he showed that at least situationally and in spurts against certain opposition that he's more than capable of standing in. Now, obviously against the Celtics, right? And they could have, been fully manned the way the Celtics were shooting the ball, the way they came out and played it. It might not have mattered, but I think that's where you saw how much the Warriors missed Andrew Wiggins with his size, with his athleticism on the perimeter. He just gives you a little bit better of a chance against the physical wings, that can score from all 3 levels like the Celtics have, right? Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You definitely miss what he provides on both ends of the floor, but he's not here right now, and the Warriors have to roll with who they have. So I think Steve Kerr's done an excellent job, during the course of the road trip of just kind of keeping the focus on things being 1 game at a time. The Warriors, I don't think, are in a situation with where they're at in the standings where they can necessarily take a big picture look at things, at least as it pertains to this season. So they're rolling with the group that they have. I mean, this is still a team that's, it would seem that they're pretty, barring a major collapse, they're solidified for the play-in, but the play-in doesn't guarantee you anything. So this is a team that's taking it 1 game at a time, right? Obviously hopeful, and they want Wiggins to return, but if he doesn't, there's enough depth there to get the Warriors by, at least for, at least in the short term for these next couple weeks here.
Sam, you mentioned a term, physical wings, and that's what the Nuggets have, and that's what the Celtics have, and we know every team does not have that, but Jonathan Kuminga has had a breakout season. Can you tell recently, Sam, have teams tried to, defend him differently? What have you seen from Kuminga over the last 5 to 10 games?
Well, I think you saw what the Denver Nuggets did against Kuminga, right? They just stuck Aaron Gordon on him. And for as physical and as strong and as explosive as Jonathan Kuminga is, there's just certain guys that he's not going to be able to bully right now. He's still only 21. Maybe in a few years he's going to continue to fill out, and he's obviously very strong and physical and explosive for somebody at his age. But you saw, I think, yesterday against the Celtics, right? Tried to post him up a little bit, and the Celtics he just couldn't get to the spots the same way he could against maybe Washington or Toronto or teams that don't, have that ilk of physical defender, right? I think even against the New York Knicks too. No OG Anunoby. So he has. I mean, it's been obviously the last month and a half has been very, very strong for him, and there was a little bit of I think a dip in production there with starting a couple weeks ago, but he's been able to pick it up. You saw a couple 20-point games. And overall, right, he's not going to have big games every single night. He's not going to dominate against the best teams in the league for obvious reasons. But the confidence is increasing. The Warriors are obviously making it a point to feature him. I think it's pretty clear he's their number 2 offensive option. And even if he's struggling or even if he doesn't have the game that he wants to, like against Denver or like against Boston, getting him reps, getting him featured in those kind of situations are obviously only good for his development, both in the short and the long term. And his confidence as they continue to feature him continues to evolve. And, I think he's been better on the defensive end of the floor as well, right? With Draymond Green back and just kind of helping anchor that at that end, directing traffic. That was, of course, one of the issues, his awareness on that end earlier in his career. That's been a lot better overall, too, despite, the up and down production the last few weeks. But overall, I think the Warriors are obviously, pleased with his ascendance, what he's shown. the last few weeks, his capabilities as a scorer, especially around the basket, and that's where he's a focal point, is around the rim. They like him going to the rim. It's just that there's certain defenders in this league at this stage that he's not going to be able to overpower yet. So those are the next steps for his development. Continue to come up with counters and refine his skill as he continues to find his place within the Warriors hierarchy.
You're listening to Sam Gordon. He writes for the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Golden State Warriors. I picked out some numbers on the Warriors, and maybe it's a little unfair, but they're 7-23 against all the teams in the West that are better than them, and then the top 3 teams in the East. Why have they struggled so much against teams that are good?
Well, I think, part of that has to do with, Draymond Green suspension. I'm sure a number of those losses, came in that stretch, but I think just overall, they're not an elite team like they used to be, right? They've shown that they can be for stretches. I think this 13-4 stretch, they've obviously played really, really good basketball. Some key wins over there, beating Phoenix, beating the Knicks in Madison Square Garden, even though they were undermanned. I'm sure there's a couple other ones in there that were more of the significant status, but this is a team that, for the strengths that it has and for as well as it's played throughout the course of the season, still obviously has some weaknesses that the better teams can exploit. Right, the size thing. The Denver just out physical them the other week. Right, Boston is able to do that. The other teams at the top of the standings are able to do that too. And then you go to some of the crunch time issues that they've had. A lot of those games, I'm sure, were absolute coin flips, and they just weren't able to get over the hump. So they're not quite in that elite class of teams as they've shown throughout the course of the season. There's still, of course, time here down the stretch, these last 22 games, for them to regroup and really establish or continue to establish an identity with the teams that they have. But they're just not quite big enough in certain matchups, not quite physical enough on the wing in certain matchups, and don't have the depth of top-end talent anymore that the Bostons, that the Denvers, that even the Milwaukees, and we'll see what that matchup looks like on Wednesday. Big game for Golden State coming out of this road trip with a couple days to rest. Those teams just have advantages that they can go to in certain situations. So, obviously not numbers that you want to see or anything, but it's more about how they finish out this stretch now that they've established more of an identity with Draymond Green at center, smaller lineup, Podziemski in the starting lineup, Klay Thompson off the bench. Let's see how they finish up.
Sam, I may sound crazy with this one, but follow me, and I'm kind of curious to get your answer. I know it was 2 years ago the Warriors won the finals. I'm a dreamer, I'm a fan, but I got to be careful here. Let's say they get past the play-in. Any team outside of Denver that doesn't have that deep playoff run experience like the Thunder, Minnesota, the Clippers, the Pelicans, is there a team that jumps out at you to where when I say maybe the Warriors' pedigree could take over in a 7-game series? Do I sound like I need help?
No, I don't think you sound like you need help at all, right? And they have gone 13-4 over the last 17 games. Their net rating and defensive rating and offensive rating, all those things, the advanced numbers show that they've been operating at one of the higher levels in the NBA. And I think the team that you mentioned, Oklahoma City Thunder, right? If there's a 2-7 matchup in there, or even a 1-8 matchup, those games have all gone down to the wire, and that's a team that hasn't done anything in the playoffs, right? That has zero postseason experience as a whole. They got a couple play-in games last year, but they're a team that I think the Golden State has matched up pretty well with. They don't have the same ilk of size or physicality that the other top teams in the West do that has troubled the Warriors. And we saw kind of a similar thing last season, right, with an upstart team like the Sacramento Kings that didn't have a ton of experience, top-end talent, but without the experience. We saw what the Warriors were able to do to them in a 7-game series as well, in a season that, for very different reasons, of course, but had a similar rhythm and tempo in terms of the Warriors not being able to necessarily consistently find their footing as an elite team, though they've showed it. So that would be a team I think they match up fairly well against. The Timberwolves, of course, have a ton of size and would be able to do some things that I think would be tough for the Warriors to contend with matchup-wise. You of course, mentioned Denver. The Clippers, too, I think match up pretty well against the Warriors with their depth and their ability to create offense and their perimeter play and the wings that they have on the perimeter, the physical wings, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. But it's definitely not an impossibility with the way the Warriors have profiled certainly the last 17 games to see them getting getting hot down the stretch here, continuing to stay hot, and then finding a favorable matchup in the playoffs and making some noise. That's certainly what they want to do and what they plan to do.
Sam, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we can have you back again.
No doubt, fellas. Appreciate you guys having me on, and yeah, hope the same thing. We'll talk soon, and have a great week.
All right, that's Sam Gordon. He writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. He covers the Golden State Warriors, making his 95-7 the game Steiny and Guru debut. Solid.
Yeah. Triple off the wall. You might call it a homer.
By the way, don't forget Kuminga's
What did I do wrong?
Kuminga's going to want the max. He is.
Dude, you know what? We came in, we talked about him adding bulk.
Who?
Because Kuminga.
Oh.
But Steiny, could you see him putting on some? I know he's 21 like Aaron Gordon did. Aaron Gordon used to be like the same physique almost like a Kuminga. Now he's just a bull, but explosive.
Right.
Shoulder dip.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can see all that in 3 or 4 years, which is too late for right now. But yes, I do see Kuminga getting better. Absolutely getting better.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I like the fact that Jonathan Kuminga tries. And I like the fact that Jonathan Kuminga cares.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the guys I want to go to post with. I can't say the same about Andrew Wiggins right now. And you know, the other thing about Andrew Wiggins, and we seldom lump these players together, but the truth of the matter is this, that if Andrew Wiggins were in another market, all right, and he wasn't the only guy. It wasn't just Jordan Poole saying money time. Wiggins was in on it too. Why can't we acknowledge the fact that maybe Andrew Wiggins got the bag because it was a contract year?
That's on my bingo card.
Okay, well, it's now a year and a half since he got the bag, and he's been a shell of the player he was for getting the bag.
And unavailable.
So I'm just saying, you know, in any other market, I mean, who knows how we'd look at him?
But I'll tell you where I'm going to start at.
Look,
I'm kind of in denial, Steiny. I'm going to start where the team is looking at him. If they welcomed him back last year and he missed one game after missing 25 and they ran his ass out there back in the starting lineup, whatever he's dealing with, they must be okay with. You know, so I'm not saying that would be, you know, out of the realm if he came back. If he missed the rest of the next 22, that would be 26. If they deem it, you know, he's tending to something very important, I don't put that past them if he can go running them back out there.
Of course I don't know. There's no chance that happens. If Andrew Wiggins misses the rest of the regular season, okay, last year he missed 25 games.
This would be 26 if he missed
25 games last year.
Missed 4.
They came back to the playoffs, and he came off the bench in game 1 against his Kings. Then he started every game after that. Why? I'll tell you why. Because they didn't have anybody. Kuminga wasn't ready. Moody wasn't ready. This year, if he misses 25 games and says, you know what, I'm coming back for the playoffs, I would be willing to bet my salary that he will not go back into the starting lineup after just one game on the bench. You cannot slap Kuminga in the face like that. You cannot slap the guys. And this is where you're damn right it matters if it's 2 years in a row. Hell yes, it matters. Maybe he got the benefit of the doubt last year for whatever was going on. The fact of the matter is he missed 25 games. He came back. Steve Kerr obviously felt like for us to do anything, we got to have Andrew Wiggins. I don't feel like that anymore. I certainly wouldn't feel like that if he missed 25 games. And then here did you start him for the play-in game? Did you start him in the play-in game?
No, that would be scary. If you're telling me that's his first game back, no.
Well, that would be, theoretically, because they're in the play-in this year. They're probably not going to get to 6. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in Fremont. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Guru, you have great points. I'm going to have to go with Steiny on this one. I was really behind Wiggins getting another contract when he did receive it because he earned it. But just like Poole, he might have just been a one-year wonder And he played for that, and he played for that contract. He hasn't been the same player since. I kind of gave him a break last year. Again, this is the second year in a row, and there's a rule. The best ability is availability. And I don't care how great your raw talent is. If you're not able to be available, then you're no good to the team. You're no good to anything that the Warriors want to accomplish. So for this year, I mean, if he wants to miss more time for whatever the reason, even maybe wants the wrong word, but if he is not able to go, you can't punish. You can't punish Kuminga. You can't punish. I would even say you can't punish Moody by just putting him back in the lineup. They've created a new culture now, and you just got to go forward with who is dependable and who's been there the whole time.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the call.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, and you can always take a victory lap for this. Things change. Oh, that contract looked great when he signed it. How does it look now?
$26 million next
How does the
year.
contract look now? How does Andrew Wiggins' contract look now?
Man.
I agree.
And he's kind of did this to himself.
Pretty good contract when they signed him.
Yeah, but what options do you have? Let's just say if the relationship is tarnished a little bit, Steiny.
Who's giving you anything for
That's
Wiggins?
my hope, but
God. That's not the topic for today.
Oh, that
See,
I get.
I could have come in and said, what are we doing here with this team?
He's yours.
You got Curry declining, Clay's declining, Wiggins is an AWOL. I just didn't want to think about the future today. I'm thinking about the present. They're 13-4. They got beat by best team in basketball. Okay, let's see if we can go get the Bucks game on Wednesday.
Well, they actually got beat by the best team in basketball last Sunday.
Okay.
If you see what I did there.
I do. Let's not say they got beat. They were outclassed. They don't even belong on the same floor with those
one
guys.
of everything.
Yeah, the Warriors have one of one thing.
Think Boston could beat Denver if they hooked up?
I don't know.
I'm taking Denver.
I don't know.
They have no answer for Jokic.
Who does? Oh, Looney, right?
Oh, no! Looney smoked that layup.
Yeah.
That's my boy. And he was in front of him. Come on, Loon.
When you lose by 52, there's usually a play that gets you beat.
56.
Matt in Oakland.
Oh.
What's up, Matty?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
I know you don't want to talk about the future, Steiny, but I think that's what we got to talk about. It would be an absolute insult to both Moody and Kuminga if Wiggins came back and started over either one of those
I agree.
guys. This year is about the kids. It's about Kuminga, TJD, Pazinski, and Moody learning how to play so that there's a chance next year of them being a contender. They're not a contender. They're at best, they're the 8th to 10th best team in the league now. And at best. And save Curry. Draymond's looking pretty good. Get rid of Wiggins. Clay, take him if there's a decent deal. Let him walk if there isn't. And they got to go out and get another great player. Not good, great. And if you have to throw all that stuff into the hopper, then you do it. Wiggins and Clay and CP3 and even Looney, that's about what? $110 million bucks? See ya. All of them.
You know what, caller? Not to interrupt, you make some great points, and the fact that Joe Lacob called Jeannie Buss to see what was going on with LeBron and talked to Tim Kawakami, Steiny, and mentioned big changes, this caller may be like, again, that's the future, but this ain't going to stay the same if they just kind of go in and get bounced. I think we already know that. He said
Clay
big
might
changes.
not be back?
Everything's on the table.
I thought he wasn't playing his first future. Remember?
No, I'm just saying the big man, Joe Lacob, said to Tim Kawakami, Steiny, I seen him at the work.
He's both at every game.
No, Tim Kawakami.
Oh, God.
I was looking for heaven. But he said big changes, Steiny, and he called for LeBron.
It's so funny when I said, look, if this team doesn't do well, they may have big changes. I don't know. I'm just saying what Joe Lakob's saying.
Now, that was one we were, come on now.
No.
2 peas in a pod. I wish you would have it at the St. Mary's, yeah.
We only had 2 tickets.
I was a little jealous. I didn't know. I thought Evan was calling the game.
We called Dibs.
Did he come? He was at the game too?
No, he was working, but yeah, he was.
Evan, we'll talk about how Steiny went. I didn't get it in. I'm going to go bring it up.
I got some juice in Moraga.
But what happened is Friday, I left early, and that's what you get.
Yep. What's coming up next on 95.7 is brought to you by Fremont Bank. It is the Too Short segment. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's the end of a road trip.
Dine at the Copper Skillet for a tasty bite. Family owned since 1973 in the Bay Area.
I lost. I'm out. Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, what nobody can hear are the tender moments.
What do you mean?
It was just so tender. You were talking to your daughter during the break, and
she's home.
You had her on speaker.
Yeah, I'm good
and
now.
I heard the way you talked to her, and
It's my
just
baby.
tender.
Yeah.
So Mama's not making a roast.
Hey, oh boy.
See, that's
we
what
didn't even talk about the Giants or Niners.
Why?
New additions.
Okay. You know what? We'll do that. We will absolutely do that tomorrow.
All right, I got you.
And you know what? How about this?
Right before you do it, Steve Kerr was just named the Western Conference NBA Coach of the Month.
No, I love Kerr.
Oh.
I'm the one that said he should have been the highest paid NBA coach. 17-5.
Of course he should be.
Yeah.
I think yesterday was the nail in the coffin.
It was March. Didn't count. He's in last place right now during the real-time voting for March Coach of the Year.
I know this is the too short segment, but I've been holding this. Let me tell you, Lucas and Evan, what really bothered me about yesterday's game. How can two teams both be in solid colors? Somebody needs to be in white. Come on, Steiny, tell me that jumped up. Tell me you thought about black and green.
I had a conversation about it. What about if I told you that?
My heart quivered if you're telling the truth. That ain't cool.
I was watching the game with my buddy.
Who is that? Tell
You
me.
don't need to know who. You don't need to know who.
Well, I
got
wasn't
buddies.
invited Saturday. Well, I'll deal with that later, but go ahead.
Sure.
Canyon Club.
And he made note of the uniforms the Warriors were wearing because they were in their black with the.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. Actually,
Celtics in their green.
She said, how do they decide who to. And I don't know. I said, but I have a partner that is really into that. In fact, he knows of a website where you can go on and find out every single uniform everybody's going to wear.
I got it right here.
Yeah.
Like that bothered me.
What are they
Bird
wearing?
never wore green at home. What? Somebody's got to be in white.
Apparently not.
Our society, man.
You got to love it. Sammy K. New guy on the. We got some new people on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I ain't been as
we may be incorporating
participating as much as I've been four corners. A little bit.
Well,
you know why? You need all my attention.
Sammy K, a new somebody we're acknowledging for the first time on the YouTube chat. Steiny, hell no, we still believe. Okay, what do you believe?
If we can make a run.
What does make a run mean, please?
Get to the Western Conference Finals and to bring out the Bible.
Okay.
But if they get there, they're playing good ball. Like, ain't no easy route in the West to maybe even get into the playoffs. Like the Lakers, if they got to play the Lakers, Donnie, my head's going to explode. They went 15 rounds with Denver, man. Should have won the game, the Lakers. I'm just saying, you got LeBron, AD, the three best players in that series, if you hook up with the Lakers, belong to the Lakers.
So why would you think they can make a run?
Well, hopefully they would get
if you're
bounced out
scared
before you
of
got them.
6 teams ahead of you.
Oh, no,
Why
it would
would you
just be
make
because the Warriors don't have size. And Jackson Davis could play 30 minutes. I just like seeing a big man in a Warrior uniform.
He doesn't play
I hear
as
you
big
got
as he
blocked
is.
yesterday. You're right. He could. Well, his dad was exact opposite, but this is first year. Or can you teach that junkyard dog?
No, you can't.
I don't
think you can. I don't know if he's a junkyard dog or not. I don't know. But
he has the body to be an all-star, but if he could be a junkyard
what does he
dog.
do? He jumps, right?
No, he blocks shots. He got a nice neck.
How's his offensive game? Stinks.
You think I wouldn't say stinks.
Well, close your eyes. Has he made any shot that you can remember from 10 feet?
No,
okay.
But he's got dudes that can do that. But when he gets it in that
he's
post
not going to
area,
be a star.
He can hit you with the little shoulder dip hook, boom, or the dunk off
an alley-oop.
Yeah, right.
Right. He can get a dunk off the alley.
You're tough, man.
No, you're unrealistic. I'm not tough. This team is 4 games over 500, and they struggle to beat good teams.
I just want to fight.
I'll fight you on.
No, that's it. That's why I was despondent yesterday.
But see, why yesterday? They haven't beaten good teams all year.
Because that would have been worth 5 of the losses or 6 to the teams that were already on that paper.
And Willard, what about Willard? Just here I go promoting the crossover, saying he was angry. Stay tuned.
What do you think he's angry at? Honest. Do you know? I don't.
No, I don't. I'm gonna take.
I got an idea.
But don't lie. You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, so I think it's because they didn't rest the guys from the get-go like me.
I think it's because of you.
But everybody's happy. I'm not. I don't think. I think that's not it.
Jump onto the YouTube chat.
Brandon Staley being the assistant coach.
So Willard came in and he said
he's get a lot of run.
He's a little angry. He's a little angry. And I don't think Willard. I think
it's Niner related. I'm being real.
I think it's goo related.
Okay. So
I think he's going to come in and say
you don't cheat much. So I don't think you know.
Mean? I don't.
Okay. I think it's so far from me. I think it's Niner related.
Knowing Willard the way I know him.
Yeah, we know
and
him.
He's more of a big picture guy than he's like.
He don't like yelling.
A little like
emotion.
me.
Yeah.
Little like me in terms of the big picture. I think Willard probably saw the writing on the wall on yesterday's game, and he's taken aback / surprised, like I was a little.
No.
At your passion about that loss.
I'm going to go Niners defensive coordinator / offensive assistant, offensive head coach, whatever Staley is over there. But really the DC will lead that there.
5-1-0, all right. Fair enough. I stand corrected. Actually, Steiny, didn't Jackson Davis hit a 10-foot jumper with the shot clock running out?
He did. That
was either yesterday or Friday.
No, it happened.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
How was Fitz feeling about that game?
He didn't have to do it.
I know.
Oh, Fitz was loving life. Are you kidding? Fitz does the Toronto game. Don't you get it?
He's so good.
They get into Boston. They get into Boston early Saturday, and he's like, "I got 2 days off here in Beantown."
Shout out Kevin Dana, held it down for our guy Tim Roy.
Yeah.
Cha-ching! Dude, I was listening to him Friday night when I left you guys. It's special being able to do play-by-play. Now, why would you laugh?
Because it's special that you can do what you do.
And Hubie Brown at 90. That's like Norm called
it. Did he do a game yesterday?
The boss put it on Twitter.
Oh, I didn't see.
That hurts. Hubie Brown special.
Okay. Yeah.
They did him wrong as a coach. Memphis
gave him a chance.
I understand.
Hubie Brown was out of coaching. Jerry West.
I got it. It was too short for me, though, Snarty.
Let's just set the record straight. Hubie Brown was out of coaching.
He was.
Jerry West had the Memphis Grizzlies. They were a very young team, and he said, I'm going to hire Hubie Brown, who's off everybody's radar because he's the best teacher at the NBA level that I know as a head coach.
He's special.
He hired Hubie Brown, and they were better.
They were.
So you can make the case Memphis did him right, and Jerry West did him right. Oh, man. I was surprised by your reaction to start the show today.
I didn't know. It's like Lou Ferrigno. I'm being real.
No, I know you are.
It just comes out, and maybe you got a way of bringing it out. I
think I might have a little.
Like Norm can't hear. Are you coming Saturday? You and Evan to Norm Zaidi? See,
what time is it?
3:00, and it's a black party, so you know it's gonna go to 11. So you can come anytime.
Steiny's in all black.
Dude, Jerry
starts at 3, I'll get there at 8.
Well,
I'll still be
early. If you
early.
Come by, you either one. I'm gonna invite Dibs and Willard. I know they won't show, but Pante and Shasky too.
If I get a break,
what does that mean?
It means there's a bunch of guys I know who are going golfing. I feel like I may give it a try, but they have 16 guys, so that's 4 foursomes. So I would need somebody to drop out.
All right.
But if not,
we'll see it next year. And I just built you up, Norm. Steiny gonna do a cameo.
But see, don't do this.
But you said you were coming the way you were like last Friday.
You did say last week.
You're right. No, he's right. You guys are right. Just let's see what happens. Don't get all worked up for the week about me not coming. I may come. Let's see.
Myers just texted me back.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is the worst kind of radio you can do.
No, he said, let's get you on the show. It would be awesome.
Get you on that show?
Yeah, the countdown.
Oh, my God. I'd love to see that.
Dude, make it happen, Bob. I didn't ask to go on the show. I said, good job. Anyway.
No, you only been talking about bucket lists for 6 years.
Celebrity
and that would be one of them.
Wow.
All right.
Willard, we're going to find out. It's the Niners. I really believe it. It ain't me.
Want to bet?
So you already know.
By the way, you had
my baseball preview, the lineups?
We got to go. By the way, you had a great Friday night for our bets. Great Friday night.
Boy.
See, that's what it's about.
Sunday?
It's about chicken for Goo.
What about Sunday, Evan said?
But I think that's why Guru's incensed. I think it might have more to do with.
Oh, hell no. I ain't that dumb.
Chicken.
Come on.
Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. That segment was also brought to you by Robert Half. This guy is such a D.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring.
yeah. Crossover time, Steiny, Guru, Dibs, and Willard. And we got a bet.
Some Taylor Swift in here. There's some bad blood.
You guys are going to be. Mark, what's going on, buddy? You guys are going to be disappointed. Nothing.
See, you guys, not me.
You guys are going to be disappointed. Why? Because you have a bet over what I'm mad about. Oh, no.
First, let us give you the selection.
Go ahead.
Mine is the defensive coordinator hired by the Niners.
Right. No
and you give them yours, Steiny.
Nick Sorensen. And I think it's going to be about Guru taking this loss too seriously. Well, you're closer to correct. The correct answer is I was kidding because you've lost your voice today, brother.
It's Monday.
It's Monday. It's Monday, and they lost a game that they were a double-digit underdog.
It's embarrassing.
Well, sure.
I appreciate you.
If you sit there, he's also being sarcastic.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
You know what's embarrassing is that I didn't live bet it when I saw it because I could smell that thing coming a mile away, and it's 21-21, and I should have opened up the app, and the live line was probably Boston
7.5.
Maybe it was 13.
But at that point, you had to be nervous that the Warriors showed up, though.
Not that nervous. Not that nervous because, yes, the Warriors were hot. Boston was on pace to score 195. It felt like the All-Star game.
They could have if they wanted to.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then that thing escalated.
Before you go, let me just tell you something.
Unload on the goo.
I have an analogy that's going to make you feel better. I don't want to unload on you. I want you to recover.
Before the game in Washington, I wanted Steph to rest one of these 4 games.
Hey, cool.
So
why?
Because I think something's going on with the knee, and I didn't like the back and forth with Kerr saying he was tired, him saying he wasn't. I get it. He's a competitor. But I said you can beat Toronto. What's left of the Knicks? They got injuries. And especially Washington. I thought that was the game. But to watch him go out sends a message. Russell Crowe, Steph's a gladiator. That game meant something to them. Plus, their record where they're 7-100 against good teams with a winning record, I thought that was an opportunity. But to get embarrassed as a whole unit like that, and then they not even come out in the third quarter, which I think they earned, you don't give them that. You got to come out and live in your misery that you created. They missed an opportunity, and what hurts me more is they didn't rest the chef, and they got embarrassed.
Are you trying to protect him or not?
I'm trying to protect him.
Okay, so then why has he got to go back out there in the second half?
Okay, that's really not what sent me over the top. It was him playing.
And we hate load management, but now we're mad that the Warriors didn't load manage. I just and by the way, are you sure they would have won one of those first 3 if he had sat?
Well, Washington.
How they won by 11? Go, they didn't blow them off the floor.
Yeah, 2-2. Yeah, if they would have sat the chef.
Listen,
I'm borrowing from Steiny.
Here's my analogy. I think I can make you feel better.
All right.
I think I make you feel better.
Steiny, you lost a bet. It wasn't me.
If you, well, it wasn't anything. I think it's a no play.
This guy's, you can't get him mad.
That's true, too.
I've gotten him mad twice.
That's true.
Is that it?
That's true.
Yeah. And
Once a year.
Yeah. Coming up in 2024, I'm going to get you one more time.
Yeah, 3-year deal.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what I would say to you, Go. If you get what you asked for, you don't usually get a vote in terms of what it looks like. Okay? So
talk to him now.
What'd you ask for at the beginning of the trip? What do we ask for?
3-1.
All right. You got 3-1. If you get the girl of your dreams, you can't get mad at her in the morning when she's got bedhead now.
Yeah.
Okay? You've got, right? That's different. That's true. But
dude, brush those things.
Everybody's responsible for the
pause. Whoa.
Yeah, everyone's responsible for the quick teeth brushing in the morning. That's everybody's on. Right, but if you got to take the whole picture.
Okay.
And to me, this is such what you two have been doing all day, which is, I get it, it's been entertaining, is one of you is playing big picture and one of you is playing small picture. Which person do you want to be?
It's always the big picture.
Okay, well, but today it's not. Today you're very, very focused on they lost by 52 yesterday afternoon. Okay. And you even said this is a game that meant something to them. Do you know that?
No, they had their competitors, and look at their record against good. This was. And give me this, Willard. And I'm going to condense it.
In the locker room,
had they been playing better?
Of course.
And what happened with Denver? 2 14-0 runs, and I was like, you know what? That's Denver. I said, okay, I'll give you that, Denver. But this was an opportunity, maybe, to have a competitive game, not just win at a competitive game. So I was disappointed. Like, I overestimated where they were at against the top tier teams.
Well, you can be disappointed, and I guess everything on the schedule in theory is an opportunity. But yes, there is another reality to those of us who are going to like just flick this like a lime through a Corona bottle. There's another reality, which is why did you think that they were going to play well yesterday? They're not as good as the Celtics. They're not as good as the Nuggets.
And it was a scheduled loss. Fourth game at the end of a road trip, and it was a matinee after what they had gone through where you arrive in Toronto at 7 a.m. and you play 12 hours later and you rally up and you win. Your star's got a knee issue. You're missing 2 of your core 8 or 9, and now you got to play a matinee against a team that is absolutely frothing at the mouth and the best team in the association at home. And you're going to try to come in 4th game out of 4 on a road trip, matinee, banged up star, missing 2 pieces, tired against a frothing Celtics team.
But wouldn't Dub Nation feel better had Steph not played that game after everything you just laid out? I would feel 100 times better.
I'd feel maybe 10 times better. I'd feel maybe a little bit better, but he didn't really play. He was 0 for 9 and 2 for 13. Right, and then he took a powder, and he didn't even come out for the second half.
Because there was the game was over, Willard. They got beaten a quarter.
Why did yesterday's struggles for Steph bother you more than some of his recent struggles in the last 11 games?
He hasn't shot above 50% in 11 straight.
I did the research. But the bursitis that I heard, they brought the doctor on, that concerns me. Like
our doctor.
Golfing today.
Yeah.
That's all, Willard.
Why would resting yesterday even necessary? I mean, he gets today off. He gets tomorrow off. He gets Thursday off. No
Thursday because they got a back-to-back in Chicago.
They got a back-to-back, whatever. They get Friday off.
And I wonder if he does golf today, Steiny, because country clubs are closed on Mondays.
That's a good point.
Does he go public?
I think he could probably
slum.
Don't they like kind of Mondays when all the corporate events are, right?
Sometimes, yes. A lot of times that's where the big maintenance goes on at country clubs. But maybe he goes out to Crystal Springs.
I was thinking of Carica, maybe. Who knows? No, he wouldn't come up to Alameda.
No. Maybe Crystal Springs, just up the peninsula. Shout out Wink.
You guys could have asked.
You
took the time to have him on.
Oh, boy. I told you.
Yeah.
You said I took a shot at you. Kind of hurt me.
Well, you did. You took a shot at me, and it was unnecessary. And I'm a big fan driving in, and I thought, you know what, Goo? This one's not going to pass. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a hall monitor, and you're not getting a pass. You said, "Oh, we had the doctor on. Oh, Willard and Dibs are going to be mad. Oh, Willard will be okay, but Dibs won't be." Oh. And I thought, you know what? I'm actually okay with it. I like Dr. Pande.
You were okay with it, but you're not now.
Well, actually, I wasn't okay with it. And when he said that I wouldn't be okay with it, I was suddenly okay with it.
I had nothing to do with the book.
Yes, I do. I do. I mean,
I'm the petty king. Sorry, Steph.
You're the angry one on the show.
And that's what I was trying to say. That's all he's saying. There we go.
That's hashtag facts.
Okay.
I know facts are out of style, 2024. You're not wrong.
Well,
is he wrong?
To you, anybody's the angry guy.
But that's
guys, everything's wonderful. Speaking of which,
did you or did you not campaign for this partnership?
Careful, guys.
Well, I actually, you know why I campaigned for it? Because the show that I was on before was untenable.
Hey, that was ours.
Your show, yes,
our show,
it
buddy.
was ours, but pal. But our show was better without me. And
there shouldn't be. You shouldn't do 3 people shows.
Well, and I hear a lot of that. Seriously, I hear a lot of that.
I'll bring people behind the curtain.
I hear a lot of that.
I'll bring people behind the curtain. First meeting. And I've known Matt for 20 years. You guys know this.
Look.
I sat down with him and think about what was going on in our market at the time.
Yeah.
I said, it
was chaos.
You got to stop this 3 people's thing.
Wow.
It's absolutely absurd. Both
you're
stations.
like Curry.
Both stations. You got to stop.
Yeah.
I'm over there. I'm over there doing. I'm at 1 in the morning by myself. I'm like, why? Like,
you're playing recorded,
too many voices.
Wow,
you're
man.
all fighting each other. Bunch of alphas in the room. Nobody knows who's what.
BF and G too.
Look at this. We got 4 people in the room, and I guarantee you, half of our audience right now is like, this is the segment where I can't understand what's going on.
People love this.
They do, but sometimes we're talking over each other too much.
At times.
Yeah.
At times.
That's what I told him. I said, you got to stop it.
It's usually you talking and someone else trying to get in.
Exactly.
Is how that works.
That's right. That's what I told him. I said, you're not giving me 2 partners. I can barely handle one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was us 3, and I knew that the end date was coming near, and I had gotten a little whiff that this guy, my guy, who I had been in contact with for about 12 years, we've been friends, and we've been like, hey, I need a job.
A lot of people
he
know
needs
this.
a job. I need a job. He needs whatever. We had a lot of back and forth as far as like his market, my market, his. And then finally there was an opportunity. I said, you know what?
Wow.
You know what, boss? I know this guy. I know this man. I love this man. And he's like, you do? Look.
Dibs.
So boom, there you go.
Don't take this
That's
the
how it
wrong
went.
way.
You get what
I
you
want to
get.
call
You guys
him a
are
little
better.
weasel.
You guys are better off without
that
me.
call we had, that emotional phone call when I found out we weren't going to do the show together. You had been politicking to get
No,
no.
Both those things.
We had a moment.
Wait a
Dibs
minute.
And I
It was
in
a
the
thug tier.
restroom.
Wait a minute.
And now this
You
dude
would
tells
say.
me I've been dating with.
Hold on a
man.
second. You
Dude,
signed.
I'm a survivor. Shout out Beyonce.
Did Brandon Crawford send a goodbye to the Giants
No,
fans or not?
That bothers me.
Okay.
Yeah.
He signed somewhere else, but he also had love for where he was leaving. Can those 2 things not be true at the same time?
2 things can be
I
equally
give
true.
you Dan Dibley.
Rest
I give
in
you
peace,
Dan
Ralph
Dibley. There it
Barbieri.
is. Yeah, exactly.
And then, come to find out, we got 9 to noon. You guys got noon to 3. And, next thing you know, we got
Monte's in the morning.
Yeah. So I go from the retirement spot to the afternoon. So here we are.
It's my fault. I didn't mean for this to turn into the next one.
No, it was great.
Actually, analytics. you and I were not happy with 12 to 3. I know that.
No. But 10 to 2 suits you. And your hip is
10 to 2, yeah.
Your hip is getting better, and coming up here in about 2 weeks is daylight savings.
He's about to golf this weekend. If I can get in this weekend, I may try.
I think it's this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, Saturday night,
it's this
baby.
week. Okay.
This weekend.
March 10th.
The sun is coming.
There we go.
Sunday morning.
Shout out the sun.
There you go.
Who's that guy over there in black? He's been so positive about the Warriors. Because I get people.
He's not positive about the Warriors.
Have you been hearing them today?
Yes, there's an end date, and that end date is probably April 17th. Steiny?
For the Warriors?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that.
Do they make it out of the play-in?
They have a chance to make it out of the play-in.
If they make it out of the play-in, do they win a first-round series?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
See, I'm in full lockstep with that.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Totally. That doesn't mean that nobody's writing them off. Nobody's saying that they don't have a shot. We were talking about this last night, Ephraim and I. The Western, I think the Western Conference.
Oh my gosh!
The Western Conference this year has a potential opportunity to be the most compelling playoff run in recent history in the NBA. When you consider that the play-in tournament,
I'm looking at the teams.
The urgency of the play-in tournament will consist of some form of Steph, LeBron, KD, Luka,
De'Aaron Fox,
the
maybe
adorable ones, who like
KD.
Right. So all of that, and then you don't know who's actually going to be in there or who's going to pop out. But whoever's going to pop out, you have these little babies in Oklahoma City. They're and Minnesota, and they're all going to waltz onto their home floor for game 1. Like, all right, our turn, and like a legend is going to be staring at them. And they're going to have to go do that.
We talked about it, Sonny.
And so the Western Conference has an opportunity to offer something that the NBA rarely does, which is just compelling urgency from the jump. April to June, 2 straight months of, I don't know what's going to happen, man.
I'm juiced.
Right? And so the Warriors have a great shot to be some player in that book. But come on, man. Like, they're not tracking towards a title or anything like that right now.
Yeah, right.
You're
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, you look at it right now. They're scheduled for a home game against the Lakers. Okay, they win that. And they got to go to Phoenix or Dallas.
Right.
and win a game.
You're talking about if the play-in tournament
the play-in were right now, they'd have to win at home against the Lakers and then beat Dallas or Phoenix on the road just to make the playoffs.
And they're 0-2 career in the play-in.
Now you got to let the schedule play out.
No doubt.
Because you know what I mean? Like we look at it right now, I still think there's a very strong chance.
Where are you going?
Well, they're probably the 7 or the 8. Oh, okay. That would be my prediction right now. I think that they're.
Have you looked at Phoenix and Dallas' schedule? I haven't.
I like not game by game, but I do know that of all of these teams, the Warriors, by metrics, far and away the easiest schedule. Far and away. So I think they'll finish ahead of the Lakers. I think they're having a great shot to finish ahead of Dallas. I still can't figure out who Phoenix is. I don't know what the hell's going on.
They don't know.
Yeah, they don't know who they are. Yeah.
Yeah. They for a year and a half now, when Durant and Booker play together, they all look like they just met. They're so talented, but what are they doing? Why are they 35-26?
Yeah.
Well, Beal missed a lot of the season,
he had never played with them before. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean,
if only this was all settled on paper, they might have 2 titles by now.
Weren't they the preseason?
They were the 1 seed 2 years ago.
But weren't they the preseason? Preseason Western Conference. Nuggets 1, Suns 2?
That sounds right. Yeah,
probably.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Or maybe even neck and neck.
Well, and again, because if it's on paper and you go Beal, Booker, and Durant, I mean, that 3, you put that 3 up against anybody. That 3 is better than Denver's top 3, but on paper.
Last thing about yesterday, anything to see what Draymond saying 15 minutes before we changed the plan on Jaylen Brown? Yeah, I don't think I've ever. That's why. What's going on?
Brought that up about 15 minutes ago.
My goodness.
I don't. I mean, we'll ask Steve this week. That's the only way I can answer it. I have no idea why you would do that. I don't think they're playing mental games with Jaylen Brown. The chances of them seeing the Celtics again this year are next to none. Let's be real.
Yeah.
The chances of them seeing the Celtics again. So I don't think it was that. I don't know if they felt like the people on their roster who can guard Jaylen Brown were not available that day. Podziemski, Wiggins. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I also don't know if I believe him.
No, I think it's a. I mean,
you know what I mean? Like, why would we even believe that statement?
I mean, to me, it's what? To me, it's just. I kind of believe it, but I just think it's a one-off. And the one-off is you played Thursday, then you got into Toronto late, then you got to Boston yesterday or Saturday. They clearly did not. They were not going to practice Saturday after back-to-backs.
Right.
And then there was an afternoon game.
I think you look like also this. You ever done one of these things where like you pull an all-nighter or you're jet-lagged, but like if you fly to Europe, it doesn't hit you when you land. It hits you 48 hours later.
Right.
I think any energy they had this week went to the second half of the game in Toronto, and they did it. And boy, they played really well for that half on both ends of the floor. Soon as you do that, it's human nature to just be like, dude, find some flip-flops.
Yeah.
And kick your feet up until next Wednesday.
Yeah.
They won't say that. I'm sure they didn't even outwardly feel that, but that's just human nature. And as a fan, I got to be honest, that's the way I thought. I'm like, cool. They're going to lose Sunday. I don't know if it's by 52, but 3-1 trip, awesome. Awesome.
So, and that's exactly where I felt. So I go to St. Mary's Gonzaga, right?
Oh,
on
yeah,
Saturday.
how was that?
It was great. Best gym in the Bay.
You and Evan went together,
McCune
right?
Pavilion.
Did you guys have a nice meal beforehand?
No, but
dessert after?
Yeah, we went to the Canyon Club, had a beer, and then went out there.
Called dibs, too.
But texted
text,
it.
yeah.
But so
I texted back, got no response.
So I'm talking to Evan about these teams, and I didn't know why. I knew they're both in the top 25, and Evan goes, well, so St. Mary's won 15 in a row. They're 15-0 in league.
Mm-hmm.
So if they win, they're 16-0 in league. But they've already clinched the league.
Mm-hmm.
It's senior night. Gonzaga has been playing better all year, but they're not the Gonzaga of old. They needed that game, Gonzaga, in case they stubbed their toe in the WCC tournament. I said before the game, man, this could be a tough game for St. Mary's.
Right.
Because they'd gone up to Gonzaga earlier and won a close game. You just knew, it was just going to be a hard game for St. Mary's. They didn't have as much to play for as Gonzaga, and it kind of showed. It's hard to create urgency.
Even though they had never been undefeated in the WCC, that alone was not enough to push them. And what'd they lose by, 15?
13, yeah. 70, 57.
And don't you think Boston too? Like Boston's going to win that game yesterday, any way you slice it.
I think so.
However, I also think, based on what has happened the last few years, 2 years ago, even the game at Chase Center earlier this year, Boston's got a little thing for the Warriors.
And
they got a little bee in their bonnet.
I think so.
And the Warriors don't. They're like, we're fine. You don't bother us. We beat you. And so they.
But to sag off Brown, what umbrella does that? We're saving energy. It's Steiny product. Why would you decide that?
It was a desperation sensation, is what it was, in terms of them defensively. So they go into the game and they're like, okay, let's try to junk it up, and maybe if he comes out cold, maybe we get out to an early lead and we throw him off his game and we can steal one here. Because Mark's right. If you play that one head up, straight up, Boston, they're motivated, and the Warriors aren't at the end of a 4-game road trip where you've played, back-to-back a couple of days earlier and you've got people dinged up. So you weren't ever going to really go for it like you did when you played out here, especially after 3 wins on the road trip. You know that the Warriors themselves are thinking 3-1 on the trip, we'll take that. And you already had the 3 wins, so maybe you junk it up, and if it doesn't pay off, then you just shut it down.
I'm looking at Jaylen Brown. You know why you do it? It's because you're on the end of a trip, and he shot 33.5% from three-point range last year. And this year, he came into that game under 35%. That's why you sag off him. He's not Steph. He's not Clay. He's not even Pajimski or Draymond this year.
But I wonder how many of those shots were actually guarded.
There's no doubt.
What's his percentage on unguarded threes?
No doubt.
Probably higher.
Because you didn't see what I'm saying when they came here at Chase.
What do? Take the 3 away from Brown?
No.
Make him drive, Steiny.
Something.
Well, he's better at that.
I know.
He's better at that than shooting
That's what he
threes.
said. I usually go to the paint.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good player. You got to give something up against a great player.
Russell Wilson released by the Broncos.
Yeah. I mean,
the Steelers should be on his phone right now.
But the Niners.
Niners see what I'm dealing with. Dibs, you see what I'm doing?
But
they're going to go get Jimmy Garoppolo again.
Hold on. I give Steiny a point here because the sarcasm is obvious, but I want everybody to know my ear does the same thing when you say Kirk Cousins. My ear does the exact same thing. It's like, what?
But they need O-line. Of course. Didn't lose them that
They've got a quarterback.
They're going to draft a quarterback.
Put
it in the cap.
Well, they probably should.
I think they probably should
late.
too.
Yeah. Why not?
Of course.
But anyway, what is this? A record-breaking dead cap figure?
Yes, incredible.
81? Is that the number?
Boy,
good God,
wow.
Terrell,
you want to talk about the mother of all bad decisions?
That's a big eat.
Yeah.
Well, and that happened before Sean Payton got there, so that becomes Sean Payton knocking on that door saying, you know what,
he's
$81 million to get rid of him.
But he's a Hall of Famer, right? In my book, Russell Wilson play another down. He's a Hall of Famer.
I think so.
I've had to argue that one.
I think so.
Oh, a bunch of people.
Who? I want
a lot
names.
of people.
49er Frankie?
No.
I mean,
friends. No, and Jackals. Just say Russell. This is on the TV.
I don't think that it's a slam dunk.
Oh, see, wow.
And this is from a guy who doesn't think it's a slam dunk about Phillip Rivers or Matt Ryan, for that matter. I mean, Russ won a Super Bowl.
Should have two, but I get it.
But he got one.
Yeah,
he won a Super Bowl, and that's great. And I guess that becomes a tiebreaker unless you're Jim Plunkett, where Jim Plunkett had, I think, at least as good of a career, if not better than Russ, and he won multiple, and he's not in.
So is Russ hurting his legacy, or no, that's already cemented?
I think he's hurting it, yeah. Well, I think he's hurting it. I mean, he hasn't been the same quarterback. He was not very good this year. He got good. He got better in the second half of the year.
But there are some numbers that, again, like always, depending on how you want to play it, Russell Wilson was actually one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league this year.
Fantasy numbers for sure.
Not just fantasy. Like, I mean, numbers that we use to measure a lot of the other quarterbacks we like. Like Russ was, put it this way, he's a lot better this year than he was the year before.
He might be a Raider. True. They need a quarterback.
Man.
The idea of whether a guy can hurt his legacy has always been interesting to me.
Man.
Can you play yourself out of the Hall of Fame by getting worse when you get older?
Russell Wilson has thrown for more yards than Dan Fouts.
He's put in the cap.
Those are, I mean,
remember you did this with Eli
if you want to compare eras.
When it gets to Hall of Fame, numbers is going to be part of the deal.
It's going to be part of it, but you're going to compare the numbers that he has versus his peers, not a guy who played in the 70s.
Let's put it this way. Dibs would not bet against Russell Wilson getting into the Hall of Fame.
No, and I wouldn't bet against Phillip Rivers, and I wouldn't bet against Matt Ryan, although
Phillip
I don't
deserves
think
to be
any
in there,
of the
though.
three, in my opinion, are Hall of Famers.
Rivers is number 6, and Ryan is number 7.
Exactly.
All time.
In yards, yards.
All right, gentlemen, will you go get him today? And
we will.
This is always the part of the show.
We're going to go get him. We're going to go.
I need some kind of formal ending.
Every time you give a speech, I want to run through a wall. It happens every time.
I like the Warriors. I think they're going to execute on Wednesday.
Oh, so fired up.
I don't think you sound like you need help at all.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, boy, Lucas, you might want to book Guru for this show. You might want to book Guru because I don't know where's the energy going to come from without him. Because listen, all I can do is
you want me to be irrationally angry about that loss yesterday,
you
Mark?
You can be whatever you want to be.
I'm going to be authentic.
I want you to be authentic, and the bottom line is I don't want to call it a big nothing burger because it was a Warrior game. So. I love Warrior games. Every time that you lace them up, that's all those cliches. It's an opportunity. It matters. All of that. I promised this a week and a half ago, and I'm going to stick to it. I'm not going on the yo-yo. You can't play with my yo-yo.
Nice.
And I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to react to every game with a large sort of narrative about what it means in the larger picture of Warrior basketball. I mean, can we start with that? Didn't you expect them to lose yesterday?
Yeah, of course. It's a scheduled loss, and we've talked about this in terms of football and all the rest of it. Even in baseball, you can see some losses that are more scheduled than other ones, although baseball, you're just one swing of the bat away from maybe stealing one. When you play a 4-game road trip like that, and you conclude against the best team in the association in a matinee setting against a team that is hell-bent on beating you, you're probably going to lose. And if you add in the fact that you don't have 2 starters, Podziemski is a starter now, and you don't have Wiggins, and your star is not only a little bit banged up with knee bursitis, but also he's been fatigued and he's been a little bit erratic of late. Steiny had the stat earlier, 11 straight games where he has not shot better than 50% from the floor. All these things added up. You're going to lose that game not only 9 times out of 10, but probably 19 out of 20 and maybe 49 out of 50. It's a bad spot.
Glass half full, glass half empty kind of a conversation. I mean, I think here's a sentence that we could use a lot today. If I had, and then let's fill in the blank. If I had told you last week they'd go 3-1 on the road, you'd say?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Immediately.
If I had told you before the year started that after 29 road games, they'd won 16 of them, you'd say what?
I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll take it.
If I told you a month ago that on March 4th they'd be the 9 seed, you'd say?
I take it. A little more reluctantly, but yeah, I'd take it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you said a month ago?
Yeah.
When they were 3 or 4 games below 500?
They were the 12 seed, my friend. Yeah, they were the 12 seed.
Yeah, you
they
take
were looking up at the Utah Jazz going, we got to play these guys twice in the next week and a half.
Right.
No? I mean...
No, you're right on all these, and I wish that I could maybe have a different opinion for the sake of the show so we could go back and forth on this, but 3-1 on the road trip, you're the 9 seed, you lost against a team that is really a lot better than you right now in a spot where you were probably going to lose. What do you want?
You did it. You nailed it.
Yeah?
You did it. You used the phrase.
Right now?
Right now.
Right now.
like these narratives. And in fact, that is the larger question. The larger question is not about yesterday. The larger question is their record against good teams. What do we got? 7-23. Depends on what metric you're using. What constitutes a good team? I don't know. Is it top 6? Is it top 10?
Right.
Is it just someone who's ahead of you? Is it a team that has a player you've heard of? I don't like whatever. Whatever metric you want to use. The Warriors, absolutely, and I've said this a couple of times this year, they are running the risk. It is very possible that they are this year's NBA version of the Dallas Cowboys and the Miami Dolphins, which is like you're going to go to the playoffs. You're probably going to lose pretty quickly because now you're going up against good teams, and the reason you got here is because you beat all the bad teams. And is that a problem? Oh, yeah, I guess. But you're also, when we talk about that record, you're including games in November and December and January when the Golden State Warriors were a very differently constructed basketball team. Can we all agree on that? Does that mean that now we should only look at what's gone on recently? And hell, they haven't beaten the good teams recently either. But the bottom line is I'm not going to sit here today and be like, well, they're 7-23 and 15 of those games were when Draymond was suspended, and 12 of those games were when Klay Thompson was on a mental journey.
Right.
And 8 of those games happened before Jonathan Kuminga was even getting minutes, and Brandon Pajemski was just some rookie who might be nice, and we didn't know how to pronounce his name. Those numbers include all of those teams, and this is not those teams. This is not those teams. And let me give you another one that I firmly believe. I think it's high time that we get rid of this phrase in sports, the measuring stick. It doesn't exist.
What about the litmus test?
My God, it doesn't matter. Do you want to know what Christmas night was for the 49ers?
It was a measuring stick game.
Stick. How much did it matter?
Well, you didn't measure up.
You didn't. Did it matter?
It didn't matter.
The Ravens didn't make it to the Super Bowl. The 49ers
They didn't face the Ravens again.
They didn't see him again. Remember? Eagles, measuring stick. We need to be ready for the NFC title game. They're not going to get there. They're not going to get there. So this whole idea of yesterday was a measuring stick, it's not. Because circumstances weigh in to every single
game,
basketball game.
Always.
Every basketball game. End of a trip. Beginning of a trip. Was your plane on the tarmac in the middle of the night?
Right.
Are you healthy? Are you not? Do you know where all your teammates are? Do you not? Every single game has a completely different list of circumstances, which is why you can play Boston twice in 1 year and once beat them and once lose to them by 52. Totally different circumstances. So, is this going to sound weak? I don't really care. This is my opinion. What do I take from yesterday? Nothing that we didn't already know.
Right.
Warriors are not as good as the Celtics.
And they're not as good as the good teams in the association.
We knew that.
Right.
But I also think they're a lot closer to them than they were 2 months ago.
Well, they're closer to them than they were yesterday. I think we can safely say that.
Yes.
If they play Boston in the NBA Finals in June, I would bet that they don't lose 4 games by 52 points apiece.
I would be thrilled that they're in the NBA Finals.
Correct.
I'd be like, this is incredible.
It would be incredible.
Can you believe that this team came out of the play-in tournament and went to the NBA Finals? It'd be amazing.
That would be beyond amazing. It would be stunning because I just did the quick math, and the Warriors against the top 4 teams in the West right now, OKC, Minnesota, Denver, and the Clippers, they are 2-14.
Right. Those teams are better than the Warriors.
Right. Boston is better than the Warriors.
However,
Milwaukee's better than the Warriors.
Yes.
And you don't have to worry about the teams in the East, but if you just look at those top 4 in the West, OKC, Minnesota, Denver, and the Clippers, the 4 of them have all been throughout all the different circumstances. Early game, with Draymond, without Draymond, Klay's on a heater, Klay is cold, Steph has good knees, Steph has bad knees, Andrew actually is around and playing basketball. All the rest of it, the Warriors are 2-14 against those teams.
Right. But we've learned this lesson, and it's fun because we're sports fans, which means by nature we're stupid and forgetful. These are 2 characteristics that most of us have, and that's okay. That's because emotion takes over those other things, and it makes us stupid and forgetful. because the Golden State Warriors 2 years ago arrived at the playoffs and were like, this is not a championship team. But then, yes, they were. They were in April, May, and June. They weren't in any of the other months. So I just think that, like, the way I look at it, when you go, okay, you're 32-28, you've arrived at that moment. You've played 60 basketball games. You are three-quarter pole, essentially, of the season. You have arrived here. You are 32-28. Do you feel you're a 32-28 team? Doesn't matter. You are that. However, that record is made up of a bunch of experiences, players, moments, circumstances, and teams that are no longer you. So I don't think they're actually a 32-28 team, as evidenced by 13-4 over their last 17. So who is this team when they arrive a month from now is the question that needs to be answered. And everything that happens between now and then, because you're a veteran team, is pointed toward that. It is all pointed toward being at your best, whatever that may be. It is all pointed toward being at your best at that time. And that's also true for the Lakers. It's true for the Suns. It's true for the Mavericks. It's true for the Nuggets. Like, let's.
It's true for the Clippers. It's true for every team.
Well, yes, the Clippers. You see the teams I'm leaving out because they've never done it before. They're not veteran teams. They're like,
well, the Clippers are a veteran team.
The Clippers are, but they got outside of Kawhi a bunch of people who have not really had a whole lot of playoff success. I know Russell's been to the NBA Finals, but kind of a different role for him now. It's why I think the Kings are different this year. They're not experienced, but more so than they were last year.
Yeah,
it's a different deal, and that's really what we're waiting for. Like, look, the Nuggets, Wolves, and Thunder. Who's the best team of the three?
The Nuggets, Wolves, and Thunder?
Yeah, the top three teams. Okay.
The Nuggets are the best team.
Why don't they have a better record than the other two?
Because they haven't been as good in the regular season. And these other teams they're chasing it. And Denver is not chasing it because Denver has been there. And Denver understands that April, May, and June are greater than October through March. October through March is important because you got to put yourself in position to be a home team in the playoffs and be healthy and be ready and be rested. But Denver is coming off a title where they did what they didn't do the year before when the Warriors won the championship. They weren't healthy and they didn't have that experience. And now they have both. And so they want to keep the health and they have the experience and they understand that they're a team that can go anywhere and beat anybody. OKC and Minnesota, they're young and they're chasing it. They don't know yet.
That's exactly right. And the Nuggets have won 6 in a row. Why? Because it's March.
Yeah.
Because it's March. They're going to turn the ignition. And right now, they'd be my pick to probably get the 1 seed. Probably going to get it. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's Oklahoma City. I love that team.
Well, they're a half game back OKC. Tied with Minnesota.
Correct.
And, the Clippers are still knocking on that door. But to that point, I don't know how much the Clippers are going to really push for the 1 seed, knowing that health is far more important than any seed.
They've understood
especially
that
in the West,
time.
as you've talked about earlier.
The whole thing is going to come down to, and it's the only reason it's kind of interesting, to be honest with you. At no point are the Warriors going to arrive in any sort of a playoff game, and they're like, so, here we are. It's now April. We're actually better than Oklahoma City. You're not going to be. You're not going to be. You're still going to be older, and you're going to be more tired, therefore, and less energized by the entire process. That's already automatic. The question is playoff basketball different enough to where Oklahoma City and Minnesota are going to show that they're not quite ready and that they need a little bit more seasoning? That's possible. And because that's possible, this whole thing could be really compelling. And there are a number of teams, Warriors one of them, who could get in there and bounce around and make some noise that we didn't necessarily see coming. All of that is possible. So that's all that you're doing right now. You're positioning yourself to try to get the 6, 7, or 8 and see if you can get in the dance and mess around a little bit and kind of see what happens. And I think this last week was very positive for that.
For sure.
Nothing less.
Put yesterday aside.
Totally.
Because yesterday was going to happen in some way, shape, or form. You were going to lose that game. Now, I don't know if any of us thought they're going to lose by 50 plus. And it wasn't even that close, to be honest. But you looked at that road trip and that game and you thought, well, that one doesn't look good for them.
888-957-9570. We'll take your Warrior phone calls. We're sponsored by Safeway. Javi Lopez is going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour. There was a bet that was won over the weekend.
Boy.
We will discuss right around the corner. Glad you're here. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway for
What day is Steve this week? Because I know we do a lot of Wednesdays, but I think Giannis is here on Wednesday, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Grandy,
sure.
Grandy's giving a big old shrug. What do you got, Grandy? Nothing?
Maybe Friday. I'll have to check.
Friday?
Maybe. I mean,
That
they
would
play
be
Wednesday and Thursday, so it's either tomorrow or Friday.
Let's do tomorrow. I choose tomorrow.
I would bet tomorrow.
Am I in charge?
I don't think so.
I'm not in charge. No.
They got a Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. As you know, you're going to be there on Saturday. So
Wemby.
Yeah.
Wembanyama.
It's loss, questionable, and then win. That's the week. Chicago, you should win, but
they're going to beat Chicago.
They should beat Chicago.
They're going to beat Chicago.
And we talked about this a little bit during the break.
This is at least a 2-1, homie. Stand.
Yeah, at least.
Oh yeah, yeah. Milwaukee's listen.
Milwaukee's good.
They're very good, and they look like they've gotten back on track. They've won 5 in a row, but we're also a week and a half away from everybody scratching their head and screaming, "What the hell's going?" They got a coaching change, then he starts off terrible. I mean, this is a team that was on a really hefty. They had lost 5 of 7 going into what is now a 5-game win streak.
Right.
And if we're going to hang around the Warriors, boy, all you do is beat the crappy teams. Do you want to see what Milwaukee has done? Now, Milwaukee got a win in Minnesota. That's nice. Then they beat Philly without Embiid. They won a home-and-home against Charlotte and beat the Bulls. So Milwaukee is good. But the Warriors need to start. Like, you want to know what I'm looking for out of this team? You want to know what the concern is? Got nothing to do with yesterday.
Beat a good team.
Nope, not even that. Be a dog at home. Go make Chase Center your flipping gym. Your flipping gym. Nobody's coming in here and doing what you all do. This is our gym. That's the way, like, every single team at any level looks at it.
They have the 13th best home record in the Western Conference.
You'd have given me $1 million if before the year I'd have been like, their record's going to be better on the road than it is at home come March.
Yeah, if I had $1 million, I would have given it to you.
You'd have been like, that's crazy pills. You're on crazy pills. But every level, every team looks at it that way.
Their road record isn't that great compared to the other teams in the West. It's comparable.
Yeah, it's good.
It's their home record that's the issue.
That's completely accurate.
If you look at the road record of all the teams in the West, here are the losses top to bottom. 12, 11, 14, 12, 13, 15, 13, 13, 13 of your top 9. They're all basically the same, Mark. They're all a little bit above 500. The good teams are a lot better than 500, but the rest of the teams, you're a little bit better than 500. It's the home record that's the issue.
Here we go. I'm going to do this is my list of Western Conference teams who have more home losses than the Warriors. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here's my list. The Spurs, the Blazers, the Grizzlies. End of story.
End of list, yeah.
That's their problem. If you really want to look at this, it's got nothing to, I don't want to say nothing. It's got a lot to do with a lot of things. This has been a hell of a journey this year. But if you want to do this thing, you want to get to the 7 or the 8 because it's like, oh, we got to host our playing game. Well, do you even want to host your playing game?
Right.
You got a better record on the road.
And it all kind of spun when you came back after Christmas and you had a 7-game homestand. And I asked Steve Kerr on this very show, I said, Steve, do you look at this as maybe like the big pivotal moment for your season where you can start to make some hay with 7 games at home? And he said, yeah, absolutely. And then you go out and you lose 7, you lose 5 of 7.
2 of 5.
2 and 5. Yeah. With wins over Orlando and the Pistons win, which was a nail biter.
Which was by 4, I think?
Yes, by 4.
And wasn't that homestand also when the Toronto-New Orleans thing happened?
Yeah.
At the end of it, right?
Exactly.
Joke. Total joke. You want to look back at where this season sort of arrived at the record that it is. That's when you have got to start playing with a little bit more pride at Chase Center. I love what they've done with that building. I get it, the dynamics of everything that have happened with Warrior Ball over the last 5 years, the finances, the price, the ease, the Oakland, all of that. But come on, man, this never would have happened at the Collie. That you never would. It's like not even possible. 16 and 15. So I don't want to hear this. Well, Milwaukee's coming to town, so well. No. If you're a playoff team, your building is hard to win in the NBA. I don't care who you are. Your building, the Lakers, who are really not that great and are below you in the standings, only by percentage points, but they're below you in the standings, they're 21 and 10 at home. It is hard to go into, what the hell they call that thing?
The crypt.
It's hard to go into the crypt and not come out dead. It's hard. It's not hard right now to come to Chase Center. It's not. And that's the number one thing that I'd love to see this team. You want to ramp up to the playoffs? Well, listen, if the Warriors are going to do anything in the playoffs at all of consequence, you better be hard to beat. You better be hard to beat at Chase Center. So start winning your home games because, by the way, there aren't that many of them left.
10. You got 10 left. You got 3 this week. And then you got a 3-game homestand with New York, Memphis, and Indiana. You've got Dallas and Utah as one-offs, and then you end with New Orleans and Utah. So of those 10, you gotta think about 7.
At least 7.
Yeah,
at least, especially because there's a bunch of whatever in there.
Well, you got San Antonio, Utah twice.
Utah's coming twice. The Spurs this weekend. Again, the Warriors have been dominant against the bottom of the league.
Yeah.
So you have to win them all. Win them all. So that's 3. And then what else? What else is coming in? You said Dallas is coming in.
You got Memphis.
Memphis is coming in. Indiana's coming in. Half these games, I know Indiana's not bad. That you got to win that. So that's half of them right there. And then your other ones are Dallas, the Knicks, Milwaukee, the Bulls,
and the Pelicans at the end of the year.
7 should be easy. It should be easy.
Well, is not. It does not equate to what they've done at home.
I understand
is
that.
The greater point.
If I'm looking at larger goals that people are still holding on to.
Of course.
Forget championship, go on a run, whatever phrase you want to talk about. If you want to actually make noise in the playoffs, 7 and 3 for starters. For starters, maybe 8 and 2. Not closing the door on 9 and 1. I mean, I'm not going to say you got to win them all, but just because the Bucks and Dallas are coming to town, ooh, terrifying. No, you're the Warriors.
Right.
And it's time. It's that time of year. Draymond gets out of bed now, right? Because it's March and April.
There you go.
It's time for Draymond to get out of bed, and I'm not putting it on him. I'm using his quote against him from last year.
Yeah.
Draymond has been playing great basketball now that he's back. So, yeah. I'm not punting because Giannis is in town on Wednesday.
I know it's punting, but I think you set realistic expectations, and you're not like 7 and 3 to me is realistic. You should be able to go 7 and 3.
Agreed.
Now you start talking about 9 and 1, and I think you're getting into the crazy pills because you haven't been that good against really anybody of substance. You haven't been good against good teams no matter where you've played them.
That's true, but
Either
we also,
conference.
but for instance, though, we're talking about games without knowing anything about what the circumstances of that game
and
are.
I liked what you said in the last segment about circumstances. You've played 60 games, and in those 60 games, you've had a whole bunch of different lineups. You've had guys in, guys out, guys playing well, guys not playing well, some out for family reasons. A guy got suspended for swivel punching Yusuf Nurkic, and he missed about a dozen or so games. So it's been an uneven journey up to this point. But now you're here, and Pajemski's coming back on Wednesday. We haven't heard about Andrew Wiggins if he's coming back ever, if at all. So
yeah,
you're going to deal with what you have, and I do think this homestand, Milwaukee, Chicago, San Antonio, 3 games. 2 wins for sure.
At least.
And if you can steal the Wednesday and you've got, nice amount of rest, you got home last night from Boston. The matinee did kind of help you in, as far as the flight back goes. You didn't have to travel all night to get back home. You gained the 3 hours back. You got a couple days off. You have a good chance against Milwaukee based on the schedule.
No doubt. And it's here and all of that. And we also, like we're talking about the circumstances of the Warriors, we don't know what the circumstances of the other team will be. When teams are on the road, They tend to, if they're going to rest players this time of year, they tend to do it on the road. Tend to not do it at home. Like, I don't know.
Milwaukee's got a game tonight against the Clippers at home.
Right. And then the
and then they got a 4-game Cali trip.
But that's the start of their trip. Like, that's another circumstance. Like, these road teams we're talking about. End of their trip, beginning of their trip, middle of the trip. Do they play the night before? Milwaukee should be okay. They should be okay. But I don't know. What if Giannis twists an ankle tonight? I am
whoa.
Just saying. Like, before the trip started, did we not look at the Knicks game and go, oh, well, that's tough? And then actually, no, it wasn't, because most of their players were out. Jalen Brunson played, but he was kind of not maybe fully himself. And the Warriors, I thought, played a really good basketball game that night. Held the Knicks to 99 points. Poof, you win. So I don't know who's coming in here. I remember Milwaukee came last year. And right like that day, like, well, Giannis isn't playing. Which Steve Kerr hates.
Yeah. Well, he does.
He does. They almost lost that game. Do you remember that game last year?
Yep.
Grandy, do you remember that one? Am I remembering it correctly? Giannis was out and the Warriors won by like a point.
Yep.
And it was like ball in the air, in and out, buzzer, something dramatic at the
kind
end.
of like a crazy comeback.
It was a crazy finish. Yes, something. Anyway, so let's go game by game.
Of course.
Let's go game by game.
And I'm not living and dying by a 52-point loss in Boston. I looked at that yesterday, and you watch it early on, and you thought, all right, Warriors, that game was fun, back and forth. It was breakneck, and you're thinking, okay, this one might be 150 to 149. And then all of a sudden, the well dried up, and they stopped guarding Jaylen Brown, and then bucket after bucket after bucket. And then you got to the end of the first quarter, and you thought, all right, Steve, go ahead let's go ahead and pull the plug. And they did at halftime.
It's one of those moments where, like, and again, this lesson I think we learn probably every week of our lives, which is sometimes the thing that you're like, oh, man, that's no good. No, it turns out to be the best thing. Going into this weekend, I'm like, oh, for crying out loud. Son's got a flag football game right during the first half of Warriors Celtics. All right, we'll go watch the flag football game, and we'll catch the second half of Warriors Celtics. And then at halftime of his flag football game, I pulled out my phone, and I went, we're fine.
Let's go get some ice cream.
Let's go to lunch. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley.
Oh, my God.
Hi, Nick. What are you doing? You're on Willie and Debbie.
Man, I'm about to have my season opener, but it's an accident going to Centerfield Bridge, so I'm trying to get out to Centerfield High, but I'm stuck in traffic anyway.
Oh, man. Good luck. Go slow.
Yeah. Well, some old man got rear-ended by a semi. They're both out on the freeway walking around. Anyways,
everyone's all right.
Anyways, man, check it out. I mean, Wiggins has turned into Kyrie Irving. I mean, like, how do you sign a contract, get paid all this money, and not show up to work, man? Like, people have problems, and they still show up to work. People have all kind of problems, but they get up every day, they go to work. Like, you're blessed, man, to play in the NBA, and, like, you're just taking time off. Like, it's okay, man. It's not okay. You know what I mean? He's letting all the teammates down, and it's just, I don't understand it, man. Like, maybe they should just not pay him for when he's not there, and maybe he'll show up more. It's ridiculous. And not only that, I think the Niners should go ahead and hire Eric Bieniemy if they haven't. And, that's where I'm at right now.
All right, Nick. Nick, thank you. Eric Bieniemy has already got a job. He's going to be at UCLA this year. And, I think the 49ers staff, after the news of the weekend, is all set. But to the Wiggins point, I think that you and I are going to retire someday, and we're going to look back outside of doing radio during COVID, and the Wiggins topic is going to be the hardest thing that we've ever sort of had to talk about. And I don't mean that because, like, there have been more serious things than that. I was on the air during Sandy Hook, okay? But, like, the Wiggins thing, there's just no good answer. I fully understand what Nick is saying. However, you have to qualify it because I don't know what's going on. Now, I will say this, that there are situations, things surrounding this that don't look great. I'll give you an example, and maybe this is totally unfair, but because of what happened last year, I know a lot of you now follow Wiggins' girl on social media. I didn't even know who this person was a year ago. Now everyone's following her because of what happened last year, and if there's some massive family situation going on, she doesn't know about it. She just posted her workout videos.
Yep.
Pumping the iron, Pilates, whatever we're doing, and everything is fine. Now, is that fair for me to take that and project it on Andrew? No.
Of course not.
Of course not. However, also as a human being, impossible to not scratch your head and go, so Andrew is in some sort of sham charania. It's a disastrous family situation. And his girl's like, I'm going to go get my steps in and post it.
And post about it, yeah. Post about it. Well, that's assuming that they are still coupled up and that they're still together. So
I don't know anything.
We can make all the leaps we want to make, and I try to dial it all the way back to the base element of reality, which is the number one ability is availability. And if he's not available, then for whatever the reason is, I don't know the man, so I'm not even going to pretend that my thoughts and prayers are with him. Of course, I hope for the best for all humanity. I don't know Andrew. I don't know what he's going through. I don't know what his situation is. We've all had rumors about what it might possibly be, and I'm not here to traffic in that rumor. All I know is he's not playing basketball for the team that I love, and this is now the second time. So for me, if you can't make yourself available to play basketball, my mindset is, going forward, let's find somebody who can play basketball for the team that needs somebody to play basketball.
And that's what Moses Moody did last week.
He played great.
That's what he did. I mean, here's the other thing. Some people are, you should give the money back. Maybe he did. I don't know. I can't track. Did the Warriors pay him his salary for those games? I don't know. I
would guess that they did.
I would guess that they did, but I have no idea what's going on. Here's another assumption I don't think we can make. Here's another one I'm going to give up on. I've used it before, and I hear it from a lot of people, but I think it's time for us to move on from it. The Warriors say it's okay, so we should too. I don't know that the Warriors saying that means that they're actually okay. I don't know. I don't know how the Warriors actually feel about it. I know they wouldn't tell you if they were ticked.
Right.
I know that. I know Farhan Zaidi 2 weeks ago said, we're done making additions. And then on a Friday night, here comes Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
Which was the worst kept secret for 3 months. Why it needed to wait for March 2nd, I'll never know. Why it's breaking on a Friday night at 10 o'clock, don't ask me. I have no idea. I mean, a team over here starved for good publicity about signing players.
Right. Friday news
tucks Matt Chapman in to bedtime on a Friday night. Why?
Yeah.
You got me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's good PR right there, Mark.
I don't know. But I don't even know how that works.
Right.
Who's in control of when that breaks? Matt's agent? Is it Boris? Boris doesn't care if the Giants get good publicity.
Right.
He's probably still in the midst of a you-know-what contest with the Giants.
Right. I don't know. I mean, ultimately it breaks from one side or the other. I don't think the Giants would, have signed him 10 hours earlier and go, you know what? We're going to wait till 10 at night. We're going to bury this one in the midst of people sleeping because we're ashamed that we actually got a guy that every fan has been clamoring for?
I think Matt Chapman to the Giants was probably mostly, and I'm talking out of my wahoo right now, but based on just following tea leaves.
The tea leaves, yeah.
This was probably pretty much kind of sort of done in January. Probably. But
to an extent, yeah. To an extent.
Price,
came down to the price, all that.
Right? I told you this at the time when Farhan said, yeah, we're done. And I went, I'm going to reach out to my peeps. They're not done, right?
They can't be done.
The peeps were like, they're just waiting for the price to come down. And that's probably true with Blake Snell as well. What made the rounds over the weekend? Farhan's quote, as far as I'm concerned, the offseason is over. Did you read all the other quotes?
Right.
Did you read where he said, we're closing the door on nothing? And yes, we've got some redundancy on the left side of the infield, so there's probably another move coming.
Yeah, J.D. Davis is not happy with this latest signing, nor should he be.
Nor should he be. Well, I don't care if he's happy with it. He did deserve a call. He deserved a phone call. He deserved to not find out on social media.
Right.
Or from his friends.
Well, and especially if you're talking about this Matt Chapman pursuit being something that really was culminating in January, which I don't know if it was done in January, but J.D. Davis, I'm sure, has seen the writing on the wall about this possible pursuit or the possible signing. So it didn't totally catch him off guard. It shouldn't have.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they were openly pursuing this guy for a long time.
Correct. So, like, should it have caught JD off guard? Probably not. But I don't know if pro athletes think that way. And if my boss was been like, so we're done making moves, and I'm like the starting third baseman, and then like 2 weeks later, 3 years, $54 million, but not really. It's kind of 1 year, and there's a bunch of opt-outs or whatever. Like, and nobody called me. The only people who called me were my buddy Tim while I'm watching a movie. That's how it happened. JD was sitting down on a Friday night watching a movie, and his phone was off. And then toward the end of the movie, he turned his phone on. All those texts started coming. He's like, what the hell's going on? Oh, I got replaced. Not ideal.
No.
Not ideal. So.
Damn it, Farhan.
Yeah. Yes or no? Yay? No? Yay? Nay? Lucas, you alive? Yes? No? What do you think?
You can take it. I think it's important to note before we take Big Smooth's call that we don't actually know what is going on with Andrew Wiggins' personal life and why he is away from the team, and the Warriors haven't told us.
Yeah, fair enough.
I like a call with a disclaimer up front. That's
I like
good.
that. Big Smooth, you got disclaimed.
No, I'm just like, at some point, man, our fandom has to stop. I mean, I get it, but at some point, man, if it comes out his father dies, we're gonna feel really stupid, and it's gonna seem kind of sleazy. So since we don't know, why don't we just leave it alone? And as of right now, Wiggins is not a Warrior. He's not on the Warriors until he's back. That way, we're not potentially touching an area that goes way beyond stats. That's all I'm saying. Wiggins, we don't know. So why speculate it, man? We don't know. We have no clue.
Nobody is speculating.
Yeah, it's no speculation.
No, I mean, we had a caller bring it up. There's no speculation, sensation whatsoever about this. Big Smooth, thank you. If you want to look at it as he's not on the Warriors right now, that's fine, because he's not. By the way, I know that fans don't like to hear this because it sort of takes one of their excuses away. I don't even know how much more effective the Warriors are if he was playing. Are they that much better with the way he was playing this year as opposed to Moses Moody? I don't even know. I don't think it's that much better. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We can take more calls on the Warriors for sure, but also the specific comments Farhan did make about this Giants offseason, we've got that around the corner as well on Willard and Dibs.
Shop premium meat at Whole Foods Market.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. Willard and Dibs is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Would you have a like button?
I was going to say, would you have a liner?
Totally.
That's what that's called.
I love him.
He's just the best.
The best.
He is.
GP2. Dude, I was messaging Kevin Dana over the weekend.
I'm sure many of you heard him all night. He handled the whole road trip.
I just, because I told him, I said, can I get a rain dance? Rain dance. And he dropped a rain dance. And so
on the phone?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, look at you.
Cheers.
On the broadcast. It must have been couldn't have been yesterday. I didn't hear him yesterday. It must have been Friday's game.
That would have been amazing if he could have worked it in to
and the
to
Warriors
that
cut it to 54. Yeah. Grandy had the great line. I heard you yesterday in the little bit of the post game talking about the Boston run, which was 61-17.
Is that right?
61. Boston.
Go check back my notes.
No, I'm looking at the math right now because you said it like 3 or 4 times. He did a good job of laying out the game and setting up the phone calls, and he actually was big time glasses half full, and so I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
There was no panic. He didn't raise his voice, and the Grandy man. I was coming back from. Went to the store. I was in the car for some reason yesterday afternoon.
A lot, apparently.
A little back and forth. I caught you at night.
To me at night.
Getting some cookies.
By the way, Grandy, how late did you go last night? Because I thought you did a good job with everything except for one thing. How late did you go?
When did the game end yesterday?
Yeah, the game ended.
Game ended about 3.
I think I ended right around 4. It was a shorter show. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Then no, you did fine. I was just saying.
Why did you were worried that I bit into your time?
I thought you overlapped on me. I'm like, dude, 5 o'clock. It's time to go home.
You had plenty of time.
I got
I was out well before that.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah. I ran a quick afternoon errand while the baby was over at grandma's, and I caught Grandin. He said Boston, because they were tied at 21, and then Boston went on a 61-17 was the run from halfway through the first quarter to halftime, and I thought 61-17, that's a run.
Oh, yeah.
That's a run.
That was one of those games where whichever run you think makes it sound funniest is the one that you pick. You could have picked
23-1.
23-1.
Yeah.
61-17. Or how about just whatever it was from 21-21 to the end of the game?
Right.
What would that run have been?
That would be 119-67.
That's funny, too.
Yeah. 61-17 hit me, though.
They're all funny. Yeah. They're all very, very funny.
Well, I mean, you give up 82.5, and you think, all right, they're down 82-70. They're still in it. 82-38.
It was the most points they've allowed in any half this year and the fewest points they've scored in any half.
I heard all of this. You were killing it yesterday.
I love it.
If I wasn't driving, I would have written all of it down and stolen all of it, Grandy.
Yeah.
But 61-17 was the one I was like, I'm going to bring that back.
Remember when Charlotte came here a week and a half ago?
Barely.
And they had 29 points at halftime?
Yeah.
So we were phone watching this one out at the kids' flag football game yesterday. And kids like whatever. The parents are in a certain mode. You're in kid mode.
Yeah.
It's youth sports time. And we're all just sitting there and we're chatting. It's raining a little bit, so people are trying to find umbrellas, Ellas, nice. or whatever. Just get your hoodies out and everything. And it was a close one. It was a tight one. But that was kind of my comic relief. Like I just kind of pulled up the score of the Warriors game on the phone. And people are like, oh, this, that, and the other. And I just go, pow. And I'd flash it right in their face. And they're like, oh. It was kind of like when somebody's got bad breath. Like your head would shoot back.
It just hits you.
Oh, God.
No escape.
What the hell kind of a score is that? And it just kept getting worse. And a lot of people made that comment. They're like, this is the Warriors version of what Charlotte came in here and did just about a week and a half ago. 29 points at the break.
But the Warriors were only up by a dozen or so at the break.
They were only up by 13. They only had 42.
Right.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were up 68-29 and it was a laugher. That thing was that was a stink bomb both ways. And
it was.
Yesterday you look at the play-by-play and it's just, Pritchard, Tatum.
He's a good player.
Brown, Holiday, Horford, Tatum, Brown, White.
Can we admit something?
3, 2, 2, 3.
This is
man.
That sounds like a rain dance. Go for it.
Rain dance.
Yeah, let it loose, brother. Come on. Yeah, we don't have to wait till Friday. Let's make them all Friday. Dude, if Dana now has, because Timmy's coming back,
love him.
So, or just off season is not that far away for Santa Cruz. I really think Dana should call Disneyland. I think he should call Disneyland and
Matterhorn.
See if they want to freshen up their voiceovers inside the rides. Like that guy inside the haunted house would be absolutely incredible. No windows and no doors.
Totally.
Pirates of the Caribbean, Dana, come on. I'm in. So just trying to look out for the guy.
Too much for It's a Small World, though. People be crying in there.
Little kids.
Totally.
Little kids. Mommy! Get me out of here!
It's a small world.
Exactly.
Crying.
Little teacup action for Kevin Dana. Anyway, just an idea.
I like it.
Trying to get the guy a little extra income source, but that's one idea. Anyway, yeah, I found this whole thing pretty easy to blow off, and maybe it's because of where our brains started. We're fans, and therefore we've got no interest in letting our machismo down. But can we try? The Celtics are better than the Warriors.
Watch your mouth.
That's not news. I did not just break any news. If you didn't know that already, come on. Look at their record. Look at their stats. Look at their performance at home. What's their home record this year?
29-3, Mark. 29-3.
Come on. They're on a mission. They're 48-12. They're on an absolute mission. I don't know where it's going to end. They have had 2 disastrous playoff runs in a row. And that's something I always look at in sports. The 49ers, quite frankly, are the concern when it comes to this sort of thing that I look at. I thought they had it this year from an emotional standpoint. And what I'm talking about is who's ticked? Like, who's using the experience of the last 2, 3, 4 years and going, that's it. Enough. Enough losing. Enough finishing with a loss. We are absolutely going to obsess with a championship. And I thought that was the Niners this year. And then they waltzed in and played the team that's like blowing on the back of their fingernails, and they lost anyway.
Yeah.
Which is super discouraging. But that's the Celtics, man. The Warriors absolutely, Steph Curry clowned them in that building in Game 4.
They got served.
And then the following year, they didn't even get back. They didn't even get back to try to play Jokic. So this team should emotionally be the angriest team in basketball. And I would argue when you watch them play, you can see it.
Especially against that team.
And even in the offseason. They're like, it's not even just their play. They're like, oh, really? Fine. We're going to go get Drew Holiday. How about that? And they're fantastic.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's been more than just the last couple years. Last year, it was they lost in the Eastern Conference. The year before, of course, they lost in the finals. Eastern Conference first round. Eastern Conference finals. Semis. Finals. They've lost in the Eastern Conference finals 4 of the last 7. And one of the other years, they lost in the NBA finals. So they've been sniffing it. They've been close, and they haven't been able to knock down that door. So I think you're right in terms of their anger. The schedule spot was bad, and Boston is just flat better. And I think about what you said in terms of where we are with the final 22 games of the year. We're going to take them one by one. We're going to see where the Warriors are at the end, see if they can win the game that they need to win, and if they're into a playoff series, see if they can beat the team that they're going to go up against. I don't have any designs on them going on a deep run or, making any real noise in the postseason. If I gave you the over-under, and I've given this to you a number of times, on postseason wins, if I set it at 4.5 for the Warriors, the smart money's on the under.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to win a series. I'm not counting the play-in.
You're not counting any play-in stuff.
Playoff only. I mean, are they going to be able to go in and win a series in the playoffs?
Probably not.
Right. The odds would be against them.
Yes, they'll be a dog.
It doesn't mean we can't enjoy the next 22.
Of course not.
And it also means to me that when they lose a game like they did yesterday, when you lose by 52, so what? It's one game. It doesn't count for 2 losses because you lost by 52.
The Celtics are the Niners of the NBA. And my concern is the Warriors are the Cowboys of the NBA. They just kick all of the little people's butts. But then when it's time to dance with the big boys, you get run off the damn field. And the Celtics have an angry streak in them right now because they are fully obsessed with winning their last game this year.
Yeah.
And, I know the Nuggets remain the favorites, and I get it. Regular season is whatever. But the Celtics are on cruise control to the 1 seed, and I have every expectation, especially with the Embiid injury and everything that is the rest of that Eastern Conference. The Celtics are going to the NBA Finals this year. Who's waiting for them from the West? God, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no clue. But the Celtics are going to be...
They should.
The Celtics should be there.
As compelling as the West is, the East is equally disinteresting to me. You got 2 good teams, and the rest is...
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Cleveland as a 3 seed, whatever.
Well, Embiid got hurt. That's what changed that.
Big deal. Yeah.
Philly was going to be number 3.
I'm not buying New York.
Not yet.
And, Milwaukee maybe, but you're right. It's Boston's conference to lose.
Yeah. We're sponsored by Safeway. Did Farhan tell you no more moves? Or did he tell you, oh, yeah, more moves? You decide for yourself. We'll play for you what he said on the Zoom yesterday morning. Coming up next. And your calls continue. Javi Lopez an hour away. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway for their stock up sale and find great deals. Cheerios and Lucky Charms for $1.99 each with purchase of 4.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
So which is it? First of all, let's get to the important part, okay? Glad you're with us. Willard and Dibs, blah, 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 888-957-9570, all that good stuff. Twitch and YouTube. You should be there. You should look at us. Dibs is way more handsome than he sounds. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. Subscribe to the channel for all our content all day long. Bonte Joe, Steiny Goo, whole thing. Hit the thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And we often refer to you and respond and flip you off and all that stuff. We do that stuff. I show you which drink I'm having today. Cheers.
Nice.
Yeah, I went with the lemon spindrift today.
Okay. Is that one of those probiotic drinks?
No, it's just, it's got sparkling fruit in it. Whatever. Probiotic.
There's some of those probiotic drinks that are gut healthy.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm not interested in gut
I love the young people.
I'm not interested in gut health
I'm
at all.
talking about like Geritol in here.
Probiotic. What are you shop at Whole Foods or something?
Pretty if I'm not going to Safeway.
Sometimes. All right. Well played. Anyway, what day are we getting the donuts? Let's start there.
For what, Mark?
Ye of little faith.
What are you talking about?
The bet was.
Wait, bet? I don't recall shaking on it.
The bet was. Who are my 4 players? Corbin Burns.
Not getting them.
Blake Snell.
Doubtful.
Cody Bellinger.
Not coming.
Or Matt Chapman.
I thought it was Matt Olson.
If any of those players were Giants by opening day.
Okay. We're not there yet, are we?
No, he's signed.
But he's not. He may be not as a Giant on opening day.
So we're going to cut him?
Failed physical.
He's already past the physical.
Decides he doesn't want to play baseball anymore.
Actually, I'm
going to pursue life as a cornhole guy.
I still think that I win the bet. The bet was at any time up to opening day, if a player is a Giants, I win.
I thought he had to be a Giants on opening day.
He's a Giants right now.
I'm trying to loophole you. I will
going to
give
make
you
the team.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to see my tax guy who is somewhere near the donut place that I like to go.
Okay.
Quality Donuts.
Yeah.
Right there on 73rd in East Oakland.
Take your time.
The best donuts you can possibly find.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley.
I pay for my donuts, so this is not payola.
I know.
Donut holola.
God, if you're going to do payola, don't do it for
a
donuts.
box of doughs.
Do it something that's more expensive than
I
donuts.
owe the team a box of doughs.
Yeah,
I will be bringing you a box of quality donuts.
Very excited about that, and very excited about the addition of Matt Chapman. I think that's great. I do think that the Giants could have handled that a little bit differently. Like, lob a phone call to J.D. Davis. Here's the one thing that has, I think, started to permeate the Giants franchise right now, which I hate. And that is, like, there's 2 different things. There's building your team and playing baseball, like the baseball operations, and then there's the human side. And we often hear from players that the Giants organization is really good with the human side. Very aware of families and how they take care of the players. Like, they've had a good reputation for a long time. But then there's just stuff that feels like it's starting to fall through the cracks. Brandon Crawford's not real pleased with how things are going. Who was that kid last year on opening day where they did that little, like, shimmy shake, whack-a-doodle, like called someone up and pulled someone back down? At his major league debut, suddenly the family found out about it that day or the night before.
Right.
It's like they couldn't get there in time. Do you remember that whole thing?
I remember it. I don't remember the player.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody even remembers the names of the players. And then you get to something like this, which is like, I don't know, man. Just how hard is that? How hard is that to lob J.D. Davis a phone call? And be like, look, we just want to let you know, we're signing Matt Chapman. So,
sorry.
Here's the situation.
You're now the backup third baseman.
Yeah, you're not going to be our right-handed DH. Yeah. We got this guy named Jorge Soler.
You may want to buy a first baseman's glove because we might put you over there, but probably not.
Probably not
because Wilmer will play
Wilmer
first.
Flores is over there. Yeah. Like, JD, we're going to do right by you. The situation is fluid. We love you. We still expect for you to be a very important part of this team. We don't know exactly how the left side of the infield's fully going to play out. There's a lot of things still being worked on, but we wanted you to hear it from us. Matt Chapman's going to be a part of the team this year.
JD, it's really important for us to get younger over at third, and so we're going to do that. Matt Chapman's actually 1 day younger than you. Literally,
is he really?
I'm just looking at the roster right now. April 27th and April 28th of 1993. So
they got birthdays coming up.
Farhan, we felt like we needed to get younger at 30. and we did.
Kept our promise.
Totally.
Promises made, promises kept.
Sorry, JD.
Damn it, Farhan.
It's a youth movement. Come on.
They were college teammates.
JD
Davis and Matt Chapman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And what was it, Fullerton? I think he played at Fullerton.
Fighting over third base back then, I bet.
Well, guess who won that battle?
Yeah, Chapman.
Matt Chapman. He's going to win it again.
It's got to be annoying for JD.
Seriously,
you
it's
again?
Like everywhere I go.
Dude.
This freaking guy.
Totally.
What are you doing here? All right, so that's one thing. The other side of it,
Fullerton, good call.
Much more important part is the actual baseball. And John Heyman, sort of at the end of the Chapman deal, threw out a tweet over the weekend, is like, hey, like, I know it hasn't gotten a whole lot of attention the whole time, but the Giants have had a pretty good offseason. When you go from Jung-Hoo Lee and now Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler, if you want to add in Jordan Hicks, he threw in the name Tom Murphy as well. That got Grandy all upset, saying that the Giants have had a good offseason because they signed Tom Murphy.
Right.
But whatever. They are the second highest spending team in baseball this offseason. That is a lot of additions. None of them are A-listers. However, I would argue that Chapman and Soler are strong B-listers. And this is the way I'd say it. I do think they've had a good offseason. I do think that they're showing that they're not going to just take all the Dodger moves lying down. I still think there's one more move that needs to happen. I still think that they need another starting pitcher.
At least one.
I don't think more than one, actually. I think that would be potentially, if you went and got starters that were established and you went out and got two, I do think you're creating a potential logjam that would get in the way of some younger starters who you do want to pitch this year. Like Kyle Harrison, you want to pitch.
Sure.
And when Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb come back, and then there's also Logan Webb, and there's Hicks, and then there's the young guys like Mason Black and Landon Rupp, and I know a lot of you don't know these names yet.
Slow down.
Carson Whisenhunt.
You're making stuff up.
No,
now.
You want to.
You're making up names. Logan Rupp.
No, and Tristan Beck is coming back. Keaton Wynn. Like, you don't want to end up, okay, it's fine. Have 8 starters. Don't have 13. Don't have 13.
Last year you used 13.
Well, and that's not what you want. That's
Correct.
not what you want.
But you're banking on older players who are injured to come back and stay healthy?
Not really. No, I think you got to go get a starter. Okay. I just wouldn't get 2. And here's what I'd say today. You got to get another starter. I'd love for that to be Snell or Montgomery, but it doesn't have to be Snell or Montgomery because I do think with the addition of Chapman, there's got to be a trade. There has to be a trade afoot. How can there not be?
Right.
You're sitting there with J.D. Davis. You have Joey Bart, and you potentially even have what could be considered a little logjammy in the outfield. If you want Luis Matos, for example, to be a part of this team this year, where does that leave Slates or Michael Conforto? Like, you potentially have too much going on out there as well. And so there's got to be a deal. Now, maybe that deal brings a starter back that we're not even thinking about right now.
Yeah, perhaps.
And I'm open to that as well. But there does have to be one more move, which is kind of why everybody got concerned when they heard Farhan Zaidi over the weekend say the offseason is over.
The offseason is really over as far as we're concerned. And, we're more in in-season mode, which, doesn't mean you can't make additions, but it's a different dynamic because, we're really focused on the players that we have and how they're all going to fit together. So that's the best way I can answer that question.
The offseason is over, which does not mean that the offseason's over, but we're looking at it that way.
We're in in-season mode, which means now I'm going to continue to make trades, most likely with Seattle, and I'm going to look for Rule 5 guys, because one thing we learned about Farhan Zaidi is it doesn't matter what season it is, he's going to make moves.
I very much think they're not. I know you were joking. They're very much not looking for Rule 5 guys, because that costs a roster spot for the whole year, and the Giants don't have it.
They already have too many guys.
Exactly.
And you mentioned, I think Logan Rupp was the name.
Landon Rupp.
Whatever. He's not even on the 40-man. So
yeah, but that's
I know, but
lickety split.
The point is, you have so many other guys. To your point about the roster crunch, right now you've got a lot of players on your 40-man roster who have at least been proven major leaguers. So how are you going to free up spots if you bring in a starter? He's got to take one of these spots, and you've got too many infielders. You got a logjam at third. You've got too many outfielders. And here we are, March 4th. We're running out of time here. The opener is in 3.5 weeks.
Correct.
So, and you don't want to just outright, DFA some of these guys. You'd love to get something back for them.
Definitely not. I mean, Joey Bart's got no options. However, you can keep these people on the roster right now if you want. Start the year.
Yeah, you got 5 catchers right now.
Well, but Blake Sable can now be sent down.
Right.
I don't know who's the 5th catcher.
Cooper Hummel.
Well,
Cooper Hummel. Mark.
Cooper Hummel plays a bunch of. Who
are you?
Cooper's not going to make the team out of camp, at least. Would be my.
You
prediction.
Got Bailey. You got Murph, the new Murph, Tom Murphy, and Joey Bart, who I can't imagine he breaks camp with the big club. So you're either going to DFA him or you're going to try to get something for him.
They're going to try to get something for him. And I do think that they can. I don't think it's like going to be earth-shattering or whatever. But Seattle literally needs a third baseman right now. So you joke, but you're probably right.
Seattle.
Yeah.
It's always Seattle.
It's always Seattle. And you got Robbie Ray once, which I know that won't pay dividends until later this year, but I do think it'll pay dividends. Okay, let's hear out what he says they're going to do with the starting rotation.
I guess I should address, the pitching side of things. We have talked all offseason, been very consistent that, our plan was to continue to graduate some of the young pitchers that we're really high on to the big leagues, particularly in the rotation. We saw a really encouraging outing from Mason Black yesterday. I think Bomel may have addressed this already, but Keaton Wynn and Kaiwei Tang are getting back off the mound today, which is a big step for them. So they're trending in the right direction. Landon Roop and Carson Wisenhunt have been slowed a little bit in camp, partly because we're trying to be conservative with their buildup, but they're gonna, hopefully Landon, I think, is gonna potentially get in a game here in the next week. Carson is going to start facing hitters soon. So we have a lot of guys trending up. And again, the plan all along has been to give our young pitchers opportunities to, try to create a defense that would, support them in their transition. And that's one of the reasons Matt was such a priority. So,
okay. So
it's Roop. Landon Roop.
Landon Roop.
Okay.
Did I say Rupp?
Yeah. I mean, we're all getting to know him.
There's a U in there.
Yeah.
But there's also an O.
Yeah. It sounds like he'll be more of a midsummer call-up if he makes it that far. Maybe. He and Carson Wisenhunt.
Mason Black's your first up.
Right.
Mason Black is your first up as far as the non-Kyle Harrison young pitchers for the Giants. Keaton Wynn, you've already seen him. Alex Cobb is ahead of schedule. I'm with you. You need another starter. But you're not
Jordan Hicks is a guy who's never really started.
I don't know what to think about that one. Interesting pitcher.
Sure.
Throws 1,000 miles an hour.
And right now, he would be in your rotation. If you broke camp today,
for sure.
He's probably your 3 or your 4.
He's your, obviously Logan Webb is your 1.
Webb and Harrison.
Yeah, I guess Harrison starts the second game.
I mean.
And then maybe Hicks.
Then you get Roop in the 4th game?
No, you probably get Keaton Wynn. He'll be ready by opening day.
Okay.
Kaiwei Tang, that's another one.
Yeah. He's starting to show some signs.
Yeah.
That's Farhan's word, not mine.
Let me ask you. Let's do this. It's been a good offseason for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Logan and the question marks.
Has this been a good offseason for Farhan Zaidi? Yes or no? This guy right here, to my right, Mark Grandy, is firmly nodding yes.
I don't think that we know. I don't think that it's fair to say because a lot of it is based on Lee, your big free agent acquisition. He's never played Major League Baseball, so I don't know if he's any good or not. And Jordan Hicks, you're counting on him to be a starter, and he hasn't really started. So I don't know. So for me, it's a big, fat, hairy, I don't know.
Well, I think you're answering that in the way that, look at that. Sorry, let me break in with this. This is completely non-baseball related. Giannis Antetokounmpo has been ruled out tonight with a left Achilles injury for the game against the Clippers. Would anybody still like to punt their Wednesday game with Giannis in town against the Warriors?
Well, we don't know if he's going to be out on Wednesday, but that doesn't look good.
I would suggest
he cut short his warm-up.
Yeah, and the Achilles is not to be messed with.
Correct.
I would place him at questionable at best for Wednesday's game here at Chase.
Yeah.
All right.
Man.
3-0 homestand.
Book it. I love it.
Book it. All right. As you were.
In answer to your Farhan Zaidi question, I can't answer yet because I don't know.
But you're answering it in one way, and I think there's two ways to answer it. The way you're answering it is completely fair. A lot like, quite frankly, all free agents and signings are question marks. Shohei Ohtani doesn't pitch this year. Like, I don't know. Right?
Matt Chapman is a known commodity.
Yes.
Shohei Ohtani as a hitter is a known commodity.
But you'll find plenty of people who are like, Matt Chapman, God, after April last year, he hit 210, 209, whatever.
I like the signing.
I do too.
I like the signing.
I think there's a baseball way to answer it where you're right, where you're like, I don't know. Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't know. Soler, healthy? I don't know. What does this lineup look like? There's an emotional way to answer it, though, which is, did they finally do what everyone's been asking them to do, which is stop blank footing around and sitting underneath the cleat of the Dodgers and going, listen, they got Shohei, but we called the Mariners and got their fourth catcher. We did. And we got a Rule 5 guy.
Yeah.
And we signed another guy who we're going to DFA in 48 hours so that we can sign another guy. Like they did show up to the party with Soler and Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee and Jordan Hicks. They put some years on it.
And they traded for
they put some
Robbie
money
Ray.
on it. Robbie Ray, I think in the end is going to be a brilliant trade. They gave up basically stuff that nobody wanted anymore around here.
Right.
So
to that extent, yes.
Good offseason, right?
I'll say it's a good offseason.
I need
because
one more.
He actually did something.
Right. But I still need one more.
One more good offseason?
I need one more. I'm like Ocean's 11.
One more player.
Should we get one more? We need one. I think we need one more.
One more. One more.
Really quick, when we talk about the offseason, we focus so much on the players. Let's not forget that they're like 10 times better at the manager spot now, too.
Good point.
Like, they can't be worse.
Well, and that's an opinion that's fair, but Bob Melvin, I don't know anybody who's like upset at that. Yeah. Bo Mel brings credibility, and quite frankly, he probably had a little something to do, at least, first of all, for sure he had a lot to do with Chapman. He had a lot to do with Matt Chapman choosing the San Francisco Giants, and he may have had something to do with some of the other guys who have chosen to come
right,
here.
and I do think that's a good point, Grandia, as far as that improvement. It has trickle-down effect because if you're a free agent and you're looking at his predecessor and you see the way he's jimmy-jacking everybody around with, playing time and whatnot, you're less likely to want to be here.
Well, I still think this is not going to go away overnight. The one word that I'm focused on with the Giants is trust. And that's what they have got to earn. The organization as a whole has for a long time. But now, obviously, it's kind of gone away a little bit. You've got players around the league who are like, yeah, man, I was in San Francisco. And forget this whole idea about the tenderloin messing with people. They're much more upset about the fact that you told me I was going to be a starter and I'm not. And there was that. And J.D. Davis is sitting at a movie going, anybody want to let me know what the hell's going on? And Brandon Crawford's out here. And listen.
They didn't want me.
I understand where, like, that one's a little bit tough for me because I understand the Giants, you and I talked about this last week, if their opinion internally is that he's washed, what do you do? What do you do? That's a fair opinion to have right now.
Yeah.
It's a fair evaluation to have right now. They want to get younger, better on the left side of the infield. We have got to see Marco Luciano. This is the year. And so you've got to figure all that out. And for them to not want to have a presence like that on the roster, I get it. I also hate that Brandon walked away bummed. That stinks. It'll go away. I understand it, but you don't want these kinds of stories to continue to be what people are talking about around the league.
Right.
See how they did beat Craw, and they never called JD, and they told Strip last year that he was going to be a starter, and Alex Wood hates Gabe Kapler, and Sean Manaea was so mad he cut his hair.
I saw that.
You know, you don't want all that. So that's now my thing. And us fans, I feel this way about the ownership group as a whole. I don't trust you. I don't know. I don't even know you. I don't trust you. My issue is way above Farhan's head. I understand some of the frustrations with Farhan, but my trust needs to be earned by the ownership as a fan. That's the way I look at it.
Well, in this offseason, I think it's a big step.
It has helped.
Because they've spent the second most in Major League Baseball, and that's something that, you know, the owner came out and said, we want to come close to breaking even, and right now they're up against the tax line. They have spent, whether or not they spent wisely or not, shout out Brett, we don't know yet. We don't know if Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be able to play Major League Baseball at all, let alone be a 9-figure guy. Hopefully he is. And even if he isn't, hopefully they'll go out and spend more in the future.
Well, they look like they're already for sure a better defensive team. They're a way better defensive team. Younger, faster, better glove, all of that stuff.
Well, we'll see who the shortstop is. That is still a big, big question.
Sure. Absolutely.
If it's Casey Schmidt, great defense, but I don't know if he can hit at the Major League level.
Maybe they can petition the league. This would be the most Farhan thing ever. You know exactly what I'm going to say. Casey plays short. Marco DHs for him.
Yeah.
Marco hits. Casey catches. Let's see if we can do it.
You should be able to do that with one position on the diamond.
Come on. We already have a pitch clock. Why not change that rule too?
Exactly.
Let's really get loose. Anyway, so what about one more? Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery or door number 3? I don't know. Susan Slusser asked Farhan about just that.
Would that rule out adding another sort of big name free agent or no?
Yeah, I mean, the easiest thing is to say we can't rule it out. But, you know, again, we don't. It's a little bit like what I talked about on the position player side. We don't have some planned sequence of moves here. And, you know, don't feel like anything is imminent there, but we're going to continue to look for ways to improve the team.
Okay.
I got my Farhan.
Can we get the laugh? I want to do the laugh one more time.
Would that rule out adding another sort of big name free agent or no?
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good one. It's a Zoom version of it, so it's a little tinny, but...
And it's always 3. His chuckles come in groups of 3.
I think when he laughs, that means that's when he's got something cooking. It's
when he's lying.
It's like it's when he's licking the Oreo.
Totally.
He's licking the Oreo right now.
Teddy KGB.
When he answers that question, he's answering it direct to Scott Boras. They've all been playing this game. Boras has been doing it with the whole league. Everyone knew Bellinger was going to the Cubs. Everybody knew Matt Chapman was going to the Giants. But they're all going to be like, yep, we're done. No, we're done here. We're not done. We're done here. Did you hear me? I said we're not done. We're done here. The offseason is over. We're not done. We're done. We're done unless we're not.
Unless you can give us a nice structure to the Snell deal. Then we're in.
888-957-9570. Mike, you'll be first up. Stay where you are. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Javi Lopez in a half hour. Giannis is hurt. Oh, we're on it here on Willard Dibs. Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Can we just... Can we pull apart the Farhan laugh for just a second? It's not about
I'd love to.
Yeah, it's not about the execution of it or the sound of it. I think what grabs you is that it seems to come at the oddest times.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
nothing's funny.
Right. And
it's actually in the middle of a sentence. It comes mid-sentence. And that's the thing about it.
See, the way I translate that, and it is a translation sensation.
We're looking at a lot of...
I translate. I feel like there's a thought in his head but he doesn't say it out loud. And so there's this processing of it's an uncomfortable laughter because I'm going to sort of just assume that you know what I'm thinking and I know what you're thinking. As in Susan says, could there be one more move? And he's kind of like, well, Susan, you know that I'm going to sort of tell you that there's probably not one more move because that would be the negotiating thing for me to do right now.
Yeah.
But hello, we're also clearly being aggressive this offseason, and we just lost a starting pitcher who was a big question mark anyway until halfway through the season. So obviously these conversations are ongoing, but instead of saying all 83 of those words, I'll just give you a yeah. So he laughs, and you're like, what the hell was funny? But in his mind, he had that whole conversation with Susan Slusser.
Right. In his mind, and the way I perceive it is, he's telling a lie. And a lie is not, I'm not trying to be dramatic about it because,
it's a sports lie.
His job is to not tell the truth in that moment. And so that's his tell. And if you go back to all his interviews, usually the mid-sentence chuckle comes when he's telling a half-truth. And it just, instead of, the coach of the 49ers will hit you with ums and stuff.
Right.
And
unless he's had a few.
Right.
Then he cleans it up.
It's all gone.
Big time.
Everybody has their tick. And
right.
I have my tick. You have your tick.
Dude had 2 drinks. He turned into Barack Obama. It was insane. Absolutely insane. I've never seen a speech so good.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
He was measured and he was eloquent and his words were delivered quite well and smoothly. But Farhan, he gets into his spot and he can't help it. Yes.
All right, so again, Slusser's like, all right, Matt Chapman, huh?
Holding his feet to the fire.
But Tristan Beck is hurt, Farhan. And so you're still going to sign a starter, right?
Would that rule out adding another sort of big name free agent or no?
Yeah, I mean, the easiest thing is to say we can't rule it out. But, again, we don't. It's a little bit like what I talked about on the position player side. We don't have some planned sequence of moves here and, don't feel like anything is imminent there. But we're going to continue to look for ways to improve the team.
I've decided there's another aspect to it. He thinks he's already answered that question. So it's like a chuckle of like, oh, okay, you're just going to keep doing this, right? It's Steve Kerr's version of... So, yeah, there's no update on Andrew. Farhan chuckles. Steve gasps.
Yeah, Steve sighs.
Right.
No doubt.
Right.
And Farhan chuckles anyway when he's not going to, It's almost like he's laughing at the fact that he's not going to give a straight
right,
answer.
He's laughing at what he's not going to tell you.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious. And I think...
It's not hilarious. This is listening to him and pulling apart his laughter is much funnier than the actual... Thank you.
Right.
That's way funnier than the actual quote.
And the real answer is, Susan, I can't tell you that. And if we can get a top flight starting pitcher, one of the ones that that we're going after, then the offseason's not over.
Duh.
But if we can't get him, then yeah, the offseason's over.
Right.
But I can't say that it's not over because that would set expectations in a place where they don't want to set it. So... he has to answer it that way. Oh, God.
Oh, my gosh.
It's my guy.
It is. It's like, how I'm going to answer this. And yes, I'm going to answer it that way because it's the only way that I'm going to answer it.
Can't answer it the way.
So you can take from that what you will. Yes, it'd be cool to have another starter. No, we don't want to pay $1 bajillion for it. We do have a plan B. You won't love plan B. The season doesn't start for a few more days. Got it?
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
There's your hits. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hello, Mike. What are you doing?
What up, guys? Just standing outside Lowe's right now, picking up some gardening equipment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good.
If I don't pick it up.
That's a good random chuckle, Mike. We appreciate you bringing that to the party.
Hey, man, you know what? My wife wants a peach tree in the back, so why not? I got to pick it up.
Mike, you've got one job. Don't come home with a new hammer. You've got one job. Get it right.
Happy wife, happy life. That's all I can say.
Good job, Mike.
No, hey, so I know you guys have been talking about it. I love the Matt Chapman signing, especially with Bomel, there too and everything. I just feel like now it gives us a chance to pick up someone like Blake Snell. I just feel like it gives us more of an opportunity to get another starting pitcher. I'm going to keep it very quick. Just what are your guys' percentages of us getting like another starting pitcher because of this move? And last thing I say was, Willard, love you to death still, but divinator for life, man.
Okay, that's a divination sensation, Mike. And now you owe us money. Bye.
That's good. It's a good one, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah. What are the chances? Very high.
Yeah.
Very high. But again, I'm not going to stop it at Snell and Montgomery. There's three ways this can go. Here, okay. Option one, J.D. Davis and Joey Bart get traded for a pitcher. Somebody.
Sure.
Okay.
A pitcher of, some repute, like a number 3 or a number 4 guy. You're probably not going to get a top line ace.
No.
By trading J.D. Davis and Joey Bart. I can't stop.
If you do that for the rest of the day, we're never.
I'll stop.
No, you should.
No, we got content to get to.
No, it's very funny.
Serious.
I'm just never going to
try
get
to pick my spots.
I'm never going to get a sentence out. Speaking of people who laugh at weird times. Anyway.
Usually on Friday for you, though.
Oh, my gosh.
You get goofy as the week goes on.
I do. Well, and I've already cracked my beverage over here.
Attaboy,
so, let's just let it rip. Anyway, option 2. J.D. Davis, Joey Bart, some form, a group gets traded for prospects, and that money that gets cleared helps the Giants go sign Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery. I do think that Snell is the one, based on what I'm hearing, who is more open to what his other Boris compatriots have done recently, which is take the short-term deal with the high AAV. I think Snell would do that. The problem for the Giants now is you do that, at least this year, it's going to knock you into the luxury tax for sure, potentially even the second apron. Now, I don't give a rip about that, and neither should you, because they've got the money, and it's not that bad, and they've got a bunch of money coming off the books next year, so they totally can afford it. Don't let them tell you they can't. That's option. But trading a couple salaries, like J.D. Davis's $7 million or whatever, sure, that would help. That would absolutely help. Option 3, none of it comes together, and you start the season with a rotation of Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, Keaton Wynn, and Mason Black. And then see what happens once things get going. Other injuries take place. You're playing poker. How badly does another team want a catcher or a third baseman or a whatever? So you can play that game. And yes, you can also be looking at the Boris clients, Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery. Like, how badly do you want to play baseball this year? Do you want this to go into the season? I don't think Snell does. I think Montgomery sounds a little bit more stubborn. We'll see. But those are the 3 options as I see it. And you ask the percentage chances of some other starter, not just Snell or Montgomery coming in, I think very high. I think 70 or 80%.
Interesting.
That's what I would say.
I think the most likely scenario is what you talked about in terms of the trade. J.D. Davis, Joey Bart traded for next to nothing. You can get a little bit for J.D. Davis, I would imagine. I don't know if they'll be a part of the same trade or if both are just traded for a prospect or, in Joey Bart's case, maybe a player to be named later or cash considerations, free up the salary spot, then you go out and you sign Blake Snell. I think that's the way this goes. I don't know if you're going to get a good enough pitcher back that you would want to upset what you have in the young arms, because Farhan has said that he wants to graduate the younger arms.
Yes.
His term was graduate the younger pitchers, and that to me is important to them. It's a graduation sensation is what it is.
And by the way, I'll say it this way. I don't not support that.
Right.
I just don't think it's smart for the Giants to put all of their stock into that. Like, yes, you've got Logan Webb. Alex Cobb's coming back, but that's always a kind of like, I mean, you're in your mid-30s. You're coming off surgery. Are you just going to come back and look exactly like you looked last year? I don't know. The Hicks thing, you guys never been a starter before. Yeah. I expect Harrison to be a piece of this rotation, but is he going to be awesome right away? I don't know. So, like, I don't want the Giants to go in being like, so the first 2 months of the season, like, Mason Black's got to be amazing or we won't be good.
That's why I think that they're going to get Blake Snell in or Jordan Montgomery. I think Snell's a better fit, having pitched with Bob Melvin before.
Last year.
I think you can go into a year with Snell and Logan Webb and Harrison, and then, the other question marks, and then the graduated starters coming up, and you could feel better about that, knowing that you've got, a solid veteran 2, you've got your young phenom as the 3, you're getting Robbie Ray back, you're getting Cobb back. I think that makes more sense than having 3 question marks.
First of all, I'm with you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. I think the Giants know this. I think that here's why I'm excited about what they've done. I think that the Giants are very aware. They have proven with what they've done so far this offseason, they are not doing the whole let's just keep sort of one foot in both buckets. We're going to tell everybody we're trying to win, but we're just going to keep bringing young guys in and playing on the margins. And if we win 81 games, then we'll tell everybody with a chuckle that, we're going to tweak things a little bit and try again next year. This is an aggressive offseason. I don't think it's done, but they can fairly say we were aggressive and we weren't cheap, which are the 2 things that people have really ripped them for. There are more, but the 2 things that people have really ripped them for, cheap, lack of aggressiveness, finishing in second, right?
Yeah,
all of those things. They can fairly look at this now and be like, not this time. We weren't cheap and we were aggressive.
Aggressive, yeah.
Did we go get the top of the market? No, but we were aggressive. So
if you look at the top 20 free agents going in, they have
got
2
a couple
of them.
Yeah, they got a couple.
And maybe they'll get another one.
And they did a creative trade to get a really good pitcher, even though he's hurt at the moment. So I think all of that has been pretty intuitive. I look at every move they've made and go, okay, I can understand what you're thinking. We'll see if it works out. I can understand what you're thinking. But what that proves to me is the Giants are trying to win this year. They're trying to win this year. And if that is your goal, then you can't sell to us you're not going to go get one more starter. Graduating young people, great. Everybody wants homegrown talent.
Right.
My response to that would be one more established starter is not going to get in their way.
Exactly.
Because I know what he's probably thinking in his mind, and they've played this out. Let's get to July. What's going on? Let's say everybody's healthy. You got Logan Webb. You got Alex Cobb. You got Robbie Ray. You've got Kyle Harrison. You've got Jordan Hicks. Let's say all that's working out. Well, okay, now I thought we wanted to get what happens to Keaton Wynn. What happens to Mason Black? What happens when Tristan Beck comes back? And then we're going to go sign another one? Now, what if we've got Blake Snell also? Look, the bottom line is this. Hicks is probably going to end up at least partially as a bullpen arm for part of the year. And here's the other reality. Some of these dudes are going to get hurt. They're going to get hurt.
Or they're going to get lit up.
They're going to miss starts.
Of course.
And so to me, that's where I would be looking to quote unquote graduate the young guys. You want to look at Mason Black?
Sure.
You want to look at Raup? You want to look at Carson Wisenhunt and Birdsong? Awesome. How about 3, 4, 5 starts mid-year when Alex Cobb's hip is acting up or whatever? Robbie Ray's coming off of a huge injury. So's Alex Cobb. You're going to need those guys. So one more starter, I think, says we are firmly here to win, but it also is not going to get in the way of your young pitchers.
And when you graduate starters into the rotation, you want them to be your 4 and 5 guys anyway.
Totally.
And right now, you've got an ace, and then you've got a lot of question marks. Kyle Harrison looks like he could be the real deal. What did he start last year? 6 games? And
I feel like it was more
maybe
than that
6 or 7, but down the stretch, you got to look, and it was good. It was, not absolutely lights out, a little bit up and down at times. You feel like he's definitely going to be a big piece in the rotation, but when you get Robbie Ray back and you get Cobb, now you've got real veteran arms to go with some younger arms, and then you can graduate some of these guys into that 4-5 spot.
Good guess at 6. It was 7.
7 starts.
7 starts.
Okay.
And a 4.15 ERA.
Yeah. He was electric at times, and then he was a little shaky at others. So you want him to, if you're going to be a really good team with a really good rotation, you'd want him to be your 4th starter in all actuality. And if he's lights out as your 4, now you're a really good team. If he's your 4th best pitcher, you've got yourself a good rotation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And by the way.
And that means when Ray comes back and you add Snell, if you can go.
Webb and Cobb.
Right. And then now you got Webb and Cobb and Snell and Ray and Harrison. Now you've got yourself quite a rotation.
If you were to be a playoff team, then you figure out who your 3.5 starters would be.
Right.
Listen, I get it. And that's why I'm not going to, before the Chapman signing, I was sitting here going, you've got no reason not to sign Montgomery or Snell because you're the only team who could do it and stay under the tax. The reports are that Snell's already got an offer on the table from the Yankees. And I'm sitting here going, but I haven't seen him take it.
Right.
Which tells me he's not loving what he sees. And the Yankees are probably giving him maybe a higher AAV short-term deal, but it's probably not what he wants it to be because the Yankees are way over the tax and paying $2 for every dollar. So if they did offer him 30, they're actually paying 60. And he's probably sitting there going, you want to do a 1-year deal, it better be 40. Well, the Giants were the team that could do that. They still can, less so now after the Chapman signing, which was why I would say I just think that there needs to be one more established starter you can count on. It does not need to be. It'd be great if it were Snell. It'd be awesome if it were Montgomery. I think he projects at Oracle and with the Giants absolutely perfectly. But if it's not one of those guys and instead it's a trade of J.D. Davis that brings back somebody else who you can rely upon to be a 3rd or 4th starter,
right.
I can wrap my head around that. But it's got to be someone. It's got to be someone. I think that you run a huge risk if you even decide to play the first 4 weeks of the season with that much I got no idea as your starting pitchers. Man, this is not a team in that division that can build itself a massive deficit.
Yeah.
And then rally back. So
and also there's
why take that chance?
The PR piece too, Mark, because you're in a spot with your fan base where a lot of your fans are waiting to be wowed. So if you come out in that scenario for 3 or 4 weeks with Logan Webb and a bunch of unknowns, and now you're sitting at 10-13 after, March and deep into April, and your fans are saying, okay, here we go again, another mediocre year with guys I don't even really know. It's a big blow. I think it's important for this team from a PR standpoint to not only be exciting, and they should be more exciting now with Soler and Jung-Hoo Lee, and now you got Matt Chapman.
The lineup is no longer.
The lineup is much better.
It's not a joke.
But
yeah,
now you got to come out and you got to win. And if you win early in the year, then the wait and see crowd, which is a bigger part of your fan base than ever before, if you come out and you're 13-8, and now you're tied with the Dodgers as you get deep into April, fans are going to say, okay, Maybe this is a new look Giants team.
God, if Luciano can hit, the lineup's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
If he can hit it, and even if he can't, I'm not saying it's a dead lineup, but if he has any kind of rookie season pop like we've been hearing about for 4 years, this team goes from viable, which is where that's how I would describe them right now.
As a lineup.
Yes.
Because right now
it goes from viable to I think
you're something.
Plus.
Well, because now you have lineup. Your catcher spot is, and I don't think automatic out is a fair way to describe it, but
Bailey?
I mean,
he was fine.
He's fine.
If you look around at catcher production offensively, Bailey was, he hit a little bit of a rookie wall after a little while, but he was fine.
Second base.
Nobody's got a 300 average catcher. Yeah.
You got bats.
Yep.
Shortstop is the big question, the question spot right now. Because if he can't do it, and you've seen Casey Schmidt struggle, so you can put Tyro over there, right, and have him play some shortstop. You'd rather not.
Not ideal.
Right.
I give you the name that really this could end up being the guy, and nobody wants to hear this right now. But Nick Ahmed really might end up starting the majority of the games at shortstop this year. That is a possibility. Mm-hmm. And he is not much of a stick, but he's a glove. He's a glove. And that left side of the infield with this pitching staff and all of that, if Marco is not ready to roll, or if it's not going to work or whatever, they'll go that route, and they will have the best left side of the infield gloves in the bigs. And in this ballpark, you could make the argument that's not the end of the world. Be good at defense. It's a defensive ballpark.
Right.
And they've got other bats. I'm excited now. They've got a middle of the order where people might hit 20 or 30 or 35 home runs.
Well, let's slow that down.
Soler hit.
The last guy to hit 30 was Barry Bonds.
Right, but what Soler hit last year?
About 30, 31.
Keep going. Yeah. What did he have last year? Didn't he have 36? Am I wrong on that? What do you have last year?
Soler
had 36 home runs last year. 36.
Wow.
OPS 853. Dude. That's Big Stick Rick right there, man. He's just swinging it. Don't worry, Grandy. I checked it before I said it. I ran it through my head twice. You heard the pause. I ran it through my head. I'm like, I can say that, right?
Yeah.
36 home runs. Slugging percentage, 512.
Playing in that ballpark. Put him down for 36. Put him down for 37.
No, didn't they do the overlays? They did the overlays of his home runs. I think only 2 of them wouldn't have been homers at Oracle. Gotcha. Miami's not a small park where he played. That's not a small ballpark.
No, better air, though. Ball travels better.
Yeah, the dead air of Seagull Park.
Cold out there.
Yeah, but they got again, that's what you've been asking for. Right?
Yeah.
Remember when Eric Karros made fun of the Giants on a national broadcast, and they were in San Diego, and he's like, you get Wilmer Flores batting third. Nothing against Wilmer, but come on, man. You can't be coming to the party with Wilmer Flores batting third. Well, you start a little bit of a middle of the order has developed.
Some excitement.
Okay. All right. That's all fair. All right. We're sponsored by In at the Tides. Oh, they're back. The legendary, and I heard about these in person, the all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at Tides Wharf Restaurant, which is delicious. For real, it is. It was really good. Just $99 per person. February 23rd, March 8th, and March 15th. So you still got 2 more shots. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate info at inatthettides.com. Got room for more of your phone calls coming up. Javi Lopez is going to join us coming up. It's Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They're deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community. Fremont Bank is proudly celebrating their 60th anniversary. 60 years ago, Fremont Bank set out to build not just a bank, but a local ecosystem built on relationships that would benefit Bay Area communities. They are proudly independent, active members of the communities that they serve. They support local nonprofits and are a top local corporate philanthropist. They keep dollars local and reinvest them into the business, organizations, and activities that make the Bay Area better When you deposit your hard-earned money with Fremont Bank, your dollars stay local, supporting family-owned businesses and home ownership right here in the Bay Area, supporting nonprofits and making meaningful grants for the betterment of Bay Area communities.
When back to the office means...
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was a good conversation. I really enjoyed it. It made me want to chuckle. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, let's get into it. Spring training is underway. That means this gentleman is not far off from getting to work. What the hell have you been doing with yourself, Javi Lopez? Seriously, for the last few months of your life, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, with that lead in, I've been brushing my shoulders off. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that, Javi.
Yeah. It's the same skit here. Just playing a little golf, hanging out, and being Mr. Mom, and coaching my little man's baseball team, and watching my daughter dominate a lacrosse field. That's the fun part of being at home right now.
Woo. But what kind of pressure is on the kids when the coach is a former big leaguer? How's that go?
I'm going to name drop real fast here. The head coach is Brian McCann, the former catcher, so he gets all the love. He's the local guy, and I'm just the guy that hangs on and tells them a thing or two. They don't really understand what I did. They understand what Brian did, and I love every minute of it.
What kind of little league are you running where Javi Lopez can't even get a head gig? What the hell is this?
I'm holding out for a management position.
Yeah.
The time wasn't right. I'm just not ready to take over.
That's amazing. Javi Lopez with us on Willard and Dibs. Giants still need one more? Do they still need another starter, Javi?
Man, you can never have too many. I just think it's been proven so many times. And, I do like the young kids they got. They got a lot of them. Keaton Wynn, I like what I saw from him. And Mason Black's getting some good reps right now, and Wizen Hunt and Birdsong. I mean, those are real young guys. Do they get the opportunity? We'll find out. But, I think last year of having two bona fide starters in Webb and Cobb, and then kind of cobbling together the rest of the rotation was just really, really hard on the staff and really hard on the Giants in a sense of having to manage those arms. So if you can go grab one, I'd go grab one. But, there's qualifying offers that come along with those signings. So we'll see what Farhan decides to do.
How difficult is it for some of these young guys that you mentioned to step up and be a part of a big league rotation without having really thrown much, if at all, in the bigs?
Yeah. Speaking from a guy that's never done it, I can only imagine the kind of pressure they have. I remember my first big league camp, just panic mode, just not knowing what to do. I came from Double-A, and I went to my first big league camp, and I'm just standing around a couple future Hall of Famers, and I'm just trying to just stay quiet and do my thing. And now you're asking these kids to not just do that, but get in there and win a spot. So I can only imagine the pressure that they're feeling. And I do love the fact that Brian Price is there now, and Bob Melvin as well. Some of the older, saltier guys. I played for Bo Mel back in Arizona in 2005, and it's just a calming presence, and it's a calming voice. So I'm sure they're going to try to maximize what they can out of these kids. But the floor is theirs. It's really what you can do. Whether you make the team out of spring or you make it a month later when there might be an injury, something might happen, a spot start, whatever. You make your impressions now, and they do last. It's 100% that is remembered by the skippers.
Javi, could you speak a little bit more to that? In your opinion, the net result of the new staff in place with the Giants this year is what?
I think it's bringing it back to maybe a little bit more of a traditional style, and that's not to say that Gabe didn't have the same kind of feel, but the staff itself that Gabe put together, as opposed to the staff that Bomel has brought in, is just a little bit more saltiness, a little bit more a seasoning as far as major league experience up and down the board. And when you have Pat Burrell talking, he's probably going to attack more of a mental side and approach. A few times I've talked to Pat that is kind of where he's going to lean into, and Veely and the rest of the guys are going to still stay in the analytical side and mechanics, and the blend is what's needed. And I think Bomel has a total understanding of that, and I think he had a good chunk of that in Oakland, and that's why I think he and Farhan always had a great relationship. But you do need a balance of the analytical side and the old school player side to really strike a chord. And I mean, there was a great article today in The Athletic about the Orioles doing that, and you saw the success that they had. So it can be done. You have to strike the right balance, and I think the staff that he's put together will try to find a way to do that.
How big of a lift is it for the Giants to have added Matt Chapman as well as the other free agent pieces this offseason? For the guys who are coming back after last year and the disappointment of the season, does he give you a lift going into camp knowing that the GM is out there working hard to try to improve the roster?
Yeah, again, Farhan, I think, is catching some heat, and some of it might be, I think, a little bit is overblown. I mean, they've gone out and spent $250 million, so it's not like they're not getting the sexy splashes that they were talking about, but they've made some really nice moves. And again, it's so hard when you make a move for Robbie Ray. We've seen this guy dominate. He's been in the division, and we see how good he can be. But again, it's not a guy he'll be back middle of the year towards the, after the All-Star break and Alex Cobb coming off the hip. I think the pieces are there. They're getting younger. The athleticism, trying to get a little bit more athletic. I'm not sure if they've done all that, but they've plugged a lot of holes. And I think now you have a threat in the middle of the lineup with Soler, a guy that can hit it at a Yellowstone if needed. Like, the guys just have power, and that's what the Giants have been missing, a guy that's giving you a scary at bat. And I think that's one guy you brought in. And, if Conforto can kind of keep it going, he's had a decent spring so far, just kind of get going, square some balls up. If that guy can get going, man, there's just so much depth in that lineup that it can pose do you chase down the Dodgers? Who knows? But it'll give you a legitimate chance for the playoffs.
Javi, give us the major leaguer perspective. Did the Giants owe J.D. Davis at least a phone call before the news of Matt Chapman broke?
That's a tough one for me, because you would hope in this world where you're able to the big leagues are different now than I was playing, and even when I had a situation somewhat like this, I was in spring training battling for a spot with the White Sox, and they were going for two lefties. One was already locked in, and I'm battling for another lefty spot. And they went ahead and traded for Matt Thornton, big, tall, strong left-handed pitcher from the Seattle organization. And it was kind of like this in the middle of camp. And then the writing on the wall was for me. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to get sent down. Like, they didn't owe me anything. I had a year in the big leagues. So it's a different situation. You would hope they would have had some sort of conversation, I think, with JD, but at the same time, is it ever owed to you? Probably not, because ultimately it's a business and you got to make the moves that are going to make your overall club better. And I think Bo Mel said it in an interview I saw, that he just told JD, go out and dominate, go do your thing. We'll find a place for you. And if we can make a move, we'll make it. If not, you're going to help us out. I mean, we still got 3 weeks left of camp. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen, and you never wish injuries or anything like that. But, I don't know about owing him a phone call. I don't know if that's how big league locker rooms operate anymore.
Yeah, and the other one was the Brandon Crawford situation where, he made it pretty clear that the Giants are one person with the organization. I think he was pointing to Farhan, didn't want him around anymore. How does it sit with you the way that was handled with Brandon Crawford?
Oh, did he say something? I missed it. I must have missed all that conversation. No, I feel like, Brandon wants to finish a Giant, and it tugs at the heartstrings, and he's always going to be my buddy. Like, we were fantasy football partners. We were Willie Mack Award winners the same year. Like, he's my dude, and I'm always going to love that guy, respect him, and I stick up for him. And, the relationship, unfortunately, deteriorated a little bit from his side, and I get it. I do. I know that he wanted to come back, but sometimes you got to make that clean break and let Luciano or whoever they go with, whether it's Ahmed or somebody else, maybe not have Brandon over their shoulder. I think that was part of the thought process that Farhan had during that time. I can't speak for him, but that would be my impression, that he's just like, hey, sometimes we got to do what's best for the club. And for Brandon, I appreciate that he actually spoke his mind, because you don't get that a lot from him in the 12 years that he was a Giant, 13 years he was a Giant. He was never one to really speak like that, and he was very candid. And I think that was somewhat cathartic for him. And now he can just kind of clear his mind and be a Cardinal. And of course, they finished the year in San Francisco. So,
of course,
total sense.
How'd you do against him in fantasy football last year?
Oh, well, he was my partner. I was smart. I made sure I picked up a good GM. I was a financial backbone early in his career, and then he was making 5 times what I would ever make in my career. So then he took over, which was great.
Okay, got it. So you guys were like teammates? You ran the same team?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, and how did that team do?
Well, we playoffs a few times. We did take home the title once.
Okay.
So we left some out there. We left some out there like we like to.
You're talking about this in past tense. Is this over, or are you guys still in a league together?
I'm retiring now. I can't afford the dues for that kind of league.
One of those leagues. You call them the dues.
Seriously. And, you got a couple.
I don't know if I want to do any of the pay-ups. I mean, you saw Fleming's in that league, and he had to go be a bat boy. Like, I don't want to do all that.
That's a good point.
Good point. It can be a little bit embarrassing if you wind up on the backside of that. When you look at this bullpen coming up this year, Javi, what do you think in terms of the mainstays and how this can be a big positive for the team? Mark and I were talking earlier about, this maybe the Giants getting back to a pitching and defense first sort of approach. What should we be looking at for the bullpen in terms of the strengths?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you're going to lean on. I think the Rogers brothers it's just another year together. They're going to figure it out. Taylor, I think, he's kind of the key. He really is for me. Camilo's going to he's already established himself as one of the premier closers in the game and relievers in the game. And, I think the Rogers brothers setting up, if they can just continue that consistency and get Taylor more involved in that regard, and maybe even be an option to close from the left side, I think it's an amazing thing for them. I do think I'm with you on that they are a strike-throwing bullpen. They started to get punch-outs probably about halfway through the year, started locking in on being able to get strikeouts, but they are a contact-oriented kind of bullpen, in my opinion. And that's why a move for Matt Chapman makes so much sense. When they had like roughly a 50% ground ball rate, you need those ground balls to turn into outs. And I think now they've really solidified that left side of the infield. And, I do think that is something that is going to pay off dividends. But I think that bullpen, again, it's just about usage. It always is. It's a story as old as time that you got to monitor their usage, but I like what they're bringing back. They got a lot of veteran pieces, and then you got Amir Garrett fighting for a spot. We've seen that guy be able to run it up there mid to high 90s, and just another option for the Giants if they decide to go that way.
Well, Javi, it's good to hear your voice. We know that means that the season is just about here, man. So thanks for doing it, and good luck to the Little League team. Have you guys started yet, or where are you at this season?
We start this weekend. We'll open up the 2024 season this weekend, and the weather's not looking great, so we'll see. We might have to play in some scuba suits, but we'll find out.
Perfect. All right. Well, I'm sure you will intimidate the hell out of all the other teams. Good stuff. All right, Javi, man, thanks so much.
Guys, I appreciate you anytime.
Okay, there it is. Javi Lopez with us here on Willard and Dibs. Can you imagine that, your Little League game? You're over there. Javi Lopez is the freaking assistant coach.
Right.
What are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, the pedigree in that dugout alone. But as you know, being a coach in youth sports, it comes down to, maybe whether or not a 10-year-old got the right cereal this morning.
Or what pants you're wearing.
Exactly.
And if they're the wrong ones, gone.
Totally.
Yeah, exactly. All right. 888-957-9570. Fun to hear Javi. First time in a few months. Let's go to Mike in SF. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
I'm living the dream.
You damn right you are. You're on Willard and Dibs.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And I'm retired, and I live in San Francisco. What else could be better?
Perfect.
So I wanted to talk about how the Giants have done this offseason, and specifically the Chapman contract. Obviously, I think he's an upgrade and a good player, but it really wasn't a position of great need in my view. And what I'm concerned about is two things with the contract. One, if things go really well with him, which is what we all hope, he's likely to opt out after the first year.
Right.
And it does cost us a second-round pick and international signing money. I think I'd feel better if I knew he was going to be here for 2 or 3 years. The other thing is, if that prevents them from signing a pitcher, which is really the position of need, a starting pitcher, because of the luxury tax, that would be unfortunate. So again, I like the signing. I think it's an upgrade, but I hope it doesn't, a year from now we're saying, geez, we lost him already. And two, if it prevents them from signing someone like Snell or Montgomery, that would be a problem. So that's one thing. The other thing is, and I think, Mark, you may have touched on this, it sort of seems like everyone's assuming that Ray and Cobb are going to be back on time and come back just as starting pitchers. And I just think that might be a little optimistic that, one, there are not going to be any delays, and two, particularly with Ray, that he's going to be able to pitch 5 to 6 to 7 innings right away. I don't think either of those are realistic.
Well, Mike, Mike, thanks for the call. It's a good call with some good questions in there. The Ray one for me, like, he's already throwing the ball. There's plenty of background with this type of injury to suggest that like, Robbie's going to be fine. However, like, sure, anything could happen. Right. Cobb's supposedly ahead of schedule. And when you hear an exec, and Farhan did, say this out loud, then you know it's going really well, because they hate to set expectations on injury. It's why Steve Kerr is always like, we'll reevaluate him in 10 days.
Right.
And then we'll use vague language again in 10 days. Like, they want to be very vague because they don't want to set expectations. But the Giants just set expectations with Alex Cobb that he's probably going to be back earlier than we thought. So that's all fine. But going back to the original point that Mike brought up, I will agree with him here. There's something about these contracts that are becoming real popular because they lessen the financial commitment that you need to make. And so, yay, financial flexibility. We know every team in sports loves it now. That's wonderful. But as a fan, the experience kind of stinks. And here's what happens. Either he plays really well and then he's gone, or he doesn't play really well and he stays. And so you only get to keep him if you don't really like him. It is exactly what happened with Michael Conforto this year.
Yeah.
Like, Conforto's a good ball player. Things didn't really go the way he would have loved for them to go last year. And so, yay, you get to keep him. What you really want is for these guys to pop off and have an amazing year. And if they do that, bye-bye.
They're gone, yeah, because they're going to opt out and get more money elsewhere.
So the fan experience of it, in terms of that relationship that we keep talking about between the fan and the player, is really challenged by this kind of a contract.
But it does give that financial flexibility. So for the team, and really for the player too, it's risk reward, and you're risking nothing if you're the player, because you do know if you go out and you outperform your contract, there's going to be another suitor out there, and you can move on and get more money and do the same thing all over again. And if you're the team, you're kind of hamstrung because of exactly what you were laying out. If he does play well, now you're all but begging him to stay. And if he doesn't play well, then you're stuck. You're stuck with a player who's going to opt in, and you're going to end up having to pay him.
I mean, the ideal thing, I guess, because, again, he can opt out and re-sign here.
Right.
So, like, if he has a great year and the Giants have a ton of money coming off the books next year, like, maybe that's their thought process. If he does great, like, dude, you love Bob Melvin, you love the Bay Area, let's do this again. You know, let's do 2 or 3 more years. That would be the ideal situation, but you're right. You don't know where it goes. Now, here's the other thing, though, that Mike said. If the arrival of Chapman prevents the Giants from signing Snell because of the luxury tax, I'm going to stop you right there. You, the fans, we, the fans, don't let them have that answer. They don't get that answer. I don't want to hear we couldn't sign him because of the luxury tax, because a lot of you can't go to the game because of the price, but you do. And the San Francisco Giants, here is an omnipresent statement that I am going to make. This year, next year, and 10 years from now, the San Francisco Giants have the money. Period.
Yeah.
No other team that has so far been in on the Blake Snell conversation is any further down than where the Giants are right now in this tax situation. The Yankees are way over it. The Phillies.
And the Yankees have the money.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Phillies have the money, and they're willing to spend the money.
What we're talking about here, if the Giants were to shed some salary in the name of J.D. Davis or something like that and get Blake Snell, and it sends them over the first luxury tax apron, do you want to know what that would cost them this year? Like $4 million.
Right, not much at all.
Like, whatever. So I'm not giving the Giants that answer. If their answer is a different starter, open-minded. Absolutely. But if in any way, shape, or form someone with the last name Johnson says anything over the next 4 weeks about we couldn't get another starter because we want to break even and luxury tax, man, rip away. That's a BS answer if anybody gives it.
He's already telegraphed it, though, telling you that they want to come close to breaking even. That's something that he said in the offseason was a priority to them. So it would be upsetting, but it wouldn't be shocking. And I don't think that they would put their name to that. It would come down to, well, we lost out again. The price was too rich, more rich than what we wanted to spend.
I don't even think they'll say that. They'll say what he's already said. They'll say, no, we are very committed to this bevy of homegrown pitchers.
Right,
we
graduating
love.
our young pitchers.
We do not want to get in their way.
Right, yet they are still rumored to be in the mix. And
of course they are.
And I saw a quote from Boris today on a story on ESPN talking about how there's a pitching crisis out there because so many teams are in need of pitching. And so he's trying to still drive up the price for his guys as we get into early March.
Well, he also said, and you could set your watch to this. Let me see if I can find the story. Where is it? Scott Boras. Scott Boras basically says that since spring training started and Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery are still on the market, a number of new teams have called to express interest. Here's my read on the situation. There's really only one team right now that's been bouncing back and forth in the Boris Derby. The Cubs got in on Cody Bellinger, but that was rumored to be the deal the entire time. There have been a number of teams that have openly stated, we could add, but not before subtracting, like we are up against it, we are done here. Maybe they're lying too, but their verbiage is much firmer than what the Giants are doing. The Giants were like, yeah, I don't see any more big additions. Well, except for when we had Matt Chapman.
Yep.
And now the offseason is over. But boy, we wouldn't rule anything out. And sure, there could be another move because we have a surplus. So Scott Boras is over here going, you don't want to make any more big additions? Well, wow, we've got a bunch of other teams here.
4 new teams, Mark.
They are very, very interested. I don't think it's as simple as Boras, Giants, that's it. But they're all negotiating with each other in the public. The Giants are saying, we're fine. We love our young pitchers. Scott Boras is saying, we're fine. I got 4 other teams that just called, but I still remain. I don't know that he's going to end up with the Giants, but it's the team that can afford him the most. It absolutely is. I don't know exactly what his relationship is with Bob Melvin. You sort of assume it was good. They were together last year, and he won the Cy Young. So it still checks a lot of boxes, and it makes a lot of sense, and it looks like both sides are just trying to play the price game as we get down the stretch.
And Boris is quoted saying 4 new teams have inquired. There's a pitching panic going on in baseball, said Scott Boras, the man who is holding the keys to 2 of the biggest pitchers who are still out there. We got so many starting pitchers that are now compromised, maybe short term, some long term. And the calls for elite starters are starting to increase. My guys are getting called. Phone's ringing off the hook, Giants.
Oh, my gosh.
You better gin up the price a little bit there, Farhan.
It hasn't led to a contract yet, but boy, we are beating off these teams with a stick. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out both The Morning Roast. Shasky's back. Great to hear his voice this morning. Bonte and Joe, Steiny and Goo, all reacting to the Warriors, 49ers, and Giants. Eventful weekends. All right, coming up next, we'll get back to the Golden State Warriors and not just yesterday's game, the road trip as a whole, and the Milwaukee Bucks developing news that came earlier. Plus, haven't said anything about the 49ers, and under the radar, something happened in the NFL earlier today that I think has a huge effect on the 49ers offseason. And we'll get to that coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibs.
Dine at the Cuppers.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I love people, and I respect a lot of people in our industry, Dan.
Okay. It's a Dan day.
Not really.
Yeah. Good. That means it's usually serious.
I respect Pro Football Talk. I like the site. I don't know Mike Florio, but he comes on our station a lot.
Yeah.
I think Mike, does a good job. And all of that said, I have to. This is not a criticism. I just want to chuckle at this, maybe like Farhan. But this, thank you, Farhan. This is one of the funnier reports that I've seen, and I'm not saying it's not true. It might be, but just the way that this is written, just listen to this for a sec. Pro Football Talk just put out a report that suggests that Kirk Cousins might be going to the Falcons. NFL free agency next week. Okay?
Man.
Week from Wednesday.
Feels like we just are getting over the Super Bowl loss.
No,
not that we'll ever get over it.
No, it doesn't feel like that. It is that. Yeah, I'm not. Are you over it?
No.
Not over it.
Right.
How you feel about the season there, guys? Anyway, so here's the way the report goes. you click on this and it goes, so the team that beat the Vikings back in January of 1999 in the NFC title game could be, just listen to all the qualifiers here, could be poised to pilfer quarterback Kirk Cousins. We can't get into the specifics for now, but we're getting very credible indications that Cousins is seriously considering moving his family to Atlanta, which would mean obviously that he'd be signing with the Falcons.
Okay.
So just to get out your tote board, he could be poised.
Yep.
They won't get into specifics.
Very credible indications.
But they're getting very credible indications, and you know what those are, Dibs.
Yes, they're credible indications, which is an indication sensation.
But the indications that they're getting are simply that Cousins is potentially seriously considering.
Yeah.
Which would be consideration sensation. About moving his family to Atlanta, which we think would mean that he would be signing with the Falcons. But his wife, I do. His wife is from Alpharetta, Georgia, and her parents still live there. So it's also possible they're just getting a vacation home.
Yeah, true.
And what would that be?
It'd be a vacation sensation. Thank you,
Oh, man.
That's my favorite kind of report. It may completely be true, but my favorite kind of sports industry report that seems to never lead to anything is people house shopping. I feel like we've heard this 1,000. Ooh, he's putting his house on the market.
House on the market.
What does that ever mean? It's never meant anything. I think it just means that they're selling real estate. They're very rich people.
Right.
He's got a lot of money. He might be buying his 19th house. I don't know. Maybe he just wants some land next to his mom and pop-in-law.
Also could mean that he's going to the Falcons.
It could mean. They do want him. They want him.
They want somebody. They want a lot of people.
They want Cousins. I actually had the air went out of my Justin Fields to Atlanta balloon over the weekend.
What happened?
I had just caught a stray from Adam Kaplan, who's a great NFL reporter. I was all hot to trot, man, because I've been telling you Fields to the Falcons for 4 months.
Long time, yeah.
And I read an article, and it was like, it looks like Justin Fields. First of all, the Bears are totally going to trade him. And then there's this big report, Falcons. The Falcons, man, they want Justin Fields. And I'm like, gosh, and he went to Georgia for part of his career. And on that turf in the dome, good Lord, he's going to be an absolute dart. He's going to be a star. And I'm cruising around this weekend listening to Fox Sports Radio. And Adam Kaplan comes on and he goes, oh, by the way, you could just totally put that whole Fields to the Falcons thing out to the pasture because they got a new offensive coordinator and Fields to the Falcons totally goes against the principles of the new offensive coordinator. He's like much, much more likely that they go all in on Kirk Cousins. Here we are.
Yeah.
Very next day, here's Mike Florio with Alpharetta, Georgia, and his wife's family and Falcons and all. I'm like, damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it. I think I'm going to be wrong.
So where's Justin going to go then?
Probably the Falcons. I don't know. Boy, the quarterback carousel, hell.
It's starting to spin.
Really big. And your first thought is, well, if Cousins goes to the Falcons, if you're the Vikings, do you call the Bears about Justin Fields? But they're probably not trading that guy within the division.
Right. And now you've got Russell Wilson, who is out and about. He's now free to move about the country.
Correct. So
now that Denver has said, we would rather eat $82 million than to have to pay you. I think the number was, 37 that he was in line to get if he was on the roster here in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So, I mean, they'd rather eat 80 plus.
85 is the number.
They would rather eat 85. And that's a lot of eating. You got to put a lot of salsa to eat 85 million.
Damn.
You'd rather eat 85 than have that guy around for another day? Wow.
Wow is right.
I mean, that's one of the biggest eats ever, right?
Cousins to Atlanta, Wilson to Minnesota?
I mean,
I'm gonna
maybe.
eat it.
Right?
Pittsburgh is in here somewhere. I mean,
Don't the Raiders need a quarterback?
The Raiders, the list of teams, Washington. I mean, a lot of these teams are going to address it in the draft. But, yeah, a lot of them maybe not. You look at teams like the Raiders and the Steelers who might fancy themselves as ready to go if you just entered a quarterback. Yeah, maybe you don't want to go rookie. Maybe you want to go veteran. Maybe Fields. Maybe Wilson.
Right.
I don't know. There are a lot of teams that are on the search. New England and Washington. Oh, by the way, and two other teams that really should be. I don't know if they know that they are, but they should be.
Tennessee.
No, Tennessee is. I think they firmly are.
Yeah.
New York Giants and Arizona Cardinals. If the Broncos can duck out of this contract, then you can duck out of yours.
Ooh, that would be an even bigger eat than what Denver's eating.
No, I don't think so. I actually don't think so. The $85 million dead cap number for Russell Wilson, I think I looked this up last night, and I think the dead cap number for Kyler Murray right now would be...
You got to Google it.
Yeah, 81.
81.5, yeah.
Not to say that that's not awful. And I think both of those teams...
81.5.
But then it goes down to 33 next year. Kyler and Daniel... Both teams, they should both play one more year, but you should start addressing it now. Get your rookie in there, and push these guys, and then move off of them next year. They're both not worthy of
right. And Daniel Jones has his contract is 40, I believe. Right. I don't know if that's the dead cap number.
No, yeah, the dead cap number is not as bad, and then next year it goes way down. Dead cap this year 69.
For Daniel Jones.
For Daniel Jones.
Oh, boy.
Very, very bad number. But it goes down to 22 next year.
Okay.
If I'm the New York Giants, I'm getting ready for that right now.
No doubt.
You picked the wrong guy, New York Giants.
Yeah.
You had Saquon and Daniel, and you paid Daniel. You picked the wrong dude to pay.
Yeah. And, you had DeVito come in and play pretty well when Danny Dimes was out last year, and that just showed you. And I think the 49ers have what they've done with Brock Purdy. And, they either got lucky or they were incredibly skilled in picking him as the last player picked. It doesn't matter how they got him, but what they've shown the league is you can find a quarterback in many different ways. And I'm surprised at, it happens every year. We look at all the mock drafts and the top 2 or 3, some of the top picks in the first round are always going to be quarterbacks. And yet you look at the Niners, Mr. Irrelevant, they're paying him $900,000 next year. And the year after that, they're still paying him nothing. And what you can do to your team with your team when you pay your quarterback nothing, I'm surprised that teams continue to try to pursue it at the very top of the draft when you can find quarterbacks in many different ways.
Well, maybe. I mean, we've done this exercise. You go around the league and see how many are employing first rounders and how many are employing, whoops, we didn't see him coming.
Yep.
And I mean, at least half the league, if not more, are employing first-round draft picks at the quarterback position. Of course, they don't all work. In fact, I could probably argue that most of them don't. I still think that that's the way to do it. If left to your own devices.
Depending on where you're picking.
That is the spot to find a quarterback most of the time.
And I look at Chicago, and that to me is the most interesting part of this draft because they have the number 1 overall pick, and they have a quarterback. Do they?
They don't think so.
Right.
They're going to move on.
Okay. So you're going to take Justin Fields and send him somewhere and you're going to draft Caleb Williams and he's going to be better?
Probably.
Yeah,
I mean, no. I know. Like, I'm not
a huge Caleb Williams
guy. If I were the Bears, I would stay with Justin Fields.
Right.
And I would trade that first pick when Caleb Williams, do you realize what you would get for that pick? Even if you just moved to number 2. Do you know what, like, you can hold someone hostage for that pick? If the Chicago Bears made the decision to stick with Justin Fields, like they've already got 2 of the top 10 picks, they could probably have 2 of the top 10 picks for the next 3 years if they want.
Right.
I mean, they could go crazy. People will absolutely die to move up and get Caleb Williams. But it sounds like they're going to pick him. That'd be my guess right now.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there are a lot of red flags. Talented guy, but a guy who thinks he runs the league before he's even in it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll get back to the Dubs here in just a second, but I did want to make this comment about the 49ers and their offseason and free agency starting in 9 days. So, a little under the radar. I'm surprised that it went down this way and this quickly, but Mike Evans re-signs with the Bucs, and the number is significant. 2 years, $52 million. So just go AAV. It's not the guarantee, so he could be cut next year for less, but that's $26 a year, obviously, which I think, off the top of my memory, does that make him the second highest AAV behind Tyreek, or is he third? He's either second or third now, highest AAV. This is significant now for Brandon Ayuk because look at the numbers. This is the way that Ayuk and his representatives are going to come to the 49ers. We're significantly younger than Mike Evans. And, oh, by the way, last year, we were better than Mike Evans. Evans, 1,255 yards. Brandon Ayuk, 1,342. They had about the exact same number of receptions, 79 to 75. But Brandon Ayuk did that with, let's see, did you do 31 fewer targets, averaged a full 2 yards per catch more. Evans had a lot more TDs, 13 to 7. But by and large, Ayuk was a little bit better, and he's obviously a lot younger. And so if Mike Evans is going to command 26 per year, if you're the Niners, you can go ahead and start that conversation right there.
Yeah, right about 26.
Yeah.
I have him fourth. You've got Devontae Adams, who makes 28 average annual, and Cooper Coop, 26.7.
26.7, okay.
So that would put him fourth. But, man, if that's the ask for Mike Evans, who has had a better career, certainly, but you're right, he's older, and last year very comparable, and you're Brandon Ayuk, you're thinking, all right, 26 is about where we want to begin. And, you know, he's going to want more than 2 years, and he is worth more than 2 years at his age.
Oh, for sure.
So you're looking at...
You're getting 5.
I mean, you're looking at 4 and 110, or you're looking at 5 and, 140, or, it's going to be a monster number. And I'm looking at some of these other deals. Devontae Adams, 5 and 140. Tyreek Hill, you mentioned it. He got 4 and 120. A.J. Brown, 4 and 100. And these are deals from a few years back.
Yeah.
These are not recent, fresh deals.
Right. So, I mean, that's where it starts. Now, the discussion behind the scenes has already begun. I don't know if you saw the reports over the weekend, and they started with Ian Rappaport. And by the way, I learned something last week. I won't say who, but a reporter who reports on an NFL team on the local level, like a beat person, explained to me the process of breaking news in the NFL and how many hands the league itself has on that process. So when you wonder why the Mayokos and Barrows and Jennifer Lee Chans and Lombardis of the world are often confirming reports rather than breaking them, it's because the league is basically funneling all of the information from its teams directly to the NFL Network. They want everything broken essentially by 2 people, their partners, Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter.
Right.
And
ESPN and the NFL Network.
There you go. So Ian Rappaport was the one who had the comment from the Combine. The 49ers are expected to begin extension talks with Brandon Ayuk. If that is to not go a certain way, there are a ton of teams that would be dying to trade for a young receiver like that. So when you think about this and the receiver position and kind of have the whole, like, Mahomes did it with nobody and Brady did it with nobody every year and don't pay 2 receivers, okay, I'm not going to say you're wrong. Just know that, like, if the 49ers can't get it done, there will be a line around the block of teams who will.
Yeah.
And I really, really hope that whole thing comes together and that Brandon Ayuk stays on the Niners.
Well, I hope that it either comes together or doesn't in the next month or so, because you'll get into the draft window, and that's when you're going to need to pick his replacement. If it doesn't look like that the Niners want to spend and pay him as much as he now might be able to command. If Mike Evans is getting $26 million a year, let's just say that he gets that much, even though you're probably right, it'll be a little bit more. That's a lot of money, and maybe the Niners don't want to spend that much money on 2 wide receivers. And if that's the case, I don't think that it is. But if push comes to shove, you want to do this before the draft. That way you can get somebody's high draft pick either this year or hopefully this year and next year. And I do think that if there are that many teams who would line up for his services, they probably would be able to get a first-round pick.
Oh, they'd definitely be able to get a first-round pick. I don't think that's what the 49ers want to do this year. Just think about it, man. To me, you're not all in on winning the Super Bowl this year if you kick Brandon Ayuk for a first-round draft pick. And again, Brandon's got to play this year. He's still under contract for 1 more year. He is not a free agent.
Right.
He is simply extension eligible. It does not help a player to hold out, but it certainly doesn't help the whole scene if the player is disgruntled and you're getting ready for his departure, and so you're motivated to sort of start feeding other players. The whole thing goes south, to me, if Ayuk is not extended. It's not where the 49ers are right now, and that's leverage for Brandon. And I do think the 49ers gained some with the cap number coming in higher than they expected it to be, so I think they feel more comfortable about it. Here's exactly what Rap Sheet said about the situation.
It also means trade frenzy, also means contract extension frenzy, which is not quite as catchy, but still something important to the guys who are likely going to get deals, including Brandon Ayuk, the star receiver for the San Francisco 49ers. He kind of raised some eyebrows, I would say, a little bit at the end of the season, leaving his future open with the team. My understanding is, obviously, there are teams who would like to trade for the very, very talented young receiver. The 49ers firmly believe he is in their plans. I would expect them to get to work on a new deal for him probably after free agency.
49ers firmly believe that he is in their plans, and here's what I would demand if I were Ayuk. The first thing I would demand, I know you want $27 million.
I know where you're going.
The first freaking demand I would make is that you all need to start pronouncing my name correctly.
Ayuk. Yuck, 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 yuck.
Ayuk.
Like he's one of the Three Stooges.
I mean, we're talking about Peter King and Ian Rappaport. These are 2 of the most absolutely minted reporters in the history of this league, and they're hitting us with Ayuk and Brandon Ayuk,
the Poughkeepsie kid.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Thank you.
Pajowski.
How did I know, Grady?
I was literally about to click it.
I mean, it's
that's it. Brandon Pajowski. Okay, I hope the 49ers are able to re-sign Brandon Pajowski.
Yeah,
Pazemski
to a big old extension. I'm not hearing it as much lately
because he's starting to play a lot, and he's a starter now.
And there's a piece of me, like, I want him to play well, but there's a piece of me that mourns the loss of this laughter of people calling us every day and saying all kinds of different words that start with P.
Yep.
Poughkeepsie kid.
That's still my favorite. The Poughkeepsie kid. And there's still enough out there. We'll still get a few of those to trickle in, especially now that he's been out for
I
a
hope
small
so.
handful of games.
Yeah. Let's keep him on the bench for a couple more. Don't let him play Giannis. Although I don't know if Giannis is going to play. If you're just joining us, Giannis is out tonight with an Achilles injury, which does not, sore Achilles. I don't know if I'm Giannis and I'm worth that much to my team, and an Achilles injury just popped up over the weekend, there's no way in hell I'm playing him 2 days later. No way in hell.
Yeah, it just depends on what the nature of the Achilles injury is. You get it checked out.
I know, but that's one of those injuries. Just ask KD.
Sure.
If you're feeling, and by the way, this is my amateur healthcare professional. You're the healthcare professional on this show, not me.
Yep.
But if your Achilles is sore, just take the day off. Like, don't push that thing, because that's one of those injuries where, at least in my history and what I've heard about this thing, is it is a little bit of an indicator sometimes. And it was for Kevin. Like, okay, you strained the Achilles. You popped the Achilles. Can you imagine? I mean, you understand what's riding on Giannis, his current contract in this year with a Milwaukee Buck? I'm taking no chances, especially when they've won 5 in a row.
Right.
And they're not going to catch the Celtics. There's no reason for them to push anything at all.
Yeah, we'll ask Doc Pande about that tomorrow.
Yep.
Unless it's a Dr. Feely week, we're not sure. And if Steiny and Goo will allow us to reconnect with our good friend,
I'll check
the doctor.
Yeah, Lucas, will you call Steiny and Goo and ask if we can have Doc Pande tomorrow?
Yeah, and clear it with them if you would.
Check with both of them separately with a text message and let us know if Steiny
It's a great question.
Yeah, thank you, Doc.
I'll pull back the curtain. It was on me. They were talking about it. Goo was freaking out about bursitis.
Hey, wait a minute.
It's really okay. It's more than okay.
Oh, I know it's okay.
Emergency Pandia is allowed to come on whenever there's an emergency. And Goo clearly thought there was an emergency. His voice didn't make it out of the first segment. I was like, oh my God.
I don't
know. Do you know what my favorite thing is? And this can be with...
You got to be tough. That's one of my favorites.
That one.
Yeah.
The speech going into the Celtics game was legendary.
Legendary.
It was absolutely legendary. I love when you can text friends something with no definition and they all know exactly what you're talking about. That's my favorite. And so you could tell when Goo got in this morning, y'all should go back to the Odyssey app or YouTube and just go listen. Go listen, because I love the way they started it. Steiny comes in and he's like, I think we've got a friendly disagreement and we can just talk about it. And he was very matter of fact. And you could tell that Goo was just like, if he were a cartoon, like the steam was actually coming out of his nose.
And the eyes.
But he was trying to stay as long as he could on Steiny's level, because Steiny, he opened up a Mai Tai. He had a little pineapple in the top of the drink.
Little umbrella.
Yeah, his feet were up. He's like, is it still the weekend? I can't tell.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The weekend.
Right.
They went 3-1. I'm not bothered by anything. And Goo's just over here going, yeah. And it took 11 minutes. And at the 11-minute mark, the train sounded and the steam was flying out of both ears. And he let loose. And it was amazing. It's so good. So all I did was when the car pulled up to a stop, I grabbed my phone and I'm like, I know that Spadoni and Evan are sitting there doubled over in pain, but probably not showing it. Because, and Goo will know this, if you're listening, brother, you know it. It's one of those things where you seem so upset, but it's also okay for it to be funny at the same time.
Right.
It just is. It's totally funny because it's not like a life or death thing. We're talking about a Warrior basketball game. The passion's amazing. So all I did was I just threw the LOL emoji at Spadoni and Evan. No further comment. Just boop emoji. The two responses that I got back from this, hang on, I got to find it. Where is it? Where'd they go? Oh, here it is. Spadone just writes back, Shakespearean. E-Dog follows up with, Goo the Goat. That was it. That was the end of the text exchange. That was it. No, it was really cool. Everybody knew what everybody was talking about. Right. I was not anywhere near the building. I was at home. And all I did was just, boop, send the emoji. And everyone's like, yep. No, exactly. He is on one right now.
Goo the Goat. Shakespearean and Goo the Goat.
Goo the Goat.
It's so good.
Yeah. Meantime, Steve Kerr would like to just flush it.
So this is you flush it down the toilet. We had a great road trip, 3-1. We've had 1 million games. So Boston was amazing. We weren't beating them today. So we head home and get ready for Wednesday.
I love his comment, and I know a lot of people won't. We weren't beating Boston today. And oh, by the way, I should have. I feel bad now, and I don't mean for this to sound snooty. We should have told you on Friday. we should have told you on Friday. My apologies for not alerting the audience.
You're not beating Boston.
My bad. For anybody who went into, ladies and gentlemen, the weekend, thinking that the Warriors might win that game at Boston, I would like to take responsibility for not letting you know that there was no way in hell, not one scenario existed where the Golden State Warriors, in this moment,
right?
I don't mean for the year, in this moment, in this situation, all of the circumstances, everything that exists, and we've gone through a lot and we'll go through more, there was absolutely not one scenario. Play that game 100 times, and the Celtics win it 100 times. So, my bad if I forgot to tell you.
Well, it's not our job to sell the games and sell the losses. I will say this, and Kerr with I thought that was a great soundbite that you just played. And the thing that stuck with me is him saying we've played 1 million games. Yep. And they had played, that's their 7th game in 11 nights.
It's actually only 60, but I get what he's saying.
Yeah, but he was saying that they had played 1 million games of late since the break. 7 games in 11 days in 5 different locations, including this 4-game road trip that started on a Tuesday, and now it's a Sunday matinee, and you had a rough trip to Toronto that involved a tarmac situation.
And then left the country.
You got in at 7:30 in the morning. You played 12 hours later. You played great, and you won a game. And you turn back around, and you head back to America, and you show up in Boston. And by the time you get to Boston, you're about 24 hours away from another game. And it happens to be against the best team in the association, a team that doesn't lose at home, and a team that was hell-bent on beating you by as many points as they possibly could. So maybe we should have sold that a little bit more up front. We were taking it one at a time. We were focused on Toronto.
Which is how we're going to do it. You're right.
Yes,
we didn't know when we left here that they had beaten Toronto.
Right, we didn't know. And you and I did Warriors Live, and we talked about what they needed to do to beat Toronto, and they went out there and they did it. And we weren't ready to say, well, if they beat Toronto, then folks don't even bother. Don't even bother tuning in on Sunday because they're not beating Boston.
We largely, and I forget, maybe you guys can clue me in. I remember doing Warriors Live on Friday. I don't remember that at that moment, what had happened on the tarmac the night before was fully available. Maybe did we have a reference or something that, it looks like it was maybe a little bit of I'm seeing reports that it was a little bit of a long night for the Warriors.
I think we did know that.
But it was after the game that Steve Kerr said that in his entire NBA career that was the worst travel experience he's ever had in terms of the way it affected the people who were on that plane.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who's been on an NBA plane or two.
Yeah, and you got in at 7:30 into your hotel room, and you played at 7:30. So you get in, and because we did talk about it, and we both discussed whether or not you could sleep on a plane, and neither you or I are able to stay awake on planes.
On a plane, exactly.
So we did know about it because we had that conversation, and we both were laughing at the fact that I cannot stay awake on a plane.
I don't think we knew the extent, though.
Right.
But anyway,
because I said, hey, for these guys who can't sleep on planes, now you get to your hotel room, you got to grab a cat nap and then turn right around and head to the arena and try to play an NBA game, and they did, and they won. So as a player, you're 3-0 on the road trip, and you're exhausted after a brutal night of travel, and now you have to go face Boston?
Yep. And by the way, you arrive in Toronto with all of that there, and you don't have a great first half. Like, they kept hanging in there, hanging around.
Totally.
Hanging around. Like, it was like, we're down 7. Where's this going to go? And every time that was the case, somebody hit a bucket to keep them within 5 or 4 or whatever, and they're down by 3 at half. And then they come out in the second half. And this was some of the better basketball that I've watched them play all year. And I really don't want to hear the whole, Toronto stinks thing. That's not relevant in this particular situation. It's a team that, A, is at home, and B, had a lead, and C, had won 3 of their last 4 games. I'm not trying to build up Toronto as a great team, but in the NBA, these are situations that are not easy. They're not that easy. And they went out there and held Toronto to 41 points in the second half. They did it with defense, which is the side that takes the energy and the want to. And for the Warriors to do that on a back-to-back situation after a tarmac two-step, my God, like, I was impressed. And I don't like when we blow off some of those wins because it's like, well, but the team that you played has a losing record. I blow off the blow-off. That was impressive.
Yeah.
And the Knicks being down people the night before, sure. But it's still a gritty, physical game, and the Warriors were the more physical team at Madison Square Garden with Jalen Brunson back in the lineup. To go 2-0 over that 24-hour stretch, you're not going to get me to minimize that.
Especially when you are a team that's been scuffling all year and you haven't really been stacking wins. And when you're playing the way they've played for the most part this year, you can't look at any game really as you should win. Now, you got San Antonio coming up 3 times between here and the end of the year.
Yep.
Go ahead and win those games. Now, you might have a hiccup. You might go down to San Antonio and lose that one. They are playing better.
They are.
And that's always been a house of horrors for the Golden State Warriors. And you never used to win in San Antonio.
Wemby's getting interesting, too.
Very.
Like, obviously, he's always been interesting, but have you noticed in the last 3 weeks, it's like you would expect. He's a rookie, but now he's got 50 or 60 games under his belt, and he's starting to grow. And I don't mean literally, good God. but I mean, you know what I mean? Like his abilities, he's figuring some things out, and he can really affect a game, which he did over the weekend, and the Spurs won. So you're right. Like you can't assume the home and home Saturday and Monday is going to be perfect. I'd certainly hope so. I see a scenario that sits here right now. I don't know the health of the Warriors. I don't know about Steph's bursitis. We don't know about Podziemski, although it sounds like we do. Steve Kerr was pretty firm that Brandon will be back on Wednesday night and would have played both of the games over the weekend had they been playoff games, for example. We also don't know anything about Andrew Wiggins. But with all that said, if there's now a path for Giannis to sit out Wednesday night, like you could uncork a 4 or 5 game win streak pretty easily right now, especially.
Yeah, at Dallas is tough. At the Lakers also tough.
Well, but that's afterwards. You got right. Like
you got 4 before you go to Dallas.
Right. You got Milwaukee if it's no Giannis, and then Chicago the next night, and then San Antonio and San Antonio. That would be between now and next Monday. There's your next week of Warrior basketball, and if there's no Giannis, I'd give this about a 70% chance of being a 4-0 run, which would be huge right now if the Warriors pop out the other side 36-28.
Yeah, I think the Chicago game is more difficult than it normally looks because it's another back-to-back. You've got 3 more back-to-backs on your schedule. That's the second half of a back-to-back, and you don't know about Steph's knee, and no word on Andrew Wiggins. Podziemski should be back, so that definitely helps you. But, I don't know load management-wise who you might be looking at sitting against Chicago. Load management way down for the Warriors, though, this year.
Which I love.
Yeah.
I love it. You know what I mean?
Play basketball.
Right.
I'm with you. The
sit Steph thing, it's like, I'm sorry. We got to pick a side here. We got to pick a side. Do we hate load management or are we leaning into this thing? The way I look at the Warriors right now is I get it. They're older and no doubt you've got to angle for April. You have to because that's the way it works. However, they have at least partially dropped the ability to do that the way they would normally do it. Because if I got to play somebody all of the games the rest of the way in the regular season, and the difference is either the 6 or the 7 or even the 8 versus the 9 or the 10, I'm doing it. I think the 9 or the 10 for this basketball team is an impossible scenario. I think it's an impossible scenario.
Yeah.
I hate the idea of them having to play, even if they got that first game at home. The idea of them being able to win 2 games with one of them being on the road back-to-back over really good teams when you haven't been able to barely win any of these all year long.
Right.
I think they got to be a top 8 seed if you really realistically want to end up in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then you at least get 2 cracks at it in the play-in. And just looking at the matchups right now as they sit, they're not good for you. The Lakers have been a tough team. You've got Phoenix at the 7. Dallas is sitting at the 9, and you haven't really done well against any of these teams. It's been the bottom feeders where you've made all your hay this year. So that's, further down the road. You and I agreed. We're taking them one at a time.
Sure.
And I do look at the next 4, and you're right. If Giannis is out, we don't know. He won't play tonight. He has a couple of days, and, we don't know what the extent of the sore Achilles is. Might just be a sore Achilles, and he's back ready to go on Wednesday. They might, hold him out for precautionary reasons. We just don't know.
Ooh, I got to tell you something, bud. Did you watch the video of this?
Of the Achilles?
Of Giannis.
No.
He went out tonight to do the whole,
test it out.
Test it out in warm-ups and see if he'll play. It wasn't like, I tested it and coach, let's exercise caution. It was go test it out and grimace and walk off
grimace?
Big grimace. A big grimace and a limp. And I'm telling you, the motion that he did in order to activate that was not much. He's standing on the wing, ready to basically go through the motion of what a set shot would look like.
Yeah.
He doesn't even leave the ground. He just bows the knees and then bang. Ooh, big grimace, limp off, heads to half court mark, sits with the trainer, bends his knees a little bit, leaves.
Man.
I'll say it right now. I'd be shocked if he plays on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'll be shocked.
I'm looking at the quotes from Doc, and you do a better Doc than I do, but he had said...
He's out on Wednesday.
It's been on and off the last 2 or 3 games. This morning, he actually looked good. We'll figure it out from there. So it's been lingering. Achilles tendonitis. So that's something where you get into tendonitis, that's something you got to shut that thing down for a while if you want the tendonitis to quiet down.
He threw the ball.
Not happy.
In frustration. Like it was like one of those.
Yeah.
It's not good. He's our best player.
Thank you.
I like it if he plays.
That's very good.
It'd be better if he plays.
Yeah, I'm under a lot of heat here. Doc's feeling the heat.
Yep. I just got this job and it's already going sideways. I'd like my best player to be in there. He's out. He's out, and that's a home game against the Clippers tonight.
Oh, we're underway, yeah.
And then they'll get on a plane and start a 4-game road trip that will start here in San Francisco on Wednesday night. Yeah, that changes things. Yet another reason why I love to, like you just said, man, let's go day by day with this thing.
Yeah.
Let's go day by day. And I'm with Steve. Yesterday is a big old flush it. Or as I texted you guys earlier, and I know you agree, it is a big old pile of nothing that happened in Boston yesterday. I just don't get caught up in it was by 52. If it was by 22, are y'all peacocking around like everything's still cool? We begged and hoped for a 3-1 road trip. I thought that would be amazing. I was like, I think they're going to get Washington. I think they can get Toronto. And if they get one of the other two, skippity-doo.
Yeah.
And, man, the 3-0 going into the weekend, and yes, you were playing with house money. So they lost some house money. Who cares? It's house money.
You didn't lose any house money, really. I mean, the only thing that could have been better is if you straight up didn't play Steph, Clay, or Draymond. If you said, you know what, guys, I have a bad feeling about this one. I think that we're going to lose this one by 52. Let's go ahead and not play you at all. And I think they only played
probably not much.
Steph played 16 minutes.
Let me pull the minutes right here.
Yeah,
I'll look at
there weren't a lot of minutes.
And Steph Curry played 17. Draymond played 14.
Okay.
Klay Thompson played 12.
Right.
They're fine.
And
they're fine.
They're fine. And to me, you'd rather lose that than in double overtime with Steph and Clay and Draymond all playing 44 minutes. You'd rather get absolutely embarrassed and be able to rest your guys for a half as opposed to, playing them all the way deep into the afternoon.
I'm going to need game show music, please, if you would. Please don't look at the Warrior Celtics box score from last night, Mr. Dibley. Game show music. Can you name the 4 Warriors who played more than 20 minutes? More. Not 20. More. The word
20.
more
Yeah.
means north. The bold north.
Okay.
More than 20 minutes in this game last night. There are 4. How many?
4.
4 Warriors who played more than 20 minutes. KNS.
Who played more than 20. I watched, almost the whole thing. I couldn't take my eyes
That's
off
too
it
bad.
because, it's one of those things like, they might lose by 70.
You should have come and watched the flag football game. They won in overtime. It was fun.
Awesome. Little OT.
Yeah. It was a consolation sensation. But anyway.
That's a buck. I'm trying to remember who I remember seeing out there a lot. I'll say Lester Quinones played more than 20 minutes.
Lester Quinones with a team-high 33 minutes.
Okay.
And the team's leading scorer in this soiree.
I do recall seeing a lot of Guy, so I'm going to say Guy Santos. There's a lot of late Guy.
I'm sorry.
How many minutes did he play?
Strike 119. 19,
God.
yeah.
All right.
You need 21 for this party. It's just like a casino or alcohol.
Right. I know Chris Paul's not one of them, although he played more than I thought he would. GP2 played some late, but I don't think he's one of them. I'll say Kevon Looney. He seemed to play a lot in that game.
Kevon Looney with a team low 11 minutes.
Man.
You literally picked the guy who's played the least out of everybody.
CP3 didn't play 20 minutes.
You have one more strike.
Yeah.
You're in trouble.
I'm in big trouble
because you still got 3 more players to name here.
One of the guys, I can't even remember his name, but he played a ton. It's that number 18 guy.
Is it Robinson?
Yeah. I'm going to go with Robinson,
okay,
Mark.
Robinson. Strike him out. Dibs is out.
You should go back to Chris Paul and say he didn't play 20 minutes again.
Literally the guys you started going through, you're like, nope, not him. I'm like, yes, him. Nope, not him.
There's that
yes,
one guy,
him.
that number 18 guy.
No, Chris Paul.
Robinson.
Chris Paul, 21.
Oh, God.
GP2, 22.
Minutes.
And TJ.
Yeah, darn it.
T with the 22.
Yeah. I should have looked it up.
No, Guy Santos, 19. Kevon Looney, 11. And your favorite, Jerome Robinson.
Yeah, that one
double
guy.
Digits, 10 points. He played 17 minutes in this game.
Okay.
All of them
Nation,
more than...
It's Trace Jackson Davis.
Thank you, Trace.
Hi, this is Jerome Robinson.
Hi, this is that guy.
That one. Sorry.
Hi, this is that guy that's over there when the game's out of hand. That's me.
Hi, whenever they need someone to eat minutes in a 50-point game.
Whenever we're at the end of a road trip. Steph 17, Clay 12, Draymond 14. They're fine. Get tonight off.
Yeah.
You get tomorrow night off. Get you your own bed. Everything should be cool. And everybody should be rested to rock and roll for the, is it 4 games in 6 nights that start on Wednesday? Got to get them. Big games, especially if Giannis does not play. And again, I'll show you the video here in a minute. I'll show you, and when you see it, you'll be like, oh, that doesn't, like, I just know, put it this way. If I was the owner of the Milwaukee Bucks and I watched this video, I'd call the team right now and be like, Giannis is out on Wednesday. He's not playing.
Yeah.
I'm not messing with this. That's my $8 billion investment. I'm not playing him at Golden State after he looked like that.
Right, and that's the most prudent thing to do, and it's Achilles tendonitis, according to the ESPN report. So if it's tendonitis, that's something that lingers, and we can ask Doc Pandia tomorrow about the exact treatment. But to me, the only treatment you can go through is rest. And playing NBA basketball, probably not very restful on a guy's Achilles.
You know who is enjoying the Giannis Antetokounmpo absence is one Dame Lillard.
I saw that. Explosive early.
Dame is like, finally, this is like Portland. Just give me the ball and everybody get out the damn way. The Clippers are leading the game, but Dame Lillard's already got 13, and there are still multiple minutes to go in the first quarter.
13 of their 21.
Yeah.
So, go ahead and shoot it. 3 triples, too, for Dame.
Love it. OKC at the Lakers tonight. So you do have a rooting interest, Warrior fans.
A little homework?
A little Chet Holmgren action. Shai Gilgeous for your love tonight at the Crypt. Let's see if the Thunder can make it 2 in a row after defeating the Phoenix Suns last night.
Yeah, the Laker win would temporarily bump the Warriors back down to the 10. They're happy in 9th right now by percentage points and 1 in the loss column, which is always the critical side.
Yep, absolutely. But I do believe, man, what we were talking about earlier with this Western Conference And maybe managing expectations is a big part of this the rest of the way. Whether the Warriors or not can get to the 7 or the 8 seed, the 6 seed feels a little far-fetched, but I don't think if they stay healthy and they keep beating all of the teams they're supposed to beat, I don't think it's out of the question. I think if they do that, they will at least be the 7 or the 8 seed, which would give them a home opportunity to move on into the playoffs, at least one. And so that's excellent. But this Western Conference, man, I think it's mostly taken shape. You've got 6 teams trying to avoid the 4 spots. The other good news that, by the way, I don't think we've mentioned much lately, the Warriors are definitely at least going to be in the play-in tournament.
Right.
You know, like 2
we were talking
weeks
about
ago.
that last week.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, we were like, oh, well, I mean, Utah has cratered 2-8 in their last 10. The Warriors handed them a couple of those losses.
Right.
They are now full 5.5 games back. So we know who the top 10 are going to be. We know who they're going to be. So the Warriors are at least going to have that. But if they can move up and get through what I think is going to be the most compelling play-in tournament of all time by far, if you can come out of that, then the whole question sort of goes into a new direction. Do you get Denver? Do you get Minnesota? Do you get OKC? What do you get? And I'm very interested to see if the Thunder and the Wolves, both excellent teams, if they suddenly look different when it's like, okay,
right
now it's actual playoff time and you're going against a champion. And I don't just mean Steph. Like that's what's like KD is a champ. Kyrie is a champ. LeBron is a champ. Anthony Davis, kinda a champ.
He's a champ.
Yeah, Warriors champs. So these play-in teams are the teams that are like, we've been to the top of the mountain. And outside of Jokic and Kawhi, the teams in the top 4,
a lot of unknowns.
A lot of unknowns.
And I look at Minnesota in particular with Gobert and Cat and young Anthony Edwards, who's a really good player, and you start to think about, can they withstand the rigors of going into a best of 7 against one of these veteran teams, because they haven't fought those battles. Oklahoma City, for me, is the one team you'd want to avoid just stylistically. They scare me. They are so athletic. Wow. They are so fast. Minnesota's size can be a problem for Golden State.
Totally.
But you can, I think with Draymond, and you can use a little TJD, and you can spot Kevon, and you can maybe offset their height advantage way more than you can with OKC. There's no answer for the Thunder's speed.
If you looked at the top 4 right now, and the Clippers seem like they're probably going to be the 4, which means we probably eliminate them from our conversation. I don't think it's going to be them, but keep them in there if you want. Of those top 4, I think you were just sort of saying it, and I think I agree with you. Of those top 4, if you're the Warriors, which is the one you want?
You want Minnesota.
I agree with you.
You want Minnesota.
I agree with you.
I don't think that you have an answer or a potential answer for Oklahoma City in what they do.
Well,
athletically, they are so fast, and you don't have anywhere near the speed to hang with them. And
they're
Minnesota,
also so young though, and you're so small, and they're the next smallest, right? They don't throw a Jokic or a Cat at you.
True,
but I get the reason I agree with you is I just flat out think Oklahoma City's a better team than Minnesota. Like, they are dynamic. I know they're young. I just think they're better. I think they're a way better team. I think Minnesota possibly has peaked this year. I know all 3 of them have been 7-3 in their last 10, but Minnesota's lost a couple games in a row. It's very, very early tonight, but they're in a home game right now, and just finished. They're only up on Portland by 2 at the end of one quarter. Whatever, that's one quarter, no big deal. But anyway, I just think that Oklahoma City, Denver, and even the Clippers, I think, are better teams than the Minnesota Timberwolves. So if the Warriors could find that, I mean, we don't know if Minnesota's going to be 1, 2, or 3. If they could find their way to that series, I think that would be their best opportunity to have a noisy first round.
Agreed. I think Oklahoma City is the kind of matchup for the Warriors that they don't like, because they're so much younger. And yes, the inexperience of the youth and all that, but the speed at which they play, the Warriors don't have anybody who can match up with
Played them well, though, this year.
Yeah.
For whatever that's worth.
Some high-scoring shootout kind of ball games.
Ridiculous games.
1-3 against OKC. 0-2 against Minnesota. 1-3 against the Clippers. 0-4 against Denver. Those are your Golden State Warriors against the top four.
You have
not ideal.
The in-season tournament win in OKC, 141-139, pay the over. And then you have those back-to-back losses a month later, both of them here at Chase Center. One of them was a nice handled win by the Thunder. The other one was that ridiculous
Chet Holmgren
three and the overtime loss. And then they lost in over. That's the other thing. They're 1-3, but two of the losses are in overtime. And one of them was just that was the Wiggins
Well, both
game,
of them were.
I know, but
they didn't foul Chet Holmgren up three, and then they fouled Chet Holmgren up three. Yes. But he was shooting at three.
The one in Oklahoma City, I found to be less of a cough up than the first one. The first one, if I'm remembering correctly, wasn't that the Wiggins game? Didn't Wiggins go off that night? I feel like here I'm gonna pull the box because I feel like remember the season. This was their 14th game of the year, and for 13 games, people are like. So, is Andrew, are you okay?
Right.
And then there was that game. Andrew Wiggins, scored 31. 31 in that game. It's 5 of 8 from deep. He was 12 of 19, and the Warriors were ahead the whole game. And then just coughed that stupid thing up. They had a bad third quarter, but still had the game, and then coughed it up with the Holmgren falling out of bounds buzzer beater.
Yeah.
Stupid. They've had so many of those this year.
They played him 3 times in the first 14 games.
God, I know, and they had him.
Yeah.
They had him. They had him twice. All right. Still time for your calls on anything Warrior-related. 888-957-9570. Bothered by yesterday or flicking limes through Corona bottles like we are. We're sponsored by Robert Half. This is Willard and Dibs.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Sister Agnes is on the line. That supersedes just about everything.
Yep.
So we're going to do that in just a sec. But I do want to read some quotes from Scott Boras, super agent, and Farhan Zaidi that came yesterday in Scottsdale. At the introductory press conference for Matt Chapman. You tell me if after reading these, you feel better or worse about the Giants' chances at one Blake Snell.
Okay.
Let's go to Sister Agnes first, because we love Sister Agnes. Hi, Sister. What are you doing tonight?
Hey, well, I'm ready for my confession on Kuminga. That was the one thing. I think I wrote you a note saying how I'm glad I was wrong about Kuminga, but what I really wanted to talk about was Klay Thompson. Chris Paul said that Klay Thompson is the heart of the team. And if that is true, we're in trouble because the last 4 games, Klay just lets people go by him and doesn't help anybody. So we might have a old versus young right now where our three stars, not including Curry, I'm talking about Wiggins, Draymond, and Klay. They just seem to be getting old artificially, and we can't have that. So the loss yesterday didn't concern me, but what does concern me is this defensive malaise.
Well, I'd say this, Sister Agnes, like you're noticing something that's not possible. It's definite. They are getting older, and I don't think that Klay Thompson is letting people go by him. People are just going by him. I don't think that's a measure of not trying. That's a measure of, you're not as good anymore. Yeah. And I think that the Warriors have reacted accordingly. They're like bringing him off the bench now. I know they're not in the last 2 games because Podziemski and Wiggins are both out. But I think your observations are spot on. But I think that the Warriors share them, and I wouldn't worry too much about what one bench player who will only be here for a couple more months said about it publicly, that Klay Thompson's the heart and soul of the team. He's Klay Thompson. He's a legend. Right. He's a big part of this. I would say that Draymond Green is more kind of the heartbeat of the team, and Steph Curry
is the heart and soul of the team. Yeah,
Steph Curry is just the team.
Right. And if you have Klay Thompson who's not able to defend like he used to, that's a reality. And, Father Time is undefeated. He thought Tom Brady was going to be the one to beat Father Time, but he eventually got to Tom Brady as well at 45. So you're going to look at a team this offseason. If you bring back everybody, they're all going to be a year older, and you're going to have the same sort of problems defensively that you're starting to see this year.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. We had Javi Lopez on today. You can check that out. Or you can just check out any of the segments that are out there where we break down Farhan's laugh. You can do this with the other shows as well. The Morning Roast, Bante and Shasky back in the building, Steiny and Goo reacting to eventful weekends for all 3 teams. The Warriors playing a bunch of games in a 3-1 road trip. The 49ers and the Combine and solidifying their defensive staff, and the San Francisco Giants with another free agent signing of Matt Chapman late Friday night. I didn't think that I would ever get to the point where I would say that sentence. The Giants with another free agent signing.
Yeah. They're having a good offseason.
Well, okay.
And they're one away from having a monster offseason.
That's what I'm saying. I think they've reached the point. Here's how I describe it. You don't have to love what they did, but I think there's credibility in what they've done. In other words, the things that people have been taking the shots at, you're cheap and you lose every free agent battle, that doesn't apply this offseason. I know they didn't get the biggest of fish. Chapman apparently had a multi-year deal on the table for Toronto, where he played last year. Turned it down. Said, I'm going to San Francisco. I want to play for Bo Mel. So they won some battles. They spent a lot of money. But you can still, I think, have an opinion in either direction of I love what they've done or I'm still kind of uninspired by what they've done. But if they get Snell, don't you think everybody's on board? Don't you think everybody would look at that and be like, okay,
let's rock.
It's a pretty strong offseason. Let's play ball.
Strong. And you would look at your holes that you had in your roster and you would say, yeah, you filled them. You needed help in the lineup. You needed some pop, and you got that. You needed to improve your defense, and you've done that. You needed pitching depth, and that's the one thing that you haven't really addressed. And I asked Javi Lopez earlier about the bullpen, and he's rattling off all the guys who they're going to count on and who will step up. And the bullpen's pretty solid. You got a lot of arms and different arms down there.
Yep.
You got different guys. You've got a good closer who I think he was overworked last year a little too much.
Probably.
Hopefully you can avoid some of that usage this year. And, starting pitchers, you're one really good arm away. And if Blake Snell's a guy who maybe wants to pitch in this part of the country, and he's pitched already for Bob Melvin, and he's done well with Bob Melvin, go get him, Farhan. Sorry, I had to get one more in there.
Scott Boras, obviously, this is an interesting situation where you're in town, you're introducing one of your clients, yet I bet at least a healthy portion of the questions were about one of his other clients. It's like, cool, Matt Chapman's here. While you're here, Scott, one other question.
Just real quick.
One other question about Blake Snell. So Scott gets into the whole thing about, I'll credit the owners because they're building a competitive team. You're in a Goliath division. You've got a lot of clubs that can spend. Clubs are at a high revenue, and to compete at those levels, good for them, but it's hard to spend at that level and understand the other clubs in the division, etc. But here's what he gets to. He says basically the idea of going over the luxury tax is worth it if it pays off in attendance. In other words, would Blake Snell pay for himself? Scott's comment was San Francisco is an amazing market, one of the top 5 markets in the game. They draw well over 3 million people when they have one thing, a very good baseball team. So he's making the point that it would pay for itself. He earlier talked about watching what Blake Snell did with a Gold Glove third baseman in San Diego and Manny Machado, and now would that translate to Matt Chapman? But listen to what Farhan said. This one, I think this is sort of the interesting one. Farhan, even as he said he thinks the team's offseason work is done, noted that he'd also said that after the Giants signed Jorge Soler 2 weeks earlier and then signed Matt Chapman anyway. He did say, quote, there is no line drawn in the sand about going over the luxury tax threshold of $237 million. He has hedged every single comment that he's made in these last 48 hours, 72 hours, since Matt Chapman became a Giant. Every single moment. Yep, we're done here. Unless we're not.
Right.
And ownership does not say that we're done or that we can't spend. And he did say the exact same thing 2 weeks ago when they got Soler. I came out of reading this article, which was written by Susan Slusser in the Chronicle, and I'm just a tick higher in terms of my percentage chances of Blake Snell ending up on the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to point in that direction. There's no line in the sand drawn, which means they might go over that luxury tax threshold, and he's played for the manager before, and the indication is that he wants to play in this part of the country, and the Giants are in need of a pitcher, and the Giants are one of the teams that can afford to give Blake Snell money, and next year more money comes off the books. So when you start to look at the tea leaves and start to read into exactly what's going on with Farhan, with the financial aspect of the team, with the player, with the agent, it seems like it's a slam dunk that this should happen.
I mean,
I don't want to set up any false hope because we've been burned before.
Too many times.
It's been a good offseason, though. And they're just one final piece away, and this is the piece. And it's starting to look more and more like they're the team that should get him. It's getting into the should category for me, Mark, which is always dangerous because then if they don't,
dangerous.
Then, you could be a little disappointed. Yeah. I had to get one more in. I said last time it was one more, but
well, they're $7 million short of the tax line right now.
Right.
You get Blake for a year, this is going to cost you at least $35. It's going to cost you at least $35. So now you're going to be approximately $30 million over that tax threshold if you bring him on. And I don't even know. I got to look up where the second threshold is because that's where it gets more punitive. But if you're able to offload, what if J.D. Davis and Joey Bart could be turned into players who are not going to be in the major leagues?
Right.
What if they're turned into prospects, if you will? And you can move about $10 million off of your books, and now you're only $20 million over the tax threshold. I mean, I think that would cost you a few $1 million. I think that sounds like a few slices of Tony pizza and one super duper burger, maybe a pizza late at night.
It's doable.
It's not just doable, it's absurdly doable for the freaking Cy Young Award winner.
Especially when you look at how you're going to possibly go about beating the Dodgers. You're not going to outslug them. You've got to outpitch them. And you've got to do it with legitimate arms. And you're getting one back in June or July off of Tommy John, maybe sooner. And you start to look at a rotation with Blake Snell, and you start to think that you can compete with anybody.
The thing about the Giants, everyone's been like, oh, they need someone whose jersey I want to buy. You know what they also need, especially for their real diehard fans? They need to tell them that they're serious.
Right.
Like, be serious. And I think that this would really, really do it. It would really, really do it. All right, that was fun today. Thanks for being with us, everybody. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. What's coming up right now in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game. Grandy will have you hold your hand the whole way. He's going to start off. Remember that guru rant that we told you about? Yeah, just stay tuned. He's got it here in just moments. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got. But everybody's happy. I'm not.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming